This story begins with the destruction of Ragnar's castle, known as Rose Palace. The people of the palace, servants, guards, and knights, are killed one by unknown assailants. They are hopelessly cut down while the protagonist, Theo Ragnar, struggles to stand against one of the enemies. Theo swings his sword upward, forcing his opponent back. The man raises his sword and brings it down, but Theo manages to block the strike just in time. The Ragnar clan is a Grand Ducal family responsible for guarding the empire's northernmost borders. Their power comes from a unique constitution said to be inherited from dragons. For over 1,000 years, the Ragnar clan has served as the empire's great northern wall. Every member of the Ragnar bloodline is born with extraordinary magic, stamina, and skill in swordsmanship, everyone except Theo Ragnar. Despite his lineage, Theo possesses none of the talents that define his family. In the midst of the battle, Theo is stabbed in the stomach and falls to his knees. His opponent taunts him, saying that even at the end, Theo still doesn't understand. He tells Theo that no matter how hard he tries, there are some things he simply cannot achieve. People call it a lack of talent. The man then removes his mask, revealing himself as Rendon, someone Theo knows. Shocked, Theo demands to know why Rendon has done this. Rendon, unfazed, mocks Theo further. He says it was pitiful to watch Theo train every morning, knowing that all his effort would never get him anywhere. Rendon laughs cruelly, telling Theo that he is the perfect imbecile of Ragnar, someone who should have stayed hidden away because he had no talent. Rendon found it laughable to watch Theo struggle to make something of himself. Anger surges through Theo as he clenches his teeth. He forces himself to stand. He demands to know if Rendon only became his sword instructor to betray him and sell out Rose Palace. In response, Rendon slashes Theo's arm, causing him to scream in pain as his blood splatters everywhere. With a sigh, Rendon asks why Theo blames him. He grabs Theo's hair, pulls his head up, and tells him that everything happening is his fault. Rendon questions why Theo can't see it. With blurred vision, Theo hears Rendon tell him to look ahead and understand why Rose Palace is burning and why his family is dying. Another man approaches, dragging a woman and throwing her at Theo's feet. Rendon cruelly asks why his mother has become a cold corpse. Theo is stunned and horrified to see his mother dead in front of him. Rendon tells him once more that all of this is happening because Theo is the weakest in the Ragnar clan, a clan ruled by strength. In his anguish, Theo whispers Rendon's name, grabs the sword in front of him, and swings it in a fury. But before he can strike, a sword is thrown at him, stabbing him in the chest. He falls to the ground as blood pools beneath him. The man beside Rendon scolds him for talking too much and orders him to finish the job. Rendon apologizes, saying he was merely reminiscing but is nearly done. Theo, lying on the ground, wonders what Rendon means by done. Is this truly the end? Regret washes over him as he realizes he couldn't protect anyone or accomplish anything. As everything burns around him, he wonders if things would have been different if he had only possessed talent. Tears fall from his eyes as he closes them in pain, consumed by the flames alongside his servants, his mother, and the place he loved. Suddenly, a system message appears: "You have died. Your trait has activated, and you are returning to the regression point." Theo opens his eyes, confused, to find himself face to face with Rendon once again, who casually remarks that he seems tired. Rendon suggests they end the lesson for the day, but Theo is stunned and disoriented. He doesn't respond, wondering if what he just experienced was real. Did he really die? Rendon, noticing Theo's silence, comments on how absent-minded he seems. Theo, lost in thought, wonders if his death is real and if he is now flashing back to his life. He can't believe that Rendon's face, of all things, is what he's seeing in these final moments. With a sigh, he thinks that even death has a cruel sense of humor. But then, a system message pops up in front of him. It reads, "Tutorial Quest Number 1. Punch Rendon in the face." Theo looks at Rendon, wondering what in the world is happening. Was this really how flashbacks were supposed to work? He glances back and forth between Rendon and the system message, quickly realizing that Rendon couldn't see it. Rendon asks him what is wrong, but Theo, still in shock, lets go of his wooden sword. His fist trembles as he thinks that despite not understanding what is going on, perhaps this is a gift from the gods, a chance to vent his frustration before it is all over. With that thought, Theo launches his fist at Rendon, thinking that if this is a dream, he might as well give Rendon a good pummeling. His punch lands squarely on Rendon's face, stopping everyone in their tracks. But to Theo's surprise, the punch doesn't even hurt Rendon. He is left wondering why the dream feels so real, yet his punch is so weak. Rendon, unfazed, swings his wooden sword forward and strikes Theo in the shoulder, sending him flying to the ground. As Theo slams into the dirt, Rendon scolds him, reminding him that he had said their lesson was over. Theo winces in pain, confused. Was he supposed to feel pain in a dream? Rendon sighed and told him that he understood Theo's frustration, especially with the awakening ceremony fast approaching, but that didn't excuse a student lashing out at his master. Theo was taken aback. Awakening ceremony? What was Rendon talking about? Disappointed, Rendon added that as a member of the Ragnar family, Theo should have used his sword, not his fists. Rendon then walked away, telling Theo that he would see him at their next lesson. But Theo remained seated, lost in thought, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The nearby knights snickered and taunted him, calling him an imbecile. They mocked him for attacking his master and questioned if he was even truly a Ragnar, saying he was too incompetent even for an illegitimate child. Theo touched his face, feeling the lingering pain, and grabbed a handful of sand. He couldn't believe how real the sensations were. It wasn't a flashback. This was reality. He recalled that the awakening ceremony was supposed to take place 10 years ago, which made him wonder if he had somehow returned to when he was 17. How was this even possible? Just then, the system appeared again, congratulating him on completing tutorial quest number 1. As a reward, it informed him that his Ragnar's talent had been activated. Theo was confused, staring at the system message, but when it asked if he wanted to claim his reward, he hesitantly raised his hand and clicked yes. Immediately, a bright light surged from his body, and the system displayed that his stats were increasing at an incredible rate. Bewildered, Theo could only wonder, what the hell is going on? Later, in Rose Palace, in the guest room, Rendon Harvey, Theo's swordsmanship tutor, reports on Theo's progress. He comments that he has never seen someone so devoid of talent but adds that this is precisely why he is there. The true teacher, Rendon. He swears that he will do his best to prepare Theo for the awakening ceremony, which is only 5 months away. Lady Cecilia Ragnar, the mistress of Rose Palace and Theo's mother, agrees with Rendon, entrusting Theo's training to him. She hands him a bag of gold coins, asking Rendon to give Theo a bit more attention. Rendon replies confidently, assuring her that he already plans to teach Theo day and night, so she needn't worry. Cecilia, however, clarifies that she isn't concerned because she believes in Theo. As Rendon leaves the guest room, he mutters to himself that Cecilia will have to worry. Although he isn't truly training Theo properly, it's still true that Theo lacks talent. He scoffs, calling Cecilia a concubine and thinking to himself that, like mother, like son, their bloodline won't lead anywhere. Still, Rendon finds the situation ideal. He's receiving an excellent salary and has the title of tutor to the Ragnar family's direct line as a reward for secretly sabotaging Theo's growth and feeding information to a mysterious benefactor. Rendon knows his future is secure. He smirks, thinking that Theo, the imbecile of Ragnar, will unwittingly be his ticket to success. Suddenly, Rendon spots someone running toward him at high speed. It's Theo. Rendon sneers, calling him the imbecile, but Theo runs past him without a word. Angered, Rendon mutters, calling Theo an idiotic loser. Theo rushes to the guest room and calls out to his mother. Cecilia, looking up, smiles sweetly and comments that he must be tired from training. But instead of answering, Theo throws his arms around her, hugging her tightly. Surprised, Cecilia stammers, asking why he's acting this way. Tears well up in Theo's eyes as he confirms to himself that he truly has returned to 10 years in the past. He vividly recalls Rendon forcing him to look at his mother's dead body in his previous life, helpless to do anything. But now he feels immense joy to see her alive. Cecilia, confused, looks down at her son. Theo knows he must change the future. He's still weak and powerless at the moment, but if that mysterious system window is real, he can become strong enough to hold his own in the inevitable war for the throne. Hugging his mother tightly, he silently vows to become strong enough to exact revenge on Randon. At that moment, the system displays his second tutorial quest, Train Your Body to the Limits. Determined, Theo heads to the training ground, running laps with a singular focus, revenge against Randon. However, he knows that with his current weak body, he can't do anything. He must prioritize getting stronger first. As he runs, he remembers the intelligence agency he became involved with in his previous life, Blackwood. Although he had been relegated to the information team due to his lack of skill, he never expected that the information he gathered back then would become so useful now. That information was about a powerful elixir known as the Bloody Sword Emperor's Elixir. Its true value would only be revealed in the future through a secret manual, and Theo realizes that, combined with extreme training, it might be his key to strength. Hours pass, and as the sun begins to rise, Theo is still running, not having rested once. Yet he feels strong, thinking that everything is possible now because of his activated Ragnar talent and the system window. The system shows him that he has made 27% progress toward his goal of 100%. One of the knights training nearby notices Theo and asks how many laps he has completed without a break, remarking that Theo seems far fitter than before. Theo grabs a nearby wooden sword, determined to push himself harder. He resolves to run as far as he can and swing the sword more than he ever has before. Only then can he truly become powerful. This time, as he trains, the system updates his progress. He has reached 65% of his goal. A few days later, Theo is still on the training ground, relentlessly swinging his sword without rest. Evelyn Narville, the manager of Training Ground Number 4, sat at the top, yawning with a cigar in hand. She noticed that Theo had been training non-stop for several days and wondered if he was truly the imbecile of Ragnar, as people said. Staring at him, she began to doubt whether someone so dedicated could really be talentless. Theo, on the other hand, was completely exhausted, barely catching his breath, and felt as though he was going to die. But when the system displayed that he had reached 97% completion, he forced himself to keep going, pushing his body to its absolute limit. He remembered the night before when, after reaching 90% progress, he had laid down briefly to rest. To his shock, the percentage had dropped. He hadn't expected the system to penalize him for taking a break, and it pushed him to keep moving without rest until morning. Despite his disbelief, the system had goaded him into continuing until he could no longer breathe. Hours later, as he hit 98%, Theo ran forward with the wooden sword, swinging it forcefully. Knowing he was almost there, he pushed harder, jumping around the training ground with increasing speed. As he reached 99%, he summoned every last ounce of strength, convincing himself that he just needed a little more. Evelyn watched in disbelief, her mouth open, as Theo pushed through his pain and exhaustion. Finally, he reached 100%. The moment he saw the number appear, he stopped, completely losing his balance from the overwhelming fatigue, while the system congratulated him on completing tutorial quest number 2. The system displayed his rewards and bonuses, but his vision was so blurred that he couldn't make them out. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, as the system asked if he wanted to claim his rewards now. Without seeing them clearly, Theo reached out with a shaking hand and managed to click yes. As soon as he did, he passed out while a brilliant light entered his body. A powerful gust of air surged around him, and Evelyn, witnessing the event, was shocked. Later, Theo woke up, immediately sitting upright when he realized he was in a room. Evelyn entered and reassured him, explaining that he was in the break room of Training Ground Number 4. She added that even a Ragnar would collapse if they pushed themselves as hard as he had. He recognized her, which surprised Evelyn, though she introduced herself properly. She explained that he had lost consciousness while training alone in the morning, so she had moved him there to recover. Theo thanked her, understanding the situation. Evelyn handed him a glass of water, then asked if he knew that within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the awakening ceremony was strictly forbidden. Theo, still confused, replied yes. Evelyn then pressed further, saying that he should also be aware of the consequences of breaking that rule. Theo, puzzled, asked why she was suddenly bringing this up. Evelyn's tone grew serious as she explained that right before he lost consciousness, a mana wave had occurred, one that aligned with the opening of a mana hall. Theo was taken aback, and she asked if he had perhaps opened his mana hall, addressing him as young Master Theo Ragnar. Theo was left wondering what she meant by this, knowing that if he had opened his mana hall, he shouldn't have survived. But then he felt something within him and recalled the system notification. He had obtained a dragon heart as a reward. He also remembered that, as a bonus reward for his fast completion of the quest, he had received the magic power equivalent to 10 years of his past life. Stunned and in disbelief, Theo couldn't fathom that he now possessed a dragon heart. A mana hall can be placed within a dragon's heart, and doing so makes it operate far more efficiently. However, humans, not being dragons, place their mana halls in the lower abdomen because the human heart cannot handle the burden. This is why every warrior, especially those like the Ragnar clan, longs for a dragon heart. It's seen as a shortcut to overwhelming power, but humans have never been able to overcome their natural limitations, until now. With the dragon heart granted to Theo, he found himself in a precarious situation. Theo knew that Evelyn Narville was no ordinary person. A high-ranked swordsman, she had retired after losing her left arm and now managed training ground number 4. However, she had once been the commanding officer of the white-armored dragon cavalry, so respected that even the demon dragon of the cavalry adored her. She was renowned for her principles, not caring for status or strength, and she could not tolerate dishonesty or cowardice. Theo recalled that in his previous life, when he had been stubborn, Evelyn had relinquished her position as his direct master. In other words, if Evelyn discovered the truth about his dragon heart and the mana hall within it, she would report him for execution without hesitation. But then Theo smirked, wondering if he could outmaneuver her without getting caught. In a calm but serious tone, Theo asked Evelyn if she could handle the consequences of accusing him, an heir of Ragnar, of breaking such a grave rule based solely on her suspicions. Her momentary feelings could lead to his execution, but her principles might also trap her. Evelyn, stunned, listened as Theo reminded her that if she were wrong, accusing him without proof would mean defiling the Ragnar name, to which she agreed. When he seriously asked her what the punishment was for such a crime, she replied, execution. Theo praised her knowledge of the rules and provocatively suggested she go ahead and check for herself. Evelyn, unnerved, studied his expression, uncertain about what she was feeling. Could Theo be that kind of person? She released her power, convinced there had been a mana wave, and angrily prepared to check his abdomen, believing there could be no exceptions to the rules. But when she looked, there was no mana hall. Confused, she started to wonder if she had been mistaken. Still, the possibility seemed impossible to her. Theo, seeing her confusion, casually asked, "Is there no mana hall?" Realizing her error, Evelyn immediately knelt before him, shouting for him to execute her as punishment for her wrongful accusation. She explained that she had been wrong and would pay for her sin with her life. But Theo, smiling, knew there could be no mana hall visible because dragon hearts were different. A dragon heart's mana hall could be controlled and hidden at will by its user, and since the fact that humans could possess a dragon heart wouldn't be known for several years, Evelyn would never suspect the truth. Theo reached out to her, but instead of punishing her, he simply tapped her shoulder and told her there was no need for such actions. This shocked Evelyn. As Theo turned to walk away, he calmly remarked that she had done what she thought was right and that there were few people brave enough to risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir of Ragnar. Theo recognized Evelyn's strength and realized it would benefit him to raise her debt to him. He then explained to her that the reason opening one's mana hall before the ceremony was forbidden was out of fear that it might overflow. He added that it was kind of amusing that she had been worried about him, the so-called bastard of Ragnar, overflowing his mana hall. He thanked her for her concern and care, leaving her stunned, the cigar still unused in her mouth. As Theo walked out of the training grounds break room, he thought about his dragon heart and 10 years' worth of magic power from his past life that the system had given him. He was now certain that he could become overwhelmingly powerful in this life. A few days later, Rindan shouted at Theo, telling him that his sword swing wasn't right and that he needed to adjust it more to the right. Rindan, growing frustrated, asked how many times he had to repeat himself. Theo thought it was nice that he was getting stronger, but pretending to be weak while enduring Rendan's lessons was exhausting. He glanced at Rendan, calling him a bastard in his mind, realizing that Rendan was subtly yet deliberately teaching him flawed sword techniques. As Rendan tried to adjust his grip, Theo became more certain that someone was pulling the strings behind Rendan's actions. He knew he had to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind his murder. Suddenly, an idea came to Theo, and he smiled, confident that he could handle the situation. He called out to Rendan, who quickly snapped, reminding Theo that chatting during lessons was prohibited. Before Rendan could finish his scolding, Theo snapped the wooden sword in his hands and calmly told him that he couldn't continue with the lesson because it was utter nonsense. Angry, Theo demanded to know how Rendan had managed to become a mid-rank swordsman with such poor skills, speculating that his commission had likely been to act as Theo's instructor to keep an eye on him. Theo continued, mockingly suggesting that Rendan would struggle even against low-rank demonic beasts. Rendan, visibly shaking with anger, asked Theo to repeat what he had just said, but Theo doubled down, stating clearly that Rendan's skills were garbage. As Theo considered the situation, he thought that the best course of actions was to force Rendan to resign. Rendan, furious, shouted, calling Theo young master in frustration, but Theo remained calm, believing that if things escalated, Rendan would have to contact the mastermind. Later, at Camellia Palace, a knight excitedly called out to someone named Axion, asking if he had heard the news that the bastard of Ragnar was set to duel his instructor next week. Axion, unimpressed, grabbed his glass of alcohol and threw it at the knight. The glass shattered against the knight's face, causing him to scream in pain before collapsing unconscious. Axion Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of the north, known as the Dark Tiger, furiously asked what it mattered if a so-called bastard ended up half-disabled. Next to Axion, Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, remained silent. At that moment, another person entered, warning Axion that he should care. The 9-dragon Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven, cautioned Axion that things might take a turn if they let their guard down. Axion dismissed his uncle's concerns, insisting that only people with talent were worth worrying about. Remington respectfully bowed to Ed, while Axion asked why Ed was concerned about Theo. Ed replied that when it came to the Ragnar clan, even the smallest possibility could lead to something unprecedented. He warned that a small flame in the wind could spark a wildfire at any moment. Axion, however, reassured Ed that their instructor would handle the situation. A week later, at Training Ground Number 4, the knights gathered to occupy the stage, with Evelyn and another important figure present to watch the duel. Theo stood on the stage, holding a real sword, quietly cursing under his breath. His initial goal had been to humiliate Rendan and get him fired, but things had spiraled out of control. The crowd cheered as both Theo and Rendan took the stage. Theo thought that, given how far things had escalated, he might as well seek revenge. At that moment, the system displayed his 3rd tutorial quest. A week earlier, when Theo confronted Rendan by telling him his swordsmanship was trash, he also fired him on the spot, ordering him to get lost. Furious, Rendan called after him as Theo walked away, shouting that he couldn't accept the dismissal since there was still plenty of time left on his contract. But Theo simply asked, "What about the contract?" and told Rendan that as his employer, if he says he's fired, then he's fired. Though Theo wanted to beat Rendan to death, considering their history in his past life, he wasn't confident enough in his skills yet. He planned to separate from Rendan and dig up more information on him first. Rendan, on the other hand, knew that if he was fired like this, his mission would fail. He needed to convince Theo to let him stay. Desperate, Rendan ran after him, begging Theo to reconsider and warning him that this went against the rules. As he did, the system appeared in front of Theo, showing his 3rd tutorial quest. Meanwhile, Rendan threatened that if he reported the firing to the tribunal, things could get ugly for Theo. Suddenly, Evelyn appeared and suggested an alternative. She proposed resolving the issue the Ragnar way, which shocked both Rendan and Theo. Theo asked if she meant what he thought she did, and she confirmed yes, that they should settle it by a sword match as per the rule of the strong. Evelyn added that there was no need to involve the tribunal, the victor of the duel would decide. Rendan, excited by the idea, eagerly agreed, thinking the heavens were on his side. Evelyn then declared that the duel would take place in 1 week, leaving Theo stunned. She smiled, asking if they agreed it was fair, but Theo, unable to speak out loud, could only think to himself that it was not all right. He glanced at Rindan, who confidently smirked at him, fully aware that Theo wasn't yet capable of defeating him. Back in the present, 2 knights chatted nearby. A black-haired knight mentioned hearing that Theo couldn't even swing his sword properly yet, to which a brown-haired knight responded in disbelief, asking if Theo wasn't still a Ragnar at the very least. The black-haired knight laughed and replied that Theo wasn't a normal Ragnar, he was the cripple Ragnar, and there was no way he could beat a mid-rank swordsman like Rindan. On the stage, Rindan smiled smugly at Theo, offering him a chance to back down. He said that if Theo apologized now, he would forget everything, and there was no need for Theo to risk his life over his pride. Theo, however, retorted that he should be the one saying that. He warned Rindan that if he didn't want to lose an arm, it would be best to accept that he was fired. Rindan was infuriated by Theo's audacity. He had considered letting Theo off because he pitied him, but now he decided to kill him, pretending it was an accident. In Rendan's mind, the outcome of the duel was already decided, and it would work out better for him this way. With a smirk, Rindan invited Theo to make the first move, stating that as his teacher, he would graciously concede the opening strike. Theo dashed forward, shouting that he wouldn't hesitate. Rindan positioned himself and blocked Theo's attack, the clash of their swords ringing loudly. Moments later, the audience of knights stood up in shock, murmuring in disbelief. They watched as Rindan attacked Theo with a series of skillful slashes. The crowd started shouting, jeering that they had expected this. Theo, the imbecile, was losing. They ridiculed his inability to properly wield a sword, speculating that at this rate, Theo might die. Theo, blocking Rendan's attacks, mocked him, teasingly asking what had happened. Rindan shouted at Theo, reminding him that he was a mid-rank swordsman, the very type Theo had looked down on, and taunted him for being so hopeless in the duel. Rindan thought the outcome was obvious. Theo wasn't even a low-rank swordsman, just an apprentice. While Theo's skills had strangely improved recently, it still wasn't enough. If Theo were at the level of the 4 Hounds of the North, it might be a different story, but there was no way the imbecile of Ragnar could defeat him, Rindan was sure of that. Theo, however, remained calm. He recalled visiting Evelyn's office earlier to ask what she had been thinking when she suggested the duel. Evelyn replied that she was helping him because if Theo wanted to truly get rid of Rindan, he had to be thorough. She explained that Rindan likely had someone backing him, so simply firing him wouldn't solve the problem. Surprised, Theo asked how she knew, and Evelyn revealed that she had secretly investigated Rindan after noticing his odd teaching style. Weeks before, Evelyn had been observing Theo in the training ground when Rindan had shouted at him to angle his sword in a bizarre, exaggerated manner. Evelyn, suspicious of such a ridiculous instruction, had someone look into Rendan's background, which led her to believe there was more at play. She wondered to herself where this person had come from, as it certainly wasn't the behavior of a competent swordsman. Theo realized that Evelyn hadn't uncovered this in his previous life, and he wondered if the recent incident with his mana haul had piqued her interest. Evelyn put down her tea and revealed that all of Rendan's traces led back to Camellia Palace, which shocked Theo. He seethed with anger, suspecting the conspiracy was tied to the miserable war for the throne, but he calmed down, admitting that it was impressive Evelyn had discovered so much. He also confessed that, despite everything, he wasn't yet strong enough to defeat Rendan. He asked what Evelyn intended to do now. Evelyn, however, told him that he was underestimating himself and that he could indeed beat Rendan. Back in the present, Rendan approached Theo with a mocking grin, shouting that if Theo knelt and begged for forgiveness now, he might spare him. Rendan swung his sword with great force, but to his surprise, Theo blocked the strike. Rendan felt a growing unease. Something was off. Theo glared at him in anger and swung his sword, pushing Rendan's blade aside. Rendan realized with mounting concern that Theo had been fending off his attacks for a while now. This wasn't the Theo Ragnar he knew. Rendan, bewildered, swung his sword again, wondering how Theo's skills had improved so much in such a short time, but once again, Theo effortlessly pushed his blade away. The audience gasped in disbelief. Rendon was being pushed back by the very person they had all thought was hopeless. Among the spectators, Remington silently observed the unfolding duel. Evelyn smiled as she watched the scene, recalling her conversation with Theo. She had told him that if she trained him personally for just 1 week, he'd be able to suppress someone like Rendon easily. She had also remarked that Rendon, being a disgrace to a teacher, had no rights as an instructor. Theo had smiled at the time, amazed that things were working out in his favor. He knew that having Evelyn in his debt had been worthwhile. However, one thing still concerned him. Theo had asked Evelyn why she was going so far to help him. Was it because of what had happened last time? Evelyn admitted that was part of it, but also revealed that there was someone she knew, someone obsessed with collecting talent, who would likely take an interest in Theo. Rendon swung his sword backward, preparing to attack with great force, but Theo easily blocked the strike. Panic set in as Rendon struggled to understand how Theo, who had shown no talent from the beginning, could suddenly perform so well. Rendon began to wonder if Theo had been pretending to be weak all along. As Rendon pushed harder, trying to overpower him, he questioned why Theo had hidden his abilities. Theo then asked Rendon who was backing him, causing a wave of shock to wash over Rendon. In a fit of anger, Rendon swung his sword in a wide arc, furious and demanding an explanation for Theo's accusation. Theo, barely pushed by the attack, calmly mentioned that he had noticed the substandard lessons Rendon had been giving him. Rendon, feeling cornered, insisted that he had worked hard to help Theo, but Theo cut him off, suggesting that Camellia Palace might be involved. Rendon froze momentarily, speechless, wondering how Theo had uncovered this. Seeing Rendon's hesitation, Theo smiled, pleased that his assumption had hit the mark. Theo then leaped forward with intensity, questioning whether Rendon knew what it felt like to lose an arm. Before Rendon could react, Theo sliced through Rendon's arm in a single decisive strike. Rendon watched in shock as his severed arm flew into the air. The spectators, including Remington, were stunned by what they had just witnessed. Rendon collapsed, screaming in pain as he clutched his bleeding shoulder. Despite the agony, Rendon angrily hurled insults at Theo, but Theo, growing more confident in his newfound strength, walked closer, reflecting on how far he had come. He thought back to the time when Rendon had blamed him for being weak and now considered how the tables had turned. Theo reminded Rendon of their previous encounter, pointing out that Rendon had once told him it was his fault that events had unfolded the way they had. Now, Theo coldly added that it was Rendon's fault he was dying here today. Memories of his hopeless past flooded Theo's mind as he prepared for the final blow. Rendon, panicking, stammered and tried to plead, but Theo was resolute. In one swift motion he beheaded Rendon, completing his revenge. The system immediately congratulated Theo on completing his third tutorial quest. The audience remained frozen in disbelief while Evelyn, watching closely, felt a sense of pride. In the crowd, a mysterious figure observed, clearly satisfied with what had transpired. As Rendon's head fell to the ground, the system informed Theo that he had exceeded the quest's objective and had earned a bonus reward. It asked if he would like to claim it. Without hesitation, Theo accepted, wiping the blood from his face as he received his reward. The audience couldn't believe what they had witnessed. The so-called imbecile had won despite being an apprentice swordsman up against a mid-tier swordsman. They murmured in disbelief, questioning how such a thing had happened. Theo, looking down at Rendon's lifeless body, thought back to his previous life and couldn't believe he had suffered at the hands of someone so weak. He knew, though, that things would be different from now on. The system then notified him that his ability, Observation, had been activated as a reward, along with an additional reward of 1 year's worth of magic power. He was amazed to receive a full year's magic power but was curious about what exactly Observation was. Caught up in his thoughts, Theo didn't notice someone approaching from above. Suddenly, a figure landed on the stage with a deafening crash, shattering the floor beneath them and leaving Theo in shock. As the dust cleared, Theo looked back in horror to see none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Panic flooded Theo's mind as he realized who Julius was and wondered how long he had been watching. The knights in the audience were equally stunned. They shouted in awe, recognizing Julius as one of the 9 dragons, the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Meanwhile, Evelyn, more frustrated than surprised, muttered about how her commander had destroyed the floor and wished he could enter more normally. Theo, now face to face with one of the strongest men on the continent, felt his panic rise. As Julius approached, Theo froze in terror, especially when he saw the fierce glare in Julius's eyes. However, Julius suddenly broke into a loud, booming laugh, catching Theo off guard. With a soft pat on Theo's back, Julius complimented him, saying the duel had been exciting and impressive, confusing Theo even further. Julius continued, expressing his surprise at Theo's abilities. He asked if the student had truly surpassed the master, then realized it might be a bit disrespectful since Theo had killed Rendon. Still, Julius shrugged it off, remarking that a man like Rendon likely deserved it. Laughing, Julius dismissed the thought and, with enthusiasm, grabbed Theo by the shoulder, offering him a position in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo was shocked by the offer, while Evelyn smiled knowingly from the sidelines. The knights were in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how the imbecile of Ragnar had been scouted into the elite White Armored Cavalry. Despite Theo's victory, they didn't think it warranted such an honor. Remington, standing nearby, turned to a fellow knight, asking if there had ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, especially one who hadn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, had been scouted. After a moment's thought, the man replied that he had never heard of such a case. Remington agreed, certain it was unprecedented, as it was impossible to gauge someone's true potential while their mana hall remained closed. Even if their swordsmanship was excellent, they could lack magic power, which made it risky to recruit them. Remington couldn't understand how even someone like Julius could see such potential in Theo. To everyone's shock, Theo declined Julius's offer. He stared at Julius seriously, causing the commander to fall silent, speechless. Remington, Evelyn, and all the knights watching were equally confused, unable to comprehend why Theo had rejected such an opportunity. The entire training ground fell into stunned silence as they stared at the two figures on stage. In the days that followed, gossip about Theo Ragnar spread rapidly. People were stunned by the news that the so-called imbecile had killed his own master. Many concluded that Rendon must have been weak for such an event to happen. What shocked people even more was that Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon himself, had tried to recruit Theo into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry after witnessing the duel, only for Theo to decline because he felt his skills weren't yet enough. Word quickly spread that Theo was a humble Ragnar, a rare quality that left many surprised. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar, the Lady of Chamia and mother of Axion, expressed her frustration, saying that things had become complicated and she couldn't believe Theo had killed Rendon. Ed, her brother, calmly reassured her, reminding her that Rendon had been assigned to Theo specifically because of his poor skills. Emil agreed, stating that the death of someone like Rendon wasn't important to them. However, her real concern was that Julius, the demon dragon, had personally reached out to Theo, and to make matters worse, Evelyn had ordered it. This meant they could no longer interfere by assigning Theo a new master. Emil explained that if Theo started standing out, it would become much harder for them to take control of Rose's palace. At that moment, the door to her room opened, and Axion entered, asking what she meant by standing out. He confidently told his mother not to worry, assuring her that the clan head wouldn't take an interest in Theo, so their plan could proceed as usual. Emil asked Axion if he understood that the best way to take control of Rose Palace, without offending the clan leader, was for Theo to remain powerless. Axion reassured her, saying that Theo was still powerless and that there was no way someone like him could have changed much. He also reminded them that Evelyn and Julius had always been drawn to underdogs. Ed, however, sternly cautioned Axion not to make any rash decisions. Ignoring the warning, Axion reached for the table and declared that since his mother and uncle were so concerned, he'd play with Theo a little and remind him of his place. The next day, at the training ground, after their session, Evelyn praised Theo for his progress. He thanked her, remarking on how much better it was to learn from a proper master like her. Evelyn responded that it would have been even better if he had joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and she asked him why he had declined the offer. Theo admitted to himself that he did have some regrets about turning down the cavalry, especially since it had been his dream in his past life. However, joining now would limit him too early. He thought about the privileges that would come to the top performer of the awakening ceremony, something that far surpassed joining the cavalry. He told Evelyn that he didn't want special privileges and still felt he wasn't ready, but he was satisfied with her training for the ceremony. Evelyn accepted his answer and mentioned that Commander Julius would likely be disappointed. Curious about Evelyn, Theo activated his observation ability. He saw that she was 24 years old, held the title of former deputy commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and was a high-ranked swordsman. Her current status showed that she admired his humility and character, felt energized from teaching him, and missed the cavalry. Theo smiled, realizing how useful his observation ability was, and he felt pleased to discover that Evelyn was genuinely happy to teach him. Suddenly, a young man approached, excusing himself and introducing himself respectfully as Sybil Dree from the Southern Inspection Post. He explained that he needed to discuss something with Theo. Confused, Theo noticed that Sybil looked intimidating, so he activated his observation skills again. The system revealed that Sybil Dree was 17 years old, held the title of Dunce of the Southern Inspection Post, and was also an apprentice swordsman. Sybil's rank was loyalty, and his status showed a strong admiration for Theo and a desire to spar with him, which left Theo shocked. He couldn't believe that someone with such a serious expression was eager to spar with him. At that moment, the system displayed that Theo's final tutorial quest had begun, to discard the title Imbecile of Ragnar, with a completion goal of 100%. It also showed that he had already reached 28%. Sybil then admitted that he wished to follow Theo, acknowledging that he had ignored him in the past. He also believed the title Ragnar's Imbecile suited Theo perfectly, which made Theo angry as he instinctively lifted his sword. But before Theo could react further, Sybil sincerely explained that he had observed Theo coming out every morning to train harder than anyone else, and that the result of such effort was Theo's miraculous growth, something Sybil had seen firsthand. Recalling Theo's defeat of Rendon and his recruitment by the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, Sybil declared that Theo had become his idol. Sybil confessed that after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post, he had nearly given up on himself, but seeing Theo gave him hope. Bowing deeply with his sword raised above his head, Sybil begged Theo for the opportunity to clash swords with him. Normally, Theo would have doubted Sybil's true intentions, but after using his observation ability, he confirmed that Sybil was genuine. This was unexpected, but Theo realized that after taking down Rendon and with the rumors of Julius's attention spreading, people driven by an inferiority complex would likely challenge him. What he didn't expect, however, was that some would want to follow him instead. He guessed that at the very least, the pride of the Ragnar bloodline still held sway among people like Sybil. Theo understood that eventually, he would need followers of his own if he were to become the head of the Ragnar clan. His fourth and final tutorial quest, discard the title Imbecile of Ragnar, was directly tied to this. Theo knew this was a title he had never been able to shake in his previous life, but this time, with new opportunities, he was determined to completely rid himself of it. Turning to Evelyn, Theo asked if they could have a moment. Evelyn, with a proud smile, agreed and encouraged him to show off his skills. Raising his sword, Theo formally introduced himself as Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of Rose Palace awaiting the awakening ceremony, and proudly named Evelyn Narville as his master. Evelyn beamed at this. In response, Sybil introduced himself as Sybil Dree, apprentice swordsman of the Southern Inspection Post and a practitioner of the Cure clan swordsmanship, specializing in the quick sword. After the formal introductions, Theo suggested they have a good spar. Sybil immediately sprang forward, launching his sword at Theo. Theo easily blocked the attack, and Sybil noted how fast Theo was. Despite being known as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post, Sybil was still confident in his speed. Sybil continued to swing at Theo, recognizing that his opponent's skills were indeed the real deal. Theo, blocking each of Sybil's slashes with ease, thought back to how, in his previous life, he would have struggled to fend off even a few strikes. With a powerful swing, Theo raised his sword and sent Sybil flying, effortlessly overpowering him. Sybil spat out in pain as he slammed into the floor, but instead of frustration, he smiled happily. Sybil praised Theo, acknowledging that he had lost to his young master, and thanked him for the opportunity, saying he had learned a lot from the spar. Theo raised his sword again, signaling that the duel was over, and told Sybil it was a good fight. Theo noticed his reflection in his shining sword and wondered if he could use his observation skill on himself. Curiosity piqued, he activated the skill. To his surprise, it worked, displaying a screen that read "Observing Theo Ragnar." He was taken aback by the details it showed. His title was still Imbecile of Ragnar, and his talents included Player Ragnar, Observation, and 4 locked talents labeled as Denied Access. His status indicated a strong yearning for the awakening ceremony. His level was 1, with the following stats: Strength 13, Dexterity 14, Vitality 12, Magic Power 190, Intelligence 11, and Luck -49. The system popped up, explaining that his stats were now perceivable, and all stats would be represented by numbers going forward. Theo noted his talents being categorized, and he wondered if completing more quests would unlock the 4 hidden abilities. He was pleased to see that he could personally check his stat values, especially noticing that his magic power was high thanks to his past life's magic and the dragon heart. However, the negative luck stat puzzled him. He wondered if it meant he had been cursed and if all the bad luck from his previous life had stemmed from this. Deactivating his observation skill, Theo thought to himself that he needed to find a way to increase his luck. Just then, he heard people approaching from behind and turned to see several men watching him. Evelyn observed that although Rendon had been weak, he was still a mid-rank swordsman, and the fact that Theo had defeated him and received the approval of Julius meant that, in Ragnar's rule of the strong society, people would either envy him or admire him. The group gathered behind Theo seemed to fall into the latter category. The knights had been shocked by Theo and Sybil's duel, confirming that the rumors were true. They wondered if they could have blocked Theo's strikes had they been in Sybil's place. Among them, Eodi Nalen, wanting to spar with Theo but unsure how to ask, stood silently. Theo used his observation ability on him and learned that he was 19 years old, held the title pillar of the Nalen Viscount, and was a low-rank swordsman. His talent was passion and perseverance, and his current status revealed a strong desire to spar with Theo. With a sigh, Theo called out to him, surprising him. Nalen stammered, asking if Theo knew him, but Theo simply ordered him to come forward and suggested they spar. Nalen, excited, raised his sword and eagerly replied that it would be an honor. He introduced himself as the 3rd son of Viscount Nalen, trained in the swordsmanship style known as Double Ascension. Theo introduced himself in return as Theo Ragnar of Rose Palace, expressing hope that they would have a good fight. Both rushed at each other, their swords clashing in the middle, causing Theo's basic swordsmanship proficiency to increase. Nalen quickly pulled his sword back, gaining momentum, and swung it forcefully toward Theo's side, nearly landing a strike on his neck. However, Theo blocked it just in time, pushing Nalen's sword away, and his changing heart swordsmanship proficiency increased as well. Nalen, stunned by Theo's skill, admitted defeat, stammering as he acknowledged his loss. The system informed Theo that he had gained Nalen's approval, and his luck increased by 1 point. This left Theo wondering if gaining people's approval could improve his luck and if it also tracked his reputation. Additionally, the system showed that he had earned experience points. Theo slashed his sword forward, engaging with the next knight who wanted to fight him. Knowing he needed to keep pushing himself, he continued to defeat his opponents one by one. After each victory, he earned their approval. Bennett Romo's approval increased his luck by 1, followed by Eric Morin, who also granted him an additional point of luck. He continued to battle, gaining the approval of Manfred Ember, Manuel Noir, Vero Perrin, and Daniel Ran, each victory adding another point to his luck. After defeating several knights, Theo took a moment to catch his breath. He asked who would be next, but when no one stepped forward, he opened his status window. Despite having fought so many, his quest progress had only increased by 1%. Confused, he wondered if it was because these knights already respected him to some extent. He began to suspect that to make significant progress, he needed to challenge stronger foes or prove himself in front of those who still looked down on him. A different kind of event was required. Suddenly, a voice from behind remarked on how exhausted he seemed and asked if he would be all right. Theo responded that he'd rest when necessary, but for now he didn't need it. The man stepped forward, revealing himself as Remington Narcio, one of the 4 Hounds of the North, who then requested a spar with Theo. Theo was shocked. Remington was a member of the prestigious 4 Hounds of the North, which included Hulkus Lank, Ray Ragnar, Axion Ragnar of Camellia Palace, and Remington himself. These were the strongest warriors of the Ragnar clan's awakening ceremony generation. Remington introduced himself and explained that he had come early to see Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. Curious, Theo activated his observation skill and saw that Remington was 17 years old, held the title of Deputy Clan Head of Narcio, and was also known as the Silver Lion, one of the 4 Hounds of the North. His talents were listed as sword genius, keen senses, and extremely hard worker. His current status revealed that he was surprised to see a rival he hadn't expected. Raising his sword, Remington thanked Theo for fulfilling his wish, expressing his desire to test his skills. Theo raised his sword and introduced himself as the 31st son of the Great Guardian of the North, Theo Ragnar, and an apprentice swordsman preparing for the awakening ceremony. Smiling, Theo felt honored. He never imagined he would meet and fight the legendary sword genius, Remington, someone he had admired for a long time. While his quest was still ongoing, the thrill of fighting Remington was all that mattered to him at that moment. Theo humbly told Remington that it was an honor to cross swords with the famed deputy clan head of Narcio. Remington, in turn, expressed his excitement for the upcoming battle. As they both took their stances, Theo wondered if his current abilities were enough to defeat someone as formidable as Remington, one of the 4 Hounds of the North. Their swords clashed, sending a loud metallic sound reverberating through the area as their battle began. The system showed that Theo's tutorial quest progress had increased by 1% due to the strong clash of their swords. One of them shattered into pieces, destroyed. Evelyn observed calmly, but the knights were stunned. Half of the broken sword fell to the ground. It was Theo's. The spectators couldn't believe that their young master had seemingly lost. Sybil, in disbelief, shouted that it couldn't be true, but Manuel pointed out that it was an obvious result. No matter how much Theo had grown, he couldn't defeat one of the 4 Hounds, the strongest warriors of their generation. Still, Sybil praised Theo's fighting spirit. The knights were even more surprised when Remington admitted that it was his loss. He thanked Theo for the good duel, explaining that his sword had already been worn out and he was exhausted, which meant the duel was his defeat. However, Theo responded that on a battlefield, no one would offer such considerations and admitted that he had lost the moment he lost his sword. Remington smiled at Theo, and they shook hands. Remington expressed his hope for a proper duel next time, and Theo agreed, hoping for the same. Manuel was shocked to see that Theo had been acknowledged by one of the 4 Hounds, while Sybil proudly shouted to Manuel that their young master Theo was different. Evelyn sighed in relief, and the system informed Theo that his quest progress had increased to 35%. Theo looked at Remington, acknowledging his strength. He understood that while he had gained incredible power from talents and secret manuals through the system, Remington's skill was still far beyond his. The moment their swords clashed, Theo realized that he still had much to improve. Though disappointed that the duel ended prematurely, Theo felt he had gained a lot. Not only had his luck increased by 10 points, but his reputation had also improved significantly. However, he was still dissatisfied with his quest progress, which hadn't moved as much as he'd hoped. He began thinking about what stage or event might help him gain more approval. Remington then called out to him, explaining that he hadn't come just to duel. Handing Theo an envelope, Remington invited him to join the Scaled Dragon Society. Sybil was shocked, knowing that the Scaled Dragon Society was a prestigious group, exclusive to those who had been specially selected. He couldn't believe that Remington had personally invited Theo. Theo, equally surprised, questioned whether someone like him was suited to join such a famous group. Remington dismissed Theo's doubts, saying that he was more than qualified. He explained that the Scaled Dragon Society wasn't as serious as it sounded. It was simply a social group for peers preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Curious, Sybil asked why Theo was being invited, while Bennett, overwhelmed, looked ready to cry. Theo wasn't sure of Remington's motives for the invitation, but he knew that the Scaled Dragon Society was centered around Axion and filled with people who looked down on him. He realized this would be the perfect environment to progress his quest and gather information on Axion and Camellia Palace. There was no reason to refuse. Accepting the invitation, Theo thanked Remington and confirmed that he would participate. The knights were amazed that Theo had been invited to the Scaled Dragon Society, and the system informed him that his quest progress had increased by 1%. Remington shook Theo's hand, pleased with his decision, and told him that if he had any questions he shouldn't hesitate to ask. Remington then mentioned that the next meeting would be in 2 weeks. Evelyn, lighting her cigar, watched them silently, deep in thought. A moment later, at Rose Palace, Cecilia barged into Theo's room, calling out to him. Surprised, he told her he was just about to deliver some news, but he was left speechless when several maids followed her inside. Stammering, he asked his mother what was going on. Cecilia excitedly explained that she had heard about his invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society. She went on to explain that the society included Axion, the son of the cunning Emil, as well as brilliant talents like Remington. The maids began assessing which colors suited him best while Cecilia explained that the Scaled Dragon Society garnered attention from the council. Everything about him, from how he dressed to how he composed himself, would be scrutinized. As Cecilia measured his shoulders, she reassured him that while his etiquette would be flawless, his attire and demeanor were matters she could help with. She reminded him that she used to be an actress, so this was something she knew well, and she was more than happy to assist him. Theo knew he was often labeled the illegitimate child of a commoner concubine, and his mother had always felt guilty about it, even though it wasn't her fault. In the cold Ragnar clan, he could only imagine how hard it must have been for her, especially with a son who was often seen as lacking. Cecilia then hugged him tightly, calling him her son, and told him she believed in him, that she knew he could succeed. Theo smiled, touched by her words, and hugged her back, assuring her that there was no need to worry anymore. The room was filled with emotion, and everyone present was moved by the moment. Cecilia, with pride, declared that her son was joining the Scaled Dragon Society. 2 weeks later, on the night of the Scaled Dragon Society banquet, Remington stood outside Rose Palace waiting. He was taken aback when Theo walked out, dressed impeccably, with Cecilia and the servants wishing him good luck. Theo smiled at Remington, but Remington, still in awe, asked if it was him, commenting on how different he looked. Theo laughed, telling Remington to stop teasing, but Remington insisted he was being genuine and pointed toward the carriage. As they got into the carriage, Theo reflected on Remington's words. He did feel different. He had grown taller, his muscles had become more defined, and 2 weeks of diligent training had paid off. During that time, Remington had visited him daily, and they had grown closer. Not to mention, Theo had also gained new followers. Evelyn had sighed many times during the 2 weeks, saying she only intended to teach him for a short while, but somehow got pulled into a more involved process. Theo, in turn, simply looked away, knowing how exhausting the past weeks had been, especially with Remington's daily presence, which made Evelyn hit her head in frustration more than once. As the carriage rattled along, Remington asked if this would be Theo's first formal banquet, to which Theo replied it was. Remington reassured him, saying there was no need to be nervous. He knew Theo would do well. However, he also warned Theo about his friend Axion, which left Theo confused. Remington explained that Axion could be very mischievous, but in fact, it was Axion who had extended the invitation, not Remington. Axion had expressed a desire to meet Theo and had gone so far as to prepare the banquet in his honor. Remington hoped Theo wouldn't think too harshly of Axion. Theo, now understanding that it was Axion who had invited him, smiled, thinking it was all going a bit too well. He replied that he was looking forward to it, fully expecting the evening to come with its share of insults and challenges. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Axion held a glass of alcohol, excitedly anticipating the arrival of what he saw as a new toy, Theo, the imbecile of Ragnar. A moment later, the carriage stopped, and the driver informed them that they had arrived. Remington stepped down first, followed by Theo, who looked up to see they had reached Camellia Palace, the place that had once instigated Rendon to interfere with his growth and ultimately consumed his mother and the entirety of Rose Palace. Remington asked if they should head inside, and Theo responded affirmatively. As they walked, Remington mentioned that Axion would personally greet him at the entrance, a rare gesture. However, Theo's mind was elsewhere. He knew Axion was likely trying to halt his rise, but Theo had come prepared, determined to make Axion realize who he was dealing with. Suddenly, a blue light reflected off his earrings. When he looked up, Theo noticed the glow of the quest in one of the rooms, making him wonder if there was a quest hidden within Camellia Palace. Before he could investigate further, Remington called out his name in alarm, rushing toward him as something fell from above. A loud explosion followed, leaving a cloud of dust. Shocked, Remington called out again, but Theo emerged from the dust, replying that he was fine. It had only been a sack of flour. Remington, furious, looked up and demanded to know what the culprits were doing. Theo brushed the flour off his clothes, knowing that in his past life, he wouldn't have been able to dodge and would have been covered in the powder. He glanced at Remington, suspecting for a moment that he might have been in on the prank, but after checking Remington's status using observation, Theo saw genuine confusion and realized Remington had no part in it. Looking up, Theo knew the flour stunt had been Axion's doing. Sure enough, Axion appeared and asked what Theo thought of his greeting, claiming it was simply a friendly welcome, basic courtesy between peers. Remington angrily demanded an explanation, but Axion brushed it off, asking if Remington was upset and suggesting he should just take it as a playful greeting between brothers. Theo activated his observation skill on Axion and saw that Axion held the title Dark Tiger and was an apprentice swordsman. His talents included madness, psychopathy, and overwhelming swordsmanship talent, and his current status showed he was excited, viewing Theo as a new toy to play with. Smiling, Theo thanked Axion, which surprised him. When Axion asked what he meant by that, Theo brightly explained that Axion's warm welcome naturally made him feel grateful, and he was looking forward to the party. Axion, taken aback at first, quickly recovered and commented that it had been a while since he had so much fun. A moment later, they entered the grand party room, where murmurs and whispers filled the air. The guests were confused about Axion's intentions. Many questioned why someone from the direct line like Axion would invite Theo, the so-called imbecile, to the prestigious Scaled Dragon Society. Yet as they observed Theo, they admitted he seemed more composed than expected. Theo walked through the room with Remington, sipping wine, while the other guests continued whispering, wondering if Axion was planning to toy with Theo again. Remington, feeling embarrassed, apologized to Theo once more, explaining that they usually weren't this hostile. Theo reassured him, saying he was fine and was even grateful for the attention, leaving Remington confused. Theo internally smiled, thinking that all the gossip and insults were necessary. He needed them to talk behind his back because the more they did, the sweeter his victory would be when he crushed them later. As Theo continued scanning the room, he noticed that the source of the blue light, the quest marker he had seen from outside, was located on the second floor. He was certain it was linked to a quest, but for now, he had no natural way to approach it without drawing attention. Theo sipped his wine, deep in thought, but was soon interrupted by Axion, who came down asking if he was enjoying the party. Theo reminded himself to stay calm and follow through with his plan. Smiling, he responded that he was indeed enjoying it and thanked Axion for the invitation. Axion, feigning apology, admitted that he might have gone overboard earlier. Placing a hand on Theo's shoulder, he creepily asked if Theo would accept his apology. Before Theo could respond, Remington angrily called out to Axion, but instead of addressing Remington's anger, Theo surprised everyone by saying there was no need for an apology, he only remembered a friendly greeting. Axion, taken aback for a moment, laughed and slapped him on the back, declaring how fun Theo had become and that he had no idea Theo was like this. Axion added, loud enough for the guests to hear, that Theo had changed a lot from how he used to be, and he liked him more and more. The guests laughed, teasing that Theo was just smiling and acting like Axion's lapdog. One man commented that an illegitimate child like Theo, with no real roots, could never stand up to the noble blood of the Trone family. Another guest agreed, saying that despite both being Ragnars, Theo and Axion were on completely different levels. How could someone like Theo, born of a random woman, ever compare to the noble swordsmanship lineage of the Troivan clan? Despite hearing all the whispers, Theo remained calm, smiling outwardly while holding back his anger. The guests then shifted their gossip to Remington, wondering why he was so close to Theo. One of them remarked that if they looked into it, Remington was also illegitimate. This shocked Remington and left the room in an uncomfortable silence. The man who had spoken suddenly realized he had crossed a line, as Remington's illegitimacy was a forbidden topic. Theo, sensing the sadness from Remington and growing more furious, decided to act. Calling out to Axion, Theo asked if he should introduce himself to his new friends. He walked over to the table, grabbed a bottle of wine, and approached the man who had insulted Remington. The man, sensing something was off, stuttered, asking if he had said something wrong. Without warning, Theo swung the bottle and smashed it over the man's head, stunning both Axion and Remington. The man screamed in pain, clutching his bleeding head, calling Theo a bastard. But Theo responded with a swift kick to the man's head, knocking him to the ground. Calmly, Theo asked what the man meant by bastard and remarked that he had merely given him a friendly greeting. Using bastard was such a hurtful thing to say. The other guests panicked, whispering in disbelief and questioning whether Theo was truly the imbecile they had assumed. As this unfolded, Theo's tutorial quest progress jumped to 43%. Remington, shocked, realized this wasn't Theo he knew and wondered if Theo was acting for his sake. Meanwhile, Theo stood over the fallen man and, with a cold smile, stated that he had extended his welcome. Stepping on the man's arm, he asked if it was time for the man to say his goodbyes. Gripping his arm tightly, the man pleaded for Theo to wait, but with a swift motion, Theo snapped the man's arm, the bone breaking audibly. Everyone in the room stood frozen in shock and disbelief as Theo's quest progress surged to 59%. As the man collapsed in agony, Theo released his grip and casually asked if anyone else wanted to say hello. His quest progress increased again, now reaching 66%. At that moment, guards emerged from hiding, surrounding Theo and drawing their swords, aiming them at his head. They shouted that harming their young master would be paid for with death. Theo wasn't surprised. He knew the man he had just beaten was Ian Hanavi, the third young master of the Hanavi clan, one of the 6 snow clans that supported Ragnar. But this was exactly why he had come to the Scaled Dragon Society, knowing it was filled with enemies. Theo addressed the guards calmly, telling them that he knew the Hanvi clan's position and he expected that they wouldn't stand idly by while the imbecile they had always looked down on suddenly started fighting back. But he no longer planned to tolerate their disrespect. Theo then asked the guards, "So what if Ian is the young master of the Hanavi clan?" His words left the knights stunned. He followed up with a sharp question, asking if the dogs of a Ragnar Bannerman clan dared to demand his death and if they were prepared to take responsibility for such words. The knights stood frozen in fear, wondering what kind of pressure they were feeling and if this could be the imbecile of Ragnar they thought they knew. One of the knights suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Theo, as a direct descendant of Ragnar, held the right of succession. Ragnar was the Lord of the North, ruling over the 6 snow clans. Declaring death upon a bloodline of the Dragon Lord was a sin so severe that the destruction of an entire clan wouldn't even be considered unreasonable. The knight understood that while this hadn't applied to Theo for a long time, it did now, and they would need to apologize immediately. But before they could act, Theo gave the order to kill them. A sword flashed through the air, swiftly decapitating the knights who had aimed their blades at Theo. He stood calmly, staring as the bodies collapsed to the ground. The guests, Remington, and even Axion were shocked by the sudden violence, while Theo's quest progress jumped to 70%. At that moment, Evelyn appeared, asking Theo when he realized she had been following him. He replied simply that it was obvious, though he hadn't known why she was following. Theo felt relief, knowing she was there, allowing him to turn the tables without hesitation. As they exchanged glances, the room fell into a tense silence. The night before, in a quiet room, Julius poured himself a glass of wine and reminded Evelyn that she had once said she wouldn't take on any more disciples. He asked if her new swordsmanship disciple, Theo, was to her liking. Evelyn, not indulging in small talk, asked if Julius didn't have someplace else to be, reminding him that he only ever stayed close before her retirement. Laughing, Julius admitted that tormenting her had become his latest joy and again pressed her for an answer about Theo. Evelyn sighed, pointing out that the wine Julius was drinking was expensive. Julius drank it anyway and pressed her once more for an answer. Finally, Evelyn admitted that Theo had far exceeded her expectations, considering both his attitude and talent. She stated that he was the best student she had ever taught. Julius, curious, reminded her that Axion had once passed through her hands as well, and asked if she still considered Theo to be better. Evelyn confirmed this, explaining that Theo's potential was far beyond even Axion's. She assured Julius that these were not empty words. Julius chuckled, noting that Evelyn's sharp eyes gave her an advantage in seeing such things. He then asked if Theo had been hiding his strength all this time since it was impossible for someone to change so drastically overnight. Evelyn agreed, saying it seemed Theo had been concealing his abilities, but she found it strange that someone who had kept their strength hidden for so long would suddenly start flaunting it. She added that being too hasty often led to mistakes, and it felt as though Theo was being chased by something. That, she said, was why she was concerned about his attendance at the Scaled Dragon Society. Julius, seeing her worry, suggested it was likely because of Axion and advised her to follow Theo if she was so concerned. Confused, Evelyn asked what he meant. Julius explained that when wolf cubs searching for blood gather, they tend to solidify their hierarchy. Something was bound to happen. He then added with a sly grin that while she was there, she might as well tempt Theo into joining the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius placed a cavalry uniform on her table, leaving her momentarily stunned. As he walked toward the door, he suggested that both she and Theo join the cavalry together. Smiling, Julius teased her, saying she couldn't retire just because he couldn't ride a dragon and that she should take responsibility for the one she had introduced. Waving goodbye, Julius commented that the wine had been excellent, leaving Evelyn speechless. She glanced at the uniform and quietly remarked that of course it tasted good. It was expensive. Back at Camellia Palace, Evelyn watched Theo and realized he had orchestrated the entire situation on purpose, having known she was following him all along. It dawned on her that perhaps Theo had joined the Scaled Dragon Society with this exact plan in mind. He wasn't someone she needed to worry about after all. She wondered when exactly he had noticed her presence, confirming to herself that he was far from ordinary. Theo had sensed Evelyn's presence the moment he entered the carriage. His dragon heart allowed him to unleash his energy perception, often referred to as a sixth sense. He was thankful for it, knowing the stage had been set and that the final step of his plan was about to unfold. He turned to Evelyn and called out to her, stating that most of the people present had shown disrespect to a successor candidate. Calmly, he asked her what the punishment was for such a crime. His question shocked and horrified the guests. Evelyn replied that, according to clan law, immediate execution was possible. Smiling at her answer, Theo said that since the offenders were all children who hadn't even undergone their awakening ceremony, she should take only one of their arms and leave it at that. Without hesitation, Evelyn dashed at the guests, replying that she understood. Panic spread among the nobles as they stuttered, begging her to wait, but it was too late. She swiftly cut off the arm of the first noble in her path, announcing that she was done with the second son of the Byron clan. One by one, she moved through the room, cutting off the arms of the first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps, the fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild, the third son of the Clark clan, and the first daughter of the Howard clan. With each strike, Theo's tutorial quest progress increased, first to 72%, then to 76%, and finally to 79%. One of the nobles grabbed Axion's pants, begging him to intervene, but Axion merely stared down at him, asking why he should help when it was just a greeting. The man stuttered in disbelief, trying to process Axion's response, but before he could react further, Evelyn slashed his arm, leaving him writhing on the floor in pain. Evelyn announced that she had dealt with the first son of the Perenk family. Axion and Evelyn locked eyes, and Axion remarked that he hadn't expected to meet her again under these circumstances. Evelyn respectfully raised her sword to her head and acknowledged it had been a while. Theo's quest progress jumped to 82%. Axion realized that Evelyn had only targeted those who had insulted Theo's bloodline, leaving him unable to interfere even as a fellow successor candidate. He watched as Evelyn approached Theo, reporting that she had cut the right arms of the 14 individuals he had ordered her to. Remington also approached, and Theo praised Evelyn for her work, asking about the status of the wounded. Evelyn calmly replied that if they took the severed arms to a priest quickly, they could be reattached, but their futures as swordsmen were in doubt. Theo responded that it was perfect. Remington, concerned, asked Theo if he was all right. Axion, observing the situation, realized both Remington and Evelyn had become captivated by Theo. Laughing to himself, Axion confirmed that the imbecile of Rose's palace had truly changed. However, he couldn't suppress the growing rage inside him, wanting nothing more than to crush Theo beneath his feet. As Theo turned to leave, he calmly told Evelyn and Remington that it was time to go. Evelyn immediately agreed, and Remington, stuttering, said he would follow as well. When Axion passed, he lightly tapped him on the arm and smiled, remarking that he had enjoyed the evening. This act completed his 4th tutorial quest. As he walked away, he told Axion that they would see each other again soon, leaving Axion fuming with anger. The system congratulated Theo for completing his final tutorial quest in the presence of Evelyn Narville. Axion, furious, called out Theo's name loudly, but the system showed that all tutorial quests had been completed. No one would call him the imbecile of Ragnar anymore. Proudly, Theo walked out of Camellia Palace, knowing that while the quest was complete, his true revenge had only just begun. As a reward, he received an experience elixir, a potion capable of leveling him up 5 times, though it could only be used below level 30. Later, back at Camellia Palace, Emil was in her office working on paperwork when a man reported the events of the evening to her. In shock, she ordered him to repeat the information as the man confirmed the chaos at Axion's Scaled Dragon Society. Emil and Ed were left speechless. Meanwhile, at the Rose Palace Inn, Sybil lifted his glass of alcohol high, shouting that they were celebrating their young master Theo's unbelievable high society debut. The others cheered, clinking their glasses together in excitement as they partied around Theo, making him feel a sense of relief. He drank his beer in victory, surrounded by people he could finally call his own. That same night, at Camellia Palace, a loud slap echoed from one of the rooms, reverberating down the hallway. Inside, Emil furiously confronted Axion, scolding him for giving Theo, the imbecile bastard, justification to act, for allowing his people's arms to be chopped off. Axion simply replied yes, which only fueled Emil's rage. She shouted, asking if he believed any of it made sense, and reminded him how many times she had warned him not to take Theo lightly. She then ordered Axion to forget any plans of pressuring Theo into submission, pointing out that he had just given Theo the grounds to go wild. Emil stressed once more that she had warned him repeatedly. Once Theo Ragnar began to stand out, it would become far more difficult to take control of Rose Palace. Axion tried to reassure his mother that she needn't worry, but she cut him off, shouting that she didn't want to hear it. She ordered him to reflect on his acts, accusing him of almost ruining their grand plan just for the sake of shallow enjoyment. Axion reluctantly replied that he would keep it in mind before leaving the room. As Axion exited, Emil furiously asked, "Who does he take after to be so impulsive?" A voice from the shadows replied, "He took after you when you were young." Startled, Emil asked if that was meant as a joke. Ed, her brother, stepped forward from the darkness and told her not to be so angry, suggesting that the incident might not be as bad as she thought. Curious, Emil asked why. Ed explained that since Rose Palace had always been part of the clan head's harem, it was difficult to seize ownership. While it had been largely ignored by the clan head as a place where riffraff gathered, it still had his backing. To take control, they needed justification. Ed went on to say that, fortunately, Theo had created significant chaos at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting, and as he slowly became the representative of Rose Palace, they could use the incident as justification. This surprised Emil. Emil had been unsettled by Theo's growing strength, fearing that it might attract more attention from the clan head, making their influence over Rose Palace harder to solidify. But Ed suggested they could now use Theo's rise to their advantage. By using legal procedures under the pretense of discipline, they could quietly suppress Theo and his growing influence, leaving Rose Palace with no choice but to submit to the Troivans, thus taking over without causing a stir. Emil, closing her fan with excitement, asked Ed how long it would take to prepare everything. Ed smiled and told her prep operations were already complete. He assured her that by the time she woke up in the morning, she would hear uplifting news. With that, he encouraged her to enjoy a bath and get a good night's sleep. Handing her an aromatic candle, he added that he had gone to great lengths to acquire it from the volcanic regions of South Erin. Emil embraced Ed, telling him that she expected nothing less from her elder brother and that it was why she couldn't help but love him. In this action, I feel something is cooking, let me know in the comment if you think so. Meanwhile, back at the Rose Palace, Remington approached Theo, clearly shocked. He confessed that he hadn't realized Theo cared so much. Confused, Theo asked what he meant. Remington explained that he was referring to what had happened at the Scaled Dragon Society, but Theo just wondered if Remington was drunk, despite only drinking orange juice. Remington continued, saying that while Theo had endured the insults aimed at himself, the moment people began insulting Remington, Theo didn't hesitate to step in and defend him. Remington admitted that he had been unable to act and felt embarrassed for not doing anything himself. Looking at Theo, Remington found himself increasingly surprised by the person Theo had become. He reflected on how Theo had endured being looked down upon for so long, seen by many as an untalented illegitimate child. Yet, despite all that, Theo had emerged stronger. Remington also remembered that Theo had faced opponents even when the odds were against him, wielding his sword without hesitation and standing firm in battles where his strength alone wasn't enough. In those moments, Remington realized Theo possessed both the willpower and courage to fight for others, not just himself. Remington's status showed that he was deeply touched, believing that Theo genuinely cared for him. Theo, however, quickly realized that Remington had greatly misunderstood something. Remington recalled his clan's orders to build friendly ties with Axion, but his heart was set on something else. Suddenly, Remington stood up and, with a determined voice, declared that he wished to follow Theo from now on. The room erupted in cheers, with everyone shouting that, as expected, the strong recognized the strong. Theo, caught off guard, tried to explain the misunderstanding, calling out to Remington to wait. He started to say that Remington had misunderstood something, but before he could finish, he heard Evelyn's voice in his head, telling him to just let Remington be. Stunned, Theo wondered if it was telepathy. He turned around to see Evelyn smiling at him. Using telepathy, she explained that it wasn't a bad misunderstanding and that perhaps everyone just wanted to get along with him. Surprised, Theo sighed, thinking that he wasn't anyone special, and mused that all of this, the regression, the power of Ragnar's talent, and his newfound strength, might be due to the mysterious message window. Theo then pondered the nature of the system. Initially, he thought it was merely fragments of his regret, but its detail made him reconsider. He felt a vague sense of déjà vu, but whatever it was helping him, and so he concluded it didn't matter. He also noticed that since the Scaled Dragon Society incident, his level had increased. He realized that leveling up granted him points to distribute across his stats, allowing him to increase his abilities as he wished. It felt both exhilarating and frightening, making him smile in a way that Evelyn found unsettling. Confused by his expression, realizing the need to prepare for the inevitable counterattack back from Camellia Palace, Theo decided to act. He called Remington Remy and asked if he would help with something since he had already mentioned it. Remington, thrilled by the friendly nickname, immediately agreed, telling Theo to ask him anything. Excited, Remington noted how Theo had called him Remy in such a friendly manner. Theo lifted a piece of paper and told him that the war for the throne between him and Axion would intensify soon, and they needed to prepare. He asked Remington to assist him, which left Remington momentarily shocked. Theo knew that in the future, Remington would become the clan head of the Narcio clan, a force powerful enough to confront the Ragnars. This was an opportunity to completely bring Remington to his side. Handing the paper to Remington, Theo hoped he would accept. Fortunately, Remington took the paper and, with conviction, pledged to follow Theo. He promised to help with whatever Theo needed. Theo smiled, thanked him, and acknowledged his loyalty. Just as Remington was about to remind Theo again of the friendly nickname, a voice shouted from outside. The indoor burst open, and a higher-ranking knight, one of the Swords of Law, walked in, shocking everyone. The knight, stern-faced, held up a warrant and declared that Theo was under arrest for threats, assault, and intimidation, leaving the room in stunned silence. Evelyn, outraged, shouted in disbelief, asking what kind of nonsense this was. Theo, remaining calm, stood up, reassuring everyone that it was all right and urging them to stay calm. He looked at the warrant from the knight, confirming its legitimacy, but noted that the ink hadn't even dried yet. It was clear they were in a rush. Voluntarily, Theo extended his hands and told the knights they should proceed. The captain of the Swords of Law placed handcuffs on Theo, and he followed them out of the inn. As Theo was led away, everyone in the inn called out to him in worry, but he looked back with a calm smile, which shocked both Remington and Evelyn as he disappeared from view. Remington glanced down at the piece of paper Theo had left behind, his mind racing with uncertainty. The next day, at Rose Palace, Cecilia was in shock upon hearing the news. She shouted at the butler, asking if it was true that Theo had been taken to the tribunal. Overcome, she fell to her knees, causing the butler to rush to her side in worry. Cecilia reassured him that she was all right and asked what charges Theo was facing. The butler replied that it seemed to be related to the Scaled Dragon Society, and the accusation was inciting rebellion. Cecilia, even more shocked, struggled to comprehend the severity of the situation. The butler asked if she believed the case would go to trial. Cecilia, after a moment of thought, said she was sure it would. The butler added that since Theo had completely dismantled the Scaled Dragon Society, it wouldn't end easily. Cecilia, filled with concern, wondered who could have predicted that Theo's invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society would lead to such consequences. But then she stopped, reassuring herself that Theo would get through this. He was always that kind of child. She wished desperately for her son's safe return. Meanwhile, in the silence of the carriage, Theo was deep in thought. Escorted by the Swords of Law, he opened his eyes and gazed out the window, seeing that they had arrived at the gate of the tribunal. It had been a long time since he had been there. He understood that after destroying the Scaled Dragon Society, this wouldn't end with simple imprisonment. A trial was inevitable. He also knew that being brought before the tribunal meant they intended to challenge his qualifications as Ragnar's successor. When they reached the tribunal door, the knight ordered Theo to get off. He quietly complied, thinking that they probably wanted to crush him completely this time, but that was exactly what he hoped for. With a faint smile, he followed the knights inside. Upon entering the grand courtroom, the head knight announced that Theo Ragnar had been escorted in. One of the officials inside ordered him to be brought forward. Theo, smiling, walked into the court, knowing that if he was going to reveal what he had prepared, it needed to be on a stage as grand as this one. As he surveyed the room, he confirmed that some powerful figures had gathered. Julius, the demon dragon and captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Ed Trovian, the sky dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, OSA Ragnar, the sword dragon and lady of Plum Blossom Palace, and Wolfgang Ragnar, the elder dragon and head counselor. In his past life, Theo would have been overwhelmed by the presence of these powerful figures, barely able to breathe, but now he was different. Wolfgang called his name, and Theo respectfully responded, acknowledging that it had been a while since they last met. He knew Wolfgang despised half-bloods like him. Illegitimate children were disgusting in Wolfgang's eyes. Theo noticed that Wolfgang didn't even bother hiding his contempt. Wolfgang cut to the chase, telling Theo that pleasantries were unnecessary and reminding him that he had been summoned to answer for his crimes. He continued, saying that the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanabi clan were now clamoring to cut ties with the main Ragnar family because of Theo's foolish acts. Wolfgang, filled with anger, shouted at Theo, asking if he, a mere bastard, could bear the damage he had caused. He accused Theo of dragging Ragnar's honor through the dirt and declared that he would be held accountable. Theo, facing the strong enemy, calmly agreed that Wolfgang's words were correct. He admitted he had been careless, which seemed to momentarily calm Wolfgang, but then, to the shock of everyone in the room, Theo added that his mistake was not cutting off their heads, but only their limbs. The room fell silent as Theo continued, explaining that those people were subjects, and the relationship between lord and subject was based on the bestowal of land and honor in exchange for loyalty and lives. That was the way of chivalry. He then raised his voice, accusing the nobles of daring to threaten their lord and asserting that if he had known they would be so insolent, he would have executed them immediately. He insisted they must be punished and that the principles of chivalry had to be restored. With intensity, he asked how he could sit by and watch as Ragnar's honor, upheld for over 1,000 years, was trampled. Wolfgang and Ed were left speechless, shocked by Theo's bold words. Julius, on the other hand, smiled to himself, impressed by Theo's resolve, thinking that Theo was as impressive as ever and confident that the situation would end with a normal punishment. Wolfgang, fuming, shouted at Theo, accusing him of mocking the council with his sophistry, but before he could continue, Osa Ragnar interjected. She calmly stated that she had listened to Theo's arguments, and while they were correct in theory, she reminded him that Ragnar's strength alone was not enough to make it great. Surprised, Wolfgang turned to her, but Osa continued, explaining that if Ragnar ignored the voices of their vassals and knights, they would inevitably fall. One cannot rule the world through tyranny alone, she added. Theo respectfully acknowledged her words, saying he would keep them in mind. Theo knew Osa Ragnar was the clan head's first wife, the sword dragon, and the most formidable swordsman in the north. She was known to be wise and powerful, and he was relieved that she didn't seem hostile toward him, though he couldn't quite understand why, given her knowledge of the destruction of Rose Palace. Osa then warned him that the punishment he would receive was justified. Theo, maintaining his calm, asked what that punishment would be. Wolfgang, still seething, declared that Theo would face 3 months of probation. Theo pointed out that the awakening ceremony was in 2 months, prompting Wolfgang to shout at him for daring to talk back. Osa, however, calmly explained that they had considered that and decided to allow him to participate in next year's ceremony instead. She also added that the 15 children injured by him would likewise participate next year. Ed, observing quietly, thought to himself that Julius's opposition to harsher punishment had lightened Theo's sentence. However, this outcome still worked in their favor. Delaying Theo's participation in the awakening ceremony was a significant dishonor within Ragnar, especially for the one representing Rose Palace. This dishonor would give Camellia Palace ample justification to overshadow Rose Palace once their plan was in motion. Ed believed Theo would be powerless to stop it. He even considered that if Theo foolishly attempted to appeal, they could simply eliminate him. But Ed didn't believe Theo would be that reckless. Suddenly, to the shock of everyone in the room, Theo announced that he wanted to appeal. The strongest dragons in the room were visibly stunned. Ed grinned widely, thinking that Theo's arrogance truly knew no bounds, making their plans even easier. Julius, worried, asked Theo if he understood what appealing truly meant. Theo confidently replied that he did. Theo knew his punishment, which was a mere 3-month probation, wasn't something that could be resolved so lightly. It was nothing more than a slap on the wrist, and he suspected that Julius had pulled some strings to secure such leniency. Still, Theo had no intention of accepting even that minor punishment. In the strong and proud Ragnar clan, appealing meant war. Theo declared that in the end, only the victor could speak the truth, and he intended to be rewarded, not punished. As Theo spoke, the system notified him that he had entered the main scenario. The dragons were stunned by his audacity. The system informed him that this scenario would reveal many secrets hidden within the tightly sealed world of Ragnar, encouraging him to succeed. His scenario quest number 1 was labeled The Successor's Path. Meanwhile, at the hidden northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild, chaos reigned. The guild building was being burned to the ground, and a figure in a cape swiftly swung a sword, cutting down one of the guild members with ease. As the destruction finished and the last of the guild members lay dead, the cloaked figure turned around. It was Evelyn. She heard Remington approaching, confirming that this was the place they had been searching for, just as their young lord Theo had predicted. Remington, holding a small chest, showed it to her and declared that Camellia Palace, under the Trovian name, was finished. Back at the courtroom, Ed, unaware of what had just transpired, smiled confidently, thinking that their plans were proceeding smoothly and without interruption. Once the head dragons calmed down, Wolfgang addressed Theo, incredulously. He questioned whether Theo truly intended to escalate an issue that could be resolved with just 3 months of probation into a full-blown war, accusing him of being beyond arrogant. Wolfgang then asked if Theo believed he alone could stand against the combined forces of the 15 clans. Theo calmly responded that was something he would handle himself. He added that in cases where there is a vast power imbalance, isn't it normal to resolve appeals through proxy battles? Julius knew that typically an appeal meant deciding the outcome through war. However, when an outright war was nearly impossible due to a massive power disparity, a proxy battle, where each side sends a representative for a one-on-one duel, would be held. In this case, the representative of the defendant would naturally be Theo, while it was highly likely that Axion would represent the plaintiff. Julius realized that if Axion became Theo's opponent, it was almost guaranteed Theo would lose. He began to wonder if Theo had some hidden strategy, or if he was under the mistaken belief that either Julius or Evelyn would step forward as his representative. If so, Julius thought Theo would be gravely disappointed. Theo then proposed that, following the established rules, they choose their representatives and hold the proxy battle in 1 week. He asked the council how they felt about his suggestion. Ed, deep in thought, figured this was Theo's tactic to rely on either Julius or Evelyn to fight for him, knowing their personalities would prevent them from doing so. This would leave Theo no choice but to fight himself. Ed decided that Axion would be sent to crush Theo, and through this, Theo would learn his place. Ed was just about to voice his agreement with Theo's appeal and announce Axion as the representative when they were interrupted by a familiar voice. Every person in the room was stunned when they recognized it. The courtroom doors opened, and in walked the clan head, Theo Ragnar, who remarked that Theo had become quite adept at such sly schemes. Addressing Theo as his son, Theo commented on how much Theo had changed since the last time they had met. Immediately, the head dragons bowed to their knees to greet their clan head, and Theo followed suit, bowing deeply as he introduced himself as apprentice swordsman Theo Ragnar. He respectfully greeted Theo, referring to him as the incarnation of the great dragon god. At that moment, the system popped up in front of Theo, revealing that his first scenario quest was titled The Path of the Successor. To achieve this, he needed to take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Theo knew this was his first main quest since completing the tutorial and wondered about the significance of the Camellia Palace secret. His thoughts turned to the blue light he had seen earlier. He had been too caught up in recent events to pursue it, but now he realized there was something important there. However, Theo reminded himself that this wasn't the time to get distracted. He peeked up at his father, recognizing that an unpredictable and dangerous variable had just entered the situation. His carefully laid plans could be thrown off course with Kyle's unexpected arrival, and Theo couldn't help but wonder why his father had come. Kyle ordered Theo to stand, which he did immediately. The clan head then told him that he had heard about the situation by chance on his way to the tribunal and understood that Theo was in a complicated position. Kyle continued, saying that he also heard Theo wish to resolve the matter through an appeal by a proxy battle, to which Theo confirmed that it was correct. Kyle looked at Theo and said that if he planned to go through with a proxy battle, it would be difficult for him to enter the fight himself. He then asked Theo who he intended to choose as his proxy, knowing this was a test. Ed, alarmed by the exchange, watched closely. Theo, however, confidently responded by asking what Kyle meant by someone standing in his place. He declared that there was no one else, and he had always intended to fight for himself in the appeal. Kyle, intrigued, told Theo he would lose, but Theo calmly replied, "How can you know unless I try?" He then confidently told his father that even if forced to bend, he would never lower himself willingly. Kyle smiled and burst into laughter. Turning to the others in the room, he repeated Theo's words aloud. Even if forced to bend, he will not lower himself willingly. Kyle proudly proclaimed that no better description of a Ragnar existed than that. Kyle shouted with satisfaction, clearly pleased with Theo's attitude, and thanked him for his boldness. Theo smiled, knowing the proxy battle was just bait. He wasn't planning to fight. The proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, which he had tasked Evelyn and Remington to uncover, would secure his victory without a single sword being drawn. It felt good to speak the truth freely. Then, unexpectedly, Kyle told Theo that he wished to give him a personal opportunity. As the master of Ragnar, Kyle announced that he wanted to test a single strike against Theo. The statement left everyone, including Theo, stunned. Kyle explained that if Theo could endure just one strike from him, he would absolve Theo of all charges. Theo was left confused by the sudden shift. Kyle turned away and ordered Theo to follow him outside for the test. Before Theo could respond, Ed shouted, trying to intervene. Ed knew that for Kyle to offer a test of strength meant he acknowledged Theo as a worthy opponent. If Theo managed to survive the strike, it would signal the clan head's approval. Ed didn't believe Theo could endure Kyle's strike, but the mere possibility of Theo succeeding filled him with dread. Ed needed to stop Theo from gaining favor in the clan head's eyes. Ed argued that allowing vassals and bannermen to comment on the bloodline of Kyle's son was unacceptable. He suggested sticking to the rules and proceeding with the proxy battle instead. But Kyle, in a stern voice, addressed Ed as Sky Dragon and ordered him to shut up. Kyle declared that if a vassal dared to speak in such a way, they could simply get rid of them. Ed silenced, and reluctantly replied that he understood. Kyle then noticed Julius giggling quietly and asked if there was something he wished to say since he had been laughing for quite some time. Julius, grinning, said it was nothing and explained that it had just been a while since Kyle had shown such interest in something. Kyle waved it off, saying Julius spoke nonsense, and cut the small talk short. Turning his attention back to Theo, Kyle asked Theo directly, "How about my suggestion? Will you accept it?" Theo realized that the situation had taken a completely unexpected turn, and his original plan had crumbled. Still, he welcomed such changes. Smiling, Theo told Kyle that the test seemed far too heavy for him, and he asked how a single strike from the clan head could compare to a proxy war against vassals and bannermen. Kyle raised an eyebrow and asked if Theo was saying he wouldn't accept the challenge. Theo quickly clarified that he wasn't refusing but merely pointing out how much stricter the trial had become. Kyle, impressed, asked what Theo meant by that. Theo, looking up at the head dragons and then fixing his gaze on Ed, replied that the stakes should be adjusted accordingly. Specifically, he suggested compensation for such a harsh test. Kyle, intrigued, asked what compensation Theo had in mind. Theo boldly responded, something like Camellia Palace. His words left the room in stunned silence, and Ed's face contorted with shock and anger. Ed, quietly muttering under his breath, called Theo a brat. Meanwhile, Wolfgang thought the situation was sheer madness. He couldn't believe Theo dared to propose a deal with the clan head. To Wolfgang, the half-blood Theo didn't know his place. He believed Theo's arrogance would be his undoing, as making a deal implied that both parties were equals. But to Wolfgang's shock, Kyle agreed with Theo. Kyle turned to Theo, stating that if he truly aimed to become the successor, he needed to show at least that much boldness. He then asked Ed if he had any objections. Ed, knowing he couldn't openly defy the clan head, responded with feigned humility, saying that everything in Ragnar belonged to Kyle, and he wouldn't dare comment on his decisions. Satisfied, Kyle ordered preparations to be made immediately, telling the council to ready the stage for Theo's trial. As Kyle turned to leave the room, he remarked that he would test Theo there and now. Theo remained quiet but smiled, knowing his plan was taking shape. Later, on the stage, Kyle and the dragon head stood on one side while Theo stood on the other. Ed fumed internally, frustrated that the trap he had laid to catch Theo had somehow transformed into a stage that could elevate him. Despite his growing anxiety, Ed reassured himself that Theo couldn't possibly withstand a single strike from the clan head, a feat even high-ranked swordsmen struggled with. With a malicious grin, Ed imagined Theo's death on that very stage. On the other hand, Theo was fully aware of Ed's thoughts, knowing Ed expected him to die there. But Theo smiled, confident that this wouldn't happen, thanks to a tutorial reward he had received. Kyle, noticing something unusual, asked Theo if he had consumed an elixir while no one was watching. He observed that even if Theo had taken one, such rapid growth should be impossible. But Kyle shrugged it off, saying it didn't matter how Theo had become stronger. Sharp as ever, Kyle had detected the change in Theo even when the other dragons hadn't. Kyle acknowledged that, at the end of the day, Theo was still his flesh and blood. Kyle then asked Theo if he was warmed up, to which Theo replied that he was. Kyle explained that normally he would use his great sword, but since Theo didn't yet know how to use mana, he would settle for a rusty steel sword. He asked the other dragon heads if they had any objections, to which they all replied in agreement, of course not. As Kyle began releasing his aura, Theo was overwhelmed by the intense pressure radiating from his father. The sheer force of Kyle's fighting spirit made the air feel heavy, and Theo could hardly stand, his body trembling under the weight of it. Kyle noticed and commented that he was surprised Theo was still standing despite the crushing pressure. Theo smiled proudly. He knew he was only able to withstand the force because his strength stat had nearly tripled, thanks to the experience elixir he had received as a reward for clearing the tutorial. The elixir had granted him 5 additional levels, and he had allocated all the points to strength. As a result, his level had increased by 7, and his strength had shot up to 52. Theo felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if he had left the realm of the ordinary and stepped into the extraordinary. With his newfound strength, he believed he could block a single strike from his father. Kyle raised his sword, and everyone held their breath in suspense. When Kyle released the sword in Theo's direction, Theo quickly positioned himself, bracing for the impact. The sword connected, causing the floor beneath him to explode and shatter into pieces from the immense power. Thick smoke filled the air from the destroyed ground, but as it cleared, Kyle was stunned to see that Theo had managed to block his strike. Kyle, impressed, released Theo and began walking away. Before leaving, Kyle remarked that it had been a long time since he had found a decent son. At that moment, Theo's sword cracked and shattered into pieces just as he collapsed from exhaustion and lost consciousness. Ed and Wolfgang were in disbelief that Theo had withstood the blow, while Julius and OSA looked relieved. Kyle then announced that Theo Ragnar had proven his innocence through sheer will, and the trial was concluded. The system appeared in front of Theo, congratulating him for completing the sudden quest, single strike of Kyle Ragnar. As a reward, he had obtained inventory authority and the blue key. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, hitting Theo's face and waking him. As he stirred, he asked aloud where he was. Before he could process his surroundings, his mother, Cecilia, rushed in, shouting with relief that he was finally awake. She tearfully asked if he had any idea how terrified she was when she heard he had been struck by the clan head sword. She frantically asked about his arms and if he was injured, urging him to move his shoulder to check for any fractures or dislocations. Theo sat up, reassuring his mother that he was fine and telling her to calm down. Looking around, Theo asked his mother where they were. Just then, Julius entered the room, informing him that by order of the clan head, the former lady of Camellia Palace, Emil, along with Axion and the director of intelligence, Ed, had been removed. Shocked, Theo asked if that meant he had passed. Julius, with a proud smile, confirmed it, telling Theo that he was currently in Camellia Palace. The system popped up again, showing that the scenario had been updated and that Theo had achieved the Camellia Palace mission. His last mission was to uncover Camellia Palace's secret. Meanwhile, outside Camellia Palace, Emil furiously stomped her feet, shouting in disbelief at being forced to vacate what she believed to be her rightful property. Enraged, she repeatedly stomped her feet into the ground, ignoring her servants' desperate pleas for her to calm down and compose herself. Inside, Ed seethed with anger. As he called Axion, he ordered Axion to kill Theo Ragnar. Axion nonchalantly responded that he planned to take Theo's arm during the upcoming awakening ceremony. However, Ed, filled with fury, told Axion to take Theo's head instead. Axion, noticing the wrathful expression on his uncle's face, realized the gravity of the situation. Back inside Camellia Palace, Theo was deep in thought. Events had taken a completely different direction than he had anticipated. But the outcome was far better than he could have hoped for. He had gained control of Camellia Palace without even using his trump card. On top of that, he had acquired a second authority, the inventory. Curious, he opened his inventory, reached inside, and pulled out an apple. He took a bite while walking around, marveling at the concept of being able to store and retrieve objects seemingly out of thin air. Though he didn't fully understand how it worked, he knew it would prove incredibly useful. Theo reached into the inventory again and pulled out the blue key. It was categorized as a miscellaneous item, and its effect was listed as dungeon opening with matching dungeon gate requirement. He looked over at the room that had been emitting a blue light earlier and realized that the blue key was connected to that mysterious room. Theo inserted the blue key into the lock, and as he had expected, it fit perfectly. When the door opened, however, he was shocked to find not just another room, but a cave hidden behind it. The system popped up, informing him that he had discovered a dungeon for the first time and that all experience earned inside would be doubled as a reward. Theo couldn't believe there was a cave concealed within Camellia Palace and figured this had to be tied to some sort of quest. Determined not to miss out on the doubled experience, he stepped forward but paused, realizing he shouldn't enter empty-handed. A moment later, after loading up his inventory with a swarm of swords, Theo proceeded into the dungeon armed with a sword and shield. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he heard movement around him. His eyes widened in surprise as he came face to face with a massive white wolf, easily large enough to be a demonic beast. The wolf wasted no time and lunged at him. Fortunately, Theo reacted quickly, blocking its jaws with his shield just in time. "Pretty strong," he muttered to the beast before swinging his sword at its side. He shouted, determined to show the wolf they wouldn't lose in a contest of strength. However, the wolf was quick. It released his shield and leaped back, narrowly avoiding his attack. The wolf bared its fangs and launched at him again, and Theo charged forward to meet it. He slashed at the beast, but it seemed unfazed, continuing its assault. Theo blocked with his shield, realizing just how tough the creature's hide was. It was fast too. His regular attacks weren't going to be enough to hurt it. This is no ordinary wolf, Theo thought, recalling tales of demonic beasts from the demon sea beyond the northern wall. This creature could easily be as powerful as one of those. As the wolf swiped its sharp claws at him, Theo ducked just in time to avoid the strike and dashed forward. Thinking back to the ray of light he had seen when facing his father's single strike, Kyle's attack had been a perfect, breathtaking arc of pure white energy. Theo raised his sword, trying to mimic his father's technique, and swung down at the wolf. But the beast easily dodged by tilting its head to the side. The wolf leaped backward as Theo cursed under his breath. Replicating that strike wasn't going to be easy. He realized that a single strike referred to delivering a blow so powerful that it ensured certain death in one motion. The key, he thought, was pouring everything into one perfect sword stroke. Deciding to focus entirely on his sword skills and the secret arts of speed that Evelyn had taught him, Theo let go of his shield. He jumped high into the air, catching the wolf off guard. The beast looked around, confused, and before it could react, Theo came down from above, driving his sword straight into the wolf's head. The wolf howled in agony as Theo pulled his sword free, blood pouring from one of its eyes. Theo smiled, satisfied with his success. The wolf, now blinded in one eye, growled in rage. Confident that he could finish the fight, Theo dashed toward the injured beast, ready for the final strike. 2 months later, at training ground number 4, Oth noted the growing number of people gathering, and Sybil agreed, suggesting they might need to switch training grounds due to the increasing crowd. Ever since word spread that Kyle Ragnar had taught Theo the famed single strike, more and more people were eager to spar with him. As they were discussing, Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace interrupted, mocking them and asking when their incredible young master would finally show up. He pointed out that it had been 2 months and hinted that perhaps Theo had run away after the story about him winning the trial had spread too far. He even implied that Theo might have exaggerated his achievements, especially since there were no witnesses to his victory at the trial or his confrontation with the Scaled Dragon Society. Before Henry could continue, Sybil landed a punch square on his face, sending him flying back. One of Henry's companions started to shout, furious at Sybil's audacity, but quickly fell silent when he noticed the glares of the knights surrounding Sybil. Seething with anger, Sybil insulted Henry and his group, declaring that they were nothing compared to Theo. Oth, attempting to diffuse the tension, made a light-hearted comment about Sybil's appearance, but Sybil, still fuming, insisted that he didn't care about such things. He was fed up with these troublemakers and wasn't about to let them insult their young master. With that, Sybil called on his comrades to draw their swords, declaring that the fight was on. The Plum Blossom Palace knights followed suit, readying their weapons. Before the clash could escalate, a figure with long blue hair suddenly appeared, freezing the swords of both sides. The group was taken aback, recognizing the individual as Frost Sword Ragnar, one of the four hounds of the north. Moments later, loud laughter echoed through the training ground. Another figure appeared, announcing his presence, Black Bear Hulkus Lank, another of the four hounds. The knights were shocked to see two members of the four hounds present. Hulkus, however, seemed disappointed by the gathering, asking where Theo was, referring to him as Luster Tiger, and making it clear that he had come to challenge Theo personally. Meanwhile, deep within Camellia Palace's dungeon, Theo sat exhausted, sweat dripping down his face as he held his half-broken sword. The system continued to notify him that he had leveled up several times. He had been hunting demonic beasts relentlessly, and the system showed that he had taken down 170 so far. There was only one beast left in the dungeon, 1 out of 171. As Theo rested against the body of a slain wolf, a loud growl echoed from nearby. His status window popped up, revealing his current stats: level 15 strength, 91 vitality, 20 intelligence, 19 allocatable stats, 0 dexterity, 25 magic power, 198 luck, -6 unknown stats. Theo retrieved a potion from his inventory and drank it. Within seconds, his wounds healed, and he felt his strength returning. He knew he'd come close to death several times during his time in the dungeon, but the beginner healing potion, which restored 10% of his health and wounds, had saved him repeatedly. Surveying the bodies of the demonic beasts he had slain, Theo reflected on how tough the fights had been at the start. However, as he leveled up, things had gotten progressively easier. Time had flown by, and it was hard to believe that 2 months had already passed since he entered the dungeon. Looking around, Theo realized that with only one beast remaining, it meant the boss was about to appear. He ascended the stairs to the 5th floor, where the final challenge awaited. As he walked, he noticed that his sword had been destroyed during the battles. Discarding the broken weapon, he pulled another sword from his inventory, a ceremonial blade his mother had gifted him for his birthday. He examined the sword, remembering how, in his previous life, he had dismissed it. There had been friction between him and his mother leading up to the awakening ceremony, and he had carelessly tossed the sword aside, leaving it to rust. Now, upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a fine blade, forged from rare white snow steel. He paused for a moment, lost in the memory of that day. Cecilia had barged into his room, excitedly wishing him a happy birthday while the servants followed, arms laden with gifts. She had waited until midnight to surprise him, but in his frustration, Theo had shouted at her angrily, telling her that with the awakening ceremony approaching, he had no time for birthdays or presents. He had coldly reminded her that no amount of good equipment could change one's bloodline, leaving her speechless and hurt. Now, in this life, Theo vowed not to repeat the mistakes of his past. Theo continued toward the boss area, determined to move forward. The system notified him that he had reached the boss room, warning him to be cautious as a strong demonic beast would soon appear. When he entered the chamber, his breath caught at the sight of massive claws, a long tail, and a large, terrifying maw. It was a dragon, or rather a lesser drake, slumbering before him. As he approached cautiously, he let out a small sigh of relief. It wasn't a full dragon, just a lesser drake. Still, he was wary. Theo recalled the legends of the Ragnar clan, said to be descendants of dragons. The final boss of this strange quest seemed to have a draconic form, making him wonder if it was more than mere coincidence. He wasn't entirely sure what it all meant, but one thing was clear: he needed to defeat the drake to clear the dungeon and complete the quest. The system displayed the remaining objective for scenario quest number 1, showing the final demonic beast of the dungeon. Taking a deep breath, Theo prepared himself for the battle. He questioned whether he could defeat it, considering it was still a kind of dragon. As he positioned himself for the fight, he decided to use the single flash technique. He had practiced the move enough against the dire wolves in the dungeon, and although it wasn't on the same level as his father's dragon flash, Theo believed that if he fully harnessed the power of his dragon heart, he could land a serious blow. He dashed forward, sword ready, focusing his energy. The drake sensed the danger and opened its eyes, but Theo was faster. With precision, he executed the single flash, his sword piercing one of the drake's eyes. Blood flowed from the wound, confirming that his plan had worked. The drake swung its massive tail at Theo, but he managed to jump away just in time to avoid being crushed. He had hoped to pierce the creature's brain, but his attack hadn't reached that far. Nonetheless, he saw the potential. The drake growled, its anger palpable. Theo raised his sword and dashed toward it once more, activating his secret technique, Jester's footwork, which allowed him to leap around it with incredible speed while slashing. For a brief moment, Theo believed he could win. He launched another attack, aiming to distract the drake with a normal strike before going for a weak point. Just as Theo was about to follow through with his plan, the drake let out a bone-chilling scream. The system immediately warned him that the drake had activated its fear ability, dominating the battlefield. Theo was shocked as his approach came to a halt. His body froze, and the system alerted him again. Fear had reduced his movement by 10%. The drake's intense gaze paralyzed him, and he couldn't move a muscle. The drake's claws came crashing toward him, and though Theo attempted to block with his sword, the sheer force threw him back, slamming him hard into the cave wall. Blood trickled down from his head. The drake was proving to be a true boss-level opponent, and Theo knew that if he didn't end the battle soon, things would get far worse. Gathering his resolve, he dashed forward once more, locking eyes with the drake as it lunged at him. He quickly identified its weak point, its reverse scale on the neck. As the drake's jaws came down toward his head, Theo ducked at full speed, thrusting his sword into the exposed reverse scale with all his might. The blade pierced deep into the drake's neck, causing it to halt in shock, but Theo wasn't done. Using every bit of his remaining strength, he drove the sword in deeper, making the drake scream in agony. For a brief moment, Theo smiled, realizing his strategy had worked. However, the drake, now furious, glared at him with primal rage and screamed once again. Theo's heart raced as panic set in. Meanwhile, back at the training ground number 4, the tension between the knights was thick. Sybil and the others stood in stunned silence. Hulkus, clearly agitated, demanded an explanation from Ree, shouting that Theo Ragnar needed to face him first. Ree, unfazed, dismissed him, stating that losers should stay out of it, which only fueled Hulkus' rage. Hulkus retorted that 3 years had passed since their last duel and that he had improved enough to close the gap between them, but Ray continued to call him a loser, causing Hulkus to snap. Enraged, he lunged at her, declaring they should duel again to see who deserved to fight Theo. Hulkus swung his massive sword at Ray, but she effortlessly blocked the attack without moving. Sybil, confused by the sudden escalation, asked what was happening, while Henry, still nursing the punch he had received from Sybil earlier, admitted that he didn't know but was terrified. Before the situation could worsen, Remington appeared, swiftly stepping between Ray and Hulkus, using his sword to stop their clash. Remington reminded them that if they wanted to brawl, they should do it elsewhere. He wouldn't allow them to cause trouble in Theo's domain while their master was away. Hulkus, seemingly unbothered, greeted Remington cheerfully and stated that he had been wanting to duel him as well. Remington, growing irritated, asked if Hulkus hadn't heard what he just said, but before he could finish, he sensed something. Everyone in the training ground felt it, a powerful and overwhelming force. Remington immediately turned toward the source, wondering what could be radiating such immense killing intent. His eyes widened as he realized it was coming from none other than Theo, who was slowly approaching them. The pressure emanating from Theo was suffocating, leaving Remington to wonder what had happened to him during his 2 months of seclusion. Ray, on the other hand, remained quiet, simply observing him. Hulkus, however, smiled widely upon seeing Theo, eager for their confrontation. Theo carried with him the aura of the Lesser Drake, a power strong enough to dominate the battlefield. A moment ago in the dungeon, the Drake had glared at Theo in anger. After letting out a final roar, for a brief moment, Theo braced himself for another attack, but instead, the Drake collapsed to the ground, dead. The system congratulated him for successfully hunting the Lesser Drake. As Theo pulled his sword from the creature's reverse scale, He reflected on how close he had come to being defeated when the drake had begun thrashing wildly after he struck its weak spot. He genuinely thought it was over. Exhausted, he lay down on the drake's body, relieved that it had worn itself out over time. He reaffirmed that the reverse scale was indeed the weak spot. The system displayed his rewards: a lesser drake's tooth and a lesser drake's claw. The description revealed that the tooth was a material used in weapon crafting to increase durability, while the claw could be used to enhance a weapon's sharpness. Theo was surprised at the usefulness of these items and glanced at his worn-out sword, thinking he should use the materials to repair it. It was, after all, the sword his mother had gifted him, and the drake battle had taken its toll on the blade. Another notification appeared, informing him that he had obtained the Lesser Drake Sphere skill, rank D, with 1% mastery. The skill granted him the ability to release the unique killing intent of a drake, overwhelming those nearby and inflicting fear on weaker targets. Theo was astonished. Dragon killing intent was a power reserved for the chosen few. He couldn't believe he had acquired such a rare ability. Excited at the possibilities, though uncertain of its immediate usefulness in a place like Ragnar, where powerhouses were abundant, he stored Drake's tooth, claw, and sword in his inventory before leaving the boss room. The system confirmed he had successfully cleared the Camellia Palace dungeon. Later, as he exited the dungeon room, Theo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had completed the quest. The system once again congratulated him, presenting him with a reward for clearing scenario quest number 1, a nest compass. The compass, listed as a miscellaneous item, had the effect of guiding the holder toward a nest. Theo stared at the strange object, wondering what it could mean and if it was tied to his next quest. Unsure of its immediate use, he stored it in his inventory for safekeeping. As he began to walk toward his room to rest, his exhaustion made each step more difficult. Suddenly, a maid rushed toward him, shouting that something urgent had happened. Frustration surged through him. He just wanted to rest, but he turned to face the maid. The maid was visibly shocked upon seeing his disheveled appearance and the blood on his clothes. Worried, she asked where he had been, but Theo brushed it off, telling her it was nothing. When he asked what the matter was, the maid panicked, explaining that there was a brawl happening at training ground number 4. Shortly after, Theo arrived at the training ground, visibly irritated. Without hesitation, he activated his new Lesser Drake Sphere skill, unleashing a wave of killing intent as he commanded everyone to leave. Those weaker than him were instantly overwhelmed, collapsing under the weight of his presence. Hulkus noticed the power Theo was radiating and smiled in satisfaction, clearly impressed. Laughing, Hulkus dashed toward Theo, eager to test his strength. He proclaimed that he knew Theo would be fun and swung his sword at him with full force. However, Theo easily deflected Hulkus's attack with a swift upward swing, sending Hulkus flying backward. The sheer force of Theo's counter shocked everyone present, including Remington and Ray. Hulkus, still reeling from the deflection, couldn't believe how effortlessly his strike had been repelled. Hulkus forcefully stood to his feet and furiously shouted that there was no way he was taking it. Black Bear, like Hulkus Lank, had always been considered one of the weakest of the 4 Hounds of the North because Hulkus had fully developed his skills and wasn't particularly smart either. Hulkus then swung his massive sword down at him, yelling for him to try blocking it. He braced himself, knowing that, as a member of the Lank clan, Hulkus had never been outmatched in terms of strength. He blocked Hulkus's sword and deflected it by swinging his blade downward. Then, using his single flash technique, he sliced Hulkus. A proud smile crossed his face as he realized that he had just parried Hulkus's powerful sword and even countered it. He thought to himself that all the effort spent leveling up had been worth it. Hulkus coughed up blood, his body splattered with it, before collapsing to the ground unconscious. He sighed, realizing that he had unintentionally used his full strength in the swing, but was relieved that it was Hulkus Lank, known for his toughness, who had been on the receiving end. This meant Hulkus had merely fainted. Meanwhile, Sybil was shocked but soon proudly cheered for him, along with the other followers, shouting that their young master Theo had defeated the Black Bear and taken down one of the 4 Hounds with a single strike. His followers continued to cheer, though Theo tried to explain that Hulkus was still alive. Just then, his sword cracked and half of it fell to the ground, leaving him shocked. Panic set in as he realized that the sword his mother had given him was destroyed. Sybil, however, shouted in admiration, claiming that, as expected of him, he had even broken his sword with a single strike. Annoyed, Theo angrily asked Sybil why he was so happy about it. Meanwhile, Remington and Ray watched from a distance in silence, both in shock. Ray quietly stared at Theo, recalling a time from her childhood when he had asked who she was, why she was walking in the cold, and if she wasn't freezing. He had placed his scarf around her, asking if that would help, but then said she still looked cold. Smiling warmly, he had taken her hand and led her away, promising to bring her to his house until the snow stopped so he could take her home. As Ray remembered this, a soft smile formed on her face. She then turned and walked away, leaving Remington stunned, wondering if Ray Ragnar had just smiled. Shortly after, back at the palace, Theo found himself at the celebration, wearing a hat and blushing in shyness as the maids joyfully congratulated him on his new title, Luster Tiger. They praised him for achieving the title, excitedly telling him that he had worked so hard for such a long time and just needed to keep up the momentum to the awakening ceremony. Cecilia, his mother, then placed a huge bowl of food on the table, proudly calling him her son. She began feeding him large portions, encouraging him to try the abalone dish. He tried to stop his mother, but she continued to feed him eagerly, insisting that he also try the meat from chickens fed only acorns from the western Laxaria desert. As she went on, he wanted to stop her, but when he saw how lovingly she was trying to feed him, a wave of sadness washed over him. He remembered seeing her corpse in his past life and became emotional, but he sweetly told her the food was delicious, appreciating her efforts. A little later, after they had finished eating, Theo showed his mother the broken sword. She was shocked, stuttering as she asked what had happened to it. Theo stood off to the side, nervously clutching his full stomach. He explained that the sword had broken during training and apologized sadly for destroying the precious gift she had given him for his birthday. To his surprise, Cecilia angrily cursed an old woman, causing Theo to look at her in confusion. She shouted that the damn old woman had sworn that because the sword was made from white snow steel and ebony steel wood, it would never break. Theo, still perplexed, asked if she meant the ebony steel wood from the southern Gaia jungle. Cecilia confirmed, explaining that the old woman had claimed only rare and precious materials were used, but that was a lie since the sword had broken so easily. Theo knew that ebony steel wood was a peculiar plant that grew by feeding on iron, making it a rare material that retained the flexibility of wood while being as sturdy as steel. He recognized that the sword was of high quality, but hadn't realized it was so valuable. He wondered just where his mother had obtained such a sword. Cecilia, still furious, declared that it wouldn't do and that she would confront the old woman for an explanation. She added that the old woman had better replace the sword with one that was perfect for her son. Theo assured his mother that he was fine and could simply use another sword, but Cecilia disagreed. She insisted that now that people had begun to recognize his true worth, they needed to be even more meticulous, especially with the awakening ceremony less than a week away. She refused to let him attend the ceremony with a shabby, broken sword. Theo sighed and smiled at her determination, turning to leave. Cecilia told him that since they were already discussing it, they should go right away. Theo picked up the broken sword from the table and asked where they were headed. She replied confidently, saying they were going to the best workshop in all of Winterra, the Basque Workshop. The Basque Workshop, one of the 3 major weapon manufacturing centers in Winterra, was renowned not only for its enormous size, rivaling that of a factory, but for another key reason. The most notable aspect of the workshop was its master, a figure classified as special rank by the intelligence agency, and a blacksmith who held the prestigious title of Master Craftsman, a title shared by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. This person was also known by the fearsome nicknames the Elf of Capitalism Incarnate and the Demon Craftsman Curson. Theo couldn't believe he was about to meet such a legend and wondered how his mother knew the Demon Craftsman. To his surprise, Cecilia casually asked Curson if she was still smoking and called Curson mother, leaving Theo both shocked and confused. Curson immediately rebuffed the term mother, reminding Cecilia that their relationship had ended the day Cecilia chose to run away. This revelation left Theo stunned. He had always believed his mother to be an orphan with no remaining family. The fact that Curson, a high elf, was his grandmother made Theo realize that he was a quarter elf himself, which might explain his striking appearance. Curson, addressing Cecilia, asked what had brought their dear customers to the workshop when she had never visited before. Without missing a beat, Cecilia tossed the broken sword to Curson, replying that she was there to return a defective product. Curson caught the sword, visibly irritated, and retorted, asking how Cecilia could dare to call a sword forged by her, Curson, defective. However, Curson's annoyance quickly turned to shock as she examined the destroyed weapon. Cecilia, unfazed, pressed Curson, asking if it wasn't a defective product, then what was it? Meanwhile, Theo stood to the side, still trying to process that he was a quarter elf. Curson then asked who had wielded the sword. Cecilia pointed to her son, and Curson, gesturing to Theo, asked if it was the boy behind her. Cecilia quickly corrected her, instructing Curson to watch her words, reminding her that Theo was a genius who would one day rule over Ragnar. Theo then respectfully introduced himself to Curson, expressing his honor at meeting the renowned master of the Basque workshop. Curson, still fixated on the broken sword, responded that she had heard of him and complimented Cecilia on raising her son well. She then turned back to the matter at hand and asked Theo directly if he was indeed the one who had wielded the sword. When he confirmed this, Cecilia once again insisted that the sword was defective. Curson, however, remained calm, stating that the explanation would be lengthy and invited them to follow her inside for further discussion. As they followed Curson, Theo asked his mother how she was connected to the demon craftsman. Cecilia replied that it was just as he had heard. He asked if Curson was truly her mother, to which Cecilia clarified that although she rarely spoke of her past, Curson had been her foster mother for a brief period of 6 months. This revelation hit Theo. Curson was not his grandmother, but rather his mother's foster parent, meaning he wasn't a quarter elf after all. Cecilia added that Curson had always been drawn to anything she considered beautiful, whether it was jewels, music, theater, or even people, which was why she had taken Cecilia in as her foster daughter. She speculated that Curson must have liked her a great deal. At this, Curson interjected, cutting off the conversation, stating that they had talked enough about the past and that there was no point in dwelling on it. Cecilia, however, teased Curson, betting that she didn't truly feel that way, which irritated Curson further, though she continued walking in silence. Theo then asked his mother how she ended up leaving that place. Just as Cecilia was about to reply, Curson interrupted, telling him that Cecilia left on her own 2 feet, saying she'd become the Ragnar clan head's wife. Curson added that she couldn't believe Cecilia would willingly go to such a miserable place, calling it a foolish decision. Still, she acknowledged it was commendable that Cecilia had survived there as long as she did. Cecilia, however, shrugged it off, saying that the clan head was just too handsome, dashingly manly, and he loved her dearly. Curson scoffed, retorting that despite running away from home, Cecilia had come crawling back last year to ask her to forge a sword as a gift for her son. Curson added that she had never seen such shamelessness, prompting Cecilia to shout at Curson to stop. Cecilia then turned to Curson, asking why she would say such things in front of her son. Curson merely responded by asking if she was wrong, which made Theo smile. He had never seen his mother speak in such a way before and realized that he hadn't learned much about her in his past life. He thought himself an ungrateful son, perhaps too obsessed and consumed by clan matters. As he looked at his mother, he realized the demon craftsman seemed to genuinely care for her, and he wondered why his mother had kept quiet about this in his previous life. Curson abruptly stopped walking and announced that they had arrived. She pointed to a room, stating it was her master's office. Cecilia asked why they had come so far inside and demanded that Curson give Theo the best sword ever to make up for her mistake. Curson, ignoring her, told Cecilia to wait outside and gestured for Theo to enter the office with her, leaving Cecilia shocked and confused. Once inside, Curson stared at Theo angrily while Cecilia continued to call out from outside. Curson spoke, saying she would be straightforward. She asked Theo if he possessed a relic of the Primordial Dragon. Confused, Theo asked if she was referring to the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protected the Ragnar clan. He explained that he had heard the legend, how their progenitors scattered the Primordial Dragon's treasures across Winterra for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. Kirsten then pulled out the broken sword and shouted that she could tell he was feigning ignorance, which shocked him. She tearfully showed him the destroyed sword, asking how it had ended up in such a state if he truly didn't possess a relic. She had poured her heart and soul into forging that sword, and there was no way it would break unless it had clashed with a relic. Tears in her eyes, Kirsten asked if he had any idea how much the sword had cost her. Theo apologized, knowing the sword had only been damaged during his battle with the Drake, but he couldn't understand why Kirsten kept mentioning a relic. Kirsten turned around, telling him to forget about it and that it would be faster to show her instead. She pulled out an object covered in chains and asked Theo what he saw. Theo looked at it and noticed it emitted a blue light, just like the glow he had seen from the door to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Kirsten admitted that she couldn't see or feel anything from it, but sensed from his reaction that he saw something. Frustrated, Kirsten explained that she had tried countless times to open it to obtain the item inside, but had never succeeded. She then placed the object on the ground in front of him, declaring it to be the relic of the Primordial Dragon. Kirsten explained that long ago, in the Age of Myths, the Primordial Dragon had removed one of its fangs and forged it into a blade known as the White Moonlight Blade. She told Theo that if he could break the seal on the case and successfully retrieve the sword, she would give him the White Moonlight Blade. Theo was surprised by the offer, but Kirsten warned him that he might lose his life in the process. She asked if he wanted to try. For a moment, Theo didn't respond. Then, with determination, he declared that the sword was his. Just then, the system interface appeared before him, displaying the scenario, Quest Number 2, The Path of the Successor. His mission was to be chosen by the Primordial Dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. The White Moonlight Blade, the sword of the leader of Black Snow and one of the 9 dragons, was shrouded in mystery. Few people knew what the sword looked like because almost everyone who had seen or spoken of it either disappeared or died. However, by sheer coincidence, Theo had once seen the true form of the White Moonlight Blade when he encountered the Black Dragon. He remembered asking the Black Dragon if he could see the sword, and against all odds, the dragon had allowed it, leaving Theo to wonder why he had been spared. He knew that the Black Dragon's White Moonlight Sword was a relic of the Primordial Dragon. 4 years later, Theo ran into the Black Dragon again and realized Kirsten still had the sword during that time. So when Kirsten asked him if he wanted to give it a shot, he knew he had to obtain it, no matter the cost. He confidently replied that the sword was his. Now, as Theo examined the sealed case, he noticed that the lock was similar to the one in Camellia Palace. He pulled out the blue key, suspecting that it might be the key to unlock the case, which greatly surprised Kirsten. He inserted the key into the lock and twisted it. To his astonishment, the chains around the case released themselves. Kirsten was equally shocked, but as dark energy began to pour out of the case, she rushed toward Theo. However, the dark power quickly consumed him before she could reach him, leaving Theo to wonder what was happening. Suddenly, he found himself in his old body, standing in the ruins of Rose's palace. Confused, he wondered why he had returned there. Realization hit him. He had forgotten how weak he once was. He needed much more power to defeat Rendon and destroy Camellia Palace. Just then, an eagle appeared before him, ready to attack. But before it could strike, Theo swiftly grabbed its beak with his hand, shutting its mouth. The image of the ruined Rose Palace vanished, and Theo addressed the eagle, incredulous that it had tried to take over his mind by exploiting his desire for power. He realized the sword wasn't called a monster sword for no reason. Shocked, the eagle called him insolent and demanded to know how he had resisted. Theo calmly replied that he had already conquered the despair the sword showed him long ago. Calling the eagle dummy, he then asked if it thought he would be tempted by such paltry power when he already had quests to complete. The eagle, flustered, shouted back, asking what he was talking about. Gripping the eagle's beak tightly, Theo commented that it didn't resemble the griffin in his memory, which had been at least 10 meters tall. Now the creature was his height, much smaller. The eagle protested, yelling at him to let go. Theo raised his fist, speculating that the sword must have weakened after being sealed for so long, but added that it worked in his favor. He then swung his fist at the eagle, claiming the white moonlight sword as his own. Panic spread through the creature, and it stammered, begging him to discuss things civilly. Meanwhile, outside the office, Cecilia was calling out to her son worriedly, pleading with him to wake up. She angrily turned to Curson, demanding to know what was happening and why her son was in such a state. Shouting, Cecilia reminded Curson that she had asked for a sword to be forged, not for this to happen to Theo. Curson, staring at Theo, saw that the monster's energy had linked with his bloodstream, something she had never seen or heard of before. She had thought it would be safe because he already possessed a relic, but clearly, she had been wrong. Cecilia, furious, warned Curson that if anything terrible happened to her son, she would never forgive her. Curson stood frozen in fear as dark energy from the sword began to crawl toward Theo's hand, unnoticed by either of them. Suddenly, a black aura surrounded Theo, and his body absorbed all of the dark energy. Moments later, as the last of the dark power entered him, his mother, Cecilia, called his name in worry. He regained control of his body, and she immediately hugged him, crying in relief and fear. Theo gently told her that he must have worried her, assuring her that he was fine now and there was no need to be alarmed. Curson sighed in relief as well, while the system congratulated him for hunting a griffin and notified him that he had completed scenario quest number 2. As a reward, he gained ownership of the white moonlight sword. Looking at the sword, Theo realized how fortunate he had been. The griffin had been easy to defeat since it had only just been unsealed, and its psychological attacks had failed against him. The system then informed him that by absorbing the sword's monster energy, his magic power had increased significantly, which surprised him. His magic power had risen by 30, pushing his total above 200. This caused his magic power to gain divinity, a special ability that enhanced his body and gave him a 1.5-second magic power recovery effect. He was pleased to have magic power on par with a high-ranked swordsman, but felt it was a shame that he couldn't use all of it just yet. He would have to hold back until the awakening ceremony. Curson, somewhat shocked, congratulated him for succeeding, though Cecilia continued to glare at her in anger. Theo then asked Curson if she would keep her promise. Curson smiled and asked if he didn't know that elves cannot lie. At that moment, Theo felt the sword move on its own, and Curson remarked that it was being defiant. Theo, staring at the sword, asked if that meant the sword still hadn't acknowledged him as its master. He noticed the sword almost seemed to sweat in fear under his gaze. Curson explained that it wasn't quite about acknowledging him, but that the sword likely felt stuffy after being trapped for hundreds of years. Now that it was finally free, it wanted to release its pent-up frustration. She pointed to a flashing board and suggested that Theo try swinging at it with all his strength. When he asked if that would be okay, Curson confidently assured him there was no need to worry. She explained that even if it was the white moonlight sword, a swing from someone who hadn't even gone through the awakening ceremony wouldn't be able to damage the Basque workshop. Though her words irritated him slightly, Theo agreed. He thought it was a good opportunity to test the sword's power and use some of his magic energy, especially since he could hide his dragon heart whenever he wanted. Approaching the wall, Theo unwrapped the sword and asked Curson to excuse him as he prepared to strike. He positioned himself and released a bit of his magic power into the sword. The system informed him that the white moonlight sword was a monster sword possessed by a griffin and a relic of the Primordial Dragon. Theo pulled the sword back, gathering force, which generated a strong wind and pressure around them. Curson, sensing the intensity, tried to stop him, but it was too late. Theo swung the sword forward using his single flash technique. The resulting force not only slashed the wall but cut the entire workshop in half. Cecilia watched in amazement while Curson stood stunned and speechless at the destruction. Curson panicked when she saw the destruction of her workshop and immediately grew distressed, realizing how much money she was losing. Theo, noticing the damage caused by his sword, realized it might be more dangerous than he had anticipated, as it had absorbed all of his magic power. Before he could react, Curson appeared beside him, surprising him with her speed. She examined him closely and noted that he didn't have a mana hull, confirming that he wasn't proficient in magic. She expressed her belief that the damage had been done purely by the sword's sharpness, and as she stared at him, she thought of Theo as a genius, her grandson, no less, filling her with excitement. Curson proudly announced that she would be his patron from now on, encouraging him to showcase his talents to the world. In her mind, she envisioned Theo as a perfect advertisement for the Basque workshop. Theo, shocked by her sudden declaration, didn't quite know how to respond. Cecilia, noticing Curson's enthusiasm, brought her back to reality with a remark that made Curson snap out of her money-minded thoughts. Shortly after, Theo and Cecilia said their farewells and left for home. Curson held 2 large teeth that Theo had given her for the workshop's repairs. Recognizing them as loot from a drake, she realized he must have acquired them while obtaining the relic and walked back into her workshop with pride, reflecting on how remarkable her daughter's son had become. As Curson entered the workshop, a voice from behind greeted her, and she immediately recognized it. Frowning, she turned to face the source of the voice and questioned the crow perched in the nearby tree about its presence. The crow simply stared back at her in silence. 5 days later, on the day of the awakening ceremony, Theo was training with Evelyn at the training grounds. He had improved enough to spar with her on equal footing, not only blocking her strikes but also deflecting and counterattacking. Evelyn, impressed with his progress, noted that his swordplay had become faster and more powerful. Theo responded with relief, acknowledging that such praise was unexpected. His followers, watching the sparring session, were amazed at how skillfully he was holding his own against her. Evelyn reflected on the past 6 months, realizing that Theo had grown significantly stronger and could now push her back during their matches. Furthermore, he had awakened his magic power earlier that day. Deciding to stop holding back, Evelyn swung her sword with full strength, but Theo blocked the attack with ease, causing her to smile. She silently thought that Theo might be on the path to becoming something extraordinary. She gave Theo more recognition for his efforts and suggested that he might even aim to be the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Theo expressed gratitude, attributing his success to her training. He added that if he did become valedictorian, he would mention her during his speech at the ceremony. Evelyn, caught off guard by this, felt a mixture of frustration and embarrassment. His followers, overhearing the conversation, eagerly urged Theo to mention them as well in his speech. Amused, Theo sighed, acknowledging how challenging it was to handle all the attention. With a smile, he agreed and then announced that he had to leave. Later, at the central headquarters, Theo arrived at the ceremony room and introduced himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. He knew that the awakening ceremony was the most important annual event for the Ragnar clan. After confirming his identity, the guards opened the door, allowing him to enter. Theo understood that every participant hoped to achieve good results in the ceremony, as it was the first opportunity for Ragnar's swordsmen to be acknowledged and honored. This year was especially significant, as the entire Ragnar clan, including the clan head, Theo Ragnar, and the legendary 9 dragons, were watching. Also in attendance was Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations ago. Theo observed that Hilda, despite being over 150 years old, appeared much younger, which reassured him. He was relieved to see her attending once again. The sound of a drum rang out, gathering everyone's attention. Vanna Ragnar, a judge and Dragon Gate swordsman, stood before the participants and announced that they would begin the preliminary examination. Vanna explained that the participants would be required to grab a sword placed on the ground and leave a mark on a steel wall positioned on the platform. He further clarified that the wall was forged using a mixture of white snow steel, meaning that ordinary steel blades would be unable to scratch it. However, if the participants infused their attacks with magic power, the situation would change. Vanna then prepared to distribute Soma to the participants. Vanna explained that 1 pill of Soma would grant each participant 10 annuals of magic power. This elixir would help them open their mana halls, enabling them to cut through the white snow steel wall using the provided swords. The depth of each participant's cut would determine their result in the examination. After providing these instructions, Vanna called out to the participants, announcing that the first person he named would step forward, take a Soma, and begin. Theo Ragnar was called as participant number 1. He walked toward the stage, recalling that in his past life, Axion had been the valedictorian. Approaching the knight standing by the stage, Theo took the soma and pulled a normal sword from where it was embedded in the floor. As he approached the white snow steel wall, he thought to himself that this time Axion would not claim the title of valedictorian. At that moment, the system interface appeared before Theo, displaying scenario quest number 3, the victor of the awakening ceremony. His mission was to become the valedictorian of the ceremony. Meanwhile, Hilda Ragnar turned to Kyle and asked if Theo was the boy he had mentioned before. Kyle nodded, confirming that Theo had indeed caught his attention. Hilda, intrigued, admitted that she had become curious after hearing that Kyle was keeping an eye on Theo. She remarked that it would be interesting to see just how competent this descendant truly was. Theo relaxed his shoulders, feeling a bit nervous. He guessed it was because it had been a while since he last experienced something like this. Vanna instructed him to swallow the soma, and Theo acknowledged the order, opening his mouth to take it. As he did, he recalled how in his past life he had swallowed the soma but was unable to control the mana, severely injuring his Danton. This time, however, he was confident that such a mishap wouldn't happen again. As Theo swallowed the soma, a surge of magic mana erupted from him. Vanna was shocked, witnessing the sheer volume of mana spilling out, unable to believe the intensity of the mana wave Theo was generating. Vanna thought that Theo might be unable to control it properly. He knew that when someone swallowed soma, it was crucial to be cautious, as the mana hull needed to settle carefully in the Danton. Talented Ragnars, with their large amounts of mana, could easily become disabled if they weren't careful. Vanna assumed Theo was in danger as well, expecting him to lose control. To his astonishment, however, the mana stabilized in Theo's stomach, and he managed to control it completely. Vanna, in disbelief, questioned how Theo had endured it. Theo, relieved that he now had both a dragon heart and a mana hull, thought it was almost too easy this time compared to his past life. Holding the sword tightly, he knew he was now officially allowed to use mana. With determination, Theo swung the sword backward, releasing mana into it. He ran toward the white steel wall and swung the sword forward, releasing his mana in a powerful burst. As the vast amount of mana poured out, a dragon force emerged from his attack. Remington, Ray, and Hulkus, who were watching, were stunned by the display. The dragon attack flew straight at the white steel wall, cutting it with a single slash technique. The sight of this left Axion furious. Theo's attack left a deep, visible scratch on the wall even from a distance. Vanna, still in disbelief, announced that Theo Ragnar had passed. The crowd, shocked, murmured among themselves. No one had seen something like this since the young Master Thorkel, and they questioned whether it was truly the sword slash of someone using mana for the first time. The system then informed Theo that his luck had now reached 0, and the curse of bad luck that had plagued him was finally lifted. As a result, his fame would begin to slowly spread throughout the world. Excitement filled Theo. He was no longer cursed and had now reached the same starting point as everyone else. The system further revealed that many prominent individuals had taken notice of his exceptional performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wished to take him as a disciple, Julius Ragnar was displeased by the attention Theo was receiving, Robert Ragnar was cautious of him, and Hilda Ragnar had shown a strong interest in him. As Theo stepped off the stage, his thoughts turned to the unexpected interest from both the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon. However, what mattered most to him was catching Hilda's eye, knowing that she possessed the heart of Garuda. Theo realized that if he could obtain it, he would become stronger than anyone present at the ceremony. A moment later, Sybil took his turn and slashed the wall, leaving a small scratch. That was enough to pass. Proudly, Sybil approached Theo, telling him he had also succeeded. The next 3 participants were Ray Ragnar, Hulkus Lank, and Remington Narcio. All of them passed, each leaving deep scratches on the wall. Sybil couldn't help but notice that all 3 of the 4 Hounds of the North had achieved monstrous results, yet none of them had made a mark as impressive as his young master. Sybil knew that the only one left to go was Axion Ragnar, considered the strongest of the 4 Hounds. The participants began to whisper among themselves, some commenting that it had become a contest between the Luster Tiger, Theo, and the dark tiger, Axion. Others doubted even Axion would be able to surpass Theo's feat, which visibly angered Axion. He rushed to the stage, clearly determined to prove himself. Vanna instructed Axion to swallow the soma and began to offer more guidance, but Axion, impatient, swallowed the soma without waiting. He immediately swung his sword backward, prompting Vanna to shout for him to wait, but Axion unleashed his attack, and a dragon force erupted, cutting deep into the wall. Vanna, speechless, realized that the participants had surprised him several times today. Axion's slash crossed over Theo's, leaving a similarly deep mark that could be seen even from a distance. Vanna then announced that Axion had passed, but the crowd was in disbelief. The slashes made by Axion and Theo were almost identical, leading many to wonder who had won. As Axion glanced at the wall, he overheard participants whispering that the precision grading would likely determine the victor. Without a word, he turned and left the stage. A short while later, after thoroughly examining the wall, Vanna addressed the participants, announcing that the first stage of the awakening ceremony was officially over. He commended them for their excellent work, noting how this year had brought many impressive performances and significantly improved scores. Vanna informed those who passed to prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony, scheduled to take place in 4 days. Finally, Vanna raised his voice, signaling that it was time to announce the rankings that everyone had been eagerly awaiting. He prepared to reveal the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Finally, the rankings that everyone has been waiting for will be announced, including the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Everyone in the arena held their breaths in anticipation as the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony was announced. The clear frontrunners, Axion and Theo, were locked in as they both hoped to hear their names called. In the end, Theo Ragnar manages to clutch the win for himself. While he is stunned, the arena erupts in booming cheers. Vanna Ragnar is pleased to announce that Theo's performance earned him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. Whether it's technique, magic power, control, or speed, every aspect was flawless. While his followers were cheering, most of the candidates found it hard to believe that the Flash Tiger had taken first place instead of Axion. As it turns out, the depth of his sword mark came close to the record held by young Master Thorkel. That little chit-chat made the crowd go even wilder. Thorkel Ragnar is an enigma. He is one of the 5 major candidates of Ragnar, and he is speculated to be the closest in the line of succession. The salutatorian award fell on Axion Ragnar, and his displeasure is apparent. He also got a perfect 10 out of 10 score. However, he has been relegated to second place as his sword mark was a bit shorter than that of Theo. That fact made his blood boil even more. Remington Narcio snagged third place, Ray Ragnar came in fourth, and Hulkus Lanka in fifth. The Hounds of the North had the top places on lock. Meanwhile, the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's first follower, Sybil Dree, ranked out the last slot at 87th place. The second stage of the awakening ceremony will start in 4 days at the treacherous Winter Mountains. All 87 examinees who have passed are advised to prepare as best as they can. With that, they are dismissed, and the first day of the ceremony concludes in an unexpected direction. That night, Theo's faction immediately went straight to the tavern for a celebration. The place rumbled with cheers for the first and second placers. Everyone felt vindicated as the true might of Training Ground Number 4 was made known to the world. Praise and applause for their very own Sir Theo and Sir Remington started flowing, along with liquor. Theo thanked his men for their support, but he knew better than anyone else that the trials were not over yet. His goal is for every one of them to pass the second stage together. He pulled his buddy, Remington, closer and confidently announced to everyone that they would be aiming to be the final valedictorian and salutatorian of the batch. Evelyn is also in a festive mood, and she genuinely believes that the two can pull it off somehow. Remington personally congratulated the young master for such a splendid display of power earlier. Seeing Theo's hard work bear fruit filled everyone with pride. But at the same time, Remington couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself for falling so far behind his friend. Theo smiled at Remy, assuring him that he just got a little lucky this time. Also, ranks in such things should not matter between friends, right? Hearing that cleared Remington's mind of useless anxieties. They made a toast with their glasses and promised to try their best in the upcoming second stage. Sometime later, Theo found himself roaming the nearby snowy mountains. Finally away from the crowd, he processed what it really meant to snag first place in the awakening ceremony. It is an achievement that he would not even dare dream of in his past life. Though it might not have been a real fight, he defeated Axion fair and square. He can hardly believe how far he has gone in such a short time. Clenching his fists in anticipation, Theo proclaimed that this was only the beginning of his story. Defeating and decapitating that traitorous fraud, Randon, is far from enough. That guy is just a lackey to the actual players. Theo's true enemies are the psychotic Axion and the tricky Sky Dragon backing him up. Theo is willing to use everything at his disposal to get his ultimate revenge down the line. For now, he has another matter of great importance to take care of concerning the nest compass he got as a reward. The mysterious artifact is actually pointing toward the Winter Mountains, the venue of the next trial. In the second stage, he will have the chance to find out what the compass is steering him toward. While he was lost in his own thoughts, he sensed something fishy nearby. His instincts immediately kicked in, ready to defend himself from whatever was hiding. Someone had been tailing him, and Theo hates surveillance. The hooded spy watched in surprise as his target vanished into thin air, only to feel the cold glint of a blade aimed at his neck from behind. Theo demanded to know who the spy was, and the man tried his best to convince Theo that he was not his. He introduced himself as Gatsby Jotun of the renowned Gale Sword Platoon. Gatsby insisted that his captain sent him after witnessing such a splendid performance at the first test of the awakening ceremony. Theo had an unreadable poker face as he stared into the man's soul. It seems like the scouting offers are arriving sooner than expected. Gatsby elaborated that their captain is offering Theo an opportunity to take an admittance qualification test. This offer flabbergasted Theo. He was offended that the Gale Sword Platoon wanted him to take some useless test rather than extend a full-on invitation. Gatsby bragged about the illustrious reputation of his platoon, asserting that even a chance to take the test is hard to come by. Before the man could spout any more, a fiery voice cut him off, calling the Gale Sword Platoon a bunch of morons. A woman carrying a great sword on her back addressed Theo as young master and offered a far better deal than the morons of the Gale Sword Platoon. This feisty girl is Ian Saucely, also known as the Fire Goblin and Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She personally came to extend a direct invitation for Theo to join their ranks. Gatsby stumbled over his words as soon as he saw who had just arrived. Those who recognize the Fire Goblin's name know not to piss her off. But before Ian could get close to Theo, multiple scouts from different factions came out of hiding, fearing that such a promising candidate might get signed before they could extend their offers. They all ran in, shouting their ridiculous proposals. The Black Sword Platoon was willing to promote Theo to squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also threw their eager hats into the ring. Annoyed at the bidding war unfolding, the Fire Goblins snapped in anger. The scouts were supposed to entice the young master with promises of assisting in advancing his career, only to end up fighting and bickering amongst themselves. Theo just watched from the sidelines as the idiots cursed and jabbed at one another. He figured that he should just quietly slip away before they pestered him even more. But his exit plan might have to wait. Pink plum petals slowly filled the area, dancing in the air. A sultry voice silenced everyone with sheer aura. Even though she knew she would be criticized for being too greedy, the newcomer just couldn't help herself. Slightly sullying her sterling reputation was nothing if it meant gaining an exceptionally talented individual to her side. The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plinus, had joined the scouting war, shocking everyone into silence. Ian was the only one who dared to question what business the clan head's first wife had in this place. Lady Osa confessed that she came with the same intention as everyone else. She had come all the way out here just to see Theo Ragnar personally. While Theo was dealing with the ridiculous situation he was put in, the salutatorian was relieving some stress by beheading some people. Calling Axion Ragnar a sore loser is an understatement. He was wantonly killing his men to vent his frustrations. He weaved, maneuvered, and slashed his way through a number of young swordsmen, treating them like training dummies as he snuffed their lives out one by one. Axion Ragnar is hungry for blood, and blood he shall get. With every dash and slash he remembers Theo's smug face. The image of Theo unleashing so much draconic aura when he took the first slash in the trial had been etched deep into Axion's disturbed mind. Losing by a few millimeters made the defeat even more infuriating. The only thing running in his mind is the thought of killing and gutting their Ragnar. For now, killing his own men will do. By the end of his rampage, he had completely abandoned his blade in favor of using a much more hands-on and brutal approach to venting his anger. By the time he calmed down, the training ground was already filled with lifeless young swordsmen who thought they were just getting a spar with their young master. When another person stepped into the arena, Axion's eyes darted around. Without even looking at who just arrived, he picked his sword back up and motioned to attack. He threw the whole blade with pinpoint accuracy, aiming for the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such an elementary outburst is simple. He just grabbed the sword's tip out of the air. Edtrovian cursed his nephew out for being so pathetic, pointing out that releasing his rage on random people won't change a thing. When Axion got a good look at his uncle, he calmed down a little. The Sky Dragon advised that, at times like this, Axion needs to cool his head and come up with a proper plan. Edtrovian had already put some things in motion, and Axion only needed to follow. The nefarious uncle and nephew duo are hellbent on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into their Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts made way for Lady Plum Blossom out of fear and respect. They knew that whatever they tried to offer Theo would be insignificant if she was in the competition. Just as they were about to appeal how unfair that would be, the space between Theo and Lady Osa was severed from the outside world, locking them in her personal domain. Ian reckoned that setting up an isolation zone could only mean one thing: she might be planning to personally share her teachings with the young Ragnar. Inside the swirling lump of energy, the isolation zone was a lot bigger than it looked from the outside, as the space stretched as far as they could see. Theo recognized this as one of Lady Plum Blossom's signature moves. She can freely create a perfectly isolated space severed from the outside. He used to hear stories about the technique, and now he's experiencing it. His popularity is catching up with him. Lady Plum Blossom laughed at his reaction. She's certain that the demon dragon will be furious once he finds out what she's trying to do, but no one can stop her from giving Theo a gift if she wants to. By gift, it can only mean one thing. She slowly unsheathed her blade as she described how intense the clan head swordsmanship was. It is akin to dragon fire descending from the heavens, destroying and incinerating everything in its path. Lady Plum Blossom's style, however, cannot be more different than that, as she prefers to embrace countless variations in her swordplay. Theo looked around to see that the snowy trail he had walked on a minute ago had turned into a tranquil field of vibrant plum trees. Her steps were rhythmic, sending ripples on the surface of the still water floor with each stride. This is the form of the dragon she pursues, one that contains constant and infinite changes. As the sword dragon began slowly moving forward, she started swinging her sword, making the plum blossoms bloom. Countless petals gently drifted down as her blade softly traced through them, dancing alongside her movements. She executed a peculiar flow of movement that seemed impossible. She slashed, stabbed, and chopped with a strange tempo. By the end of her demonstration, she slowly lowered her sword, making the petals spiral alongside the blade, beautifully falling to the ground. It was absolute cinema, a feast for Theo's eyes. The ridiculous thing was that the entire sequence was performed within just a single breath. What she just showed was the celestial flower rain, the first full-bloom technique of the plum blossom style. Opening her eyes, the First Lady's deep gaze turned towards Theo. The young man was speechless as he felt his heart pound loudly. He had just witnessed something truly awe-inspiring. Within a single, continuous movement, he counted 120 circles and variations. It gave credence to the claims that, in terms of pure swordsmanship, she is above even the clan head. If Theo could absorb and apply even a little of what he had just seen into his single flash, his power would undoubtedly skyrocket. He humbly asked her if he was really deserving of such a gift. She laughed lightly and assured him that it was fine as long as he enjoyed watching it. Finally, Lady Plum Blossom dissolved the isolation zone. The tranquil field of plum trees vanished, and the snowy woods returned. She asserted that if Theo ever wishes to see what comes after the first technique, he can come to find her whenever, after the awakening ceremony. Such a blatant offer shocked the scouts. The First Lady simply wishes for Theo to become a new wind in this desolate place. With that, her body turned into a pile of beautiful plum petals, drifting away. Theo knew more than anyone that he had just received something far too great. It would be hard even for him to act shamelessly and not show any gratitude to the First Lady. Now he's in a complicated position. He reckoned that it would be way too greedy to become Lady Plum Blossom's disciple and join the white armored dragon cavalry at the same time. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial finally kicked off into full gear. The 87 eligible candidates had gathered at the Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall. Such a treacherous venue was perfect for the challenge ahead. The Winter Mountains stretch across a ridiculously vast distance, from their home of winter all the way to the Demon Sea. In this place, the Ragnars have shielded humanity with all their might. They have been at war with the cursed land beyond the Great Wall for over a millennium now. They have been culling the Demon Sea, a place where countless demonic fiends lay waste. High-ranked swordsman and second-stage exam overseer Theo Ragnar cautioned everyone that the new generation would inherit that duty one day. This makes Winter Mountain the perfect testing ground. However, as apprentice swordsmen, the examinee are not allowed to cross over to the Demon Sea, and the exam area is restricted to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today, the exam is very simple. They will have 15 days to defeat demonic monsters that roam the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells that have been placed on their necks. There are 7 different colored bells out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, the colors of the rainbow. Each bell increases in point value in the same order. Naturally, higher points mean confronting a more powerful demonic fiend. Overseer Jackie emphasized the danger of violet bell fiends. Those abominations are at a level that no apprentice swordsman can touch, let alone defeat. Yet they are worth a ton of points. The hunting method will be left entirely up to the examinee. Whatever method they choose to use doesn't matter. All they have to do is bring back the bells to be tallied before the exam ends. Everyone picked up on what the overseer implied. Since they can use whatever method they want, snatching someone else's prey or bells is allowed. No, it is encouraged. They are purposely sowing seeds of discord among everyone, but that's just another reflection of the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle approach to things. As a final note, the overseer taught them about the totems that repel fiends installed across the mountains. Inside these safe zones, supplies have been buried nearby, and everyone is encouraged to utilize them effectively. Finally, Overseer Jackie formally signaled the commencement of the second trial. As soon as he dismissed everyone, several candidates rushed off and scattered without hesitation. Most of them had the same idea as Sybil. Since the exam will stretch for 15 days, supplies are essential. First, they must secure those resources and then go with their own strategy. It had only started, but Hulkus Lank loved every second of this test. He is in his element. Axion, motivated by revenge, has come into this exam with a malicious goal in mind. His Sky Dragon uncle heavily emphasized that he must move precisely according to plan. All he has to do is play his role, and Theo will fall. As Axion single-mindedly pushed forward at breakneck speeds, he failed to notice someone tailing him from behind. It was none other than the ever-so-mysterious Ragnar. Seeing as everyone was already rolling out, Theo walked towards the woods to get started too. But before he could get far, a familiar voice called to him. Remy ran to his side and asked if Theo remembered how he said they were friends. The Silver Lion had thought long and hard for the past 3 days leading up to the trial, and it seems that he considers Theo both a friend and a rival. With that realization, a desire has taken root inside him. The desire to truly surpass young Master Theo in power. The young dragon was shocked at first, but he eventually grinned with delight. He knows what Remy is feeling all too well. The moment they first crossed swords in that training ground, a mutual respect for one another blossomed. Theo felt the same way as the Silver Lion. He considered him a dear friend and rival too. Remy heartily laughed in relief, as he had been stressing if the feeling was one-sided. With renewed clarity, Remy proclaimed that he would try to beat Theo during the second stage. Theo genuinely wished him good luck with that goal. Without wasting another precious second, Remy exploded in speed and headed deep into the Winter Mountain. Theo took a second to soak the feeling in. Someone incredible like Remington has set him as a goal, someone to surpass. It made him feel a thrill he had never felt before. He's finally becoming someone truly strong, and it is delightful. Opening his inventory, Theo set the mushy feelings aside for after the trial. He retrieved the nest compass and officially started the search for the dragon's nest. The compass needle pointed him in a general direction, enough to get started. On the side of one of the deadly cliff faces, the familiar blue light of the system shined through a hidden cavern. The nest compass led Theo to the treacherous outskirts of the Winter Mountain. Upon arriving at his supposed destination, he was confused and saw absolutely nothing that stood out. The compass had turned its needle to the ground, so that must mean something, right? Maybe he needs to start digging until he hits the jackpot. If that was the case, he really should have brought a shovel, as using the white moonlight blade to dig in the snowy soil would have been a gross misuse of a legendary blade. As he was considering what to do, Theo's spidey senses started tingling once more. He steadily took his sword out of the scabbard and turned around on a dime, his eyes fixated on the unwelcome presence. Sometimes, if the wind is not doing its job, then you have to take to the offensive. He sent a sweeping attack, the force of the slash mowing everything in its way. The trees were cleared in a single file, and the ground was wrecked. Spilling some killing intent to the presence tailing him secretly, he gravely urged them to come out. Some unsavory characters started coming out of the woods, confused as to how Theo noticed their well-concealed presence. As soon as Theo saw the man's face, he was taken aback. It wasn't just one man, there were three. In Theo's previous life, he knew these monsters as the three scoundrels of Vuk Mountain, Hyde, Cow, and Rune. These aptly named scoundrels are the scum of the earth. They were widely known as the ones who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during missions. They are the cancer that cropped up as a side effect of Ragnar's rule of the strong. Theo especially cannot ever forget the massacre they committed in Vuk village. While he was working in Black Snow, he was assigned to personally pick up after the bastards. He knows the horror that these three will inflict upon the world better than anyone else. In public records, the death toll of that single incident was reported at 761, with another 220 people missing. The shocking part was that none of the corpses could be identified at all. It was because their killing method involved absolutely decimating the heads of their targets for fun. He had already considered that their terrible nature would get in the way down the line, so he was planning to deal with them at some point. But he never expected to meet them this early. Since they were expertly tailing him, Theo asked if Axion sent them for a hit or something. One of the scoundrels just laughed at his assumption. He cleared up that they cannot be ordered around by kids. Naturally, they were employed by someone so high up that Theo would never even imagine who was behind the hit. But the young dragon quickly narrowed down the culprit to one person for certain, the head counselor. The reaction of the scoundrels gave it away. Theo correctly guessed who the employer was in one try. It wasn't too hard to guess, given how much they were talking about blood and heritage. An exam proctor is nowhere to be found nearby, so they must have been included in the conspiracy too. Theo's sharpness was a big problem, but the scoundrels were confident that they would get this job in the bag no matter what. The leader of the scoundrels asserted that he feels the best when he crushes a good-looking face like Theo's. The Flash Tiger remained unfazed as he refused to let the three out of his sight. He did not even let the mouthy scoundrel continue with the childish trash talk. Theo immediately slashed away, summoning an avatar of an ancient dragon with his force. They hadn't even gotten the chance to close the distance yet, and the scoundrels were already at death's door. Theo chopped his sword thrice in quick succession with perfect precision and executed his newly formulated technique, Triple Dragon's Claw, each one targeting a scoundrel. The young master never shies away from violence, but he does not want to become like these pieces of trash. So, instead of doing it as revenge for a crime they won't commit until a few years down the line, he will do the opposite of what the scumbags did, only their heads will remain. The destructive power of the dragon's claw was so potent that it could decimate a human body into a pulp while leaving the head intact. He simply flexed on these criminals, giving them the comeuppance they deserved. Theo was actually surprised at how fast these troublemakers fell by his blade. Maybe that's because they were still young at this point in time. He owed this new skill to the celestial flower rain that Lady Plum Blossom imparted upon him. Briefly, he dissected and reconstructed the style for the past 3 days and came out finding a way to use 3 single flashes in a row. Using circles and arcs to draw curved lines of slashes was hard. A whole new world of different transformations and applications has opened. Of course, completing those transformations 120 times in a row like the First Lady is still out of reach. Theo quickly grabbed the severed heads with the scoundrels' pained and surprised expressions preserved. He simply threw the evidence down the cliff for beasts to feast on while he went back to thinking about how to get underground. Much to his surprise, he heard a dull thud as soon as the heads reached a couple of meters down. Upon further inspection, he ascertained that there was an invisible staircase winding down the cliff. It's now stained with scoundrel blood. The hidden quest to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave has officially started. Theo excitedly jumped down from the cliff to head for his treasure. Unbeknownst to him, a strange bird has been keeping an eye from afar. Back in the palace, the officials posted that they were receiving the test's initial results for the first few hours. Currently, Axion Ragnar holds the first position with 41 demon bells collected as he tears through the exam with 20 of his men. Second place is Ragnar. But everyone has been wondering about one thing: how is Theo Ragnar faring? The messenger had to scroll all the way down to the last page of his report for Theo's recorded progress. Currently, the young man has collected 0 demon bells, and he is off on his own without a team. It's safe to assume that he is moving quietly or lying in ambush somewhere. Those assumptions can easily be verified if there are proctors to confirm. Everyone at the table heard Lady Plum Blossom's impatience. The head counselor argued that there are no rules stating exceptional performance in the first stage would lead to the same caliber in the second. He even proposed that the kid's heart might not be prepared for real battles, especially considering that he is a so-called bastard child and not a pure Ragnar. The head counselor assumed that his goons must have taken care of business quickly, doing their job better than expected. Suddenly, the old councilman received a telephonic transmission from Ed Trovian asking him if he did anything behind the scenes. The head counselor did not even bother to deny the allegation. He was bummed that he couldn't tell everyone else beforehand, but it looks like things have worked out, so that's good. Even the Sky Dragon was shocked at his brazen attitude towards an impure child of the throne. It pissed Ed off that some crazy, elitist old coot acted without permission or consultation, potentially stifling his plans. After Camellia had been taken from his family, the Sky Dragon campaigned for an opportunity to take over the Rose Palace. However, he could not find the Primordial Dragon's relic anywhere. Ed Trovian has come to a hypothesis, stating that Theo must hold a clue about Rose Palace's relic. The Sky Dragon can feel it in his bones. That boy Theo has some clues about the relic on him, grown and shown that he is a threat. Using telepathy again, Ed jacked into a guard's mind with a message to hurry Axion up. Lady Plum Blossom can see that the head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director are scheming something, and they're not as sneaky as they think. The pro-Theo group might have to set up some precautions and countermeasures too. It was a reasonable idea, but Julius Ragnar heavily opposed such a thing. The demon dragon genuinely believes that Theo is not someone who would crumble on a mere challenge. Julius trusts his gut that Theo is safe and just stuck in his own unknown circumstance. Also, Julius has not gotten over the fact that Lady Plum Blossom sneakily met with Theo. The First Lady feigned ignorance and playfully laughed. Back in the Winter Mountain, Theo finally managed to see where the stairs were leading. Inside was a relatively simple cave structure, but there were a lot of pesky skeletons hanging around on the outskirts. They constantly attacked with a pretty strong mental trap set up inside. Most people would have a breakdown if they happened to get caught in it. However, such low-level mental attacks are nothing after he passed White Moonlight Blade's tough test. More importantly, Theo managed to follow the compass needle and find something. To check on the situation, Theo expanded his senses outwards, making the wildlife scurry for their lives. For times like this, the special divinity skill is just too much. He can even see what's lurking behind every corner. Casting those thoughts aside, Theo was the first to arrive and be tested. Finally, he found the hatchling's lair. 3 years from now, things might be a lot different. Black Snow will end up killing the hatchling and discovering a priceless legendary item. Walking deeper into the cavern, Theo quietly apologized for the future of Black Snow as he planned to take one of their historic records. Behind the gate is the Amon Grimoire, a one-of-a-kind game-changer. As soon as Theo entered the gate, he was frozen in place, overwhelmed at the sight before him. There were literal mountains of gold and legendary weapons, gems, and trinkets scattered everywhere. One thing is for sure, this place is not a hatchling's nest at all. In the middle of the gigantic room was a sleeping draconic beast, an ancient dragon, using its sea of gold coins as bed. Looking a bit closer, he saw that it seemed to be in a deep sleep, uncaring of the outside world. Theo wasn't delusional. He knew that if this thing woke up and attacked, he could forget about the relic and all the riches in this place, and he would surely die. Could the reports from Black Snow be false? Why is there a full-grown dragon in the chamber instead of just a hatchling? Maybe he's a victim of misinformation, or maybe he just came 3 years too early. Either way, he needs to think of his next move in this unexpected situation. He seriously considered just leaving without touching anything. It's unfortunate, but he can always just come back before the Black Snow can get here again a few years later. But that choice left his hands as soon as the dragon opened its eyes. When he turned around, Theo was locked into a staring contest with one of the most archaic beings in the world. Much to his surprise, the ancient dragon, Lodbrok, spoke in human tongue, calling him the first selector that had come in a long time. The giant beast was actually kind of chill. It even introduced itself without a hint of hostility. Lodbrok explained that the Ragnar calls her the guardian dragon and the owner of Winter Mountain. Everyone who grew up around there knew the name Lodbrok. Trying not to be rude and disrespectful, Theo crashed down to his knees and paid respect to his ancestor. Lodbrok was quite interested in the fact that the young human called her an ancestor. As far as Theo was taught his whole life, the guardian dragon, Lodbrok, is the companion of the Ragnar clan's progenitor, Sigurd, and the mother of Fridleif. The beast asserted that Fridleif, the bastard, must have been spreading nonsense out there. While it's true that she and Sigurd were old companions for a time, she viewed it just as a sign of respect for the contractor who sold his soul to dragons. There wasn't much emotional exchange between them. It is impossible for humans to mate with dragons in the first place. This led Theo to ask if his family's line really has the blood of the dragon or if it is just one big propaganda to lift the Ragnar name up. Lodbrok cleared up that the claim was not wrong at all. Through the long-term contract between her and Sigurd, her dragon's blood is shared. Just as Theo was about to ask more questions about his family's history, Lodbrok cut him off. As she was done with the pleasantries, she announced that she will now begin her duties as a guardian dragon to the selectors. From this point forward, Lodbrok is going to keep the covenant made at the beginning of the clan and will allow the selector who passes her test to ask 3 questions. Theo could finally breathe in relief and thank the gods, as this seems like a non-battle situation. Since his goal is to eventually stand at the peak of the clan, deepening his knowledge of the family's lore is crucial. Through these 3 questions, he needs to get as much information as possible. Outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony is still in full swing. Axion continued dominating the leaderboard and the beasts in the surrounding area. His 1,000 Dragons roar is already powerful enough to one-shot most enemies. As a white tiger beast fell to the snowy ground, bloodied and lifeless, Axion walked closer. He was heading for the green bell dangling on the poor cat's neck. With another bell secured, that makes 57 confirmed kills. He's quickly racking points up. Nevertheless, killing these monsters was secondary. Axion was just itching to find Theo. But his scouts kept on telling him the same report. Theo was nowhere to be seen, over and over. One of Axion's lackeys, Orion Gardner, smugly remarked that Theo must be scared now that he has to risk his life and face real monsters. Orion was determined to attach himself to Axion's entourage the whole way through, no matter what. He feared and believed in the maniac's strength, but he might have run his mouth a little too far when he admitted that Theo got stronger but lived as an idiot for far too long. The next thing you know, Orion's tearing up and gasping for oxygen as Axion's hand slowly crushes his windpipe in a chokehold. Axion reckoned that this peasant of a follower must not know a simple fact. Because he had never been strong in the clan, having power means having no need to fear anything. The Dark Leopard is on the brink of mentally breaking at this point, and he's still as cruel and paranoid as ever. Orion tried to eke out an apology between his desperate gasps for air. This little outburst would have continued if not for another messenger coming in with a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Trovian. The message was simply a reminder to hurry up and carry the plan out. Axion threw the peasant away like garbage and asked the messenger to send a reply to his uncle to stop pestering him. He doesn't need to be reminded of the goal because no one in this world wants to kill that punk Theo more than this psychotic half-brother of his. Meanwhile, Theo is just chilling down in the dragon's den, still trying to think of a fitting question that would give him as much information as possible. After a while, he finally came up with his first question. Lodbrok yawned. She was just glad that the young man finally made up his mind, as the boredom nearly knocked her back into a deep sleep. The first question was why the guardian dragon is still here. He kept it short and sweet. Lodbrok instantly clocked his strategy of asking basic questions to figure out some hidden background knowledge and praised the kid. The reason why she's still hanging around is quite simple. There exists a monster situated at the very edge of the world. Its body is spread across the seas. They call this entity the Nameless Monarch. For the past 1,000 years or so, Lodbrok has been lying in wait and staying in her lair because she was tasked with the mission to protect the world. The Winter Mountain and this dragon's den are just an outpost. Theo fell silent, digesting the bombshell that his ancestor had just revealed. He was certain that he did not feel it wrongly. For a brief moment, he felt what seemed like fear in Lodbrok's eyes. Who would have thought that an almost godlike figure as powerful as an ancient dragon is still capable of feeling terror? There is an existence out there that brings fear to a deity who has reigned for over 1,000 years. The Nameless Monarch must be one freaky bastard. Theo desperately wanted to ask more questions and dig deeper into the lore, but there were more important things he had to find out first. For the second question, he asked what exactly these ancient dragon relics he kept on hearing about were. Lodbrok answered that there are about 3 relics out in the world. Though she doesn't know much about them, she can sense that the young selector has been quite lucky. The three that Lodbrok knows of are the dungeon in Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. As for the last one, it's a bit more complicated. Lodbrok called it the ancient dragon Fafnir's relic. It is a result of a great ancient dragon's soul fragmenting into 31 different pieces. These pieces were then bestowed upon humans in hopes of protecting humanity and resisting the nameless monarch. The form of these ancient dragon relics is not limited. Some could be an item, some could take the form of an experience, and a rare few even turned into intangible yet strange phenomena. Hearing that last part made the gears in Theo's head turn. He could finally see that he always had the last relic in him. Everything he experienced after regressing in time flashed before his eyes. Going through 20 years of life and being brought back in time to the brink of death is the strangest phenomenon one can ever go through. His regression must have been just another form of the ancient dragon's relic, which means Theo himself contains the relic. He must have been given a fragment of Fafnir's soul. But something's not adding up. There's always a dragon protecting the relics, but there was no such thing in his regression. Realizing something, Theo came up with a third and final question. He looked at Lodbrok, right into her piercing eyes, and asked why he was chosen. Why would the hand of fate choose someone as talentless as Ragnar's imbecile to fight something as powerful as the nameless monarch? Lodbrok stared back fiercely and decided to answer his final question with a question of her own. She asked why Theo would think that he was the only one chosen out there. The simple reply made Theo realize that he had not been looking at the bigger picture. He might not be the only one chosen by these powerful relics. Sky Dragon Ed Troven, Demon Craftsman Curson, and even the Black Dragon all knew about the existence of relics. They even actively go out of their way to find and collect said relics. Chances are, they were also chosen by some form of Fafnir's soul fragment. If that's the case, are they also seeing the same messages he has been seeing? Did they also regress back in time? While this series of questions led Theo one step closer to uncovering the world's truth, it also made things a lot more complicated. To summarize, there is a nameless monarch lurking at the fringes of the planet that even the ancient dragon fears, and it is entirely possible that there are more regressors apart from Theo. Now that Lodbrok has answered his 3 questions, the quest is complete, and Theo will be given his reward. The young man was so engrossed in all the implications of what he just found out that he almost forgot that he came to obtain Amon's grimoire. But now that his horizons have expanded, he had changed his mind. He needs something bigger, a lot bigger. He wanted something that cannot be compared to any item in this treasure trove. As a reward for the quest, he is given the chance to pick and take anything from the ancient dragon treasures. Lodbrok proudly boasted about the variety and sheer quantity of her treasures collected from all around the world. There were gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, armaments, anything you could think of, she had them in stock. Whatever Theo chooses will be a priceless fortune worth beyond his wildest imagination. Lodbrok urged him to pick wisely, and she said she would deliver. Theo's lips slowly twisted into a sly smile. When prompted by the ancient dragon to state his desire, Theo Ragnar proudly proclaimed that he wanted to have Lodbrok herself. That answer was definitely out of her expectations. Lodbrok laughed, remarking that it seemed her popularity was timeless and calling it quite the funny joke. She then asked Theo what he truly desired. Theo stood there silently for a moment before speaking, hinting at something about Lodbrok standing atop the treasure. She didn't grasp his meaning and glared, asking if what he had just said was meant to be a joke. Theo, with his eyes full of confidence, affirmed that it was not. Lodbrok flapped her wings, generating a gust so strong that Theo struggled to stand as the wind pushed him back. Radiating dragon fear, she demanded to know if he was truly trying to claim all her treasure and knowledge through clever wordplay. Theo braced himself, his thoughts racing as he realized he was under the influence of a guardian dragon's dragon fear. Determined to withstand it, he gritted his teeth, blood beginning to trickle from his mouth and eyes as he fought to remain upright. Summoning Lesser Drake's fear, a blue, smoke-like aura emanated from his body. Lodbrok sneered, mocking his foolishness for thinking he could stand against her with such a lesser fear. Yet Theo remained resolute, declaring that the guardian dragon herself had promised he could claim any treasure within her nest without specifying any limits. He suggested, with a risky hint, that she herself could be considered part of that treasure. With his eyes wide and teeth clenched, Theo knew this was a gamble, risking his own life, but the potential reward was too great to pass up. He thought to himself that Lodbrok, the guardian dragon who helped establish the Ragnar clan alongside progenitor Sigurd, was a figure of unmatched prestige. There could be no greater claim to legitimacy than to stand as her chosen one. He steeled himself, thinking of past missed opportunities, and declared with fierce resolve that he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Blood continued to drip as he demanded that she honor her promise, choosing her as his prize, and asked her to stand by his side. Lodbrok, seeing Theo's unwavering determination, found herself reminded of Sigurd. Watching him endure her fear and defiance, she felt a spark of familiarity. Slowly, she exhaled and said she would accept his request. Theo, stunned by her response, took a moment to process her words. As her immense form began to transform, her dragon body emitted a fog, and her golden eyes glowed with ancient power. The fog faded to reveal a human-like figure standing amidst her treasure. As it cleared, the figure became fully visible, a woman with horns, her face partially shrouded in mist. The remnants of the fog disappeared, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged, bearing an aura of an ancient dragon. Taking a few steps forward, she chuckled, observing that Theo seemed taken by her beauty. She then revealed, with a hint of sadness, that she was over 2,000 years old, explaining that she had lost her heart 50 years ago. She told him she only had about 3 years left to live because of her condition, adding that she had been patiently waiting for death and was unable to leave her nest. She extended her hand toward him and asked if he still wished to choose her as his reward. Theo smiled, responding firmly that his answer remained unchanged. He would still select Lodbrok as his reward. A system window appeared, confirming that Theo had selected Ragnar's guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as his reward. Lodbrok shook her head, half amused, and called him foolish, though she also acknowledged that such stubbornness was fitting for a chosen one. The system window then updated, granting Theo 2 new titles, Guardian Dragon's Significant Other and Descendant of the Progenitor. With fierce determination, Theo promised to grow stronger and seek out more relics of the Primordial Dragon. Another notification indicated that a soul link had been established between him and Lodbrok. Theo, his eyes full of resolve, told Lodbrok that he would find something to substitute her lost heart among the relics of the Primordial Dragon. He believed there must be something capable of fulfilling that role. The system window notified him that he had gained a significant amount of experience points, causing him to level up. With determination, he added that he needed to at least do this to be worthy of the title Guardian Dragon's Significant Other. Lodbrok smirked and instructed him to take care of her in his new role as her chosen partner. She reminded him, however, that because she could not leave the nest until he found a solution, she would enter hibernation. Before doing so, she produced a blue book, stating that she had something to give him to form a true soul link with her. In an instant, she appeared directly in front of him, placing the book against his chest and instructing him to read it to awaken his mind gate. She told him there was food around the nest, so he could take his time studying. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had acquired the Grimoire of Amon. Shocked, Theo looked at the book in his hands as the system window elaborated. The Book of Amon, the Hidden Being, contains magical principles relating to the sound that resonated at the beginning of time, a holy sound that encompasses all the truths of the universe. Theo held the book, marveling at his fortune in obtaining the Amon Grimoire. He asked Lodbrok what she meant by 1 month. She clarified that it was about how long it took to first awaken the mind gate. Theo's expression shifted as he realized he had other urgent matters. The second stage of the awakening ceremony was underway, and he only had 15 days left in the exam. Asking if he could return to her nest after completing the exam, Lodbrok, with a teasing, authoritative tone, sat on one of the treasure chests and declared that she wouldn't permit him to leave until he opened his mind gate. Theo was taken aback, realizing she was serious and that he had only 13 days or a total of 310 hours till the end of the second stage. He had to do all the things in the remaining time. 3 days before the start of the second stage, at the Central Intelligence Bureau, snow blanketed the area. Axion's uncle spoke to him, revealing the true purpose of the items used to create an anti-field safety zone. He picked something from a box and explained further. The anti-field was due to the fiend's summoning properties within the totem. Holding a marble in his hand, Axion's uncle explained that amplifying the energy of fiends sealed inside it prevented other fiends from getting close. Then he crushed the marble. As the marble shattered, purple and black particles surrounded Axion's uncle, gathering until a four-eyed monster with a massive mouth materialized. Axion's uncle continued, stating that he could summon a fiend whenever he desired. Suddenly, shadows from his leg moved back, transforming into a dragon that lunged and destroyed the four-eyed monster in one bite. Axion's uncle explained the second stage's objective, to eliminate fiends and collect points. He stressed that Theo would have no choice but to hunt. Axion replied, understanding what his uncle was implying, to use the marbles to lure Theo. His uncle confirmed this but clarified that it wouldn't be enough. Simply killing Theo wouldn't yield clues about the Rose Palace relic. Axion questioned why they couldn't torture Theo before killing him. His uncle reminded him of the narrow skill gap between Axion and Theo, which angered Axion. His uncle further explained that it wouldn't be easy to restrain and torture Theo. However, Theo's sentimentality could be exploited. He suggested using Theo's followers from Training Ground 4 as hostages to demand information. Axion clenched his fists in frustration but agreed to the plan. The scene shifted to the present. Axion reflected on the plan but realized Theo hadn't appeared to hunt fiends. Instead, Theo remained in hiding. With only 12 hours left until the second stage ended, Axion sat in thought. Currently ranked first with 860 points, he noticed flashing lights behind him. He lamented how much effort they had put into ensuring some proctors were under his uncle's control. Theo Ragnar, a swordsman from the Plum Blossom Palace ranked 7th with 446 points in second stage, approached Axion. Felix suggested that Theo might have been captured by the council scoundrels, as his absence didn't make sense otherwise. Axion coldly stared at Felix before mocking him for his garbage insight, insulting him further by questioning Lady Plum Blossom's interest in Theo. Felix gritted his teeth, angered but unwilling to retaliate. Axion dismissed him and declared he would force Theo to reveal himself. Summoning the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace members, Axion devised a plan to hunt the rejects from Training Ground 4 one by one until Theo appeared. While the Scaled Dragon Society members smiled wickedly, the Plum Blossom Palace members were determined despite their reluctance. Unbeknownst to them, Ragnar, ranked 3rd with 561 points, overheard their conversation from behind a tree. Meanwhile, a group of hunters battled a forest lizard, a middle-low-class fiend, its pain screams echoing in the area. After defeating the creature, the group celebrated. They had previously taken down a yellow demon bell fiend and held its bell as proof. The group consisted of Sybil Dree, 68th rank with 31 points, Eodi Narand, 53rd rank with 52 points, and Benat Ramiro, 62nd rank with 36 points. Sybil held the yellow bell, noting they only had 12 hours left. He wondered where Theo was, as they had secured supplies specifically for him. Eodi speculated that Theo was focusing on something more significant than collecting points, as survival alone sufficed to pass the second stage. Benat expressed excitement over Theo potentially becoming valedictorian again. However, their conversation was cut short when Orion Gardner, 14th rank with 173 points, stabbed Sybil from behind. Pulling his sword out, Orion mocked the group. When Sybil's comrades demanded an explanation, Orion pointed his weapon at them, declaring they were sacrificial lambs to summon Theo. As chaos unfolded, the scene shifted. Deep within Lodbrok's nest, Theo stood before the ancient dragon Lodbrok. Impressed by Theo's progress in opening the mind gate in under a month, she observed him with interest. A system notification appeared, confirming Theo had partially grasped the magical principles of the Grimoire Amon and unlocked a new skill. Theo smiled, recalling how his knowledge from his past life guided him. The Grimoire Amon required both quantity and quality in magical power to learn its secrets. Possessing both a mana haul and a dragon heart, Theo progressed at twice the speed of an average person. Still, the system notified him that his stats were too low, resulting in the manifestation of a lower-ranked skill, Hatching Synchro, rank C, which allowed him to manipulate and read residual thoughts through psychokinesis. Lodbrok closed her eyes, acknowledging Theo's efforts as a basic requirement to call himself her significant other. She emphasized the need for further training to master higher-level skills. Theo grinned, determined to succeed. Lodbrok informed Theo that as he grew stronger, he would hear her voice and borrow her power. However, she cautioned him about her limited lifespan, 2 years at most, emphasizing the need to prioritize her recovery. Theo reassured her, vowing to fulfill their objectives. Pleased, Lodbrok initiated the Primordial Covenant, smoke swirling around Theo as her golden eyes glowed, declaring him her new significant other, the first in 1,000 years. She disappeared, teleporting Theo to a mountain cliff. Standing amidst the snow, Theo lamented his lack of progress with the awakening ceremony. With 12 hours left, he realized normal fiend hunting wouldn't secure first place. Instead, he resolved to hunt others' bells, aiming to defeat Axion for the top rank. Rustling nearby drew Theo's attention. Turning, he spotted a figure, blood trailing behind them. A voice whispered that they had found him. Theo, looking back, was surprised to see the person. Theo's expression turned to shock. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the dense forest. Snow blanketed the ground, muffling the sounds of the forest and creating an eerie stillness. Theo stood amidst the trees, his senses on high alert. He scanned the area, looking for any sign of movement, when he caught sight of someone staggering toward him. Recognizing the figure, Theo expressed his surprise and concern, addressing Ragnar. Ray, renowned for her unshakable strength, appeared barely recognizable. Her shoulders sagged under an invisible weight, her steps were unsteady, and her usually determined expression was pale and etched with exhaustion. As she drew closer, Theo noticed the subtle tremor in her hands and the sheen of sweat on her brow despite the biting cold. He urgently inquired about what had happened and whether she had been attacked by monsters. Ray initially did not respond, her breaths coming in shallow gasps while clutching the hilt of her sword tightly. Theo noticed a fresh wound spreading across her side and deduced it was not caused by a monster. His voice filled with dread as he questioned whether a person had attacked her. Ray tried to steady herself but collapsed, with Theo catching her in his arms. She whispered hoarsely that he needed to head west, her words urgent despite her body's exhaustion. As Theo helped her to her feet, her sword slipped from her grasp, which Theo instinctively caught. The moment he grasped the hilt, a burst of light blinded him. System notification, hatchling synchronization activated. Accessing the thoughts hidden within the sword. Reading memories of the sword owner, Ragnar. Theo's vision blurred as he was pulled into a vivid flashback. The scene shifted to a dense part of the forest, where Theo witnessed Ragnar hiding behind a large trunk. Her focus was on a group of people gathered a few meters away. Axion stood in the clearing, commanding and intimidating. Surrounding him were Theo's comrades, bound and beaten, their faces bruised and bloodied. Axion's subordinates, weapons drawn, loomed over them. One of Axion's men reported that there was still no sign of Theo but mentioned leaving enough traces to lure him there. Another subordinate added that they had allowed monsters to roam the area, asserting Theo would appear if he was alive. Axion, maintaining a cold and calculating demeanor, questioned why so many hostages had been brought, stating that 2 or 3 would have sufficed. When one of his subordinates suggested killing a few to send a message, Axion did not object. As the subordinate's blade arced downward to strike one of the hostages, Ragnar revealed herself from hiding, her sword drawn. She demanded that Axion release Theo's comrades. Axion seemed surprised at her presence and asked why she was interfering, asserting it was none of her concern. Ray firmly stated that the hostages were Theo's comrades and insisted they be freed. Axion mocked her for taking Theo's side. Without further argument, Ray lunged at him, her sword gleaming. Axion met her attack head-on with practiced ease. Sparks flew as their blades clashed, but Ray's strength waned, and Axion overpowered her with a powerful strike that sent her crashing to the ground. The flashback ended abruptly, and Theo returned to the present. Ray remained leaning against him, her breathing shallow. Processing the memory, Theo asked her why Axion had captured his comrades and what he was planning. Ray, after a moment of hesitation, explained that Axion was desperate to find Theo and had taken his friends hostage to lure him out. Theo's fists clenched as he processed her words, his emotions a whirlwind of anger, guilt, and determination. He demanded to know where Axion and his comrades were. Ray told Theo in a voice barely above a whisper that he couldn't go. She explained that the supervisors of the Central Intelligence Bureau were on Axion's side and that even Theo couldn't handle them all. Theo's jaw tightened as he responded that he didn't care, emphasizing that something could happen to his comrades while they stood there. Ray raised her voice, almost shouting as she insisted that the situation wasn't a test anymore but a trap to kill him. She urged that they needed to regroup, find allies, and devise a plan. Theo replied sharply, refusing the suggestion and asserting that he wouldn't let his comrades die. Ray, frustrated, declared that even if sacrifices were necessary, she didn't want to lose anyone else. Theo, his voice echoing through the forest, shouted that he had already lost too much and wasn't willing to experience such loss again. Meanwhile, in a secluded clearing, Axion stood surrounded by Theo's comrades. The snow around them bore traces of blood, evidence of a brutal confrontation. A subordinate approached Axion and bowed slightly, informing him that Theo had been spotted at the northern cliff in contact with Ragnar. Axian's lips curled into a sinister grin as he remarked that it was finally time to show Theo Ragnar the consequences of crossing him. A low, raspy voice, audible only to Axian, reminded him that there was no need to confront Theo directly and instructed him to extract information about the relics. The voice assured Axian that they would deal with Theo themselves. Acknowledging the voice, Axian nodded darkly and stated that he wanted Theo to suffer first. He received further instructions to use the summoning orb to distract the supervisors. Back with Theo, Ray made one last attempt to dissuade him. She pleaded with him not to go, insisting that he was walking into a trap. Theo, however, remained resolute. He thanked her for the warning but stated that he couldn't stand by while his comrades were in danger. Why is the Rose Palace burning? Why are the household members dying? Because he was the imbecile of Ragnar. In the clan predicted under the rule of the strong, he was the weakest. He was sick of being on the losing end like a fool, and could not keep repeating his mistakes. As he prepared to leave, the air around him grew heavy with a palpable energy. A faint dragon-like aura became visible behind him, a manifestation of his determination. Ray, shocked, observed the weight of his presence as Theo asked where Axian was. Theo, in a commanding tone, asked for Axian's location. Elsewhere in the forest, a group of 3 individuals came across a grim scene. Supplies were scattered across the snow, and faint traces of blood led away from the area. Remington, ranked second in the competition, examined a blood-stained box and noted that the supplies belonged to Theo's team. Hulkus, a towering figure ranked 5th, and Erica, ranked 4th, stood behind him. Remington expressed concern about the situation and stressed that they needed to find Theo's team before it was too late. A deafening roar echoed through the battlefield. A massive white beast charged toward Theo, raising its weapon high above its head. Theo, with his senses heightened, narrowly avoided the devastating blow by sidestepping at the last moment. Dust and debris scattered as the ground cracked from the impact. Breathing heavily, Theo tightened his grip on his sword, knowing hesitation would be costly. With precise movements, he darted forward, his sword gleaming as he aimed for the beast's vulnerable spots. He swiftly slashed through its defenses, causing it to let out a pained howl before collapsing lifelessly. Theo, without looking back, thought about the urgency of finding his comrades. He considered that Sybil and the others might still be alive, but the scenario seemed to carry Ed's influence. Theo suspected that Ed was using Axian as a pawn to eliminate him. His thoughts were interrupted as 5 more identical beasts emerged from the shadows, growling menacingly and blocking his path. Theo realized that these creatures weren't ordinary, they were designed to delay him and push him to his limits. Muttering under his breath that there was no time for games, Theo instinctively channeled his dragon's 3rd claw. Energy coursed through his veins, and his sword crackled with a faint blue glow. With a single sweeping strike, he unleashed an arc of energy, cutting down the beasts in unison and clearing his path. Theo's resolve only strengthened. He acknowledged Axian as unpredictable but considered the supervisors as the true threat pulling the strings. He determined that he had to stop the chaos quickly to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Ahead, a final beast, a towering figure more menacing than the others, stood in his way. Theo crouched low, his muscles coiled, and then leaped into the air with explosive power. His sword glinted as he descended toward the beast. Just as the beast opened its gaping maw to strike, Theo plunged his blade into its skull with precision. The beast convulsed before collapsing lifelessly. Exhaling sharply, Theo vowed to himself that he was coming for Axian. Meanwhile, Ragnar stood in silence, watching the horizon where Theo had disappeared. Memories of their childhood flooded her mind, moments where Theo's unwavering bravery had shone through, such as when he guided her through a dark forest with confidence. Ray whispered to herself that Theo had always been selfless and fearless. Clenching her fists, she resolved not to stand by and watch him fight alone. She decided to help him no matter what and moved forward with determination. At the enemy's base, Theo's comrades were bound tightly, their expressions filled with frustration and anger. One of them struggled against his restraints, shouting furiously that Axian would regret this. Axian, standing nearby, reacted with disdain. With a cruel grin, he planted his boot on the man's face, shoving him to the ground. He sneered at the noise, unsheathing his sword and pointing its blade threateningly at the captive's throat, warning him to keep quiet or be silenced permanently. Before Axian could act, a calm yet authoritative voice called out from the shadows, reminding him not to forget their orders, which came directly from the Intelligence Bureau. The voice cautioned that any rash moves could jeopardize the mission. Axion growled in frustration but sheathed his sword. He sat on the captive's back, using him as a makeshift seat, his crimson eyes faintly glowing with simmering rage. Peering through the trees, Axion spotted faint lights in the distance. His expression darkened as he muttered about the 4 senior high-ranking prosecutors sent to deal with Theo, concluding bitterly that even his uncles doubted his ability to handle the situation alone. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white. Theo stepped into the clearing, his commanding presence drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to him. His comrades, tied and battered, looked on in shock. Axion lifted his head, his expression neutral as he locked eyes with Theo. Silence blanketed the scene momentarily before Axion smirked and mockingly remarked that Theo had finally decided to show up. Theo walked forward with steady confidence, scanning his surroundings. He noted every detail, the bound figures of his comrades to his left, the enemy forces to his right, the Plum Blossom members standing guard and tensing up as their hands inched toward their weapons, and Axion seated ahead, exuding arrogance. Axion taunted Theo with condescension, saying he had kept him waiting long enough. Theo's gaze dropped to the comrade beneath Axion's feet, and his grip on his sword tightened. Without a word, he stepped closer. Axion rose slowly, placing a hand on his sword hilt, but before he could act, the voices from the shadows intervened again, urging Axion to remain calm and not let Theo provoke him. Axion exhaled sharply, regaining his composure. He tried to address Theo, claiming they needed to understand the situation and get straight to the point. However, Theo interrupted coldly, asking if Axion was scared. Axion narrowed his eyes and asked what he was talking about. Theo repeated his question unwaveringly, asking if Axion feared losing to him. Axion's composure faltered momentarily as he dared Theo to repeat his words. Theo stepped closer, a smirk growing on his face. He questioned why Axion had gone to such lengths, taking hostages, stationing guards, and setting up an entire trap to corner him, if he wasn't afraid of what might happen in a fight. Axion's expression darkened as anger bubbled to the surface. He called Theo a bastard. Theo raised his sword and pointed it at Axion, daring him to prove otherwise and fight like a true Ragnar unless, of course, he had abandoned his pride. Axion laughed bitterly, his voice tinged with fury, and mocked Theo as a concubine's child, claiming he was delusional to think he could challenge him. Ignoring the voices urging restraint, Axion finally snapped and accepted Theo's challenge, declaring they would settle the matter once and for all. Above the scene, hidden among the treetops, several spies observed the unfolding events. One murmured that things were escalating, while another grimly replied to stick to the plan and intervene if Axion lost control. Back on the ground, Axion addressed his subordinates, ordering them not to interfere and to leave the hostages untouched until the fight concluded. Theo moved in a blur, startling Axion momentarily as he barely managed to block the incoming strike. Axion stumbled slightly, his mind racing to comprehend what had just happened. Theo smirked and taunted Axion to stop wasting time and fight seriously. Enraged, Axion unleashed his ultimate technique, Thousand Dragons Roar. A massive red dragon materialized, its jaws snapping at Theo with incredible force. For a moment, Theo was frozen by the raw power of the attack. However, he quickly composed himself and summoned his blue sword. The blade glowed brilliantly as Theo countered with Dragon's third claw, nullifying the attack in an instant. Axion stared in disbelief as Theo stood confidently, his sword gleaming and a smirk playing on his lips. Theo questioned mockingly if Axion was truly skilled enough to teach him anything. Orion Gardner, executive of the Scaled Dragon Society, let out a roar that echoed across the battlefield, his frustration cutting through the icy air. Sweat trickled down his temples, betraying the disbelief etched into his face. His thoughts spiraled back to the awakening ceremony, where faint suspicions had first surfaced. Meanwhile, Theo strode forward, his steps measured and resolute. Orion muttered to himself in disbelief, questioning how Theo could wield such overwhelming strength. The reality unfolding before him defied logic, shaking the very foundations of his understanding. Theo's capacity to obliterate everything in his path was no longer deniable. It was a force too vast to ignore. Orion's expression darkened, the chilling possibility clawed at his mind. Axion could lose. For the first time, betrayal whispered its poisonous temptation. The thought of siding with Theo gnawed at him, memories of Axion's arrogance fueling the treacherous notion. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he silenced the voice in his mind. Forcing a smirk, Orion rallied himself, sharply commanding the members to scatter. His orders snapped others into motion, sending them fleeing into the shadows. As the Scaled Dragon Guild dissolved into the night, someone suggested that Axion should deal with the mess while the rest acted independently. A memory of past came to Axion's mind, where he, with glowing crimson eyes, stood silent as his uncle Ed firmly, yet gently, told him that the throne of Ragnar was his destiny, meant for his mother, his uncle, and the legacy of the Troivan clan. Uncle Ed emphasized that Axion must descend. Ed smiled confidently, explained that the name Ragnar was a mask and that Axion carried the blood of Troivan, along with the weight of duty, something he could not refuse. I think there is a big chance that Axion is a product of incest. However, I may be wrong since none of the Troivan siblings have red eyes. Well, back to the story. The memory shattered, snapping back to the present. Axion's smirk remained icy, his confidence teetering on arrogance. He lunged forward and as Axion charged, he roared Theo Ragnar's name, his sword cutting toward Theo with ferocious speed. Theo met the assault head-on, his blade locking with Axion's in a collision that sent a cascade of sparks. The deafening clash reverberated like a thunderclap, each strike amplifying the tension that gripped the battlefield. Axion's eyes burned with fury as his relentless strikes forced Theo to parry blow after blow. Each swing carried the weight of his rage. Yet Theo's movements were deliberate, his defense precise and unwavering. Sweat glistened on his brow, but his focus never wavered. Back at a grand chamber, a man announced that Theo Ragnar had confronted Axion Ragnar and that the battle had begun. Around the table, figures exchanged sharp glances, the atmosphere brimming with tension. Demon Dragon erupted into laughter, confidently declaring that Theo would crush Axion. Across the room, the Elder Dragon muttered under his breath, expressing disbelief over how Theo had survived. Ed exhaled softly, a flicker of relief in his sharp eyes. Smiling faintly, he masked the intricate plan forming in his mind. Calmly, he reminded himself that after getting info about the relic, a high-rank swordsman would finish him off. The man received new intelligence. As one of his subordinates stepped forward, it was reported that Theo and Axion were in the midst of a duel. Ed's eyes gleamed faintly. His thoughts betrayed his confidence. On the battlefield, Axion's disbelief flashed in his eyes as Theo unleashed a secret technique with fluid movements. Theo's attacks shifted, becoming unpredictable and impossible to track. Each strike carried deadly precision, forcing him back step by step. Yet beneath the pressure, Axion's confidence burned brighter. Watching Theo's movements, he observed that he could read Theo. In a moment, Axion's blade tore through the air, a masterful sword-throwing technique. The weapon hurtled forward with devastating speed, its trajectory so precise it seemed to halt time. The onlookers paled, their breaths hitching as the blade's whistle cut through the air. Theo's composure faltered, his eyes narrowing as he recognized something. Theo's heart pounded as his mind reeled. The realization struck him that it was a sword-throwing technique. A memory surged unbidden, dragging him to a moment from his past life. He remembered the blade stabbing into his chest, stealing his breath, and ending his life. Now, back on the battlefield, Axion's cold, steady voice cut through the chaos. He said that using a technique with set movements only told your enemy where you'd go next. Blood dripped steadily from the sword Theo gripped tightly. His hands shook, not from fear, but from realization. His wide, shocked eyes stayed fixed on the weapon as the truth hit him like lightning. He whispered that it had always been Axion. Scattered memories from his past life suddenly became clear. He had seen this exact technique before, this precise throw, this deadly accuracy. He now knew that the person who had killed him back then was none other than Axion Ragnar. Theo's breathing grew quick as he thought bitterly about how powerless he was, unable to protect anyone or uncover who had destroyed the Rose Palace. Fortunately, Rendon took off his mask and Evelyn's investigation revealed a connection between Camellia Palace and Rendon. Now it all made sense. The Troivan clan had orchestrated it, and among them, only Axion Ragnar used this rare sword-throwing technique, a move so bold that only someone blinded by arrogance would use it. The realization sank in, heavy and unshakable, spreading determination through Theo like ripples in still water. His focus snapped back to the present. His face darkened, and rage churned beneath his calm exterior as he gripped the sword tighter, the metal groaning under the force. He repeated, louder this time, that it had always been Axion. The sword in Theo's hands cracked and then shattered, breaking into two jagged pieces. He demanded to know why Axion was so determined to kill him. For the first time, Axion faltered. His usually calm face showed disbelief as he muttered, stunned, wondering how Theo had broken a sword with his bare hands. But Theo wasn't done. Holding the broken hilt in his bloodied hand, his resolve hardened into something unyielding. This time, things would be different. He would protect himself and those he cared about without hesitation. With that thought, he threw the shattered blade toward Axion. Axion tilted his head, easily dodging the throw and sneering at what he called a poor imitation. But his confidence wavered as a heavy, suffocating energy exploded from Theo. The battlefield seemed to freeze, and a mysterious red power surrounded Theo. Axion's eyes widened, and his hand instinctively reached for his weapon. He panicked, trying to understand what was happening, realizing that this wasn't normal killing intent. Sweat formed on Axion's forehead as Theo closed the gap between them with terrifying speed. Axion barely managed to block the incoming attack, but the force behind it pushed him back, his boots digging deep into the snow. Theo continued his relentless assault, striking again and again with no chance for Axion to fight back. Every swing felt like a storm, each strike a challenge. Axion struggled, his mind racing to understand Theo's sudden power. He wondered if Theo had been hiding his true abilities and, if so, why. Theo's voice cut through Axion's thoughts, mocking him and demanding to know when Axion would finally show his real strength. Axion gritted his teeth and lunged at Theo, grabbing his wrist in a calculated move. With a sharp pull, he tried to bring Theo closer, ready to land a deadly blow. But at the last second, Theo twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the strike. The blade scraped Theo's shoulder, drawing blood, but Theo responded with perfect footwork, blocking Axion's follow-up and jumping back to get some space. Axion steadied himself, narrowing his eyes as he studied Theo. He couldn't figure out where Theo's new power had come from, and the uncertainty started to shake his confidence. Before Axion could react, Theo disappeared, leaving him confused and wondering what had just happened. Theo appeared at Axion's side almost instantly, his sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. Axion's weapon flew out of his hands. Theo's fiery gaze locked onto Axion, and he taunted him, asking if Axion knew what it felt like to be stabbed in the stomach. Axion stared back at him, his face a mix of anger and disbelief. The bloodlust and madness in their eyes clashed as they prepared for the next strike. Theo raised his sword, clearly planning to finish the fight. In some other place, Remington knelt beside a bloodstain, his sharp eyes focused on the dark red against the cold ground. He muttered to himself that someone had been taken and observed that this didn't look like a monster attack, but more like someone had been dragged away. Hulkus stood behind him, gripping his giant sword, his face full of confusion. He asked who could have taken the person. Remington straightened up, his eyes following the blood trail into the dark forest. In a cold voice, he said there was only one person who could have done this, Axion. Hulkus looked shocked and protested. He pointed out that Axion was in first place and questioned why he would do such a thing and what his goal might be. Remington pressed his lips into a thin line and said being in first place wasn't enough for Axion. He guessed that Axion had taken Theo's followers to lure Theo out and planned to kill him at the Second Awakening ceremony. Hulkus' face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists and shouted that this was cheating, insisting Axion should fight fairly. Nearby, Erica spoke in a calm, icy voice. She said it didn't matter. Hulkus turned to her, his anger giving way to confusion. He demanded to know what she meant. Erica replied sharply that Ragnar's awakening ceremony had always been about survival of the fittest, where the strong crushed the weak. That was just how it worked. Hulkus stared at her, unable to believe her words. He argued that it still didn't make it right. Remington sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. He agreed with Hulkus, expressing his dislike for Ragnar and saying even strength had been twisted into something dirty and dishonorable. Erica's gaze snapped to him, her voice sharp and dangerous as she warned him to watch his words. She asked if he meant what he was saying. Remington didn't back down and firmly said he did. He then declared his intention to save Theo's followers, explaining that Theo wouldn't hesitate to do the same if their roles were reversed. He suggested Erica could make a real difference if she joined him. Hulkus' face lit up with hope, and he eagerly asked Erica if she would come with them. Erica sighed and said she wasn't interested. Hulkus froze, shocked, and demanded to know why. Without looking at him, Erica turned and started walking away. She explained that she was here to meet Theo Ragnar and didn't waste her time on people she considered beneath her. Hulkus' fists shook with rage. He yelled, calling Erica trash. Erica stopped and slowly turned to glare at him, her icy stare enough to silence even the bravest. Before the situation could spiral further, Remington stepped between them. His voice was calm but firm as he addressed Erica. Remington calmly explained that he understood why Erica wanted to meet Theo. He assured her that helping Theo now would get her closer to her goal. Erica studied him carefully. However, she warned him not to slow her down. The three of them began walking into the snowy forest, the cold wind biting their faces. Remington's expression grew firm as his thoughts became a steady resolve. He was determined to hold on and save everyone. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted them, telling them to stop. Figures stepped out from the shadows of the trees. At the center of the group stood Orion, smirking confidently as though he had already won. Orion sneered at Remington, making a sarcastic comment about his choice of allies. Hulkus stiffened at the insult, grinding his teeth so loudly that it startled nearby birds. He demanded to know if Orion had just called them muscleheads. Orion's smirk grew wider as he teased Hulkus, saying he hadn't used that exact word but suggesting it fit. Remington stepped forward and told Orion to move aside, explaining that he didn't want to fight. Orion's grin faltered for a moment, but he raised his sword to block their way, refusing to let them pass. Remington's jaw clenched as he slowly drew his blade, declaring that Orion had left him no choice. The forest exploded into chaos as the two groups clashed. Not far from the battle, Theo's companions were tied up on the frozen ground. One of them stared at a broken blade lying nearby. He thought that this was the opportunity Theo had given him. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he began to cut the tie. As the fight raged on, a third figure suddenly leaped between the fighters, deflecting Theo's sword with one sweeping motion. Theo blinked in surprise as the newcomer lifted his head dramatically, clearly enjoying the attention. The man is Liam Troyven, a high-ranking swordsman, and exam supervisor. Theo staggered back in disbelief, suspecting that Liam had been waiting for just the right moment to make his entrance. Liam stood tall and, with a tone dripping with superiority, apologized to Axion. Then he commanded hooded figures to escort Axion away. From the shadows, the hooded figures emerged, handed Axion his weapon, and led him off. Axion took the sword without saying a word. Liam turned back to Theo. He spoke with unwarranted confidence, saying Theo had done enough and that he would finish the fight. But Theo tightened his grip on his sword, refusing to back down. Liam struck with precise and graceful moves. Theo's muscles screamed as he blocked and countered, gritting his teeth in determination. Theo knew Liam was strong, and every block felt like a test of his willpower, but he told himself he wouldn't give up. Liam raised his sword high, ready for the final blow that gleamed in the pale light. His face was cold, and his movements aimed to kill. It's a pity that he had to kill such a prodigy, but he has no choice. Then, out of nowhere, an attack came from behind, stopping Liam in mid-swing. His body jerked and blood spilled from his mouth. He staggered, his face filled with shock and confusion as he tried to understand what had just happened. In a weak voice, he asked Axion what he was doing. Axion, standing behind him with his sword deep in Liam's back, was full of anger. He coldly told Liam that he had never been told to interfere. Liam's body stiffens in disbelief, his blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Theo is frozen in shock as Liam's face twists with pain and betrayal. Blood trickles from his mouth, and his wide, disbelieving eyes lock onto Axion. He cannot comprehend this treachery. With a sickening sound, Axion yanks his sword free, spraying blood across the pristine snow, a brutal testament to his cruelty. Liam collapses to his knees, clutching at the wound. Axion's subordinates remain paralyzed, their faces etched with horror and confusion. One stands speechless, while another cries out in anguish at the sight of their fallen leader. One of them shouted at Axion, asking what on earth he was doing, their voice trembling. Axion's eyes blazed with an intense, almost demonic red glow, his jaw tight as he justified his actions. He claimed they had joined the fight because they thought he would lose, which was an insult to him, an insult to the heir. Theo's expression shifted between disbelief and dawning understanding as he called Axion insane, reminding him that this was his own family. Turning to Theo with a cruel smirk curling his lips, Axion admitted mockingly that Theo Ragnar was indeed strong, his tone dripping with condescension and mockery. In a flashback, Ed stood before a younger Axion, his face hidden in shadows. His words lingered in the air, filled with malice. He told Axion that the weak were worthless, but Axion was born with talent. A sinister smile curled on Ed's lips as he instructed Axion to crush others beneath him and rise above them, insisting that only then could he claim the throne of Ragnar. Young Axion's eyes shone with an unsettling intensity, his gaze filled with determination. Back in the present, Axion's face was set with pride and arrogance. He stated with disdain that Theo must be weaker than him, claiming it was the only logical conclusion. He raised his sword, his stance exuding power and ambition, declaring that he would be the strongest and would claim the throne. He believed there was no way he could lose to someone like Theo, not there. Axion gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles white with strain. A silent promise of violence filled the air. His voice trailed off as he launched a furious attack, his blade a crimson blur against the snowy landscape. Theo, however, stood firm, his determination clear in his narrowed eyes, fully focused on his opponent. As Axion's sword came down with explosive force, Theo met it head-on, their blades clashing with a deafening crash. Axion's eyes widened in shock as he questioned where Theo was. In the chaos, Theo dodged the strike and positioned himself to counterattack. With lightning speed, Theo's sword connected, slicing through Axion. Blood sprayed into the cold air as Axion staggered, his face a mixture of pain and disbelief. Nearby, Liam's men rushed to his side, supporting his weakened form. One of them asked Liam with heavy concern if he was all right. Liam coughed, clutching his wound. Though his face was pale, his resolve remained unshaken. One of the men glared at Axion and expressed his anger, stating that Axion's recklessness had gone too far. He hesitated, torn between loyalty to Axion and disbelief at his actions. Despite the agony, Liam gritted his teeth and gave a desperate command. He told his men not to worry about him and to go help Master Axion and kill Theo Ragnar. His eyes burned with critical intensity. Axion spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in pain and fury. Theo didn't let up, his sword glowing with blue energy as it cut through the snowy air. Axion's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered in shock that it was impossible. A flashback interrupted the moment. Ed, with a sly smirk, looked directly at Axion and spoke with chilling certainty, telling him that when it came to Ragnar, one should always expect the unexpected. The scene shifted to a close-up of a flickering lantern in a dark room. The flame danced unsteadily, almost going out, only to suddenly flare brighter. Back in the present, Axion's expression hardened with determination. A single bead of sweat slid down his cheek as he stayed focused. Growling, he denied what he was seeing and insisted it couldn't be true. Another flashback played, showing Ed's dismissive expression as he questioned why Axion was so concerned about Theo, whom he described as worthless and untalented. In the memory, Axion held a card in his hand, a smug grin spreading across his face as he declared that he would toy with Theo a bit to remind him of his place. Ed's voice echoed again, his face partially hidden in shadow. His tone was calm but confident as he pointed out that the gap between Axion's skill and Theo's wasn't as wide as Axion thought. The scene returned to the battle. Axion swung his sword, the blade carving through the air and leaving behind a vibrant trail of blue energy, a testament to his strength and resolve. Fury twisted Axion's face as Theo's attack barreled toward him. Roaring, Axion declared that a worthless piece of trash like Theo couldn't possibly tear him apart with ease. He released his full power, and energy surged around him like a storm. Behind him, a massive, terrifying spectral entity appeared, its jaws stretched wide in a silent scream of dominance. Theo stood his ground, unwavering in the face of the overwhelming power. His voice was steady, filled with conviction, as he lamented the cost of Axion's ambition, stating that many of his men had died because of Axion's greed. Clenching his fist, Theo gathered energy around his hand and vowed to shatter Axion's ambition if he refused to abandon it. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, Theo charged forward, power surging through him. A magnificent blue dragon took shape behind him, its fiery eyes blazing with righteous fury. Theo unleashed his ultimate attack, announcing it as the three claws of the dragon. Theo's glowing blue eyes burned with focus as the spectral entity behind Axion let out a silent roar. The blue dragon raced forward, its might undeniable. Liam, despite his injuries, stared in shock at the raw power unfolding before him. His subordinates watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of awe and fear. From a distance, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica observed the scene, their faces reflecting the magnitude of the forces colliding. Axion's face was strained with pain and effort as he struggled against Theo's devastating attack. Every ounce of his power was tested, yet Theo's resolve remained unbreakable. Theo and Axion were locked in a fierce battle, their powers colliding and creating a blinding vortex of energy. The force of their clash erupted into a massive explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. As the dust settled, The air remained thick with energy and debris. Smoke and dust swirled, hiding the figures within. Axian's boots pressed firmly into the snow-covered ground, a few drops of blood staining the pristine white surface. Slowly, Axian's boots began to slide backward, leaving a trail of disturbed snow in their wake. The force of the clash threw him off his feet, his body crashing heavily onto the frozen ground. Defeated, Axian lay motionless, his limp form a dark shadow against the pale snowy landscape. Theo stood over Axian's fallen body, his sword lowered but still emanating power. His silhouette was commanding against the pale sky. Weariness and a grim sense of accomplishment were etched into Theo's expression as he gazed down at his beaten opponent. Liam's face was frozen in disbelief and horror, his eyes fixed on Axian's lifeless form. His voice trembled in a barely audible whisper as he called out to Master Axian. The cold, sharp edge of Theo's blade hung in the air like a deadly pendulum, its crimson droplets staining the pure white snow below. Axian lay sprawled on the ground, his lifeless eyes fixed on the unyielding sky. A heavy silence blanketed the battlefield, broken only by the labored breaths of the few who remained alive. Liam's subordinates, their faces pale with a mix of shock and fear, stammered as they referred to him as young Master Axian. Despite his serious injuries, Liam struggled to his feet, his gaze locked onto Axian's motionless body. He rasped out a barely audible command to kill Theo. Theo, his once pristine white coat now soaked in blood, stood still among the group. His sword, though lowered, dripped with the evidence of his victory. Even though Theo was exhausted and wounded, he assessed the situation grimly, realizing he was in trouble. He thought to himself that it would be a gamble from here on out. Even at his best, he couldn't take on 4 senior proctors at once, and in his current state, it was impossible. His stamina was drained, and his mana was nearly depleted from his last attack. Gripping his sword tightly, Theo steadied himself, his mind racing. He thought to himself that the figure should appear any moment now. As he prepared for what was to come, 2 cloaked figures began advancing toward him, their swords drawn. Figures dressed in dark cloaks moved with astonishing speed, their swords glinting in the dim light. A startled grunt was followed by the sickening sound of a body hitting the ground, breaking the stillness. Before anyone could react, more figures joined the fight, their movements fast and precise. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica emerged from the chaos, their faces set with determination as their blades clashed with the attackers in a storm of steel. This was not who Theo had been expecting. Theo shouted at them in a voice mixed with surprise and relief, asking what they were doing there. Remington, his silver hair glinting, responded with a faint smile and calmly stated that it should have been obvious. They could not leave a comrade in trouble, especially not young Master Theo. Momentarily speechless, Theo simply stared at his unexpected allies. Erica, clearly impressed, grinned and remarked that Theo looked even better in person. She added that it was her first time meeting someone as strong as him and that she liked him already. Hulkus, unable to contain his excitement, chuckled and agreed with her, saying Theo was amazing. Sybil, his face bruised but his resolve unshaken, stepped forward to join the fray. He declared with unwavering loyalty that they were there to help Theo and could not simply stand by after all the trouble they had caused. Despite knowing their actions were a direct violation of the rules, as interfering supervisors were strictly forbidden, they had chosen to fight alongside Theo. Remington shouted above the chaos, sarcastically reminding them that supervisors were not allowed to get involved and pointing out that helping a candidate was a serious offense. The question of their defiance hung in the air as the tide of battle shifted. The remaining agents of the Central Intelligence Bureau, now outnumbered and overwhelmed, found themselves pushed onto the defensive. Liam, his face twisted with pain and frustration, watched helplessly as his carefully crafted plans unraveled. One of his subordinates, trembling with fear, stammered as he asked Liam what they should do and whether they should eliminate everyone there. Another subordinate, speaking urgently, pleaded for Liam's decision, emphasizing that the situation had spiraled out of control. Liam's mind raced, filling with dread as he realized the full extent of their failure. He internally listed their shortcomings. They had failed to uncover anything about Rose Palace's artifacts, they had not succeeded in killing Theo, even Sir Axian was dead, and now they had been caught red-handed. Though defeat loomed, a dark smile crept across Liam's face. He announced his plan to cover everything up. When one of his men protested, saying they did not have time, Liam dismissed the objection and calmly explained that the best solution was simple: kill everyone. Liam's gaze swept over the battlefield littered with bodies as he elaborated on his plan. He proposed staging the scene as an internal conflict, claiming there had been an outbreak among the examinees that led to their deaths on sight. Pulling several dark orbs from his coat, he revealed a 5th-grade monster summoning stones and explained that they would create enough chaos to make the situation look like an accident. His men hesitated, but under the weight of his commanding glare, they quickly nodded. One of them, his voice shaky, agreed to the plan. As Liam prepared to unleash the monsters, his twisted plan began to take shape, threatening to turn the battlefield into a scene of carnage. However, a voice suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere, stopping Liam in his tracks. He gasped as a sharp blow struck him. The arrival of 3 supervisors, representing the White Dragon clan, Plum Blossom Palace, abruptly halted the chaos. Their faces reflected concern and suspicion as they scanned the scene of destruction. Supervisors Selford Gardner and Sally Gardner from the White Dragon clan and Plum Blossom Palace stepped forward, demanding answers. Natasha, the supervisor from Plum Blossom Palace, observed the devastation with a grim expression. The remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau were confronted by the other supervisors. One of the supervisors commanded the trio to stop and warned them to follow if they wanted to save themselves. Otherwise, the supervisor added, they would end up like Liam. A tense standoff unfolded, thick with unspoken threats. Amid the turmoil, Theo stood silently, watching the events unfold. Though he had survived against impossible odds, the cost of victory weighed heavily on him. He softly mentioned that it was a relief the supervisors had arrived in time. One of the supervisors, her expression a mix of concern and admonishment, reprimanded Theo for being reckless and asked why he had risked so much. Theo silently met her gaze, his eyes conveying what words could not. As the chaos subsided, the snow-covered battlefield, dimly lit by the moonlight, bore witness to the aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Survivors gathered around Theo. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stood close, their faces showing relief and exhaustion. Sybil and the others from Training Ground Number 4, their eyes filled with tears of gratitude, cried out that Theo had done all this for them and that they had no regrets, even if it cost their lives. Theo looked at them, his heart heavy with the burden of their sacrifices. His gaze shifted to her, her pale face glowing with unbroken determination. She declared aloud that she aspired to have strength like his and extended her hand, telling Theo to give her the bow and that she would take first place. Her faint smile held a glimmer of hope, a rare light amid the desolate scene. The moonlight bathed the stark snowy landscape, casting a somber glow over the unfolding drama. Far away, at the Central Intelligence Bureau headquarters, Ed listened to a subordinate's report. His face turned pale with shock and disbelief as the subordinate informed him of Axion's death. Ed murmured Axion's name in disbelief, his voice barely audible. The news hit like a hammer. The other council members, Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius, sat in stunned silence. Years of planning and manipulation had unraveled in a single night, and their carefully constructed schemes lay in ruins. Everything had come to an end. The announcement reverberated through the air, a formal proclamation marking the conclusion of the second round of the blooming ceremony. In a snow-covered forest clearing, a crowd of figures looked up toward the source of the declaration. A wave of murmurs swept through the gathering, confusion and curiosity evident on their faces. Among them, 2 individuals exchanged stunned glances, their expressions bearing the weariness of their trials. The focus shifted to the deliberate steps of an examiner, their boots crunching against the snow with a soft but resolute thud. A voice rang out, cutting through the stillness as the speaker addressed everyone. The speaker, Theo Ragnar, the Ascendant Dragon, stood with an imposing presence. His long white beard framed a face edged with wisdom, and his tone carried the weight of authority. He informed the candidates that the second round of the blooming ceremony had officially ended. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd as some speculated why the Ascendant Dragon himself, who rarely made appearances, was there. Unperturbed by the speculation, Theo continued, stating that 45 out of 87 candidates had passed and noting that this year's talents might be the best yet. He added that even the highest score was astonishing. A subtle energy crackled in the air as Theo moved on to the formalities. He explained that those who passed the second round would be promoted from apprentices to entry-level inspectors of Ragnar and told them to be proud of their achievement. Among the crowd, Remington and Sybil stood side by side. Remington quietly remarked that everyone there qualified. Theo then announced the scores. The atmosphere grew tense as anticipation thickened in the air. When he declared that Theo Ragnar had achieved first place with 1,121 points, the reaction was immediate. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the group, with some expressing disbelief over the fact that Theo had managed to score over 1,000 points, especially since he had none until the last moment. One person exclaimed in surprise, asking if the others had heard that it was because of Axion. Another person's voice trailed off, lost in the noise. Faro continued, announcing that second place had gone to Remington Narcio with 926 points, third place to Erica with 843 points, fourth place to Ragnar with 789 points, and fifth place to Hulkus. He added that Isla Laman had taken the 45th and final place with 28 points. After pausing to let his words settle, Faro told everyone that they had all worked hard. However, he pointed out that the blooming ceremony was not over and mentioned that the third round was still awaited. A ripple of confusion spread among the candidates as one of them asked another if they had made it. The second candidate responded bitterly, saying they had not collected enough bells. Faro raised his hand and asked those qualified for the third round to raise their hands. Remington raised his hand first, followed by Erica, Hulkus, and Ray. Among the crowd, Theo lifted his hand high, standing out with its dark contrast against the light. Faro explained that the hidden element of the second round, the equality breathing method, had been revealed through collecting bells and deciphering ancient words. He stated that only those who had mastered it during the exam could channel its essence into their magic and earn the right to proceed. Theo's mind drifted back to his past life, recalling how he had been unable to understand the words then. An image of a bell etched with mysterious symbols flashed in his memory, and his bright blue eyes glowed as a system notification appeared, informing him that hatchling synchronization had been activated and that he could read the thoughts of objects. The scene in his memory shifted to a vivid battle filled with brilliant lights and fierce energy. Theo explained to himself that the essence of the words had come to him as images and that this time, he had understood everything. His determination burned brighter as he prepared for the challenges ahead. He chuckled, marveling at how rare it was to see 4 individuals qualify for the third round. In his past life, he recalled, Ray and Remington had been unable to grasp the equality breathing method. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect caused by his actions. Faro, looking stern, told the candidates to step forward one by one and display what they had achieved. He called Theo Ragnar first. Theo, unshaken in his resolve, thought to himself that with Axion gone, the future would be better. As he stepped forward, a faint blue aura enveloped his foot, and he declared aloud what he had gained. The air crackled with latent power as Theo's blue eyes narrowed. A glowing system notification appeared, listing the actions to be taken: grant, express, control, expand, and solidify. Theo muttered to himself, granting the mana a thunder attribute while maintaining a calm expression, although determination gleamed in his gaze. He thought about expressing it next. As the ground trembled violently, brilliant lightning exploded around him, illuminating the area in flashes of raw energy. Some in the crowd shouted in astonishment, unable to believe Theo had reached the level of expression. Others, including Sybil, exclaimed their admiration, declaring that it was as expected of young Master Theo. Lightning coiled around Theo like a living entity, his power leaving those around him in awe and disbelief. Determined to push further, Theo concentrated energy within himself, causing his chest to glow. Suddenly, he unleashed an enormous wave of lightning that tore through the ground, sending bolts raining down from the skies above. Among the crowd, Erica murmured that she liked him, while Hulkus shouted about how amazing Theo was. Faro, observing with a faint smile, broke the stunned silence, remarking that he was impressed and hadn't expected Theo to wield such control. Theo, keeping his expression steady, said nothing as energy swirled around him. With another explosive display of lightning magic, he left the crowd in awe. His red eyes gleamed as he unleashed a powerful spell called Thunder Dragon. The spell stunned the onlookers, and some cried out in disbelief, suggesting that Theo was attacking the supervisor. Faro, however, seemed amused, chuckling as he noted that Theo had already reached the level of expansion. He countered Theo's lightning with water spiraling around him and declared that Theo had the right to test him. Theo met Faro's gaze without wavering, while the spectators gasped at the exchange. Faro complimented Theo, stating that he would grant him an additional 1,000 points. Theo expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. The crowd murmured with admiration, calling Theo the Ascendant Dragon and remarking that Faro rewarded those who rose to challenges. An updated score display appeared, showing Theo Ragnar in first place with 2,121 points, Remington Narcio in second with 1,426 points, Erica Lank in third with 1,143 points, and Ray Ragnar in fourth with 1,089 points. Hulkus exclaimed how insane it was for Theo to have 2,000 points, with another voice crying out that he was nearly on par with Lord Thorkel. Pharo chuckled softly, clearly amused. The remaining candidates waited for their turn. First up was Remington Narcio. A system message popped up, Remington Narcio with 500 points. Then Ray Ragnar stepped forward, Ray Ragnar with 300 points. Lastly, Erica went, Erica Lank with 300 points. Pharo, holding a scroll, proudly announced that this group was incredibly talented. Normally, anyone with more than 1,000 points would take the top spot, but now there were 4 contenders. The updated rankings showed, first place, Theo Ragnar with 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Narcio with 1,426 points. Third place, Erica Lank with 1,143 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar with 1,089 points. With snowy mountains behind him, Pharo spoke to the crowd, praising everyone's efforts. He announced that those who didn't advance to the third round could leave and prepare for the nomination ceremony, set for 1 week later. As the crowd dispersed, the 4 remaining candidates stood before Pharo, who was on a stone platform. Suddenly, a dark, threatening energy surged from the mountain peak. A red aura spread out, and the ground shook. The candidates stumbled as a blast of energy caught them by surprise. Pharo's voice changed, now sounding sinister as he asked, "Shall we begin the third round?" Theo's eyes widened as he felt an unfamiliar energy filling him. His vision blurred, and he thought he could see the faint outline of a dragon, Lodbrok. Pharo explained that the third stage of the exam was to meet the clan head. Anything could happen in this meeting, which would decide if they'd be nominated to serve in the clan head's manor. Serving there was considered proof of being a strong successor candidate since the previous 5 clan heads had all served in that role before. Theo assumed the clan head was waiting at the top of the mountain, but he couldn't understand why he was sensing Lodbrok's energy. Then, it hit him. Maybe the one who had taken Lodbrok's heart was his own father. Pharo ordered the candidates to overcome the dragon's fear and climb to meet the clan head. The pressure grew so strong that they all dropped to their knees, barely able to stand. Erica asked how they were supposed to climb in such a state. Theo told her to stop trying to use brute force. Instead, he said they needed to match the mana's wavelength. Erica looked confused and had no idea what he meant. Remington stepped in and explained to her that Theo was talking about creating an anti-phase wave to cancel out the pressure. Theo complimented Remington for understanding so quickly, while Erica stood there, still completely lost. Remington explained further. He said Theo's message was that only those who could properly control their magic power were worthy of meeting the clan head. Remington had grasped this right away, but Erica couldn't follow and asked if they were speaking some foreign language. Sighing, Remington simplified it. He explained that magic power is like a wave. The clan head's aura was also made up of waves, and to push through it, they needed to create an opposite wave with their magic power to cancel it out. Even after hearing this, Erica was still shocked because it made no sense to her. Frustrated, she summed it up herself. "So, we just need to make magic power that's opposite to the pressure?" The others agreed it was basically that. Annoyed, Erica called Remington a goody two-shoes and asked why he hadn't just explained it that way from the start. As they bickered, Ray quietly focused on what they were saying, trying to figure it out. Erica teased Remington, asking if he was really only 17 since he sounded like an old man. Meanwhile, Theo concentrated. A powerful blue aura surrounded him, shocking everyone nearby. Theo balanced his mana perfectly, and the huge wave of energy neutralized the pressure. With a cold, sharp voice, he declared, "Of course I can do this. I'm the next clan head." Hearing this, Remington was shocked. The old man stood stiff, and Erica grew serious. Theo spun on his heel and marched forward, his steps echoing purposefully. He declared with confidence as if the outcome was already set, "I'll go ahead." Behind him, the remaining participants shouted after him, their voices filled with frustration and desperation. The Zenith Dragon observed the 3 remaining participants with an amused glint in its eyes. Its deep booming voice carried an unusually cheerful tone as it spoke, "Don't dawdle, little ones. The points depend on the order you arrive." The revelation struck like a thunderclap. The 3 remaining participants exchanged startled looks, the stakes climbing higher yet again. Erica exclaimed, her irritation transforming into determination. Without wasting another moment, all three pushed themselves to the limit, breaking through the heavy aura and sprinting toward the next stage. As their hurried footsteps faded, the Zenith Dragon stood alone, laughing softly. To think I'd start wanting a disciple in my old age. What a time to be alive, it mused. The scene shifted to Camellia Palace. Its grand halls bustled with activity. A voice rang out, "My precious daughter, where are you hiding?" The palace staff exchanged knowing looks as they followed the source of the voice. One maid whispered, "Oh no, the demon craftsman is at it again." The other maid chuckled, "Ever since young Master Theo became famous, she's been unstoppable." Inside one of the palace rooms, Cecilia sat talking with a guest. The atmosphere was calm until the door burst open with a loud bang. Grinning widely, Curson strode in. "So here you are, my dear Cecilia," Curson said enthusiastically. Cecilia turned to her mother, her voice sharp but composed. "Mother, please act with decorum inside the palace." But Curson, too excited to care, pulled Cecilia into an enthusiastic hug. "Cecilia, who cares? I'm about to become ridiculously rich," Curson exclaimed. Cecilia raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you already rich?" Curson leaned back, her eyes gleaming. "Yes, but not this rich. Ever since Theo became a star, my workshop has been buried in orders. Weapons, armor, everything's in demand." A soft smile crossed Cecilia's face as she watched her mother's excitement. She thought to herself, "I always believed Theo would succeed, but now that I see him in action, I can't help but worry." Her smile faded, replaced by a worried frown as she clenched her fists. What if he gets hurt? What if the pressure is too much for him, and all I can do is sit here helpless? While Cecilia wrestled with her thoughts, Curson continued rambling, her energy nearly boundless. "The days of just making weapons are over. I'm branching out, bracelets, necklaces, maybe even an entire jewelry line. Can you imagine?" Curson's declarations suddenly sparked an idea in Cecilia. Her expression sharpened as inspiration struck. "Mother, listen," she said. "Have you ever made a prosthetic arm?" The scene shifted again, this time to a quiet windswept field. Kyle Ragnar, the head of the clan, sat amidst the graveyard of swords, his deep laughter resonating through the tranquil space. The clan head perched on his shoulder was a crow, its sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. The bird cawed softly, delivering updates on Theo's progress. Kyle's grin widened as he listened to the report. "I know what you're worried about," he said, his tone calm yet firm. "But even a parent has no right to stand in the way of their child's dreams." He reached for the hilt of his sword, its blade old but still sturdy. Around him, the sword seemed to whisper of battles fought and aspirations pursued. "It's impossible to extinguish the fire of youth," he reflected. "Even we were like that in our prime, weren't we?" He gestured to the countless swords surrounding him. "This place is proof of that, the graveyard of swords. Each one stands for a dream, a challenge, a legacy." The crow let out a sharp, disapproving squawk, as though questioning Kyle's confidence. He chuckled but remained steadfast. "I told you, don't worry. All I want is the prosperity of the Ragnar clan. Anything that threatens that, I'll handle it." The crow tilted its head, still unconvinced. Kyle's grin faded, replaced by a steely, unyielding expression. "Even if my damn son is a regressor," he said, his words hanging heavy in the air. "Well, Guy's Noble is different from Manwa. They missed a few things from the novel. There are 6 primary elemental attributes in the world: Thruma, the thunder attribute; Vatten, the water attribute; Fror, the frost attribute; and last but not least, Elder, the fire attribute. There is also Vyre, the wood attribute, and Svik, the poison attribute. You're finally here, my son," the clan head rumbled, his voice a deep growl. The words felt heavy, more like a declaration than a greeting. He stood there, an imposing figure with a massive sword at his side. This was the beginning of it all. The air seemed to challenge Theo, thick and suffocating. He struggled for breath, each inhale ragged. The climb had drained him, and every gasp reminded him of his exhaustion. A dizzying storm of red energy swirled around him, a chaotic tempest that pressed down on his trembling body. "It should have taken me just an hour," Theo thought, "but it took 4. His legs shook under the oppressive weight. "What a suffocating pressure," he murmured. The world pulsed with a sinister energy. The ground was scattered with swords, grim reminders of those who had come before. Blades jutted out like fallen tombstones, surrounded by a crimson haze. "Do you know what this place is?" Kyle's voice broke the silence, echoing through the space. Theo had heard stories, but seeing it was entirely different. "This is the graveyard of broken swords," he said, his voice heavy with realization. "I've been told these are the swords of those you've defeated, my lord." Theo tried to steady his voice, but a tremor betrayed him as he faced the enormity of the scene. Kyle's tone was sharp, cutting like a blade. "Correct. That is the position of the clan head," he said. "It's a role where you must stand alone against endless threats and challenges, a position where you can never truly rely on anyone." He paused, letting the words sink in like a harsh truth. His great sword shimmered with a menacing glow. "It's a position that follows the rule of the strong," Kyle continued, his voice ringing with authority. "You must rise above everyone else with your power. Do you think you have the right to claim such a position?" His tone dropped dangerously low. "Yes," Theo replied, the word firm but quiet, a small act of defiance. Kyle's gaze darkened, his displeasure evident. "Don't answer lightly," he snapped. "I've killed thousands to stand here," he growled, his voice heavy with the weight of bloodshed. "Can you do the same? Can you bear their hatred?" Before Theo could answer, the air crackled with violent energy. Ghostly blue figures appeared, their voices a mix of rage and sorrow. "Kyle," they roared. "I curse you for eternity. How dare you commit such atrocities?" The spirits of those Kyle had slain materialized, their faces twisted with anger and pain. Their hatred was so intense it felt like a physical force. "I'll destroy you," they screamed, their voices filled with venom. Despite the storm of hatred, Theo stood firm. The chaos raged around him, but his resolve was unshaken. His resolve was unchanged, he declared. Kyle asked why that was, his tone sharp. Theo replied to avenge his past life, become the clan head, and put an end to this cursed battle for the throne. He clenched his fists around his sword, his determination unwavering. He said he would face any challenge to achieve his mission, but doubt flickered in his mind. He thought he knew that wasn't the answer Kyle wanted. With a sharp movement, Theo raised his sword. His voice rang with determination as he said he would answer with his blade. Kyle's lips curled into a cruel grin, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He said very well, his voice laced with anticipation. From that moment on, he wouldn't see Theo as his son, but as a challenger. His gaze pierced through Theo. He wanted to see what he had learned from her teachings. The mention of her startled Theo, confusion flashing across his face, but there was no time to dwell on it. He exclaimed in surprise, his mind racing as a dark thought began to take shape. He wondered if Kyle had just said her. Drawing his blade, Theo's face hardened with grim understanding. His eyes widened in realization, but there was barely time to react. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as the world around him exploded into chaos. He questioned if he was dead, his vision blurring. He felt disconnected, as though his body no longer belonged to him. Suddenly, a shocking surge of power erupted. His heart raced as Kyle unleashed a devastating attack. Kyle's expression shifted from cruel amusement to one of disinterest. Beside him, a crow appeared. He addressed the crow, asking if it was worried that their little prodigy might die. The crow chirped twice, its glowing eyes locked on the unfolding scene. Kyle nodded at the bird's response, his gaze growing serious. He said only those with an unyielding will and determination could escape the heart sword. His voice carried a strange mix of pride and uncertainty. Kyle's demeanor grew colder. He muttered it was a harsh test for someone so inexperienced, especially in the middle of the awakening ceremony. His voice hardened, turning icy and calculating. If his resolve wasn't strong enough, he said, it was better for him to die there as nothing more than a wandering soul. He clenched his fist, saying he didn't need a regressor who would only bring ruin to the clan. The world around Theo dimmed, consumed by a suffocating darkness that seemed to seep into his very being. Theo thought he was dead, his consciousness slipping away. He reflected it was only natural since he was struck down by his father. His thoughts felt strangely detached, almost clinical, as he observed his demise. He told himself he had no regrets. A strange peace washed over him as he reviewed the events of his life like a series of fragmented memories. He recalled his past deeds, including stealing Camellia Palace and killing Rendon and Axion. His mind was heavy with the weight of his sins. He admitted everything had just been a stroke of luck. His thoughts faded into the growing void. The truth hit Theo like a physical blow as he observed it. As his life flashed before his eyes, a strange calmness settled over him. He realized this life had been happier than his previous one. His face softened into a serene smile. He said softly that his time had come and it was time for him to go now. His thoughts began to fade into nothingness, the edges of his consciousness blurring. A distant hollow voice echoed as his awareness slipped further away. The last thing he saw was a swirling darkness that soon dissolved into oblivion. But then a harsh guttural voice shattered the silence, startling him. It was loud and clear, and it didn't seem to be meant for him. Out of the shadows emerged a magnificent beast, a creature woven from light and darkness. It commanded him to get up, saying that if he was going to sulk like this, he should have just let it devour him. A small spark appeared, faint but powerful. It grew rapidly, flames licking at the edges of the void. Theo thought he was right, thanking the voice as a newfound strength surged through him. He felt alive again, the icy grip of death retreating as his determination rekindled. He resolved he couldn't let it end like this. His consciousness stirred as he recalled his promise. Lifting his head, Theo's eyes shone with a fierce inner light. His mind was sharp and focused. Drawing his sword, he felt a surge of power flow through him. He thought he may break, his body stretched to its limits, but he would never yield. He roared his voice as a raw challenge to the encroaching darkness. His body moved instinctively, a symphony of power and precision. His sword became a blur of light, unleashing a devastating attack that shattered the darkness into countless fragments. As the chaos subsided, Theo stood dazed, his vision clearing. The shattered world around him began to reform. He lunged forward, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light. The air vibrated with a violent energy. But Theo had survived. Kyle lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. His eyes were shadowed beneath his dark brows. He declared that Theo passed. His words were starkly different from his earlier cruelty. Though his tone was still sharp, there was an edge of pride. He had been pushed to his absolute limits but had prevailed. 1 week later, the clan headquarters buzzed with activity. The day of the nomination ceremony had arrived, and the air was thick with anticipation. The grand hall was alive with murmurs. The tension is almost tangible. Hulka stood beside Erica, visibly uneasy. He muttered that there were way too many people there, his voice tinged with nervousness. It was making him anxious. Erica rolled her eyes, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. She asked how someone so big could be so timid, her tone mocking yet playful. Hulkus bristled, his voice defensive. He stated that he wasn't timid and insisted that she was just too bold. Erica shrugged, her smirk widening. She pointed out the commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current one. She noted how many heroes were present, her voice deliberately exaggerated. Hulkus glanced nervously around the room, his voice rising as each name Erica mentioned increased his anxiety. He exclaimed that was exactly the problem. So many important people were there. Erica muttered that he was such a baby. She claimed no one would care about someone who couldn't even master elemental breathing, her voice dripping with mockery. Hulkus sputtered, his eyes wide in disbelief. His face twisted in frustration and embarrassment, his lips pulled into a deep frown. A sudden jolt ran through Hulkus as he began to shake. He demanded to know what she had gotten from the clan head during the 3rd stage. "It's a secret," Erica replied coolly. Hulkus's face twisted into a mask of outrage. He yelled that she was so stingy, recalling how his Theo would have been cool about it and shared it already. Erica raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. She questioned him again about his Theo. Hulkus turned away, his expression hardening. He explained the life of a Lank was to serve as the sword of Ragnar. They had to stake their lives for a Ragnar. He thought back to the power of a dragon, a majestic creature of bone and fire, surrounded by a horde of bears. He declared that in that case he wanted someone cool and strong, someone who had it all, power, character, and ambition. That was Theo, and he decided to dedicate himself to him. Hulkus spoke firmly, a strange light shining in his eyes. That was why Theo was his. And he agreed to this? Erica asked sharply. Hulkus paused, furrowing his brow. He wondered if Theo needed to agree. He admitted he had only planned to join the same unit as him. He looked away, his fists tightening. His face clouded with uncertainty. He revealed that the clan head said Theo wasn't being taken into the clan head's manor. Clenching his fists, determination flared in his eyes. He resolved to follow Theo. A steady thud of footsteps echoed through the grand hall, followed by the resonant clang of a staff striking stone. The sound carried across the courtyard, silencing the crowd. "Attention!" Vanna Ragnar announced, his voice booming, holding his staff aloft. He continued, stating that the nomination ceremony would now commence. He named Theo Ragnar as the overall valedictorian. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement filling the air. The sound reverberated through the hall as they chanted Theo's name. Theo stepped forward, his features calm and composed. Behind him was the sprawling headquarters. The crowd cheered, their enthusiasm unwavering. All eyes were on him, young Master Theo. A voice murmured from the crowd, asking where he would choose. The words felt both like a challenge and a plea. Evelyn watched from the sidelines, a hint of longing in her eyes. She wished he would join the white armored dragon cavalry, but knew it was just wishful thinking. Theo stood alone in the courtyard center. Congratulations on being the overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, Vanna declared. He praised his excellence in every category, calling it truly inspiring. A sharp sound interrupted him, drawing everyone's attention. Vanna's face shifted to shock, his eyes wide. Ed, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, stepped into view. His expression was unreadable, his eyes obscured by shadows. "Sky Dragon," someone whispered. The murmurs quickly spread through the crowd. Speculation arose about his intentions, whether he was there to avenge Axion. Vanna's voice was strained as he addressed Ed, commanding him to sit back down. Ignoring the command, Ed spoke with calm authority. "Theo Ragnar," he began, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. Theo recognized Ed as the Sky Dragon and narrowed his eyes. He reasoned that Ed must still be angry about Axion's death. But even he wouldn't dare disrupt a nomination ceremony. Ed extended a hand, a charming smile on his lips. He offered Theo the position of deputy director. Theo's eyes narrowed further, his face a mask of suspicion. He didn't trust Ed, not even a little.
Theo becoming the valedictorian was a big deal. It showed how far he had come as a Ragnar, starting from nothing. A broken dark egg in a pile of twigs represented his humble beginnings, while the image of a mighty dragon soaring through the bright sky symbolized his success. The crowd murmured in surprise. "I knew he got strong, but I never thought he'd defeat Axion," someone whispered. Another voice added, "I heard he almost killed a proctor before they stopped him." Theo's journey from being mocked to becoming a legend inspired many young swordsmen. People no longer looked down on him. Now they admired him. The fool of Ragnar had turned into someone they respected. Just then, a message popped up in front of Theo. "You have become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony." Another notification followed. "Congratulations, you have completed scenario quest number 3, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. You have obtained an ether core as a reward." The item was stored in his inventory. Theo stared at the message, confused. "Ether core?" he muttered. Since the quest took so much effort, the reward had to be valuable. His eyes shifted toward Ed Troyvan, who stood among the crowd. Ed was from the Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo narrowed his eyes. Ed smiled and reached out a hand. "I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director," he said. Theo didn't reply. Instead, he activated his skill to check Ed's information. Age, 46, title, Sky Dragon, talent, wolf in sheep's clothing, status, aims to recruit Theo Ragnar as a pawn to uncover the secrets of the Primordial Dragon's relics. Theo smirked. "So that's his plan. He must know I already have one." His expression darkened. "But I won't let you get what you want, Troyvan. I'll crush you myself." His fingers curled into a fist. "What is the meaning of this?" a voice demanded. It was Julius Ragnar, the central director. His face was tense as he glared at Ed. Ed remained calm. "I'm simply following procedure by offering a position to a talented individual. Is there a problem?" "Don't insult our intelligence," Julius shot back. "This is clearly just revenge for your nephew." Ed let out a soft chuckle. "I understand why you'd think that, but you're wrong," he said with a sly smile. "While I do have personal feelings about it, as central director, my only goal is to recruit the best people." A snake, Julius thought. He only cares about his mission, even after his nephew's death. Before the tension could rise further, Vanna Ragnar stepped forward. "I understand the need for skilled individuals," he said. "But we haven't even started the official selection process. Let's not rush things." He turned to Theo. "Theo Ragnar, have you made your decision?" "Not yet," Theo admitted. "That's why I'd like to hear what offers are available." His sharp eyes scanned the grand hall. After a moment, Osa Ragnar stepped forward. "I offer not only to take Theo Ragnar as my disciple," she announced boldly, "but to appoint him as junior lord of the Plum Blossom Palace." The crowd started murmuring in surprise. "Did she just say junior lord?" someone asked in shock. "But Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any children," another person whispered, sounding doubtful. "This is like accepting him as her adopted son," a third voice added, astonished. Theo watched Osa Ragnar calmly, fully aware of the importance of her offer. He'll be the next sword dragon, someone pointed out, glancing at Theo with admiration. 2 of the 9 dragons have already made their offers, Remington said excitedly. You really are amazing, young Master Theo, Hulkus exclaimed. Even most commanders and directors can't compete with these offers, Erica noted. Suddenly, a lone figure appeared among the swirling clouds with a bird flying nearby. I'd like to make my offer as well, a powerful voice announced. A massive force crashed down, shaking the hall with an earth-shattering impact. A figure descended, surrounded by dark energy. As he landed, he stepped forward, revealing himself. A man with long white hair partially hiding his face behind a dark mask. Gasps filled the hall. The Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, someone shouted in shock. Even he's getting involved. Robert's sharp eyes locked onto Theo. Theo Ragnar, I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony, he said. Theo met his gaze without hesitation. So he's been watching me, Theo realized. Come to Black Snow, Robert continued. I'll grant you the rank of Null Snow. Null Snow, the highest position in the Black Snow Intelligence Agency, allowed its agents to live public lives while gaining both fame and honor. Theo remembered that in his past life he had never been able to reach that rank. To think I can achieve it so easily now, Pharaoh Ragnar cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Theo Ragnar, you left a deep impression during the 3rd stage, he said with a warm smile. I hope you won't forget about Zenith Academy. Aaron, the Zenith Dragon and the supervisor who had once saved Theo, spoke in disbelief. That's 4 out of the 9 dragons, Evelyn chimed in. And don't forget, there's still one more. The Demon Dragon, Aaron whispered. Julius Ragnar, the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, stepped forward. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry will not offer Theo Ragnar any special treatment, Julius declared firmly. He's sticking to his principles, Aaron said in surprise. As expected of our commander, Evelyn added with pride. Julius's face remained serious. Honor is something you must earn yourself. As much as I want to recruit Theo, I cannot give him special privileges. That wouldn't be fair to the other recruits. The only thing I can promise is my full support for his growth and the honor of being a dragon. His unwavering gaze settled on Theo, standing in the center of the hall. Theo took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, they shone with determination. With a confident smirk, he declared, I will choose. Suddenly, a sharp voice filled with a strange power cut through the air. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo's eyes widened in shock. He quickly turned around, looking for the person who spoke. His gaze landed on a woman sitting like a queen on a throne. Hilda, the former leader of the clan. His throat went dry and he swallowed hard. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, keeping his voice calm and steady. Hilda smirked, her eyes full of understanding. I don't know what kind of life you lived before, but your acting is flawless, she said, amused. Truly impressive. Before, what does she mean? Does regression have a limit? Theo's mind raced, trying to make sense of her words. Are you okay? You don't look well, Vanna Ragnar asked, concern in his voice. Can I have a moment to think? Theo asked, his voice tense. As you wish, Vanna said with a nod. This is an important decision, but don't take too long. Hilda leaned back, her smirk deepening. There's no need to hide it. After all, I'm also a regressor, she revealed. But my cycles have come to an end. Theo's mind spun. She said it again. That means she's regressed multiple times. His eyes narrowed as more questions flooded his mind. Are there other regressors? How many? He decided to ask directly. By cycles, do you mean a person can regress more than once? Hilda chuckled, amused. Wait, you don't know? Kyle must not have told you anything. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Kyle hates regressors, she said. I was surprised he let you live. Theo's voice shook with confusion. Is that why he gave me such a harsh challenge? Hilda laughed softly, her eyes glinting with understanding. You have a lot of questions, but we don't have time now. If you want to learn the secrets of this world and our clan, come find me. We'll continue this conversation later. Theo stared at her, his thoughts a mess. During the 3rd stage of the awakening ceremony, Father gave me no answers, only the heart sword. He looked down, remembering the ceremony. So Father hates regressors. But that energy, Lodbrok's essence, I sensed it from him back then. A realization hit him. The stolen heart of Lodbrok, was it really Father who took it? Is it because Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, supports regressors? A human defeating an ancient dragon should be impossible. But maybe not for Father, who's called a demigod. His gaze shifted to Kyle Ragnar, who sat silently on his throne watching everything. To uncover the clan's secrets about regression, I have no choice. Vanna Ragnar's voice broke his thoughts. Now then, Theo Ragnar, have you made your decision? Theo took a deep breath, his determination solid. Yes, I have decided, he declared, his voice strong. Remington chooses Zenith Academy and becomes the Zenith Dragon's disciple. Theo thinks he probably made this choice because both he and Remington used the water current breathing technique in their past lives. Remington went back to his Narcio clan to become stronger. Later he started a rebellion against the Ragnar clan, but this time he didn't leave the clan. Theo is sure this is another opportunity created by his own actions. The two friends shake hands as Theo encourages Remington to do his best, promising they will meet again once they are stronger. Remington smiles and says he is looking forward to their reunion. They exchange a respectful glance before parting ways. Just as Theo expected, Ray returned to Daffodil Palace where her mother, the Ice Dragon, lives. It is the best place for her to grow stronger. Some of Theo's followers wanted to go with him, but their grades were too low. He feels it's unfortunate that he has to separate from his friends like this. After the ceremony ends, Theo looks up at the sky, hoping that everyone will work hard to achieve their goals. Just then, a voice calls out to him. It's Hulkus. He says he didn't expect them to end up in the same unit. With him is their strong female companion. As they walk towards Theo, he greets them with a smile, happy to have made new friends. He thanks them for helping him during the second stage. Erica, blushing slightly, tells Theo that he owes her a favor. She secretly thinks that strong guys are the best. Meanwhile, Hulkus, like a sibling, also believes that strong guys are the best. As they playfully argue, Theo wonders why they are suddenly so interested in him. A supervisor interrupts, telling everyone to focus because the commander is arriving. Despite this, Theo feels satisfied. He has accomplished his goal. He has joined the most honorable unit. This is the perfect place for him to begin his journey toward becoming the clan leader. They are now part of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The commander arrives and congratulates them on becoming new members. Theo plans to meet Hilda later to clear up some of his doubts. The commander then asks the recruits to state their goals. Hulkus, the simple-minded one, loudly declares that he wants to become an awesome dragon. Another recruit shouts that he wants his name to be known everywhere. Erica confidently states that she will become the strongest of her generation. One by one, the recruits share their ambitions. Soon, everyone turns to Theo, waiting for his declaration. Before speaking, Theo thinks about the great war that will happen in 5 years. Determined, he declares that he will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. The supervisor is shocked at his bold statement. Meanwhile, the commander laughs loudly, saying that big dreams are the way to go and that Theo has joined the right place. The commander then speaks. He tells them that no matter their personal reasons for joining this cavalry, they must all remember one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they shed will be remembered in history. He says that today's hardships will become tomorrow's pride. Their shields will never break, their swords will never waver, and their comrades will always have their backs, just as they must protect their comrades in return. With a smirk, he finishes by saying that at the end of their difficult path, forged through blood and sweat, glory awaits. Finally, he welcomes them as the newest members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. As the speech ends, a huge dragon lands behind the speaker, destroying the field instantly. This dragon can fly and is the commander's partner. Muscle Turd introduces the dragon, saying its name is Gullah. He explains that Gullah is a flying dragon and represents all dragons. Suddenly, many dragons start falling from the sky. An old man tells the people to get on their senior dragons. He climbs onto his dragon and announces that the admittance test is about to begin. He explains that it's time for them to find their own dragon partners. But Theo already has Lodbrok. As he looks at the flying dragons, he finds them amazing and wonders if he will have one too. Just then, a voice calls out to him, surprising him. It's Evelyn. She is happy to see that Theo has joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo is shocked and asks if she is back on duty. She smiles and tells him that it just happened that way. However, he is clearly surprised, and Evelyn smiles at him with admiration, showing her new arm. A flashback begins. Theo's mother, along with her own mother, visits Evelyn to thank her. When Evelyn sees Theo's mom, she is shocked but greets her politely. Theo's mom tells her that even if Theo hadn't received help, he would have still grown into a talented person. However, she knows that Evelyn trusts and cares for Theo. She believes Evelyn is someone who would help him without expecting anything in return. Theo's mom then says that Evelyn is one of the most important people to Theo. Evelyn is stunned and replies that she is just a one-armed trainer. Theo's mom continues, explaining that light guides people in darkness, even when they don't realize how bright it shines. She tells Evelyn that she is like that light, leading the way for others. Evelyn is deeply moved by these words. The scene shifts back to the present. Evelyn is riding a dragon, looking determined. She thanks Theo's mom and also thanks Theo. She reveals that Theo wrote everything his mom said in a letter to her. Because of that, she was able to regain confidence, take charge again, and return to her squad. Theo thinks to himself that he should have done this sooner, but his mother took care of it for him. He silently thanks her. Evelyn, in turn, thanks Theo again and swears her loyalty to him as his sword. As they fly through the sky, Theo laughs, enjoying the beautiful view. Eventually, they arrive at a specific location. Evelyn tells him that this is the White Dragon's nest, home to flying wyverns. She explains that the White Dragon unit uses wyverns for their missions. The introduction ceremony is happening here. She then tells Theo that he must find a partner, otherwise he cannot join the unit. Theo asks if he can still join if he doesn't find a wyvern. Evelyn says it's possible but very rare. Theo wonders if his friends will be okay, but he doubts that wyverns would suit them. Evelyn advises him to explore the area. She explains that usually people can tell right away which wyvern will become their partner. The first dragon is the Opteryx, a huge predatory monster with a massive body that has a massive body and can get as big as 15 meters. These large, brown-scaled wyverns are regarded as tyrannical predators. Next is the poison dragon, Aviarii. With their long serpentine bodies, these poison dragons are able to spray out a violet poison mist. The poisonous stinger on the tips of their tails is a lethal weapon. Then comes the blade dragon, Sigia. As docile herbivores, they normally burrow and nest underground. When they sense danger, they will ambush the enemy from below. Finally, speed dragon species Velociraptor. These small and fast dragons have high intelligence, typically hunting in packs. They can breathe fire. Just by visiting them, Theo turns into a deformed Lego figure. Evelyn explains that the wyverns managed by the White Dragon Corp are usually divided into 4 types. She asks Theo if he feels anything. He thinks to himself that he has a good eye for people, but right now, he can't see what he's looking for. 6 years after the Great War, a wyvern suddenly attacked the White Dragon unit. It destroyed over 100 carefully raised wyverns all by itself. Because of this, it was named the Shadow Evil Dragon. This wyvern burned down 8 villages and killed dozens of inspectors. In the end, it was stopped, but it took both the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon to defeat it. The wyvern earned the nickname Evil Shadow Dragon because it could hide in the shadows. Theo thinks this kind of wyvern would be the perfect partner for him, but then he starts searching for the person he was in his past life. That's when he finds the wyvern surrounded by multiple other wyverns. The scene changes to a strong warrior resting. A voice catches his attention, saying that he looks happy. He replies that it would be stupid to feel happy just because a dragon has joined his group. She tells him it's actually great, and curiously asks if he's thinking of making Theo the next captain of his unit. She finds it impressive that he chooses his words carefully, like a leader. He responds that trouble always starts with words. She believes he's planning something bigger than she thought, but he looks confused. He tells her that since Theo has already joined his unit, he can't just hand him over. She explains that she's here to make a suggestion. She wants him to allow Theo to have double enrollment. Hearing this, he is completely shocked. Meanwhile, Theo, feeling nervous, asks her if she knows about the blue and white wyvern. She explains that this wyvern has been bullied for a long time. They tried to stop it, but nothing worked. She suspects that the reason it is being criticized is because it isn't actually a wyvern. Theo is confused and asks Evelyn if it is not a wyvern. She explains that it was born from a male wyvern, which is why it is a viper. Theo is even more confused because vipers are powerful monsters that live deep inside the forest. Evelyn tells him that this is what makes it strange. Normally, it should have been impossible for one to be born. First-class monsters like the viper are treated as natural disasters because they can cause massive destruction, even breaking through the Great Wall. Among these powerful creatures, the viper is one of the strongest, living in the deepest part of the forest. Theo wonders if its strength comes from being a viper. As Theo laughs while thinking about it, Evelyn tells him that when the creature was born, it caused a big problem in the unit. At first, she decided to observe its nest, but she noticed that the other wyverns did not accept it. She was very worried because isolating it completely was not a good solution. Theo feels like this is another reason why he should choose it. It reminds him of his own life. He tells Evelyn that this creature will be his partner. Before she can say anything, he jumps off the wyvern, determined to make it his. Suddenly, a huge explosion of thunder lights up the whole area. Theo shoots into the air with incredible speed, completely surprising Evelyn. She cries out in shock as she watches him soar through the sky, his face showing both excitement and determination. A blue-bordered system notification appears in front of Theo, showing that he is now using his new telekinetic abilities. With just a thought, he summons several swords to his side. The swords glow with a strange blue light, matching the eerie glow in his eyes. Young Vipers can also use telekinesis to control certain objects. Theo lands smoothly, the floating sword circling around him for protection. Using controlled bursts of energy, he propels himself upward again, moving quickly and precisely. Evelyn watches in amazement and whispers, "When did he learn telekinesis, and how is he already so skilled with it?" She is both shocked and impressed by his rapid progress. The wyverns in the nest react nervously to Theo's power. Their cries are full of fear and unease. One wyvern, Umbra, lets out a loud roar, its eyes glowing white with intensity. But Theo does not back down. He keeps flying higher, locking his gaze onto Umbra, remembering how he was treated in the past. Ragnar's fool, people had mocked him before, doubting his heritage. Is he really a Ragnar? He's too useless, even for a bastard child. Theo's eyes narrow in anger, and sparks of blue energy crackle around him. His power surges as he activates his Thunder Dragon breathing technique. The air hums with electricity, and a glowing dragon emblem appears on his skin, surrounded by a blue electric aura. The wyverns, sensing Theo's immense power, shrink back in terror. Their cries grow louder, some panic and try to escape, fleeing the moment they sense his overwhelming strength. "Bullies are just cowards hiding behind masks," Theo said, watching the wyvern fly away. Then, noticing Umbra looking uneasy, he called out, "Are you okay?" Umbra let out a low growl, filled with both fear and defiance. "Key," he cried as he started to take off, sensing the wyvern's hesitation. Theo shouted after him, "I'll wait for you," Evelyn, watching from the side, warned him. "Theo, he's nervous. Getting close to him won't be easy. You should wait and try again later." But Theo was determined. "No, that's exactly why I need to be with him now," he insisted, looking back at Umbra. His voice softened. "Why do you think he stays near the nest even though he's been rejected?" He sighed. "Emotional wounds are harder to heal than physical ones." He turned to Evelyn with concern. "He's hurt. He couldn't have gone far. Please help me find him." In the mountains, they spotted Umbra tired and on edge. Theo walked toward a glowing rock that lit up brightly. Many had tried to tame Umbra before, but none had succeeded. The commander, his voice serious, said, "He's extremely cautious around people. In his current state it'll be even harder." Then he turned to Evelyn. "Can you get something for him to eat?" Theo nodded. "I'll try to understand him. This is my entrance test, after all." He activated his ability, Wyvern Fear, while Umbra countered with Drake Fear. The wyvern let out a powerful roar. Theo took a step forward, Umbra did the same. Theo stepped closer again, and Umbra mirrored him. Using his ability, Theo began healing Umbra. He poured a vial of healing potion onto the wyvern. "How's that? The pain should be less now, right?" he asked gently. Umbra looked confused. Theo thought to himself, "Maybe it's because of the dragon heart, but I can feel Umbra's emotions. His anger at the herd that abandoned him, his sadness and longing to still belong, the loneliness he has endured for so long. He feels the same way about me, both suspicious and hopeful. He wonders if I will abandon him too." Theo reached out and touched Umbra's face. "Don't worry, I won't leave you," he said warmly. Then he reached into his inventory. "I know what he likes." A gem appeared in his hand, catching Umbra's attention. The wyvern's eyes gleamed as he stared at it. "You want it?" Theo asked. Umbra, clearly interested, reached out for the gem eagerly. Theo handed it over. "Here, it's a gift. If you come with me, there's plenty more where that came from," he said with a grin. He extended his hand toward Umbra. "What do you say?" Umbra was speechless. Meanwhile, Theo muttered to himself, "Guess I'll have to raid some from Grandma Curson." Far away, Curson shivered. For some reason, she had a bad feeling like she was about to lose a fortune. Back with Theo and Umbra, the wyvern let out a loud roar, and nodded firmly. A blue system message appeared in front of Theo. "New skill acquired. Wyvern Taming Rank C Mastery 1%. Higher mastery increases the dragon's trust when mounted and gives a 10% power boost to both the rider and the mount." With that, Theo flew into the sky on Umbra's back. Evelyn, who had been watching, was shocked. She stood there, holding two bulls behind her, looking confused. How did you do that? He's never let anyone ride him before." Theo smirked while Umbra looked satisfied as they returned. Evelyn watched as the wyvern ate the food she had brought and commented, "It's nice to see him eat so well." Theo nodded and said, "Thanks for the meal." Still curious, Evelyn pressed on. "Seriously, how did you do it?" Theo replied casually. "I just helped heal the wound in his heart. Once his emotions wavered, the gift sealed the deal." Evelyn was speechless. Theo teased her with a laugh. "Ha, you wanted him to eat that?" Evelyn, still trying to process everything, thought to herself. "That's so like young Master Theo. He's not just good at winning over people, but even a wyvern." Amazed, she suddenly exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master. He has accepted you as his partner," she explained further. A wyvern showing its neck and back is a sign of trust. But then panic filled her face. "Wait, what are you doing all of a sudden?" she shouted as Theo got ready to mount Umbra again. Theo remained calm. "It's fine, I've got this." Evelyn tried to stop him. "Even if he trusts you, you've never trained to fly. Riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is way too dangerous." Her face turned frantic as she yelled. "Taking off like this is a disaster waiting to happen." But Theo, confident as ever, just grinned. "Relax. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." Just then another system message appeared. Activating skill, wyvern taming to compensate for insufficient riding skills. With that, Theo and Umbra took off into the sky. Evelyn stood frozen, watching in shock and worry as they flew smoothly. Theo, smiling, spoke to himself. "I get it. He wants to show me something, right? Let's go together." As Umbra glided through the air, Theo's thoughts wandered. Something feels off. How did a pure-hearted dragon like him turn into a feared demon, earning the title of Evil Shadow Dragon? The scene shifted to a waterfall where black liquid seeped into the water below. Riding on Umbra, Theo soared through the sky, leaving Evelyn far behind. The wind carried her worried cries. "Young master!" Theo guided Umbra downward toward a hidden grotto. His movements were smooth and precise. He thought he knew the winter mountains well from his time with the black snow, but as he approached, he realized something. A shimmering crystal-like cave was hidden behind a waterfall. As he gently dismounted, he had a surprising realization. He had never known about this secret cave before. Theo turned to Umbra, who loved shiny things, and asked a question with a hint of amusement in his voice. Umbra's eyes sparkled, and a low rumbling sound came from him. Theo suddenly paused. He had noticed something strange in the cave. Footsteps. He moved closer to a group of unusual purple flowers. Then it hit him. "Wait, Umbra became the evil shadow dragon," Theo murmured, realization dawning on him. "He's been eating these flowers." He knelt beside the plants and examined them carefully. Who would have thought there'd be so many ghost spirit flowers here? A blue-bordered system window popped up, giving more details. Ghost spirit flower, a plant usually found only in the deepest parts of the Demon Sea. These flowers grow by absorbing pure demonic energy mixed with moonlight. They are an extremely valuable resource for demonic fiends, demonic dragons, and demons. However, they also have opposing effects. Theo thought about how he had absorbed this energy. As he considered it, a sudden wave of power surged through him. Either way, these flowers are too dangerous. "I'll have to burn them all later." Umbra let out a low hiss beside him as he made his decision. "Don't worry," Theo assured him. "He won't mess with the crystals." Then something felt off. Theo's eyes shifted to a dark corner of the cave. There, chained to the wall, was a skeletal corpse. It hung eerily, and a strange sound of agony echoed from it. Theo took a cautious step closer. "No way, it's a corpse. Looks like it's been dead for at least 10 years. Yet something was strange. The body hasn't decayed much," Theo noted. "The cold must have helped preserve it, but more importantly, this person must have had incredible magical power." He circled the remains, deep in thought. "A powerful martial expert died while being tied up in a place like this. I'll have to come back and investigate later." But first he needed to deal with the ghost spirit flowers. Suddenly the corpse sprang to life. It lunged at Theo and grabbed him. The skeletal figure let out a chilling scream, its movements stiff and unnatural. Theo reacted instantly, jumping back in shock. "Did it just say, 'Kyle'?" he gasped. Umbra roared, stepping in to help. Theo quickly prepared to fight the reanimated corpse. "Umbra," he shouted. The corpse's red eyes glowed and it growled. "Kyle?" Theo's heart pounded. "Umbra's in danger." Acting on instinct, Theo threw his hand between Umbra and the corpse. A thought flashed through his mind. Kyle Robert would never forgive him if something happened. Both he and the corpse shouted in surprise at the same time. "I wasn't imagining it," Theo exclaimed. "It's really saying Father and the Black Dragon's name. Who could this corpse be?" At that moment, Evelyn stepped in. Using a special technique of the white-armored dragon cavalry, she unleashed a rapid series of attacks. "Blade barrage," she shouted, striking with incredible speed. The attack hit the corpse, knocking it down. Evelyn, too weak to stand, collapsed to the ground. "Sorry, I messed up," he said weakly. He clutched his chest in pain. "This pain, I can't take it." Theo's face was filled with worry. "The poison on that corpse is full of demonic energy," he explained. Evelyn could feel his strength fading. "My body, it's getting weaker. If I don't get an antidote soon, I'll take him to headquarters right away. It will hurt, but please hang in there," Evelyn said, trying to lift Theo. Just then, Umbra let out a loud roar. Evelyn's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" "I'm not going to hurt him. I'm trying to save him." Umbra gently nudged Evelyn, trying to get her attention. "Stop it, Umbra, if it doesn't stop, even if it's young master's companion." Theo struggled to speak. "Evelyn, wait. Hold on." He looked at Umbra. "Umbra has a solution." Umbra let out a soft whimper. Theo gave a weak smile. All right, I'll trust Umbra's method, Evelyn protested. But young Master Theo, if we don't go back now, you'll be in serious danger. The poison inside you is mixed with corpse toxins and demonic energy. Even with proper treatment, the survival rate is less than 30%. I want to believe in Umbra's method, Theo thought. Umbra evolved into a Class 2 demon fiend by eating ghost spirit flowers, Theo explained. That means he might have faced that kind of corpse before. If so, he probably knows how to fight against demonic energy and corpse toxins. With a weak but determined voice, Theo pleaded, So please, trust Umbra and do as he says. Umbra let out a loud roar, then began tearing the ghost spirit flowers into pieces. He placed the shredded flowers in front of Theo, clearly expecting him to eat them. Evelyn hesitated. It wants me to blend this and feed it to him. Umbra nodded. Evelyn turned to Theo for confirmation. Tears welled up in Theo's eyes, his face tense with pain. Fine, I'll do it, Evelyn finally said. She quickly followed Umbra's instructions, mixing the flowers and feeding the remedy to Theo. Soon, Theo started to wake up. Umbra watched him closely, his eyes full of concern. Theo's breathing grew steadier, and his dragon heart began to glow. Evelyn and Umbra stared in shock. They couldn't believe how fast he was recovering. Suddenly, Theo let out a powerful dragon roar, shaking the air around them. Evelyn gasped. His magic power, it's turning black? I've never seen anything like this before. She looked at him, full of curiosity. What's happening to him? Just then, a blue system message appeared, commencing body cleansing purification. Another message followed, obtaining the trait of the evil shadow dragon. Meanwhile, in Julius's office, he sat at his desk, his face dark with worry. What has Black Snow confirmed? He demanded. Is this report true? A voice responded. Yes, sir. We carefully checked all the details. We are 89% sure that this information is correct. Julius clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, he cursed. I can't believe this. I knew something bad might happen during our celebration, but this, his voice shook with emotion. This is far worse than anything I imagined. Then the shocking news was revealed. Trainer Isvin, the captain of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, along with 15 of his soldiers, had all been killed in a tragic battle. A strong burst of bright energy spread out. You could see it happening because of the old ritual. It was about cleaning and starting over. The person telling the story spoke slowly, their words important. It takes bad stuff out of your body and changes it so you can hold more magic easily. It's a secret trick from long ago, but the storyteller went on. It needs many people who are good at magic and it hurts for days. The scene changed to Theo. Light was shining from his body. Even then, the explanation finished. It has only worked for kids younger than 5. It felt like something impossible. We saw a close-up of Theo's face. Now, dark, swirling magic from the phantom dragon was on it. The fact that this cleaning process happened to Theo was because many unlikely things happened at the same time. The first of these strange things, the storyteller said, was the really strong poison from a dead body that got into Theo. A scary skeleton figure with glowing red eyes jumped at Theo, its bony fingers reaching for him. The skeleton was shown tied up with chains. The second important thing, the storyteller continued, was the thick magic that built up from eating ghost shade for many years. We saw pictures of dark purple flowers opening up, showing where this strong magic came from. And Umbra, the storyteller added, had figured out how to stop the poison from working. Crystals, flowers, and leaves were shown. Everything came together in a weird balance, the storyteller explained. A see-through picture of Theo's body appeared, with bright and dark magic swirling together inside him. Instead of the poison destroying him or him getting rid of it, Theo's body took in the powerful part of the poison, the storyteller finished. The picture zoomed in on a swirling circle of dark energy, which showed how Theo had changed. Theo's eyes opened wide with surprise and pain. He gasped as he felt the strong power flowing through him. Evelyn's voice sounded worried but also relieved. Are you okay, young master? She asked. She knelt down next to him, her hand near him, looking very concerned. Evelyn? Theo whispered weakly. A tear rolled down his cheek as he remembered what his father had said. Theo smiled a little and said, Sorry for making you worry. He looked around the magical cave. These shiny rocks in the cave are all pure strong energy. Their power made the ghost shade poison less strong and actually helped me, he said. Theo looked at Umbra. I'm glad I trusted Umbra. Ragnar was already strong, but now he's been cleaned, reborn, and has phantom dragon abilities too, Theo stated. Theo then clenched his fist and declared, From now on, how fast he grows will be unbelievable. Evelyn seemed distant but also relieved. Suddenly, a blue see-through window from the system appeared in front of Theo. It showed his updated information. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male. Titles: Flash Tiger, the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Talents: Ragnar, player, observation, inventory. Guardian Dragon, partner, purification, rebirth, phantom dragon. Access denied, access denied, access denied. Below this main information, more details were listed. Status: feeling confused because of a lucky but unexpected event. He got the demonic poison that created the first phantom dragon. If he doesn't handle it carefully, he could become the second phantom dragon. Theo stared hard at the system window. The power of the phantom dragon. Another system window popped up with even more details. Current: lesser drake, fear hatchling. Synchronization, wyvern taming. Access denied, a total of 85 extra points to add to his abilities. That's crazy, Theo said, taking a deep breath. He then focused on the more important question. But the main thing is, who is this old man? He wondered, looking at the skeleton still hanging from the chains. Theo and Evelyn walked towards the wall behind the dead body. There were faint writings carved into the stone. What is it, Evelyn? Theo asked. There's something written on the wall. A journal? Theo wondered, squinting at the faded marks. Yes, but for someone to carve such detailed letters onto a cave wall, he must have been a very powerful master. They looked closely at the writing. The words sadly told the story of someone whose life was all about getting revenge. Defeated by Kyle and Robert. I hid here to get ready for my revenge, but my body is all ready. Theo and Evelyn were shocked by the names written on the wall. Evelyn thought to herself, still in shock. Kyle, Robert. Theo was so surprised he couldn't speak. The writing continued, showing a sad picture of the writer getting weaker. My body is getting worse very quickly. Is it because Robert hurt my monocore? The ghost I ate to stay alive might actually be killing me. I'm starting to lose consciousness. The evil power is taking over, damn it. I haven't even started my revenge, so why? You could feel the desperation and sadness in the fading words. I'm losing consciousness more and more often. It's time to make a decision. And I have to admit, there's no hope left for me. I will leave everything behind and melt my precious sword, the jade serpent blade, to bind myself. I hope someone finds this place. I hope they make my wish come true. I hope they finish my revenge. I pray that my successor will be stronger than them. I leave my legacy here. Theo and Evelyn looked at each other, completely stunned. Wait a second, the next part is this phantom sword art and storm thunder god, Evelyn exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. Then that means this man is... The storyteller started talking again, explaining what we didn't know before. There was a famous person who could control the wind perfectly. And then there was the sad hero who 40 years ago fought for the throne against the current leader until the very end. Wind Lord Hector Ragnar, Theo suddenly said, realizing something important and scary. I thought he was dead, but he was here all along? Evelyn's face looked sad and shocked. She knelt down and her voice was shaky. What are you doing? Theo asked, sounding worried. Even though the leader beat him and sent him away, Windlord was still a true family member of the Ragnar line, Evelyn said. Then she added, if someone who serves the Ragnar family hurts a rightful family member, it's a very serious crime, and they should be killed immediately. Then stop talking nonsense, Theo said firmly. The person you killed wasn't Ragnar, but a crazy man. I did it to save my life. Did I have any other choice? But the rules, Evelyn started to argue. Everything that happened here will be our secret, Theo interrupted. Huh? Evelyn asked, confused. Theo reached out to Evelyn. If you're still bothered by it, take Windlord's special skills. Evelyn was surprised. Windlord's special skills are as good as even the 9 dragon skills, Evelyn asked. But why are you giving them to me? Theo answered. Become Windlord's successor and become stronger and keep his memory alive. Evelyn was still on her knees, completely shocked. Theo said, then Windlord can finally rest in peace. Now that you are his student, no one can call it a crime. Evelyn was still confused by this and asked, didn't you say you would be my protector, Evelyn? Then Evelyn understood what was happening. Evelyn Narvel, a high-ranking sword fighter of Ragnar, promised to be loyal to Lord Theo Ragnar as his servant, Evelyn declared. She continued, I humbly ask my great and noble lord to accept the promise of his loyal servant. Theo smiled at this and said, you really follow the rules very strictly. Theo held out his hand to Evelyn. I, Theo Ragnar, accept Evelyn Narvel's promise, and I will remember it in my heart and soul. And for the long journey we have ahead, I promise to make you my most important sword. Theo smiled at Evelyn and Umbra. The sound of wind blowing loudly could be heard. The scene changed and the camera showed a large training area full of activity. It was the main place for the White Armored Dragon Corps, a place where they trained very hard and followed strict rules. Hulkus, with his usual loud and happy voice, shouted, haha, that Theo still hasn't arrived yet. Maybe I'm actually the most talented person in the White Armored Dragon Corps. He grinned and showed off his big muscles. He suddenly stopped moving. His eyes opened wide because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A person he knew was walking toward him, and with that person was an even more familiar and scary dragon. Ah, he started to say, but he wasn't brave anymore. Theo came closer. Hulkus stuttered, Theo Ragnar, what did you bring with you? Evelyn was walking next to him. The other new soldiers were just as surprised and looked at each other, confused. One of them said, no way, is that Umbra? How did he get that wild animal to be his partner? Another one said, "So this is why they say he's the best talent in 1,000 years. Wow, even this is amazing," someone else just said. "What the heck?" the supervisor spoke. "Senior swordsman Hulkus Narvel and junior swordsman Theo Ragnar. We finished the test and came back. But where's the captain?" Theo asked. He noticed their leader wasn't there. A young new soldier answered, sounding a little nervous. He just got an important message and went back to his office. Evelyn looked worried, like something bad was going to happen. "An important message," she whispered, looking closely at something. They heard something moving fast, a whoosh of air and sparks of energy, like something was moving very quickly. Julius said, "I know you just finished joining, but I'm sorry, everyone. You will all be sent to Blanky Fortress." Theo, Evelyn, and the others were shocked by this news. "Real fighting?" Theo asked. Theo looked worried and said, "So it's finally happening. The Sarah's Merchant Guild people being held at Blanky Fortress." An image in his mind showed the dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, stuck in the mouth of a huge fiery dragon. He remembered that someone was trying to steal the dragon-slaying sword, Balmung, to start a fight against the government. A plan made by Ed Troyvan. But Commander Julius spoke to the new soldiers in a serious voice. "Everyone here will be sent to Fort Blanky." A quiet murmuring sound went through the group as the new soldiers looked at each other, feeling uneasy. One of them asked, sounding like he couldn't believe it, "What's going on, Commander? What mission is so important that you're sending new people who haven't even finished their training?" Julius squeezed his hand into a fist, his voice tight with held-back emotion. "Platoon 5, Captain Trainer Isvan, and 14 soldiers under him are missing." Theo's eyes widened in shock, and a cold feeling of fear started in his heart. Trainer Isvan was the oldest knight in the white-armored dragon cavalry. Even Julius would ask him for advice. He wouldn't be defeated easily. A scary thought came to Theo's mind. Could this be because of something I changed in the past, he wondered. And a drop of sweat ran down his face. Commander Julius spoke, his voice serious and firm. "The Black Snow Group says there's a very high chance, like 89%, that they are dead. Even if they are alive, they won't be able to continue their mission." He looked at all the new soldiers. "The troops we have now will become the new temporary Platoon 5, and they will take over the mission." He stopped and looked at everyone before giving his final order. "Evelyn Narvel will be the leader of this temporary Platoon 5. You will leave for the mission in 3 days. Finish all your basic training by then." Julius clenched his fist. "I don't believe they are dead." The next day he stared at the far-off land and said, "But we still need to get revenge for them." He turned and walked out of the training area smoothly and quickly. The narrator explained what had happened. At first it seemed like the Black Skull bandits just kidnapped the Sarah's Merchant Guild, which was sad but simple. Everyone thought no one was hurt because the white-armored dragon cavalry worked hard. But that wasn't the whole story. The real reason for the kidnapping was to steal the Dragon Slayer's sword, Balmung, and move it somewhere else. A mysterious person in a cloak and mask made all this chaos happen. Ed Troyvan used the Balmung that was secretly taken out to start his takeover. Theo looked worried as he thought about what was happening. "Things have changed from what I remember," he thought, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. "If this is all my fault, I need to see what happens myself." Suddenly, a see-through blue window appeared in front of Theo. It showed a new and scary task, new hidden task. The Dragon Slayer's sword, Balmung. 3 days later, the new soldiers stood in front of the big Fort Blanky. They were wearing thick fur clothes because it was very cold. "It's so cold, I can't get used to this weather," one person complained, and their breath looked like white smoke in the air. "Why does the moon look weird?" another soldier mumbled, looking up at the strangely bent moon. Suddenly, everyone started shouting, "It's the white-armored dragon cavalry!" A guard high up on the fort wall yelled a warning, "Sound the alarms, it's the white!" His words suddenly stopped as dark magical attacks hit the tower, destroying it in a burst of energy and silencing him. Evelyn's voice was loud and clear, "Everyone throw the bombs." The new soldiers looked determined and threw explosive weapons. The air filled with the loud sounds of their dragons and the big booms of the explosions. The ground shook hard from the constant fighting. It sounded like a noisy mess of destruction. "Hide inside the castle, don't die for no reason," someone yelled. You could hear the fear in their voice over all the noise. People were fighting each other in a fast, swirling mix of swords and anger. The real battle had started. Blood landed on the snow, making it look scary. Theo and his friends moved quickly and killed the enemy soldiers they came across. "Kill every single one of them. Show them what happens when they mess with the white-armored dragon cavalry," Evelyn shouted. She was so angry that it made her stronger when she attacked. The castle, which used to be strong and safe, was now on fire. Its walls were falling apart because of the constant attacks. A soldier looked happy in a mean way and said quietly, "I would have died if I had left even 1 minute later." He wiped sweat off his face and smiled proudly. "Whatever, as long as I give this thing, my job is done. Now I can just relax and enjoy the rest of my—" He didn't finish his boast because a dark figure wearing a cloak suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure's eyes glowed with a strange red light. "The stuff?" the cloaked figure asked in a low, threatening voice. "Yes, sir," the soldier answered, his voice shaking a little as he handed over a long package that was wrapped carefully. Good, it's the right thing, the figure said without any emotion. We have the person we wanted. Get ready for the next part of the plan, he ordered, his voice echoing in the snowy area. Yes, sir, many voices answered at once, showing they would do exactly what he said. The figure looked around at everything, a mean kind of happiness in his eyes. All that's left, he looked at a group of people using strange machines with wheels. They were moving in a careful and organized way. We've taken over completely, Theo said, sounding pleased. Haha, that was easy, Theo laughed confidently. Evelyn answered his happy comment. You're right, it was too easy. Theo thought to himself, it's hard to believe that the original Platoon 5 was completely destroyed, and also, he used his hatchling synchro power, which let him see the memories of the enemies he had defeated. This guy, well, he knows they stole Balmung, but he hasn't actually seen it himself, Theo thought, looking worried. I would understand if the lower soldiers didn't know, but how can even their important leaders not know? Am I missing something? While Theo was thinking, Erin came up to him. What's wrong, Theo? Is there a problem? She asked, sounding concerned. No, I was just thinking, Theo replied, shaking his head slightly. Safford spoke, trying to get Theo to move. Hey, you might be called the Flash Tiger or whatever, but I guess a newbie is a newbie. You can just say you were nervous for your first mission, Erin said. Now that we've saved the people being held, let's meet up with the rest of our group. With a sigh, Theo replied, Yes, whatever you want. I want to go home soon. Safford walked past him. I smell like gunpowder. Theo scrunched up his nose, looking disgusted, and mumbled something. He quickly jumped into action, moving smoothly and gracefully. His sword shone in the fading light. What's wrong with him? Safford asked, sounding a little amused. Maybe he didn't like how you smelled, Erin said. Theo jumped again. He threw things skillfully, and each one hit exactly where it was supposed to, causing serious damage. I knew it, Theo mumbled, his voice sounding more and more worried. What does this mean, Theo? Erin asked loudly, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She gasped when she looked around and saw many barrels full of dangerous explosives. Explosives, those jerks, were they planning to blow us up with them? We don't have any time to waste, we need to get out of here right now, Theo ordered, his voice sharp and urgent. Okay, they answered, their voice just as determined. A dark, swirling circle appeared. Theo, look at that black ball coming towards us. Theo shouted angrily, his voice full of frustration and despair. The ground shook as the fort was hit by a huge explosion. The force of the blast sent waves of pressure through the air. Reload, someone ordered in a cold, emotionless voice as they got ready to fire again. With a precise, almost robotic movement, he reached out his hand and disappeared into the swirling darkness. Another set of explosions ripped through the fort, making the ground shake under the constant attack. Kill them all. Don't let even one person live, the figure commanded, his voice showing no mercy at all. The scene changed. Now it was a fancy, richly decorated room with a baby's bed. A woman named Emil, her face pale and tired, held a small baby wrapped in blankets. There, Axion, my sweet baby, she whispered, her voice gentle against the loud noise and destruction. Did it hurt a lot? Mommy will? Her eyes, filled with a scary mix of sadness and craziness, glowed with a strange light. Bring you the head of that disgusting creature, she promised, her voice full of bitter hatred. A group of shadowy figures came down on the fort, moving quickly and silently like ghosts. Evelyn had her sword out and stood firmly, ready to fight the attackers. Don't let anyone get away, she shouted, her voice echoing through the chaos. Yes, many voices answered as they ran into the fight. Evelyn looked at the attackers, her face showing disbelief. Their whole 5th team, led by Trainer, was destroyed by these people, she mumbled quietly. No, it can't be. There has to be. Her eyes got smaller, and for a moment she looked like she didn't trust something. A bad feeling came over her, and she looked scared. Suddenly, many fiery things fell from the sky and exploded all around them, making the air shake. Leader, someone yelled, sounding worried and afraid. Evelyn moved quickly and blocked the things that were coming at them. She quietly said a curse word and looked around the battlefield to see where the attack was coming from. It's a trap, she yelled, her voice loud and urgent. Everyone get down, a soldier who was hit by the explosion screamed in pain as he flew through the air, his body on fire. Ah! Evelyn's face showed pain and worry as she reached out her hand towards the falling soldier as if she could stop him from dying. The soldier's screams suddenly stopped as he hit the ground, his body broken and still. Theo and the others ran to find a safe place. Leader, the soldier shouted. Everyone's here, it's a trap, we need to leave now. I agree, Evelyn said. Theo looked at what was happening. Okay, let's go the opposite way from where they're attacking. A blue box appeared in front of Theo. Thundergate opened. Theo could think faster, see better, and understand things more easily. Theo's eye glowed. Theo quickly figured out the best way to go. Theo's eye went back to normal. Evelyn shouted, Theo, why are you just standing there? You need to get out of here now, so pay attention. Theo grabbed Evelyn's hand. Evelyn got scared. What are you doing? We don't have time. You have to. No, we have to go inside the fort. Evelyn looked at Theo. Theo kept pulling Evelyn as the fort started to fall apart. I can't believe we have to go back to that place that almost burned us. The lives of 21 people depend on you, Theo, Safford yelled. Theo kept going. If we run outside, we'll just get bombed or attacked. It's a trick. Theo used his special ability to see the layout of the fort. He kept explaining, "They probably think we can't survive inside the fort." Theo's eyes shone as he added, "But right now with this ability we definitely will survive." Theo used his abilities to see everything inside. "There's gunpowder buried on the left and big metal balls on the right. So we have to go up the stairs ahead." The group ran up the stairs. Evelyn noticed something. "It's a dead end." The soldiers looked like they had been lied to. "Hey, you told us to trust you and follow you." "Theo, what's the plan? We can't even go back now." The fort started to fall down. The group looked scared as they fell with the pieces of the fort. Theo, Hulkus and others watched the rocks fall. Theo landed safely on the ground even though broken pieces were falling all around him. Outside, a soldier said, "The fires are spreading. We've used up all the cannonballs." He went on, "Remember, this is our revenge for young Master Axion. I don't care if he's completely crushed. Just bring back his head." Theo, who was on the ground after the explosion, said, "I thought we were going to die." The others in the group were tired and replied, "That's just like you, Theo. You had a plan. You figured out how to break the floor in a blink of an eye." As they were talking, enemies suddenly appeared behind them. "What's going on? Why are you guys? How did they get here?" Theo asked. "Black Skull, why are they?" Theo then explained, "I only came here because the ground was especially strong." Theo was shocked as he looked through the holes in the walls and saw soldiers. He looked down and saw a man tied up with chains. "Fifth team leader, Trainer Isvin." He kept looking at him. Evelyn felt relieved. "Thank goodness you're alive, Isvin." She looked at the trainer and said, "But this is unbelievable. I can't believe the one that—" This was Ragnar's intelligence bureau. Isvin's chains fell off. He dropped to the ground and asked, "I figured an ambush like this couldn't happen without someone on the inside. But how can someone point a sword at their own family?" Another person replied, "This is clearly a betrayal." "That's right, we have to get revenge." Isvin stopped him. "Don't even think about it. It's better to take our time. They planned all of this to trap us from the beginning. It will be hard to fight them with the few of us left. We should go outside and tell the Black Pillar." Theo looked down and said, "That's not possible. Since the Black Pillar isn't sending backup right now, it means the Black Pillar members who were ambushing them were also caught. That's why I brought us inside the castle. However, we still have a chance to win. Those guys even buried their own soldiers underground. They must be trying to hide what happened, so they will definitely come to check if we're dead. Once they're sure they've won and come to make sure, we can ambush them while hiding in the ruins and win." Isvin looked at Theo. He opened the Thundergate at that young age. "I've gotten old. I even gave up in this situation." "I think they chose the new people very well this time," said Eisen. He jumped up and exclaimed, "You're right, the White Dragon Squad can't be defeated. The plan is what you just heard. White Dragon Squad, get ready to fight." The battlefield was a destroyed wasteland under a sky that was starting to turn light with the dawn. Dead bodies were scattered like broken toys among the smoking ruins of Fort Blanky. A lonely figure, hidden in the shadows of the fallen fort, walked through the destruction. His boots crunched on broken stones and bones. He stopped next to a body that was barely alive, a soldier holding on to life by a thread. A soft "help me" came quietly from the man, then weaker, he begged. "Please, just this once." The leader in the cloak spoke, his eyes shining a cold, cruel red, like the dying man's last words making them sound like a joke. "Help me." Another person, hidden in a thick cloak, stepped out of the darkness. "Did you find it?" His voice was rough and cold. "No," the first leader answered, sounding annoyed. "We've looked all over the west and now we're searching the east." He stopped, a little unsure. "Also, we haven't heard anything special from the group that was supposed to attack." He looked around at the dead bodies on the ground. "But then how come there isn't a single body from the White Dragon Squad?" "Wait, hold on," the cloaked leader ordered, his voice loud and sharp. "Has anyone seen the White Dragon Squad?" Before anyone could answer, something moved quickly out of the shadows. It was the White Dragon Squad. They attacked suddenly with fast movements and angry sword strikes. The cloaked figure made a surprised low sound as a sword flashed a silver line in the dim morning light. Evelyn was right behind, her sword moving in a deadly dance, accurate and sharp. The fight began, a messy mix of clashing swords and desperate shouts. Evelyn stepped on an enemy's chest to jump away from his attack. Like a dancer, Evelyn leaped, her sword ready to strike a fatal blow. "It's a trap," the leader yelled, his voice a battle cry echoing across the broken fort. "The enemy is the White Dragon Squad, get ready to fight." Evelyn and Theo fought together perfectly, like one destructive force. Their swords a quick blur of silver death. Theo, full of the powerful energy of the Thundergate, sent out many glowing bluish-white blades, each strike a warning of death. "I hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau," Evelyn said quietly, her face serious and determined. "But according to Ragnar's rule," her voice became firm, showing the importance of the old law, "anyone who betrays us must be killed right away." She and the leader attacked strongly, a constant wave of steel, their swords sounding like a song of revenge. "How did they live through those explosions?" he shouted, his voice full of disbelief and fear. "How?" another person cried, fear making it hard to speak. Evelyn's sword moved quickly, blocking attacks and cutting through enemies. Cook, the leader, made a painful sound as he blocked a desperate attack. His eyes became narrow, focused, and dangerous. She attacked back with many quick strikes, each one precise, her sword a silver flash in the growing light. Intelligence Bureau, fighting anymore is pointless. Evelyn shouted loudly at the enemy, her voice sharp like a whip. Now that our surprise attack worked, she yelled, sounding happy. You have no chance left, but if you give up, we will let you live. Everyone use the secret power, their leader ordered desperately. The enemy leader and his friends were shocked by what was happening. The people in cloaks looked serious and determined. They used all the energy they had left, getting ready to use a forbidden power. Secret powers, what are those? Theo asked, not knowing what that meant. Suddenly, there was a very bright flash of light and a loud booming sound. The air felt full of strong energy. Sparks flew as Theo's sword hit the enemy's weapons, making a bright shower of light. What is this? Theo stammered, stepping back. A backflow explosion, the forbidden powers that use up your own energy, Theo said, sounding horrified. A powerful wave of energy rushed through the battlefield, throwing people and broken pieces of things around like toys. KWA, one of the enemies screamed as the blast hit him hard. The enemy soldiers' bodies now glowed with an evil red light. They charged forward like they wanted to die. They were like living bombs, powered by the dangerous forbidden magic. Their bloody swords were raised, ready to take their enemies down with them. Our new guy, run away, a comrade said weakly as he died, his voice fading. Theo's eyes were wide with shock and excitement as he watched the enemies coming. His face twisted into a mean, knowing smile. You jerks, how dare you? Theo roared, a wild scream of anger and pain. He used every bit of his power, using his strongest move, Dragon's Third Claw. The air tore apart as a series of powerful hits smashed through the battlefield, leaving behind glowing trails of destructive energy. A message appeared. Thunder Gate opened. It almost seemed unimportant at that moment. Theo's body crackled with raw power, and he moved so fast he was a blur, stronger than any human. He used the Dragon's Third Claw again, each hit like a clap of thunder, hitting exactly where it needed to. Erica could only shout in surprise as Theo's attacks landed. Evelyn jumped back in shock and looked at Theo in amazement. The enemies fell down like trees that had been cut, their bodies broken by fast and focused hits. Theo cut through the last of the enemies. How did he stop the backflow explosion so easily? A dying enemy asked, his voice full of disbelief. I can't let that boy live, he growled, ignoring his own injuries, with hate burning in his eyes. The leader moved incredibly fast, appearing in front of the enemy in a blink. Selford and Aaron watched, amazed and impressed. Ha, Theo, that weakling, when did he learn to do that? You're right, we should try harder. Theo gritted his teeth. He remembered, I used the Thunder Gate to make my power stronger with force, but I guess it's still too much for me. Theo Ragnar, I will take you to hell with me no matter what. The enemy's eyes, shining with craziness, jumped forward. His power center, it's messed up. No way he's going to blow himself up. Evelyn's loud cry cut through the noise of the fight. Wind, thunder, powerful magic. A blast of wind. The air moved and seemed to glow around her. Evelyn yelled, reacting right away. She used her own power. Wind, thunder, powerful magic, vortex. A spinning circle of green light and wind appeared. The explosion from the enemy's power center stopped. Theo shouted, feeling very relieved. With a final, very strong burst of energy, Evelyn attacked. Her attack was the result of her skill and desperate power. The enemy soldier fell down, his body broken and dead. Theo, very tired but alive, fell heavily to the ground, breathing in short, uneven breaths. You've worked hard, Theo. Evelyn's voice showed both relief and respect. Hulka, Sel, Ford, Aaron and Ray stared, their faces showing a mix of amazement and thankfulness. As I expected, this man I recognized. Don't want to take the position of Lord Theo's first sword, it belongs to me. We lived, thanks to you. Thank you so much. Theo, exhausted and quiet, could only nod weakly. He took a shaky breath, the air making a whistling sound in his lungs. Slowly, with effort, he reached out a hand. Evelyn took it, her grip strong and comforting, helping him stand up. Isvin, his voice full of wonder, asked, Captain survived too. When did you learn those skills? A feeling of great relief spread over the survivors. They gathered together, sharing a moment of weak friendship. Isvin's eyes looked thoughtful and calculating. The sky above was starting to get lighter. The long, scary night finally ending and a new day beginning. The broken remains of Fort Blanky stood dark against the rising sun, showing how brutal the battle had been. And there, among the destruction, was a single shiny sword, a quiet promise of more fights to come. Inside the fancy rooms of the Rose Palace, far away from the smoking ruins of Fort Blanky, a woman moved wildly against unseen ropes, tears and spit on her face showing her pain. Ed Troyvan, the Sky Dragon, stood over her, his face cold and hard. He spoke angrily to the woman, hitting her hard across the face. She cried out. Troyvan coldly asked for an explanation for what she had done, especially for taking his helper, likely talking about the main agent Evelyn had killed. He held up a wrinkled piece of paper with an official mark, the order she had apparently given. Kill that bad person Ragnar and the White Dragon Squad. He questioned her boldness, asking if she even understood how serious it was to give such an unauthorized order. The woman was crawling on the floor and angrily shouted that she had done it for Troyvan. She said it was to protect his important plan, and then she claimed she had messed it all up. Her voice became a loud, wild scream as she demanded that Troyvan cut off the head of the person who killed her Axion. "Was that really so hard for you to do?" she yelled. Her sadness turned into strong, hateful anger, and she focused all of it on Theo Ragnar. Everything she shouted was about that terrible person. They had to be separated. Everyone connected to him had to be killed. Only then would her heart and Axion's spirit find any peace at all. Hearing Axion's name seemed to bother Troyvan. His face didn't show any emotion, but he bent down, grabbed her hair, and told the foolish woman firmly what she was supposed to do. He asked if she had forgotten. Fear showed in her eyes, replacing the anger. Troyvan's voice was full of dislike. They had lost the dragon's sword, called Balmung, which was the most important part of their whole plan. Also, his nephew, Axion, was dead. Because she had failed, he said she would no longer be called daughter of Troyvan. The woman looked up at him, shaking. The cold anger in his eyes reminded her very much of her own father. Troyvan turned away, thinking she was useless. He told his guards, who were standing nearby without any expression, to take her somewhere he couldn't see her. He also ordered them to get rid of anything connected to her, or any information to stop secrets from getting out. The woman begged her brother desperately to change his mind, promising she would do anything if he would just let her live. Troyvan ignored her cries and walked away as she struggled to breathe among the bodies of other servants lying on the stairs. They were probably victims of her earlier anger that she wasn't supposed to have. All his careful plans were ruined, and Troyvan was very angry inside, all because of one thing, Theo Ragnar. He promised himself right then and there, his eyes burning with cold determination, that he would kill the boy himself. It seemed like this family had problems that were way beyond just needing to talk things out. Meanwhile, back in the quiet of his room at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters, Theo was looking at the rewards shown on a screen. A beautiful large sword appeared from the system, shining in the light of the room. The screen gave details about it. Dragon sword. Strand of Fate, type, Greatsword, Divine Relic. It said how to use it was unknown. And what it did was also unknown. A note said it was currently locked and needed a special release to be used. Theo quietly said the sword's name, Dragon Sword, and reached out to grab the handle. As his fingers closed around it, a burst of dark, thick energy shot out, pushing his hand away hard, and making the heavy sword fall to the floor with a loud clanging sound against the stone tiles. Theo wiggled his hand, which was still stinging. He knew it held a powerful force. It truly lived up to its name. This energy felt strange, completely different from the natural power that people from the Ragnar family had. It was the total opposite, in fact. And as the system told him, it wouldn't work until he figured out how to break the special lock on it. He remembered that special old objects, like things from myths and legends, often looked very simple, even like trash. They wouldn't just fall into anyone's hands, but if someone could break their locks, they could get power like the heroes in stories, making these objects truly legendary. In his past life, Ed Troyvan had somehow managed to break the lock on this very sword, the Strand of Fate. Thinking about what Troyvan did back then, one important thing stood out to Theo. Until that lock was broken, the sword, even though it had great potential, was just a fancy and very dangerous toy. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Evelyn stood in the doorway saying sorry for being late. She told him that the captain, Commander Julius Ragnar, wanted to see him and asked if he had a moment. Commander Julius sat behind a big desk looking surprisingly relaxed. Julius greeted him with a rough smile, saying he was really relieved that Isvin had come back alive. Then, the commander's face became more serious, and he put his hands together in front of him. He got straight to the point, asking if Captain Isvin was planning to retire. A moment later, Isvin himself walked in looking tired but calm. He nodded, agreeing with Julius's guess, saying it was a shame but he had to. He explained that the last battle had been hard on him. He had lost his dragon partner and his leg. Continuing to work would be too difficult for his aging body. He planned to go back to his hometown and spend the rest of his life remembering the comrades who had died before him. Julius slowly took a sip of tea and nodded in understanding. He agreed that Isvin had earned his rest, and no one could fairly stop him. Isvin thanked his commander with a respectful nod. But before leaving, Isvin offered some information as maybe a final thing he could do. He said it wasn't much, but he could tell Julius about the new recruit, Theo Ragnar. Julius leaned forward very interested and simply said, "Tell me." Isvin then described what Theo had done, highlighting the most amazing thing. Even though he was young, Theo's Thundergate was already open. Julius's visible eye opened wide in shock, and he repeated Thundergate to show his surprise. He wondered out loud what it meant. Could this boy really overcome the limits that separate normal people from superhumans? Isvin said he was just as surprised as the commander when he first saw it, and he put his cup down firmly. He explained that Theo's ability wasn't something he was born with. It felt like a door had been forced open, maybe through a lot of hard work or a strong will pushing past what was normal. He compared it to a bowl. Theo's ability to grow had suddenly become much bigger than what he currently knew. It seemed impossible, but it had happened. A fierce smile spread across Julius's face. He understood. So their job was clear. They needed to fill that big bowl and help Theo's sudden potential grow. He said that this was all the advice he could give as someone more experienced. Julius looked towards the door, where Theo was probably waiting. From now on, the commander announced, Theo would have to learn and find his own way forward. Theo walked fully into the room, understanding the important conversation he had partly heard. Later, under the huge, snowy training area for the cavalry, Julius went up to Theo. He praised Theo again for doing a great job during their mission. Theo humbly said that their success was because of his teammates. Julius chuckled and playfully called him a little rascal before becoming serious. He asked about how Theo's fighting skills were developing. Theo thought about the question, at first thinking Julius meant his general fighting ability. He said he felt more comfortable in fights now. Julius shook his head slightly to make it clear. He wasn't asking about basic fighting. His eyes were sharp, looking at Theo's sword hand. He wanted to know what level of swordsmanship Theo had reached. Surprised, Theo admitted he wasn't sure. He explained that he had just focused on copying the sword techniques of the Ragnar head family. Julius made a neutral sound, saying that everyone says that. He lifted his large training sword, and with a small change in how he stood, the world around Theo seemed to break apart. Reality disappeared, and in its place was a swirling mix of red energy and sharp floating pieces of ruby-like crystal. The air buzzed with power. Theo immediately recognized this. The demon dragon glass domain. He noticed that this looked very different from the calm flower-filled glass domain that Theo Ragnar, the sword dragon, had shown before the nomination ceremony. He started to understand. Was this realm a picture of someone's own fighting style? A flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. Julius nodded seriously, confirming it. This violent red world was how his demon sword looked. Energy glowed around the commander as he got into a low, strong fighting stance. He moved, a fast burst of controlled anger, showing his fighting style. His sword cut through the red space with powerful slashes, each hit filled with raw, wild power and the ability to destroy. Theo watched with wide eyes, a little scared but also amazed. It was like the whole area around them roared along with Julius's movements. He felt strong, wild energy all around, like a storm that Julius was somehow holding back. When it stopped, Julius stood in the middle of the swirling red light, his sword still shaking a little. He looked at Theo and simply asked, "What did you think? How did you see the demon dragon fighting style you just saw?" Theo answered honestly, still feeling the raw power of it. "It was incredibly strong, like it could destroy anything," Julius grunted, agreeing. "That's what the demon is like," he explained. "It's natural and direct. It's like a will that never gives up and breaks through everything. It's a straight path of fighting, destruction, strength, and even death, smashing through anything in its way." After showing his own way of fighting, Julius then changed the subject. He asked Theo to remember the sword of Theo Ragnar, the Lord of Plum Blossom Palace, that he had seen. Theo said it was beautiful, like looking at blooming flowers. Julius nodded. "Osa's sword is about the meaning of life," he said. "It's like a seed growing into a bud and finally blooming into a flower, life showing itself. It's a process that's slow but steady and can't be stopped. Even if it's pushed around, broken, or forced to go a different way, life, like the plum blossom tree, keeps growing." Suddenly, Theo understood what Julius meant by martial arts and the world of the sword. It wasn't just about the moves, but the basic ideas and beliefs behind them, which could be very different even among the 9 dragons. A small smile appeared on Julius's face. He asked Theo a question. "Do you think these two ideas, Osa's life and my demon, which is like death and violence, are completely opposite?" Theo hesitated and stammered. "Aren't they?" Julius stepped closer and leaned in a little. "It wouldn't teach you much or be very interesting if I just gave you the answer," he said. Instead, a thick leather book appeared in Julius's hand, glowing softly. Theo stared, curious. Julius explained what it was. "This book has the records of a discussion about sword fighting ideas between the master of the Plum Blossom Palace and a sword dragon from the past." Theo's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what this meant. Julius looked straight at Theo. "This is very unusual," he said, as glowing plum blossom petals floated through the fading red light. "But Theo Ragnar, you are now the joint successor to both the demon dragon and the sword dragon." Way up high above the clouds, among pointy mountains with strange blue plants, Commander Julius Ragnar was sitting and thinking quietly across from Theo Ragnar, the plum blossom dragon. She held a book with a leather cover, looking calm and ready, like she was about to write the last thing in it. Julius didn't say anything, and you couldn't tell what he was thinking because of the patch over his eye. Finally, Theo spoke, sounding a little amused. She said Julius was being mean. She told him off for wanting to keep Theo all to himself when she had suggested they both teach him together. Julius just made an annoyed noise and looked away as Theo chuckled softly, telling him not to be so jealous. She explained that this plan was best for Theo, and she was sure Julius knew that. Osa went on to say that she was certain Julius already knew that everyone had very high hopes for Theo, much higher than for anyone else who might take over in the future. Theo was so talented that he would improve very quickly, but going up so fast meant he would probably hit a point where he couldn't improve anymore much sooner and much harder than others. If that happened too early, it could stop him from growing or even ruin his potential. This teaching together, this book with different ideas about swords, Osa said holding up the book would give Theo the understanding he needed to get past that problem. But Julius had a deeper worry. A what-if question. What if Theo, with so much power and understanding, didn't just become someone who might take over from the clan leader, but an enemy of the whole Ragnar clan? Osa's face became serious, showing she understood his unspoken fear. She reminded Julius that as they both knew, people who became very powerful very quickly often had bad, often violent, endings. Exactly, Julius replied. If things happen the same way they have before, the very things we want to teach Theo could be used by him to kill people in the Ragnar clan. Osa smiled slightly, surprised by his worry. She had thought he was only focused on being tough with the boy. It seemed he was genuinely worried underneath his rough outside. But after hearing his fears, she felt even more sure of her decision. Julius, she said with a confident smile, was definitely the right person to keep this book for now. She gave him the book and told him exactly what to do: watch over Theo. When Julius was sure that the boy wouldn't become greedy, when he had grown into a true Ragnar who valued every moment and understood how much power he had, only then should he give the book to Theo. Julius took the book looking determined and thought about the big responsibility. Theo, still surprised by what he had just learned, held the book close, knowing he was now going to be taught by both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. These two people were known as the best and second best sword fighters in the whole group. It felt unbelievable to Theo. He wondered if he really deserved such an honor. Julius dismissed Theo's shyness, saying firmly that he was only giving Theo this chance because he truly believed Theo was capable. A real rare smile spread across Theo's face. Thinking back, he realized how much Julius and Evelyn had helped him from the Rendon trouble until now. They had helped him grow a lot and always supported him, even though he hadn't done much for them in return. He looked at Julius, who was standing nearby, and told him how grateful he was, promising sincerely that he would repay their kindness someday. Julius's smile got wider, looking a bit dangerous. He told Theo that there was a way to repay that kindness right now. With a sudden burst of energy, Julius jumped forward, saying it had been too long since he had a fun new student to practice with. He couldn't just be called commander and do nothing, could he? It was time for a fight. The real lessons, he shouted, were starting now. Theo barely had time to get ready as the commander's strong presence came down on him. A drop of sweat running down his face, the lesson that followed was hard. Hours later, quiet sounds of effort and hitting could be heard from a training room with strong locks. Inside, Theo was probably going through his own tough training, and he could be heard yelling for Evelyn to save him, apologizing a lot to his young master. His cries mixed with loud thumps and the sound of chains. Outside, the sky had become brighter, and heavy chains lay on the ground near the training room door. Evelyn carefully pushed the doors open and found Theo slumped on the steps of the training area, bruised and tired. She quickly went to his side, calling his name and asking if he was okay. Theo managed a weak smile, saying he was fine, though he joked that he thought the commander might have gone a little too far this time. Evelyn didn't show much emotion. Changing the subject, she told him that as Theo had ordered, she had locked up the captured agent in the underground prison cell. She asked if it was really okay to just leave him there without any treatment or questioning. Theo waved his hand dismissively, explaining that the agent wasn't the type to give away secrets no matter what they did. Not using torture or questioning at all was actually part of his plan. He told Evelyn not to worry. Then he leaned closer and whispered more instructions in her ear. Evelyn's eyes widened slightly as she understood. Later that day, Theo found himself standing in front of the fancy gates of the Plum Blossom Palace, walking across the carefully kept training grounds of the palace. Osa Ragnar was waiting for him. Theo greeted Lady Plum Blossom politely. Osa smiled and said she had been waiting for him. She asked if he liked the book she and the demon dragon had given him. Theo said yes, and that he had already learned a lot from it. As he spoke, the training area around them changed. It filled with glowing plum blossoms, and see-through swords appeared. They moved in beautiful flowing patterns, showing the life Osa had talked about before. Osa was happy he liked it. She said she wanted to keep teaching him about the basic parts of sword fighting that people often ignore. These were the real roots of swordsmanship, and they would start with this display. She pointed to the phantom swords. She said that by the end she looked forward to talking about how to make life bloom with the sword. Then her face became serious. She asked again, "Theo Ragnar, will you become my student?" Theo bowed his head a little. Before answering, he asked if he could ask something first. He wanted to know if Osa was asking him as the Heaven Dragon sword master. Osae's eyes opened a little in surprise, and a slow, interested smile spread across her face. She said she was impressed he knew something most people didn't. Standing straight, she put her practice sword firmly on the ground. She simply said she wouldn't deny it. The Heaven Dragon sword was a secret school and its teachings were passed down to only one student at a time. She confirmed that she was the only one who had inherited it, the Heaven Dragon swordmaster. Seeing Theo look thoughtful, she asked if he wanted to know her real reasons. Theo quickly said sorry for assuming things. Osa waved her hand saying she wasn't upset and that she had no hidden reasons. She had planned to share everything with him, from the beautiful plum blossoms to the secrets of the Heaven Dragon sword. Just as Theo was thinking about this amazing offer, he heard footsteps coming closer through the courtyard full of blossoms. A voice called out, "Hey you!" A group of men wearing Plum Blossom Palace clothes walked up. Their leader looked at Theo closely and said Theo was the new recruit of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo said that was him, and asked rudely, "So what?" The leader got annoyed at his rude reply. He reminded Theo that as a new member of the Plum Blossom Palace and Lady Plum Blossom's student, he should at least be respectful to his seniors. Theo laughed, thinking their behavior was a childish way to protect their pride. Senior this, senior that, ranks only mattered when there was a direct boss, which none of them were. Their titles meant nothing here. The leader was very angry and asked how Theo could say they weren't in charge of him when he was now training at their place. Wasn't he supposed to be below them in rank? Theo just smiled and said they seemed to be very wrong about something. Lady Plum Blossom had kindly offered to make him her student, but he had said no. The Plum Blossom people just stared, completely shocked. Theo knelt down on the training area, where petals had fallen on the ground. He was thinking hard about Osa Ragnar's offer. She wanted to give him both the important history of the Plum Blossoms and the famous Heaven Dragon sword fighting style. Osa looked at him calmly and asked if that didn't sound good to him. Theo hesitated and said that of course it did, but then he looked down and said he really didn't understand why she liked him so much. He hadn't done anything important for her yet. Osa simply told him to stand up. She gently touched his chin, lifted his face, and explained that there was no big reason. It was just that he reminded her of Theo Ragnar, who was the current head of their group. Theo was surprised and asked if he really looked like the clan head. Osa said yes, he was exactly like Kyle when he was young. And not just how he looked. Like Theo, the young Kyle always strongly followed his dreams and what he believed in. Osa paused, looking like she was remembering something fondly. She added that maybe Kyle was still dreaming of those things even now. That strong determination, she explained, was why Kyle could never become hopeless. He worked very hard, overcoming any difficulty or challenge in his way. Every single day was full of never-ending hardship, battles against terrible enemies in harsh places. But even with all of that, Kyle never gave up or went against his basic beliefs. Osa smiled warmly and said that when she looked at Theo she saw that same strong idealistic side of Kyle that she had fallen in love with. Seeing that spirit alive again in Theo, how could she just stand by and do nothing? Now that she had answered his question, she said it was time for him to give his answer. Theo took a deep breath. He said it was a very attractive offer, even more tempting than an all-you-can-eat meal, but he would have to refuse. Osa asked him why. Theo explained honestly that he already had too many teachers. Besides Lady Plum Blossom herself, who had already taught him a lot, there was the powerful demon dragon leader Julius, his older dragon friends Evelyn and Aaron, his other friends Wellington, Hulkus and Erica, even his friends from the first training grounds. He even considered his rivals, Axion and the Sky Dragon Ed Troyvan, as people who had taught him valuable even if difficult lessons. They were all his teachers in different ways. Osa raised an eyebrow, surprised that Theo would want to include Ed Troyvan, someone she thought they didn't get along with. Theo said yes, that was exactly the reason. The tough times his enemies had created were what had made him the person he was now. Osae's face softened a little. Theo went on to explain that his way of using a sword had learned and completely changed because of everyone who had loved him or done him wrong. Because of this, he felt he couldn't just follow one sword fighting style and teach it exactly as it was to the next generation. Osa thought that Theo not being able to pass on tradition because his sword skills kept changing was both sweet and a bit sad. Theo looked at her seriously. He might not be able to be her student, but he would be happy to be her son. Osae's eyes opened wide, showing real surprise, and then her face lit up with joy. Later, in a garden area with blooming plum trees under the moonlight, Osa was leaning back, sipping wine while her servant poured. Osa smiled, enjoying the taste of the wine. The servant said that Lady Osa must really like Theo. Osa agreed right away. She explained that the heavens, or maybe fate, had never let her have a child of her own. And now, here was a young man who reminded her so much of the person she loved, who had just promised to be her son. How could she not be happy? The servant smiled, saying she was happy to see Lady Osa so pleased. Osa felt she should thank Theo for finally making her a mother, in a way. Then she told her servant to prepare a letter for her husband to tell him the news. The servant asked what the letter would say, and Osa said it was about Theo's promotion test. The servant looked very surprised and respectfully pointed out that excuse her for saying so. Theo was still new and had just finished his awakening ceremony. She worried that if he got too much attention so young it might put him in danger. Surely Lady Osa understood those risks better than anyone. Osa put down her wine glass, her face becoming determined. That, she said, was exactly why she needed to hurry. Before the big, strong winds that were gathering arrived to destroy the Ragnar family, she wanted to give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as she possibly could. Deep underground, below the cavalry headquarters, in a plain, cold cell, the captured leader of the enemy sat slumped against the wall, heavily chained and bandaged with one arm missing. His one good eye snapped open when he heard footsteps in the hallway. A figure wearing a cloak, chilling mask-like face paint, and sharp claws stood outside the bars. The agent knew who it was. The person wearing a mask told the agent not to be angry with him. He said it was all part of a plan. Probably Ed Troyvan's plan. The agent said he would never question it. With his last bit of strength, the agent told the masked person to kill him right then. The masked person did what he was told and jumped forward. But just as his sharp claws were about to touch the agent's neck, the chains holding the agent suddenly glowed with green light and broke apart. The masked person jumped back in surprise as Evelyn Narvel quietly dropped down from an opening in the ceiling. The masked person made a hissing sound, recognizing her. He realized too late that the whole thing was a trap. Evelyn said she had been waiting and immediately started fighting him. The masked person blocked her quick attacks, surprised by how skilled she was. Had she always been this good? He cursed his bad luck. It was too bad he couldn't kill the agent to get rid of any problems later. Getting caught himself would be much worse. He needed to get away and make a new plan. As the masked person tried to get away, Evelyn used a burst of wind-like energy to stop him. She told him she wasn't going to let him just walk out of there. She used another move that belonged to Hector Ragnar. The secret technique called Squall, which was like a storm. A swirling wind of green light appeared, trapping the masked person. He choked and blood came from behind his mask. Realizing he couldn't be caught like this, he started gathering bright blue energy, getting ready to destroy any proof, including himself. But Evelyn knew what he was going to do. She grabbed his jacket and said it was predictable that they all tried to blow themselves up when they were cornered. Using his own movement against him, she threw him down the hallway, saying that trick wouldn't work on her again. Later, in a hidden safe cabin deep in a snowy forest far away from the main Ragnar place, a meeting was happening. Someone told Commander Julius that earlier that day, at 1:15 in the morning, she had successfully captured a masked person who had sneaked into the underground jail. An intelligence officer, probably Cleve from Black Snow, showed what they had found, pointing to a map. They confirmed that the masked person was from Serpent Season, which was a smaller group within the Eastern Elite clan, the Troyvan clan. This made it very likely that Ed Troyvan was involved. Julius, sitting at the head of the table, said seriously that this pretty much proved their suspicion that there was a traitor within their own group. Cleve agreed, explaining that this meeting was being held in such a secret place to prevent any more information from leaking out. Cleve continued the report. Current information said that Serpent Season's base was in an old castle in the Calhelm area. They thought that within the next 3 hours the people there would realize their masked person's mission, likely to silence Sidra, had failed. They would then burn any evidence that could get them in trouble and run away. So the goal was simple: attack their base before the time ran out, gather all their people and get the information they had. This was the main point of their new team mission. Cleve finished her report and told them her name and rank. Cleve, a Null Snow. Theo was interested in her rank and surprised to finally meet one of Black Snow's top agents in person. Julius cleared his throat and added one last thing. He said that this mission would also be Theo Ragnar's test to become an official mid-level swordsman. Cleve and Evelyn were both surprised. Theo wondered if he was good enough for such a test already. Julius sighed and said Theo was qualified, but warned him it wouldn't be easy, or in their line of work, maybe he meant it wouldn't be all about easy victories. The difficulty of Theo's test had been made much harder. Julius explained that usually, the tests get harder as you go up in rank, but giving a mission that could start a war as a test for someone in the middle rank was definitely not normal. Julius leaned forward and said he knew Theo had told Evelyn to watch the prison cells because he thought someone would try to kill someone there. Evelyn coughed slightly to say yes. Julius continued, saying that since Theo started this whole thing, he now had to see it through to the end. Theo apologized for acting on his own. Julius accepted his apology but warned that even though Theo was an heir, it was not okay to act disrespectfully without talking to others first. Since things had gone this far, Theo had to finish the mission perfectly. Julius leaned in, grabbed Theo's shirt and shook him roughly, telling him he had to get promoted to mid-level swordsman and earn the right to go on missions alone. Understood, Theo said, getting his calm back. Yes, sir, he added with a small, knowing smile. He thought to himself that this whole situation was really starting to focus on him. He hadn't expected to become the center of attention like this. A familiar blue screen appeared in front of him. Scenario Quest Number 4, Dark Ties of the Previous Life. The goal: this is your chance to get rid of the bad connections from your past. Stop their secret plan. Theo looked at the message, wondering, as he always did, what invisible link connected him and these people across different times and caused all this trouble. Cleve noticed he was distracted and asked if something was wrong. Theo looked at her, his face becoming serious. No, he replied, there wasn't. He would finish this mission no matter what. Julius slammed his hands on the table, looking pleased. Good, let's get rid of all the sneaky people in the family. Under the cold moonlight, snow lightly covered the thick pine forest around the old Calhelm castle. Cleve, who worked for Null Snow, spoke to Theo and Evelyn. She said that because they knew someone might be a traitor in their group, only the three of them would go on this mission. These were the two who were already involved, and herself. Their target was Serpent Season, a group of killers. Since Theo and Evelyn were trained with swords, they should have an advantage if they fought directly. Cleve said this, her voice a little quiet because of her mask. But she also pointed out that there were many more enemies, and they probably knew the area very well. No matter what happens, she warned them seriously, don't let your guard down even for a second. Theo nodded briefly to show he understood her warning. Inside the castle's big room, two members of Serpent Season were looking through papers, getting ready to leave. One of them, who was wearing the same kind of mask as a serpent assassin they had caught before, said that they were almost done getting rid of the documents. They planned to leave as soon as their friend came back. The other one said it had been a little less than 2 hours, so the person returning should be there soon. He casually threw a small round object. It suddenly exploded, filling the room with thick smoke. It was a surprise attack. Before the assassins could react, Cleve moved quickly through the smoke, making fast and precise sword strikes. One assassin made a short, sharp sound as Cleve's sword hit him. He fell down a moment later, cursing his bad luck. Cleve looked around as the smoke cleared, putting her foot down firmly as she announced that the area above them was safe. She told Evelyn to help her secure the main floor while Theo had to go into the basement. Theo was impressed by how fast Cleve had taken down 3 enemies almost instantly. He acknowledged her order, saying, "Yes, ma'am." Theo didn't wait. He jumped down toward the lower levels. If the maps they were given in the briefing were correct, the stairs to the basement should be right in front of him. As he went down, his senses became very sharp, noticing several hidden dangers. Tiny needles, almost impossible to see, shot out from the walls. Theo reacted immediately, dodging them as he continued down. The needles hit the stone around him without harming him. He landed quietly and immediately used his hatchling synchro skill to get information about the area. The system confirmed what he suspected. There were not only traps but also enemy fighters waiting to attack. Without stopping, Theo used his power. Using the system to get swords from where he stored them, he activated Thunder Dragon breathing. Black lightning crackled around him as he used his Dragon Mark technique. The attack rushed forward, hitting the hidden assassins before they could set their trap. One of them, completely surprised, could only say a confused "how" before the dark energy surrounded him. Theo kept going forward. The path ahead was clear now, but he could feel the strong resistance. He thought that if the security was this tight even at the entrance, there must be something very important hidden deeper inside the basement. A drop of sweat rolled down the side of his face. He turned a corner and entered a room that was stained red. A person wearing red priest clothes stood in front of a strange altar made of blood and bones. The priest turned his head and sniffed the air, looking disgusted. "Oh my," he said, stating that he could smell Theo's impure presence. He asked if Theo had to interrupt their holy prayer time with violence. The priest made a tut-tut sound, calling Theo an impatient follower. Theo's eyes opened wide with recognition and fear. The Holy Demon Church. He remembered them well from his past life. They were a dangerous group that talked about the world ending soon and a savior coming down. They tricked people who didn't know better. Most importantly, they were the secret cause of the terrible Great War that would eventually destroy the Empire. The Blood Priest smiled slightly, noticing that Theo seemed to know who he was. Theo didn't say anything. He focused his senses and used hatchling synchro again, this time to understand the flow of magical energy around him. He felt a cold feeling. A strange, corrupted magical energy that didn't follow the normal rules was coming from the priest's open mind gate. It was a source of power completely different from anything Theo had ever known. Was this the grace that the blood priests always talked about? The priest chuckled sadly, seeing that Theo still didn't believe. But that was okay, he kindly told Theo, because he would give Theo the special honor of being a sacrifice for the one and only true God. A powerful wave of bloody energy rushed toward Theo. He quickly moved to block it, his sword hitting the priest's outstretched hand. The impact shook him. The priest's hand felt strangely hard, like stone, not flesh. Sparks flew as Theo blocked the priest's next attacks. The strange power behind them pushed Theo backward. Theo dodged another hit and quickly swung his own sword. His blade made contact, but the priest's hand only had a small cut. The flesh underneath was strangely tough. House Cadenitz, the priest had stopped Theo's full power attack easily, and his hand was already healing the small wound. Theo frowned, tasting blood in his mouth. This man was supposed to be just a blood priest, one of the lowest members of the Holy Demon Church, yet he had this much power. And even worse, using the triple dragon's claw here was too risky. The explosion could bury him and the priest alive. But simple magical attacks weren't working either. What could he possibly do? What could he achieve with the sword he was holding? His mind raced, remembering the different sword ideas that Osa and Julius had taught him. Julius taught that swordsmanship's base was strong, destructive power, like death itself. Osa showed that swordsmanship could also bring life, like a flower blooming from a sword. So, violence held both life and death. Julius had asked Theo if he thought these two ideas were completely opposite, like two swords fighting each other. The priest lifted his hands and chanted, "Dear Lord, this young person is wasting precious life." He got ready to attack again with great force, asking his god to accept this poor young person as a sacrifice. The floor cracked from all the energy building up, but at that moment Theo understood something. Life and death weren't truly opposites, they were part of a natural cycle. Death always comes at the end of life, and life grows again using what's left from death. They weren't two separate powers but one. If he could use this idea, gather the power that was being wasted by spreading it out too much, combine the opposite energies of destruction and life from what both his teachers had taught him, and focus it all into a single bright flash of light. The priest smirked and called Theo foolish. He asked if Theo hadn't realized that his sword just didn't work on him, blocking Theo's attack with his strangely tough hand. Theo rushed forward, his sword aimed carefully, using his new technique called Dragon Flash. The attack, a mix of violent darkness and bright life, hit the priest's hand. The priest noticed the attack was louder, but it didn't seem any different than before. Then his eyes opened wide in shock. The attack wasn't just strong, it felt alive, digging through his defenses and exploding outwards in a powerful burst of black and white energy, leaving behind only scattered remains. The defeated priest, his body fading away, whispered that Theo had gained knowledge through killing. He called Theo a source of evil, saying he couldn't be allowed to ruin the Lord's world any longer. As the priest disappeared, Theo quickly moved forward, placing his hand on the dissolving figure's head. He used Hatchling Synchro again, this time to read the priest's memories. He needed to use this chance to find out where the Holy Demon Church's strange power came from. Energy rushed into him, twisting and confusing his senses, pulling his mind away. He felt like he was floating in a huge empty space filled with stars. This was completely different from any other time he had read memories. It felt like he had been moved to a different place. He felt a very strong presence. His system information flickered, showing messed up text for his current task, followed by a loud red warning. "Warning, you have encountered an enemy who is much stronger than you. Please run away." What was this? A giant, unclear being stood before him, its voice echoing not in his ears but directly in his soul, asking, "Who are you? What are you that you disturb my peaceful sleep?" The empty space filled with countless sharp blue-green eyes. "My sweet slumber." Floating in the dark emptiness filled with stardust which looked like the dying memories of the blood priest, Theo looked up at the huge thing in front of him. Was this giant, unbelievable shape the creature that the Holy Demon Church worshipped? Many bright blue-green eyes looked at him. The strong pressure around him grew stronger as a voice spoke directly into his mind, asking, "Tell me, who are you?" Theo felt a cold fear mixed with a new understanding. The special favor that the cult members always talked about, it wasn't just crazy talk. This being, the source of their power, was terrifyingly real. Then the biggest eye closest to him seemed to recognize him. Theo saw his own shape reflected in its depths. "Oh, it's you," the voice said, sounding old and tired and also like it knew him. "Theo Ragnar." Theo stepped back suddenly, shocked. This being from space knew his name. "I have been looking for you," the powerful being declared, its dark, thin arms reaching out not just for Theo but also towards the glowing computer screen nearby. It called him something terrible, the blight of this world. Theo quickly got ready as the swirling dark emptiness rushed forward, forming a crushing spiral aimed right at him. Just as the darkness was about to swallow him completely, a bright, warm, golden light burst out from the center, pushing back the shadows. The light became solid, turning into the grand shape of a golden dragon. "Lodbrok," Theo shouted, feeling very relieved. Lodbrok's voice, full of worry, answered him, calling him her special nickname. "Oh, significant other," appearing, Theo yelled, wondering how Lodbrok, her dragon form, had shown up here. The golden dragon turned its huge head towards Theo's spirit form, warning him that this thing, the nameless sovereign, was not something he was strong enough to fight yet. Lodbrok explained that even if Theo was as strong as the legendary Siegfried, she couldn't promise victory against such a powerful enemy. Theo couldn't speak. The power of this sovereign was almost impossible to understand. "So leave this to me," Lodbrok ordered, using her power. Theo felt a strong force pushing him out of the emptiness, his mind flying back towards reality as he shouted her name one last time. He gasped and fell onto the cold stone floor of the basement. the change feeling sudden and rough. He was back. He touched his face, feeling the little bit of blood from his fight with the priest. His mind was still spinning. What was that? Had Lodbrok really been fighting against a scary monster like that all by herself for centuries? He couldn't imagine how difficult that must have been. A weak, quiet voice got his attention. The blood priest was kneeling close by. He looked like he was fading away, his body shimmering and disappearing. He stared at Theo in total disbelief. How could someone who doesn't even believe be allowed to see the Lord? The priest cried out, sadly. He had spent his whole life devoted, but he had never been shown such a thing directly. He screamed in pain and confusion, demanding to know how Theo had done it, before he finally turned into nothing. Theo watched him go. A god like that, he didn't want anything to do with it, but this encounter had given him important information. The thing the Holy Demon Church worshipped, the source of their power, was the nameless sovereign that Lodbrok had warned him about. He remembered Lodbrok's serious words. For 1,000 years she had been trapped, doing her duty to protect the world from its influence. And then came her sad admission. Because she had lost her heart, her power was getting weaker. She wouldn't last more than 3 years. Theo's mind started putting the pieces together. The big war the Holy Demon Church was planning would happen in 5 years. The guardian dragon Lodbrok would die. Ed Troyvan would start his rebellion around the same time. These terrible events weren't just happening at the same time by chance. No, he realized with growing fear, holding his head, they were all connected. A hand touched his shoulder, making him steady. Evelyn helped him stand up, praising his great work, though she looked worried. Cleve came closer, her calm face hiding any surprise she might have felt. She said they had quickly searched the upper floors when they realized one of their targets was a blood priest. She looked closely at Theo, thinking about how he had defeated one all by himself. It was very impressive. Evelyn agreed, calling it incredible. Cleve nodded briefly. By defeating a blood priest alone, Theo had definitely shown what he could do. Back in the main hall, they looked through the documents they had found in the castle. Cleve sighed, saying that most of it was evidence that suggested things, but wasn't direct proof. It was useful, but not enough to openly accuse Ed Troyvan. Theo then showed them the small fancy box he had found deep in the basement. Asking Cleve to look inside, Evelyn gasped quietly, recognizing it right away. It was the lockbox she had kept safe for Theo before his awakening ceremony. It held the secret records of illegal trading between the Sarah's Merchants Guild and the Troyvan family. She wondered out loud why Theo hadn't used this important evidence sooner. Now realizing how much he had planned ahead, Cleve opened the logbook, her eyes narrowing as she looked through the pages. She pointed to specific entries that showed trades directly involving Ed Troyvan, confirmed with his official, unmistakable stamp. "Great job, Theo," Cleve said, snapping the book shut. "With this clear evidence, we can finally prove Ed Troyvan is planning to betray us and show that the Holy Demon Church is involved. We have enough proof now," Cleve then announced their next plan. "We're going to attack the Sarah's Merchant Guild right away." Theo watched her, a strong cold feeling settling in his eyes. "Just wait, Ed," he thought. "It's finally your turn to be crushed." Meanwhile, in a fancy office at the Ragnar clan's main building, Julius Ragnar slammed a first report down on his desk, his face twisted with anger. He yelled that he knew it, that he always knew that rotten Ed Troyvan would betray them someday. Across from him, Robert Ragnar, the mysterious black dragon, calmly drank his tea. He told Julius not to jump to conclusions, saying that even though things looked suspicious, Ed was only a suspect for now. Julius laughed scornfully, asking if Robert thought he was stupid. Robert replied calmly, pointing out that the fact that he, the head of Black Snow, was sharing this very secret information showed that the situation was much more than just a suspicion. He advised Julius not to waste time guessing. Julius's eyes narrowed as he accused Robert of knowing about these things but letting them get worse. Robert smoothly changed the subject, mentioning Theo Ragnar. Julius immediately became defensive, getting angry as he remembered Cleve's report about Theo defeating a blood priest all by himself. Robert said Theo was very talented and perfect for Black Snow's secret missions, and he demanded that Julius hand the young man over. Julius exploded, asking what nonsense Robert was talking about. "Now," Robert continued calmly, "Theo's ability to see things clearly, figure things out, and put information together, in ways very similar to Black Snow agents, is very impressive. It's almost as if," Robert wondered aloud, "Theo has done this before." Julius strongly interrupted, telling Robert to stop trying to justify stealing Theo. "I already claimed Theo like finding treasure," he warned Robert. "So keep your greedy hands off." Julius called both Robert and Osa thieves. A small smile touched Robert's lips behind his mask. It had been a long time since Julius had called him Big Bro, he said with a hint of warmth in his voice. "It's been too long." A quick picture flashed in his mind. 4 young figures standing together against the setting sun: Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius. Robert sighed, remembering how it felt like only yesterday the 4 of them had become like brothers. Julius didn't care at all. He told Robert that his sad story wouldn't work, and that Robert would be sorry for trying to steal Theo. Robert chuckled quietly and said that Julius still didn't get it. He leaned in close and whispered like they were sharing a secret, "It's normal for an older brother to take things from his younger brother." Before Julius could say anything, Robert turned and grabbed a fancy bottle of liquor from Julius's shelf. He told Julius to get something even more expensive next time to make up for it. Then Robert happily skipped away, humming a tune, leaving Julius standing there making confused noises like a cartoon character. Once Robert was out of sight, his happy face changed. He felt relieved. He thought that the dragon cavalry with the white armor seemed to be safe from spies. Not many places had managed to stay free from the Sky Dragon's sneaky influence. He trusted Theo with the next part of the plan. Attacking the Sarah's guild shouldn't be a problem. Robert disappeared into the shadows, saying, "My people should be here soon." Robert thought with a secret smile that attacking the Sarah's guild today of all days would definitely make things interesting. The scene changed to the fancy main wedding hall of the Sarah's Merchant Guild. Inside, a wedding was happening, joining two powerful families. Navin Bacchus, the groom and the second son of the Bacchus clan, stood proudly. Across from him, Quadric Sarahs, the leader of the Sarah's Merchant Guild, officially asked for the marriage on behalf of his family. He presented his fourth daughter, Lily Sarahs, as the bride. Quadric announced that the marriage was official, connecting the Sarahs and Bacchus families by blood. Quadric's eyes shone with greed. Finally, he was about to get what he wanted. Navin smirked and held his sword tightly. He thought that this was just the beginning. He would become an important noble and make the proud Ragnars pay. Quadric threw his head back and laughed like crazy, saying that soon he would get his great revenge. At the Sarah's Merchant Guild's main wedding hall, the introductions continued. Navin Bacchus, the groom, said he was the second son of the Bacchus family. Quadric Sarahs, the heavy leader of the Sarah's Merchant Group, had officially asked the Bacchus family for a marriage alliance, offering his fourth daughter, Lily Sarahs, as the bride. As Quadric announced that the two families were now joined, one man hidden among the Bacchus servants was boiling with anger inside. How dare a simple merchant say his family name before the Bacchus family, one of the 6 most important families in the empire? He tried hard to control his anger, reminding himself that the money from this marriage was very important for saving his own branch of the family. His father, the head of their less important family branch, didn't care what happened to Navin, an illegitimate child, after the wedding. Navin, though, gave a small, knowing smile. He found it funny how easily he could understand what his supposed family was thinking. He wondered if these merchants, who were known for their careful planning, really meant to help the struggling Bacchus family. He knew the truth. The Sarah's Guild was in so much debt that their main store was used as security for a loan from Ed Troyvin. They wouldn't last much longer anyway. Kneeling down in front of Lily, Navin thought to himself that he had to see the unlucky Bacchus family fail. He greeted Lily in a friendly way, promising to treat her well as both the Sarah's family's son-in-law and her husband. Lily didn't say anything, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Then Lily leaned closer and asked how she could prove what she intended to do. Navin asked what she meant. His smile grew wider. It seemed like she wanted something from him. He explained his own terrible situation. His family was broke, and he was basically being sold off. It was a shame he couldn't start a no-fans to make some quick money. But if Lily, his future wife, wanted it, he could give her the Bacchus family seal. This made his father very angry, and he silently cursed Navin, calling him that damned illegitimate child. Lily thought about the offer, then suddenly screamed, demanding that Navin bring her the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who had scarred her arms. Navin watched her outburst and thought that for her to publicly demand the murder of a noble heir, she was clearly not an ordinary woman. A quiet buzz went through the wedding guests. Quadric hurried to his daughter, scolding her for saying such things in public, but then quietly agreed to her request. The fake sadness on Lily's face disappeared, and a hungry smile appeared instead, which greatly surprised her father. Navin, seeing this exchange, thought that since his young bride wanted Theo's head, he guessed he would have to get it for her. Suddenly, the sky outside became dark. Guests looked up, wondering at the sight of dragon-like creatures flying in circles overhead. Then, figures jumped down from the creatures, landing hard in the courtyard. Everything became chaotic. One of the Bacchus guards recognized the symbol on the flag that the newcomers planted. It was the mark of the Ragnar family. Cleve, with Theo and Evelyn beside her, announced that in the name of Ragnar, they would make sure justice was done. She declared that they had found out that the one who attacked Ragnar, meaning Ed Troyvan's people at Blanky, had close connections to the Sarah's Merchant Group. Because of this, they would start a search to look at all signs of betrayal. Anyone who dared to interfere would be considered involved and killed immediately. The guests drew back in fear. Immediate death. Was the Sarah's Merchant Group really plotting treason? Cleve challenged Quadric. If he wanted to claim he was innocent, he would allow the Ragnars to carry out their investigation. Quadric turned pale, wondering if the others already knew what he was planning. One of his helpers whispered quickly, asking what they should do. Another person nearby said worriedly that Quadric had to look strong. Quadric stumbled over his words, pretending to be angry and asking what this talk about betraying them was. Cleve looked at Quadric seriously, her eyes firm. She gave him one last chance to give up and work with them now. One of Quadric's people asked him nervously what they should do. Quadric suddenly got angry and shouted at them not to joke around, talking about a small piece of paper. He said the record of trades could easily be faked. He insisted that someone was trying to set them up, no matter how unfair the Ragnars played. He encouraged his own men, saying the Sarah's family would prove they were loyal to Ragnar and that they were innocent. He told the Sarah's soldiers to move forward, yelling for them to kill those who looked down on Ragnar. It was a clear order to attack Theo's group. Navan's helper grabbed Quadric's arm, pointing out that fighting back meant he wouldn't be helping with the investigation. Quadric pushed his hand away, angrily saying the wedding was off. The helper called him stupid, asking if he thought they would be let go after this. He said their crime was betraying them. Quadric replied that the helper, as one of the important members, knew what betraying them meant. Did he think Quadric would die alone? Then Quadric thought out loud that if the Ragnars really had solid proof, they would have sent a whole army, not just 3 people. He urged his men on, saying the Ragnars didn't really believe in their own evidence. If they stopped them just this once, they could get through this difficult time. Navan walked up to Quadric, making fun of him by asking what he was saying to an old man who even had trouble going to the bathroom by himself. Then he quietly tapped the older helper of Bacchus and called him Elder. The helper cursed Navan quietly. Navan, not bothered, said this was better, a chance to bring a wedding gift to his future wife quickly. He jumped onto a nearby balcony before the Bacchus helper could react, then leaped down into the courtyard, his sword shining. The helper cursed the illegitimate fool. Realizing that the moment Navan picked up his sword, the Bacchus group became involved in Sarah's fight against them, he reluctantly ordered his men to join Sarah's and help them. Spears flew toward the 3 people from Ragnar, who were ready to fight. Cleve gave a final warning. If they didn't move, they would all be killed for betraying them. The Sarah's and Bacchus soldiers hesitated, sweating nervously, before running forward to attack. Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve faced the attack directly. Navan watched the chaos unfold, a small smile on his face. People from Ragnar, he thought, really seemed to enjoy killing people. The 3 warriors with Ragnar became alert as Navan spoke to them. He moved so fast it was hard to see as he stopped their attack. Navan greeted Ragnar's group, especially Theo. He said he never thought he'd say this when they first met. Theo was very surprised to see him there. It was Navan Bacchus, the ghost sword. Theo remembered him from the Great War as someone who caused big problems for Ragnar, working with Sarah's and Troyvan. Navan smiled widely and said he was going to cut off Theo's head. He jumped forward, his sword a flash of silver aimed at Theo's neck. Theo just barely blocked the very fast attack, but Theo was already thinking about what to do. He realized that if he used what he knew from his past life, this could be a chance to become much stronger. He said he would fight Navan himself. Evelyn shouted to warn Theo, but Cleve stopped her, saying it was okay to trust Theo. Cleve pointed out that the others were probably getting rid of evidence and they didn't have much time. They needed to finish quickly. Evelyn hesitated but agreed to do her best. Navan was happy they wouldn't interfere. He asked Theo if he would be all right, bragging that even though he might not look it, he was quite strong. Theo smiled confidently back and said that he had to say the same. Then Theo asked if he could ask one question first. Navan was curious and told him to ask whatever he wanted. Theo pointed out that holding a sword at Ragnar was clearly an act of betrayal. Did this mean Navan was a traitor? Was he trying to ruin the Bacchus family? Or maybe, Theo asked, was this revenge for Navan's mother? Navan's smile disappeared. He said that the great young leader of Ragnar was bringing up a sad memory that just gave him another reason to take Theo's head, and he would chop it off well. Just listen to me until I'm finished, Theo said, looking serious. Let me help you get your revenge. As the Bacchus family fell, a message appeared in Theo's mind. Secret task, get Ghost Sword Navan to become your ally. Navan Bacchus is the family's unofficial strongest sword. The reason he didn't receive any recognition from his family was that, despite having abilities comparable to Thorkel, it's because he's an illegitimate child born in a brothel. Because of this exceptional talent, his mother was killed as he cried in deep agony. Because of that, he must also have the intention of taking his revenge against the Bacchus family. If he can make use of this information, he can come to his side. Theo says he will help him with his revenge and the downfall of the Bacchus family. He holds his head, telling Theo that he is not aware where he got this information about his mom. But one thing is certain, that in that instant, he launches an extremely strong attack, which Theo blocks. As Navan says that he has no reason to accept his offer, even without working with Theo, the Bacchus family is going to fall because of treason. Theo says that he is right, that without his help the Bacchus family is going to disappear together with him. That is this lazy ass size telling him that there is no need to worry since he doesn't have any regrets in life anyway. So he doesn't mind disappearing with that useless family. He remains quite the second. Theo says that it is because of the ether fever, an illness he got because his young body couldn't bear his talent. If he received intensive treatment in the early stages, it would be curable. But if one misses the time, it becomes an incurable disease and dramatically shortens his lifespan. The Bacchus family didn't treat his illness on time, so his remaining life expectancy was reduced. Navin says that he has 5 years at max and elaborates that, as expected from a young master of a noble clan, he must have done a dirty investigation on his background. As he gets ready to attack Theo, saying that nothing is going to change anyway, since the Bacchus clan will disappear today, and he will meet his demise. Theo blocks his sword, smirking and telling him that he can cure his disease. But Navin cannot accept that Theo pushes him back, thinking to himself that in his past life the cure was found just after his death. So now only he knows the cure for the disease. Theo assured him that the cure can be cured 100%. Hearing this, he instantly loses his composure. Theo says that just like he said that the Bacchus family will disappear even without him working with them. But if he takes his side even after the Bacchus family disappears, he can live as a hero who helped the Ragnar family, telling him to trust him this once. Moving to the Sarah's Guild main building, they are throwing cannons at the ladies, but they are easily deflecting them. Evelyn thinks they are very annoying. Cleve agrees but wonders if Theo is done. Looking at them from afar, they are having in conversation. Cleve throws aside the spear and thinks it too much for her and wonders if she should kill everyone. In a flashback we see the Black Dragon ordering her not to act up since their priority is to analyze his potential and they should recruit him soon. She asks him if what he means is for her to observe him. He agrees, saying that although he caught the priest she didn't witness it directly. She agrees, and he says that is why they will have to confirm it. The mission of the Black Pillar is to accurately analyze the individuals who will lead the future of Ragnars. She should keep that in mind. Securing additional evidence is Theo's mission in this operation. So she should focus on assessing Theo's capabilities. She says that she will keep that in mind. But what is the limit beyond which she can intervene? He thinks for a second, and since it is related to the demonic sect, he will let him interfere at the level of bishop and above. Moving to the present, she thinks that the leader is going to nag him a lot if she interferes only at this level. But if the mission is delayed, her time off will also be delayed. That's when a figure rushes forward at blazing speeds at none other than Navin Bacchus. Evelyn is worried that Theo has lost to him, but he is rushing behind him. Seeing all this, she gets shocked as he blazes through all the arrows, telling the ladies that if they will forgive him for the discourtesy with this. Since now they are on the same side, the hidden quest of making the ghost sword Navin an ally has succeeded. The three of them charge towards the minions, with Navin being overexcited. As he leaps in the air, one of the turds says that they can shoot him down since he won't be able to avoid the arrows mid-air. But he is no ordinary fighter, as he jumps over them and lands on top of one of the weapons. Then he proceeds to destroy the weapons along with the people operating them. The clan leader curses him, saying that he dares to betray the family that raised him, telling him how he could point his sword towards his family. Hearing the word family, Navin charges towards him. With cold-blooded eyes, he says that for an illegitimate child, there is no family. Then, in a heartbeat, he splits him in half. In a matter of seconds, he finishes them off. Seeing the display of power, she is surprised that he lives up to his reputation if being able to fight equally with young Lord Thorkel. She wonders how he managed to convince him. Hearing this, Theo says that he just promised him what he wanted, telling them not to stay still and follow him. As Theo leads the group, he tells them to capture Quadrek Sarah's. Moving to the Quadrek, one of his minions informs him that they are getting pushed back. Quadrek is aware of all this, so he tells them that they must destroy all documents. At first, they must burn documents related to the Troyvan clan. He tells the minions that they cannot burn those documents. He tells Quadrek to think rationally, or else there will be unnecessary casualties. Quadrek says that if they burn those, how will they get back their investment, asking him if he is going to give up on that money just because of these turds. A figure enters the scene, telling Quadrek that he cannot think far because he is drunk on his greed. With a frightened look, he says that he is here and requires his help. There are two shadowy figures. As for Theo, he is charging straight towards the castle. In an instant he neutralizes the minions guarding the door. But the door opened by itself, and a huge figure, followed by his minions, said that it was time for his believers to rejoice. A turd chants religious terms, saying that mortal beings have been blinded by greed and failed to see the bigger picture. Quadrek says that he requires his help right now. As the two evil worshippers walk towards him, he says that they have come at the perfect time. As fat rapidly burns from his body, he says that the universe wouldn't let him die in vain. Telling them to think the Holy Demon Church sent their bishop since they came, a bit of help would suffice. This blabbering dog claims that since they are in the same bed with the Troyvan clan, they are all in the same boat, and he is sincerely asking for their help. One of them turds says that they will be needing him on the day of the judgment, so they will lend a hand. But before all that, they want all the documents related to Troyvan. He asks them why they are looking for it. He has hidden them since they are his cash cow. He blabbers about money, but before he could finish, one of them grabs Quadric by his mouth, calling him another fool. He called Quadric a worthless non-believer, asking him if he is trying to defile the Great Lord's grand plan. The bishop tells his minion to just kill him since they have people standing in line to fund them. Anyways, as Fatty was getting crushed, he apologized, telling him that he had committed a great sin by showing discourtesy. He says that if he dies now, Troyvan will continue to be under suspicion. He tells him to stop, so the mini cosplayer throws him to the side. He tells Quadric to burn all documents related to Troyvan right away. The priest then warns him, telling him not to even think about running away, which will be the best for him because their lord is watching everything. Moving back to Theo, he breaks through the armed forces. As the door opens, the bishop is leading his huge force. Seeing that Theo is ready as if he were waiting for this moment, the bishop of the demon church tells his followers that with their blood, the god shall descend and worship their lord. As these crazy lunatics charge towards him as they come face to face with each other, Theo slashes through them as he says to himself that he had suspected that the holy demon church would be hiding here, but he never expected them to send someone as high-ranking as a bishop. As Theo continues to charge through the pile of turds, everyone on their side is getting overwhelmed because of their sheer number. Cleve stands still as she thinks to herself that the bishop has come. So, this is going to be way more of a hassle than she had thought. Or maybe this is a good thing as she puts her hand on her swords and draws two at the same time. After all, this is more than enough reason for her to step in. As Theo is serious, he says that if they go back to where they started. As Cleve enters the battle with a single strike of her sword, she eliminates hundreds of them. As she tells Theo that she will take it from this point, as she won't allow those standing in Ragnar's way to head away with it. She will annihilate them all here. Theo tells her to stop saying that they must not forget why they are here, since they have to secure the documents before they destroy them. She sides, telling Theo that she seems to have overestimated him. As she continues to chop them up like slicing butter, she says, since the demon turds have intervened, they don't need any more evidence. Theo runs with her as he disagrees with her, telling her that they are currently trying to stop them right now, which means the documents are much more important than they thought. Cleve understands and asks him what his plans are. Theo says that no matter what happens, they need to go through here before anything else. As Theo kills more of them, he says that he has a solution to this. For the first time, he opens his mind gate and uses the hatching synchronous to scan the surroundings. As Cleve continues to kill them, he says that he doesn't have any solid proof, but considering the Black Dragon said she will wait and watch. One of the turds tries to act up in front of her. She is so quick that she instantly finishes him off, telling her that she will trust him just this once. As Theo leaps forward, hundreds of the turds surround him. A strong gust of wind rips through them, but Navin interferes, killing more of them, as he tells him that his humble self has cleared the way ahead for him. Hearing this, Evelyn gets pissed as she asks him when he started calling him Lord. Theo uses the dragon's footwork to leap through them as he thanks them before leaving. It's called the Thunder Dragon breathing the Dark Mark. He swiftly travels through them in a matter of seconds, since they wouldn't leave the task of destroying classified documents to someone else. The right person for this job would be Quadric. Moving to him, he stares at the documents. As for Theo, he is pissed. The status window says that he can resolve an ill-fated relationship from a past life and stop his evil scheme. As they both land on the ground, blood drips from the sky like rainfall. Then, like a savage, he says that he is the Lord's first sword, Navin Bacchus. Hearing this, Evelyn says that the joke is too much for him. Navin says that judging by her reaction, she is the first sword, so he doesn't have to worry too much. But if it were Cleve, he would gladly be the second sword. As she continues to chop them up like cutting vegetables, Evelyn asks him if he thinks he is better than her. Hearing this, he charges towards her and uses his sword, but instead of attacking her, he chops multiple of them who tried to attack her as he points his swords towards her neck. She says that it just so happens that they are on the same side, so they can decide it here, and the one who catches the most believers becomes the first sword. She says that they are on a mission, and she has no time to participate in trivial stuff. Evelyn gets pissed because he taunts her by saying that she is scared to lose. Evelyn charges towards him, shocking him, as he thinks he might have said too much, but he gets surprised as she kills multiple of them behind this chatterbox. I mean, she will be the wife so he can take the first sword. As she goes past him, she says she will clearly show him why she is the first sword. Even Navin gets motivated as he rushes towards her direction. Moving to Quadric, he goes past multiple hidden passages to reach the place where the documents are stored. Seeing the documents, the turd is nervous because this is the evidence to collect money from Troyvan. He will just have to burn this, and they can escape from being charged with treason to some point. He says that he needs to burn this since all of this is worth so much, and it will not be easy to recover this. Furthermore, if he counts the business they have given to the Sky Dragon, he must get it back no matter what. As he lets go of the torch, thinking he has no other choice, but before it could land, Theo barges into the room, grabbing onto the lamp in the last moment. Quadrax asks Theo how he managed to reach here. Theo tells him that it seems his fourth daughter was not enough, as the fatty leaks blood. He apologizes, telling him that he will do anything if he spares him. Without any hesitation, Theo uses a simple strike, finishing him off instantly, saying that a traitor of Ragnar must be executed. As Theo is done with the task, a system panel says that the fourth quest has been completed. Theo wonders if this is worth mobilizing the demon forces. The secret ledger given to Cleve is more than enough to take him down. But with this, they can take down the Troyvan clan, since the Sky Dragon is just a tale. But he must go for the Troyvan itself. With the documents presented, all ties to them. Every document is important evidence. So he is not sure what to take first. As he looks around, he finds the Rose Palace investigation report. Theo gets shocked as he sees the opening that warns about the Black Dragon's surveillance when trying to acquire relics. It is Ed Troyvan's handwritten document, and they have acquired 2 relics so far. It says he has found 2 relics and the rest are in the Rose Palace. Theo gets pissed as he realizes that it means that the discrimination, false accusations and miserable ending happened for no reason in his past life. As such, Theo and his mom shall be removed. All this just because a relic might exist. He tears the paper and says that nothing will change even if he opens it. He will need to slowly take revenge, and as a first step he will take away the relics he has acquired with effort. A system information pops up saying that he has discovered 2 relics of the ancient dragon. It's already night, and the duo is fighting non-stop. Evelyn says that he remembers him now. As they continue to charge towards him, they continue their attacks. Evelyn says that he is the lunatic who passed the awakening ceremony 7 years ago as the runner-up and vanished afterwards. As he continues to kill them, he says that he is honored that she remembers someone like him. As he continues his assault, he asks her if she has time for this, since at this rate he is going to take her place as the first sword. But he gets shocked when a strong wind forms a tornado. Evelyn used the God Tempest's secret manual squall tug, instantly killing hundreds of them, telling him that it's a tie now, and he has no choice but to agree on this. A huge man tries to attack him, but he manages to dodge the attack. Moving back to the unknown man who just appeared, he says that our duo is a bunch of insolence for interfering with God's plan. Navin tells Evelyn to end the comet with this guy, and Evelyn agrees, telling him to settle this wager with this guy. As they both charge towards him with full power, a figure appears behind him, instantly crushing him to death. It's Evelyn's subordinate, as he asks her how his performance was, telling her that he showed up at the perfect time. But both of them are extremely pissed, asking him why he touched him. As for him, he is turned into a donkey, thinking about what they are talking about. Soon enough, hundreds of drakes surround the place. As one of the squad leaders, he orders the platoon to annihilate the Ceres Merchant Guild and Holy Demon forces. As their battle continues from inside the church, a voice echoes. It's the bishop, as he says that he deeply yearns as the blood sky heralds a new sun that never draws its end. And their faith shall not falter, and their sacred guide shall bring in peace. As for Cleve, she is exhausted after her battle. She sighed, saying that being calculative doesn't sit right with her as she went all out for this battle. As for the bishop, he has been turned into a pile driver, as she says that it feels like weight has been lifted off her chest. After the battle, Evelyn sits with townspeople and tells them to show their trade association ID, and they are free to go. She orders the damage control people to move over to another desk. As for the guy helping her, he has gone mad, telling her why she even needs this information. Everyone has gone crazy as rumors mention that someone ate Flying Dragon's cargo horse. Another turd asks if they will get a special allowance for this commission. Their voice floods her ears as she cannot control her temper. As she loses her control, she throws them away, telling them to figure it out themselves since she sucks at paperwork herself. She then starts looking for Black Snow, since they dumped their work onto them and ran away. Theo reports that the files he has submitted are the ones they try to destroy. It contains evidence of stealing property and intel from Ragnar, and even a detailed treason plot. Cleve shocks Theo as she praises him, calling him a mid-rank swordsman. She says that he works well like someone who has been with Black Snow, so it might not be bad to accept the Black Dragon's offer. Theo acts like a turd, so she says that she was only acting joking, so there is no need to get flustered. He says he cannot figure out if he is joking. She tells him that she has good news for him. The Sky Dragon operation is underway, as the ledger from last time was enough to prove their treason after all. She says that Black Snow's elite arrest team is on the way. They are likely taking them to the capital. Somewhere else, another masked dude enters the scene, telling them that Ed Troyvan has been hiding his power all this time. As he slaughters them, only a fool reveals all his cards. As he is done with the elite force, he congratulates Theo, saying that he has destroyed everything he has worked hard to build, and he is tearing it all down this time. As he laughs like crazy, saying that he will go crazy if that is what he wants because the Troyvan's plan is still in motion. Although they might have lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, he got his hands on this, which is more than enough. He says to his father that the time is coming, and he will need to call him forth. At the Camellia Palace, which is filled with people, everyone is busy making clothes, and it seems that they are serving customers. The blacksmith is surprised because this place is getting busier day by day. Cecilia greets her mother as she asks her what it is with the tailor. With enthusiasm, she says that they are starting a new business, a high-end brand dealing with luxury fabrics and accessories. How did she get prettier, her mother thought. She laughs, telling herself that it has been ages since she saw her smile like that. Cecilia tells her mother that she does not have to worry about payment anymore. Before she could say anything, she told her that she must be here for money, and Elf tells herself that she catches on way too fast. She agrees, but that is not the only reason she is here. Hearing this, Cecilia asks what news it is about, but hearing that it is about the Rose Palace, fear struck her face. With a worried look, she asks her if anything has gone wrong with her son, then says that wicked Emil did something to hurt him again. Looking at her face, she wonders how worried her daughter has been all this time. She holds her head, telling her to calm down since it's the opposite of what she is wondering. She tells Cecilia not to be surprised, but her information shocks her to the core. Back at the Rose Palace, everyone is shocked to the core, since what they are witnessing is her at the top of the gates. Just the sight of this is enough to shock everyone present. Back at the place, she fell to the ground saying that she had thought about all this, and her legs gave out. She continues to cry, telling her mother if it happened, and she asks her if she has ever seen a lying elf. As she cries, she tells her that all this time she didn't let it show since she felt like she was walking on a blade's edge. There have been constant plots, false accusations, and even assassination attempts. She has never told anyone, but she almost died many times, and every time she prayed and begged that her son would be spared. As tears pour down her face, she asks if all this is over. Elf gets shocked by her answers, so she calmed her down, saying that it's all over and she has endured a lot on her own all this time. Moving to Navin, he tells Theo that he has turned into quite the celebrity. As for Theo, he is making tea, telling him that it took him long enough. Asking him if he has wrapped things up, Navin says that he told Black Snows not to let it out, but he already knows about it. He says that the Bacchus clan will be dissolved from the head of the clan to anyone who has signed the merchant receipts. They will all be stripped of their titles at least. He laughs, saying that they are reaping what they have sown. With this, the Bacchus clan will be done for. Theo asks him if this is enough. Hearing this, Navin cannot figure this out, so Theo proposes something to him. He gets shocked because he says that he will become the head of the Bacchus clan. With a focused look, he says that if everyone besides him loses their title, he will be the only one who can become the head. Also, he should join hands with him for the coming war with Troyvan. Navin laughs, realizing what is happening, and thinks to himself that he was aiming for this from the start. The power struggles between them are in the open, and a war with the Troyvan is inevitable. The involvement between the Holy Demon Church and Troyvan has been confirmed in the Sky Dragon Rebellion. Outside, this information is available on the notice board, and the people of Ragnar think that it is a declaration of war between the clans. Since they have been exposed, the Holy Demon and the Troyvan won't stay silent. Navin says that these mean nothing to him since he has no time left. He also needs to be getting something in return. Theo laughs, saying he has done something about it, and he drops something on the table. It's a device, as he says, that is the cure to his disease. He hands him the recipe for the cure of the ether fever, and the main ingredients of an ether core. Although it is not publicly known yet, ether fever is caused by disrupted internal mana flow. The core will stabilize his mana flow, saying he didn't expect this. Theo gets shocked when he says that he had figured Theo would treat him just enough and he wouldn't, and keep him on a leash. Then suggests that he take what he wants and then run away. Theo says he wouldn't mind if he did. Right now, the way Ragnar's obsession with power has a lot of problems. Both of them are victims of that culture after all, and he doesn't want to dominate all this through strength but trust alone. Hearing all this, Navin remains quiet. What Theo wants to build is not oppression or pressure but trust. As he picks up the teacup, he says that he tried not to look down on Theo for being young but not an immature romantic. After drinking his tea, he took out his sword, saying that he was Navin Bacchus of the Bacchus clan. Swears to serve him as the sword of Theo Ragnar. He says if this is enough for him, and Theo says that it is more than enough. After dealing with him, Theo gets up, wondering that the war with the Troyvan is unfolding quicker than he had thought. But he is not worried since everything is going smoothly so far and it's time for him to open the treasure box. The second he touches one of them, a sub-quest pops up telling him to conquer the 2 relics. As Theo touches the artifact, he says that till the relics he has absorbed are of the Lesser Drake and the Griffin, which have been very effective. As he opens the box, he comes across a ring, which, according to Theo, is the relic. As he wears the ring, a system panel pops up. It says that the Primordial Dragon relic, the Thirsted Ring, has been equipped. As such, the entire space distorts and he gets teleported to a desert. All Theo can see is sand and rock, and if this is the desert he talked about, it is hotter than he had expected. As he sweats crazily, he wonders what he is supposed to do here. The system panel informs him that he has entered the Guardian's territory, and he must survive for 72 hours. Theo continues to sweat. He cannot believe that he has to survive for 72 hours. As he feels like he will have a heat stroke, all of a sudden the ground starts shaking, and from the ground something bursts out. Seeing the entity, Theo has a face of déjà vu. A huge worm which is the boss has appeared. In front of it, Theo looks like an ant. Seeing Theo, it recognizes Theo as an intruder and opens its smelly mouth to eat him. As Theo creates distance, he summons his sword and instantly uses the Thunder Dragon breathing mark. Although the strike looks strong and heavy, it just left a small mark. Theo is shocked that his dragon mark did nothing to it. That is when an attack shocks Theo, turning him into a white-faced turd. Huge waves of thunder are emitted from it as Theo realizes it's a thunderworm. His earlier attack was not effective because they possess the same element. This ugly worm continues to blabber intruder die as it spams its thunder attack. Although it is stupid, it knocks the mountain in front of Theo, blocking his escape route, and then opens its ugly mouth and tries to eat Theo, but he manages to escape in the nick of time. He was so fast that he used his footwork to create some space. Theo checked his timer, just to see that all of this happened in a span of 5 minutes, and with the time left, he cannot survive. This worm travels underground, so it is hard to attack this as it blasts out again from the ground, releasing immense thunder, and since they are from the same element, it's ineffective. Moreover, even the terrain is on its side. Thinking about this, he generates an idea, putting a smile on his face. He then takes something out from his inventory, and it's another relic he got from his last mission. As he continues to barely dodge this ugly worm, he gambles and equips the beautiful earring. Since it might be worth a try, the system window pops saying that he has equipped the primordial butterfly, saying that Theo is about to enter the third dungeon. An error occurs, and the system says that he is currently in the middle of another mission, so he may not enter another mission. Theo already expected this, but to his surprise, the space starts cracking, ripping open, and from an extreme amount of cold is released. The system pops up and says that the two dungeons are attempting to invade each other from the portal. And it says that the ice bloom as the huge creature arrives. It has a unique design as it is a dragon with butterfly wings. It tells Theo that it has been a while since he saw a chosen one. This guardian is the fairy dragon. As it starts raining ice shards, it says that Theo has to pay for his arrogance. Theo manages to save himself in the nick of time, saying that this is not what he had expected. Theo realized that from both sides he has been surrounded, and he has no way to escape, so for the next 72 hours all he can do is defend himself. So he should survive on his own, getting ready to kill them. That is when a huge wave of energy ignores Theo and instead is aimed towards the dragon, which it manages to block by curling itself into a ball. He asks the guardian, and it says what this worm is doing, and the response is intruder should die. The dragon agrees, saying there cannot be two guardians. Seeing all this, Theo is flabbergasted. Meanwhile, a huge fight between the two turkeys starts. The system window pops up, saying that two guardians are fighting for priority. As the two colossal guardians turned their rage upon each other, their temporary truce shattered in an instant. Theo watched the unfolding chaos from a safe distance. The sheer power on display sent a shiver down his spine. He felt his weapon tremble. The spirit of the white moonlight blade, the griffin, was itching for a fight. Theo smirked, patting the blade and telling it to hold on a little longer. He had a feeling this glorious mess would be over soon. The battlefield became a storm of elemental fury as lightning met ice. The fairy dragon's crystalline form was battered by the worm's electrical assault, while the worm writhed in pain from the dragon's frost attacks. The fairy dragon pierced the worm's hide with a shard of ice, but the worm simply coiled around its foe, its massive jaw preparing to crush the elegant beast. The fairy dragon retaliated, unleashing a beam of pure frost that froze a section of the worm's body. The ground was littered with shattered ice and scorched sand. The worm howled as its flesh was torn by the dragon's ice. The two beasts mauled each other relentlessly. A flurry of scales and teeth. The worm chomped down hard, its teeth scraping against the dragon's icy armor. The impact sent the fairy dragon reeling. Though both were bloodied and bruised, the fairy dragon found an opening. Tearing at the worm's side with a furious counterattack, it ripped and clawed, finally managing to tear one of the worm's limbs clean off. Seeing his opportunity, Theo decided it was time to crash the party. He shot forward like a dark arrow, spinning his blade as it glowed with power. He declared that the worm was first on his list. His attack, amplified by the chaotic energy, struck the wounded dragon. The beast shrieked in pain. Theo then gave his blade permission to run wild. With a surge of power, he unleashed the spectral form of the griffin. The ethereal beast dove towards the shocked desert worm, its phantom claws tearing through the monster's spiritual essence. The fairy dragon could only watch in stunned horror. The battlefield fell silent. Theo landed softly on the now frozen ground. The pair of system notifications confirmed his success, congratulating him on hunting the desert worm and updating his sub-quest progress to 1 of 2. As he suspected, hunting the boss was the same as conquering the relic. He turned his cold gaze to the last one standing. Panicked, the fairy dragon pleaded for him to wait, asking for a moment to talk. Theo calmly asked what it wanted to discuss, as the dragon insisted this was not the proper way to conquer a relic. It claimed to be the most knowledgeable of the guardians, there to test his wisdom. It offered to spare him if he could solve its riddle, a proposition Theo found amusingly timed. He simply stated that he had proven his wisdom already, much to the dragon's confusion. He explained that his wisdom was making them fight each other, a revelation that made the dragon tremble in terror. He told the so-called most knowledgeable guardian that if it were truly wise it would accept the outcome. Defeated, the dragon stammered that they could have the riddle anyway. A final flash of light consumed the creature. Another system message congratulated him on hunting the fairy dragon. He was back in his room, the 2 relic boxes now sitting open before him. He focused on the ring on his finger. Letting out a long shaky breath, a triumphant exhausted grin spread across his face. He had cleared them both. The system confirmed the completion of his sub-quest. Now he could finally sense a malevolent energy pulsing from the white moonlight blade. He felt a present stir calling out to the griffin. A dark spectral eye formed from shadows, its voice echoing in his mind. It addressed him by name, Theo Ragnar. The entity declared its desire to eat his heart, lunging at him with shadowy claws. He instinctively grabbed the manifestation, wrestling against its power. He cursed himself for forgetting. The blade was constantly craving flesh. He realized with dawning horror that before returning the blade must have consumed the guardian's powers. The dark energy grew exponentially, erupting from his arm. It had eaten both souls and now it was far stronger than before. If this continued he was going to be consumed. The griffin's voice boomed in his head, promising to swallow him whole and chase the moonlight once more. The darkness closed in. The darkness closed in around Theo, a prison of shadows. His world condensed into a black sphere suspended in nothingness, woven together by ethereal threads. He snapped back to awareness with a gasp. He found himself standing in a rippling, colorless void, wondering where he was. Shadows coalesced around him, revealing the spectral forms of the guardians he had defeated. It became clear he was inside the griffin's stomach. The fairy dragon informed him that the griffin had finally swallowed him. Having waited for such an opportunity, it warned him that the beast would soon consume his heart, a fate Theo seemed grimly prepared to accept. The guardians called him a foolish chosen one for desiring their power when he couldn't even control a single griffin. He calmly asked what would happen when his heart was eaten. The fairy dragon stated the obvious: he would die. The desert worm added that they as guardians do not die. He was the only one facing oblivion. The fairy dragon confirmed this, noting they would simply revert to relics and wait for the next chosen one, though it would be quite boring. Theo remained silent for a moment, letting their words hang in the air. Then he asked if they had forgotten their mission from the ancient dragon, which caught them completely off guard. He reminded them of their duty to aid the chosen one against the nameless monarch, warning that if he died, the world would collapse again. He chided them for their irresponsibility, leaving the fairy dragon speechless. With a smirk, he questioned whether they only cared for their interests just like the griffin. The fairy dragon erupted in fury, accusing him of bluffing by invoking their master's name. It threatened him, saying it seemed he truly wanted to die. It reminded him that they could simply wait for a new chosen one. Theo looked the dragon dead in the eye and toned it to kill him. He dared it to stop the empty threats and just do it. He added that they should if they truly wanted to see the world ruined by their failure. The guardians fell silent, their threats deflated. The worm was the first to speak again. Its crystal prison shattered. Both guardians conceded. The worm called him brave while the fairy dragon admitted he was good. The fairy dragon confessed it liked his confidence. It announced it would open a door for him to escape. The worm declared it was opening the way as well. A portal began to swirl into existence before him. They explained that opening the door was all they could do. The rest was up to him. They urged him to get in. Theo didn't hesitate. He leapt toward the portal. He vowed to teach the griffin a lesson once he was out. He shot through the swirling void, emerging into a different part of the internal space. The griffin spirit had finally found Theo's core consciousness. It was prepared to swallow the orb of light, certain that Theo's body would soon be its. Suddenly it let out a choked cry. Theo burst out from within, impaling the spirit with his essence. The griffin writhed in agony. As Theo stood over it victorious, he had escaped. The griffin's physical form collapsed, stunned at how he got out of its stomach. It looked around wildly, accusing the other guardians of helping him and having no pride. Theo promptly grabbed its beak, shutting it up. He reminded the talkative creature that they had first met through subjugation, not discussion. The griffin stammered, asking to be let go so they could talk. Theo stated he wasn't expecting cooperation, pointing out that if they all kept fighting for dominance, they would just exhaust each other. The Guardians considered this. The Griffin's glowing eyes dimmed slightly. Theo simply told them to be sensible. As the Griffin relented, Theo noted it was a wise choice, but he was interrupted by another presence. The Lesser Drake, his first relic, materialized, greeting the Chosen One and asking if the others had forgotten it. The Drake explained that pitting the spirits against each other to control their power was a method used by past Chosen Ones. When Theo asked about these others, the Drake dismissed the question as something he didn't need to know yet. It simply promised that they would all help him grow. Now they would be looking forward to what he did from now on. Back in his room, system notifications confirmed new buffs. The fairy buff granted enhanced immunity, while the worm eater provided resistance and increased attack power. The dark corrupting energy receded from view. Theo staggered slightly. The ordeal is finally over. He was surprised to find that the Guardians were not dead, but living inside of him. His eyes narrowed. The white moonlight blade lay still on his desk, its malevolent aura gone. It was finally calm. He walked over and asked if it had finally settled down. He mused that things had turned out for the better, as he now had a deeper understanding of the ancient dragon's power. He picked up his relic boxes. Whether they liked it or not, he would be in their hands. Meanwhile, in a desolate, snow-covered graveyard of swords, two powerful figures stood. Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon, asked Kyle if he was truly going to recognize Theo as a successor candidate. Kyle confirmed it, but asked if Robert was worried because Theo was a regressor. Robert admitted he was, and Kyle noted his well-known loathing for them. Robert recalled that Kyle had killed every last Ragnar regressor with his own hands. Kyle confirmed this without emotion. He stated that was precisely why he would take this chance to test Theo himself. Robert was taken aback. Kyle explained that to be an official candidate, Theo must follow the proper procedure. His eyes fell to the sword in Kyle's grasp, noting its dangerous aura. Kyle agreed but said there was no sword more suitable for the task. He revealed it was the sword of the previous family head, the crazy dragon whom he had also killed. At that moment, Julius summoned Theo, announcing that the family head had summoned him. He was to go to the sword grave immediately, a command that left him utterly shocked. The air in the sword grave was thin and cold. Each snowflake is a frozen whisper. Theo's boots crunched on the icy ground, the only sound in the desolate field of blades. He walked with a grim purpose past the countless monuments to fallen warriors. A crushing weight pressed down on him, far heavier than the last time he had stood here. He understood now. The spectral resentment clinging to this place felt heavier because he now had more burdens to bear. He recalled his father's words from their last meeting. A grim smile touched his lips as their meaning finally clicked into place. A voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, formally greeting the great family head. Kyle Ragnar stood before him, dismissing the formalities with a wave. He began to list Theo's recent accomplishments with cold precision, from the instructor to his brother Axion. Then came the master of the Rose Palace, whose execution was a direct result of Theo's actions. He continued, stating that it wasn't all. The Sarah's merchant group was exterminated, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was mostly executed. He finished by saying he heard they all cried Theo's name in their final moments. A statement that struck Theo with the force of a physical blow. Before Theo could stammer out an explanation, he commanded Theo not to make excuses. A family head, he explained, must carry such weight silently. With that lesson delivered, he presented Theo with a massive, wicked-looking great sword, the Crazy Dragon Sword. Theo stared in shock, recognizing the name of a tyrannical former family head who had massacred thousands, an enemy the current head himself had killed. Kyle noted his reaction, seeing that he knew something. Theo chose his words carefully, stating he was only aware of the name, knowing all information on the man was confidential. Kyle was silent for a moment. Then he asked if the information about the crazy dragon was lacking in Theo's past life, a question that shattered Theo's composure. He had been found out. Kyle's eyes glowed with an intensity that promised death. An immense pressure washed over Theo. The family had admitted he loathed regressors. He saw them as greedy and foolish individuals who could change the world as they pleased, treating it like a chessboard they could flip over at any time. That was why he had resolved to kill any he discovered personally. Theo felt the pure, undiluted killing intent. This wasn't a test. This was an execution. He was stunned by the sheer power emanating from his father, who wasn't even a regressor. Kyle ordered him to wield the sword. If he could stand against its resentment, he would be acknowledged. However, Kyle would only admit the human Theo Ragnar and would completely erase the regressor from existence. Theo asked what that meant, his voice tight. Kyle explained that everyone he met, saved, or earned through his regression would be erased. They would cease to exist. Theo clenched his fist, the shadow of his past life's failure looming over him. He would refuse such conditions, but he informed him he could not. He repeated his vow to kill every regressor. Theo had two choices: Die for rejecting the offer or survive as the sixth successor after cleansing himself of his past. The choice was his. Theo admitted he wanted his father's acknowledgement. However, if he had to earn it that way, then he would refuse with every fiber of his being. Kyle attacked, asking if Theo took this position so lightly. Did he think he could reach this point without sacrifice, without determination? The blow sent Theo flying, the world painted in crimson. The gap in their power was still immense. Kyle declared that by being swayed by emotion, Theo was no different from the other aggressors. He struck him down again. He asked if Theo thought he could just regress again and escape. Theo pushed himself up, telling Kyle not to misunderstand. The reason he had come this far was to take responsibility and protect everything that was ruined because of him. If he had to throw everything away to be acknowledged, he would do it right now. The swords in the grave began to resonate with his power. He vowed to surpass his father. He launched himself forward in a desperate assault. Kyle effortlessly blocked the attack, his power flaring. The sky itself seemed to crack under the pressure of their combined might. Kyle caught Theo's arm, but Theo used his new guardian's powers to maneuver through the storm of blades, landing a shallow but meaningful cut on his father. As the dust settled, Theo stood before a silent, colossal dragon spirit. But Kyle's sword flew at him, piercing him. He grunted, the impact rattling him to the bone. He landed on the ground, battered but standing. He was alive. His will had not broken. Robert admitted he hadn't expected Theo to fight back. Kyle noted that Theo was unique. Every other regressor they had fought used others as disposable tools. Kyle agreed this one was different. A faint smile appeared on his face. A regressor who wielded his sword to protect. He admitted that he was interested in Theo's way. He then formally acknowledged regressor Theo Ragnar. He declared Theo the sixth successor. As a token, he bestowed upon him the crazy dragon's sword, which had belonged to his father, a regressor like Theo. He remarked that they were both regressors but walked different paths. He was eager to see how different Theo's path would be. A brilliant light enveloped Theo. He was absorbed into a pillar of energy. He found himself in darkness, wondering where he was. The darkness gave way to a modern cityscape at night. He saw people at a bus stop, a completely alien sight. The view was utterly unfamiliar. He reached out with his hand, touching a glass window. His reflection stared back, the face of his pathetic past self. Now he thought with dawning horror, everything was truly over. He woke with a start, sunlight streaming into a lavish room. He sat up, groaning, wondering what that vision had been. A familiar voice asked if he was awake. It was his mother smiling warmly at him. She noted he must have been tired from waking up so late. He asked if she was all right, a question Cecilia felt she should be asking him. She explained that the family head had carried him in unconscious last night, which had shocked her immensely. Theo realized with a jolt that the entire ordeal, the life-or-death ultimatum, had been a test. Just then, Evelyn entered the room, asking if the young master was awake. Captain Julius was with her, and he congratulated Theo on passing the family head's test. Theo was still processing it all when Evelyn cheerfully informed him that everyone outside was talking about him. Indeed, newsboys were shouting the headlines. Ragnar's sixth official successor had been announced. The news sent ripples through the other successor candidates. One found a new competition to be fun. Another, a woman standing at the top of a roof against a full moon, seemed intrigued. A shadowy figure in a wide-brimmed hat crumpled the news in her hand. In another snowy wasteland, a warrior in a tattered cloak stood alone. His subordinate Ian ran up to him, crying that the punk Theo had become the next successor. She lamented that she should have brought him to the Black Iron Cavalry. Her captain Thorkel told her not to blame herself. His gaze was fixed on the horizon as he spoke Theo's name. The Black Iron Cavalry captain, Theo Ragnar, decided it was time he met this newcomer. Since Troyvan failed to make an appeal within the allowed time, war was declared. At the Nine Dragons Council Chamber, an important meeting was taking place. The members talked among themselves, some saying that the warlords of the northern continent were moving suspiciously, while others argued that a rebel gathering made no difference. One of them laughed even though there was now an empty seat in the council. The family head remained silent, but everyone knew the discussion about succession could not be delayed forever. When a member asked if it was too soon to bring up the topic, the White Dragon said it was the perfect time because a conflict among the heirs before a war would be disastrous. Another dragon told the White Dragon to watch his blasphemous words. The White Dragon insisted that variables must be minimized and asked if he was wrong. Another member stepped in and told both of them to stop, saying a proper meeting with everyone involved was needed. He promised to arrange it soon and said they would make decisions after observing the upcoming event. The scene then moved to Lord Brock's lair, where Theo was training hard, swinging his sword again and again. The half-sword his father had given him whispered darkly in his mind, urging him to kill and take whatever he desired. After the intense training, Theo stopped and his guardian dragon, Lord Brock, appeared. She asked if the grudge of the Mad Dragon Emperor was still bothering him. Theo looked troubled and admitted that it was. Even though a long time had passed since his father had given him the sword, the grudge inside it still tried to interfere with him. It was not unbearable, but the fact that it had once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor troubled him. Theo added that because of the sword he had caught a glimpse of the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm. Lord Brock said she could never forget that name because the Mad Dragon Emperor had once stolen her heart. Theo replied that she had told him that before, which made him even more confused about why his father had entrusted him with this sword. Calling him her contractor, Lord Brock advised him not to be impatient, warning that if he rushed ahead again he might face something beyond his strength like before. She then asked if his severed arm had healed completely. Theo said it had, thanks to the high priest who treated him right away. When Lord Brock touched the spot where the arm had been severed, Theo was surprised and wondered if she was worried about him. After checking, Lord Brock said it looked fine. She then asked why he was staring at her and told him that was enough for the day, saying he could go because someone else was looking for him. Before he left, she scolded him for making a mess in her lair every time he came. When Theo asked what she meant, she irritably said that one made the mess and another had to clean it. Theo admitted he had no excuse. At the Chimelia Palace, Theo looked at a messenger and a letter and realized it was from one of his squad members. The squad member respectfully called him young Lord Theo and asked what he was saying. Theo replied that it was nothing and that he was just talking to himself. After opening the letter, Theo cursed softly and wondered why he had received an invitation. The squad member saw that it was for a banquet at Daffodil Palace celebrating Lady Ragnar's 18th birthday. The squad member found it strange that such a grand event would be held when war was so close and asked if it was necessary. Theo explained that it was precisely because of the turmoil that the banquet had to be extravagant. Troyvan's betrayal had shaken Ragnar's internal balance. Instead of Axion, whom Troyvan supported, Theo had become the sixth successor. To make matters worse, one of the 9 dragons had lost his seat because of Ed's treason. The banquet, he said, was more than a birthday party. It was a political show to prove that Ragnar still stood strong and a chance for the successors and dragons to measure each other's strength. Impressed by Theo's insight, the squad member praised him and eagerly asked if he planned to attend. Theo said that since everyone wanted to see him, he had no choice but to go. The scene then shifted to Daffodil Palace. In the grand banquet hall, the guests whispered among themselves that the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar, had finally arrived. Seeing the crowd and hearing their murmurs, Theo thought that, as expected, all eyes were on him. He knew the birthday celebration was only an excuse. Everyone was there to judge the new heir. If he wanted to make an impression, he had to act boldly. Navin approached from behind and said Theo had caused quite a stir because he couldn't sit still. Addressing Theo respectfully as his lord, Navin said he had been waiting for him. Theo smiled pleasantly and said he almost didn't recognize Navin. Joking that even at the wedding he hadn't shaved his beard, Navin became flustered and said that day had been too hectic. As the two talked, the guests whispered again, recognizing Navin as the sole survivor of the Bacchus family purge. Some remarked that even though the family had once fallen, it was still one of the 6 great pillars, and now its new head was addressing the 6th successor as lord. The crowd found it unbelievable. Hearing the murmurs around them, Navin said that everyone was talking about them thanks to Theo's well-timed appearance. Theo replied that it seemed they had managed to set the right mood and told Navin that the important part was about to begin. Just then, someone approached and remarked that this must be Theo Ragnar. Both Theo and Navin were surprised. The man said it was their first meeting and introduced himself as the 5th successor. Theo thought that this man had come sooner than expected. The man introduced himself as Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and extended his hand to Theo. People at the banquet murmured that the former leading heir and the new rising successor were finally meeting. Thorkel told Theo not to be so tense, saying he had only come to see the 6th heir in person and was glad it was not the childish Axion. Theo thought Thorkel's impression was good and proper, but wondered if in a family like Ragnar, where only strength mattered, anyone could truly welcome a rival. He then shook Thorkel's hand and said it was an honor to meet him, introducing himself as Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon Squad. Thorkel laughed, released his heavy aura and remarked that Theo was very formal, saying there was no need for such manners and that Theo could call him brother. Theo thought this attitude was more fitting for a Ragnar. He then released his own aura, surprising Thorkel. Regaining his footing, Theo smiled devilishly and said that if Thorkel wanted him to speak comfortably, then he would call him brother. Thus began a silent power struggle between the 2 brothers and successors. The Lanka siblings arrived at the banquet. The brother complained about how uncomfortable his collar was and said he wanted to take it off, but his sister told him to endure it, saying he was the reason people called their clan a bunch of savages. From behind them, someone said that everyone seemed to be present already. Seeing Remington, the siblings were delighted. Remy asked how they had been, and one of the siblings called him the famous nerd from the West, saying he had heard Remy was as good as the Zenith Dragon. Remy laughed and said rumors were often exaggerated. Looking around, he asked if they had seen Theo, since he wanted to ask him about the white-armored dragon cavalry. Then Ragnar appeared behind Remy and asked if he was looking for Theo. Startled, Remy apologized, saying he would never look for someone else in front of the star of the banquet. Ray told him it was fine and said she knew what kind of event this was. She noticed her wine glass shaking, then realized it was because of the confrontation between the 2 brothers. One of the Lanka siblings asked if that was Theo, and Remy replied that no one else would dare pull something like that here. The clash of power between the 2 heirs continued for a while until Thorkel admitted defeat, saying he could not keep up. Laughing, Theo teased him, asking what he meant. Addressing Thorkel as brother, Theo said he let him win. Thorkel admitted it, saying that while too much modesty could sound like mockery, he meant what he said. If he were Theo's age again, he would have lost to him without question. Theo said Thorkel was flattering him. Then Thorkel told everyone that seeing his impressive younger brother filled him with joy, which surprised Theo. Thorkel raised his glass and proposed a toast to a new era for Ragnar, and the guests followed, all raising their glasses to Ragnar. Thorkel told Theo that his debut as a new heir candidate was a great success. Theo thanked him but thought to himself that Thorkel's praise had a reason behind it. Thorkel had shown his strength to reinforce his position while publicly recognizing his rival to win over the crowd, shifting the mood Navin helped Theo create in his own favor. Theo realized that Thorkel Ragnar was not someone to underestimate despite his friendly appearance. One of the Lanka siblings reminded Theo not to forget his vow to become Theo's sword. Behind him, guests whispered in awe, wondering how Theo had reached such strength at such a young age. Someone asked if he was still unmarried and said he wanted to introduce his daughter to him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, an elder dragon grew angry, thinking he had planned to criticize that half-breed's behavior and get him expelled. Calling Theo a clueless brat, he raged that Theo dared to stir up the family like it was his playground. Then the elder dragon noticed someone outside the banquet hall. It was Evelyn. Furious, he muttered about her daring to come here. Nearby, Aaron, addressing Evelyn as platoon leader, told her she looked amazing. Surprised, Evelyn asked if he really meant it. Aaron assured her he never said anything he didn't mean and told her she looked absolutely beautiful and adorable. Blushing, Evelyn tried to leave, saying she would change into her uniform, but Aaron stopped her, saying she couldn't wear that to a banquet and insisted she come with her instead. At that moment, someone threw a wine glass at Evelyn's face. The man said that just dealing with that one person was already making his blood boil. Evelyn recognized the voice and became terrified, trembling in fear. The elder dragon asked why she had come out here at all. Hearing that, Aaron got angry and protested that even as one of the 9 dragons, the elder dragon had no right to treat Evelyn that way. But Evelyn stopped Aaron, insisting she was fine. She gritted her teeth and kept repeating that she was fine, begging Aaron not to do anything for her sake. Aaron could see how scared Evelyn was and thought she had never seen her leader this terrified before. She wondered what the elder dragon had done to make Evelyn like this. The elder dragon approached Evelyn and said he had warned her never to show her face to him again. Noticing her mechanical arm, he asked what it was, then violently tore it off and threw it on the ground. He asked if she really believed that wearing such a pathetic toy would make things return to how they once were. He said that if she was trash, she should live like trash, crushed and crawling on the ground. He warned that if he ever saw her again, he would tear her apart. Evelyn ran away, trembling, while the elder dragon laughed and said the stench was finally starting to fade. Aaron shouted that she would report this to the tribunal. The elder dragon told her to do whatever she wanted. As he walked toward the banquet hall, he said she would soon learn again what Ragnar's law of the jungle truly was. Evelyn, while leaving, thought she had known she shouldn't have come here. She had tried so hard to overcome the past. The scene shifted to Evelyn's childhood. The elder dragon had thrown her to the ground, making her bleed. He warned her that if she ever called him father again with that filthy mouth, he would tear her apart. He ordered her to leave and never show her face to him again. Evelyn thought that nothing had changed since that day. As Evelyn cried, the demon dragon stopped her and calmly asked where she was rushing to, since the banquet was in the other direction. She looked up at him silently. Back in the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting happily, a scream suddenly rang out. The demon dragon had broken the elder dragon's arm. The elder dragon screamed in pain and demanded if the demon dragon understood what he had just done. It was revealed that this demon dragon was Julius Ragnar, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The demon dragon released the elder dragon's broken arm, making him retreat. Furious, the demon dragon said he had warned the elder dragon that he would do the same to him. The elder dragon shouted in anger that the demon dragon was truly turning his back on Ragnar and ordered the tribunal to restrain him immediately. The tribunal surrounded the demon dragon, shocking the banquet guests. The tribunal commander announced that Julius Ragnar was to be detained for injuring the head counselor and asked him to cooperate. The demon dragon replied coldly, asking what would happen if he refused. The commander grew frightened. The demon dragon reminded them that even Ragnar's clan code required oaths made upon the sword to be honored. He said that years ago, he had sworn before the elders that if they ever laid a hand on Evelyn again, he would do the same to them. A terrifying aura filled the hall, and everyone felt his murderous intent. When Theo arrived, he heard that the demon dragon had shattered the elder dragon's arm. He realized that the tribunal would not be able to handle this. He thought this event had never happened in his previous life and wondered what had changed. Then, as he looked at Evelyn, he understood. Evelyn Narival was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To Wolfgang, who valued pure bloodlines, her existence was a shame he wanted to erase. He had planned to exile her from Ragnar, but the demon dragon had seen her potential and recruited her into the white-armored dragon cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plans. After Evelyn rose to prominence and became vice-commander, Wolfgang, afraid his disgrace would be exposed, tried to kill his own daughter under the excuse of punishing her for a mistake. Evelyn barely survived but lost her left arm, forcing her to retire. Since then, she had been managing Training Ground 4, and Wolfgang had likely not known she would be here. In the end, Theo realized that all of this chaos was a result of his actions after returning to the past, and it was his responsibility to fix it. Seeing the demon dragon's murderous aura, the elder dragon shouted for everyone to see how the demon dragon mocked the elders who had protected Ragnar. He accused him of using the authority of the 9 dragons to intimidate his own kin and called it treason. The demon dragon grew furious and insulted the elder dragon, demanding how he dared to speak of authority. Then Theo stepped between them, saying they were both far too worked up and that their fight was turning what was supposed to be his sister's joyful banquet into a night of terror. When Theo spoke, the demon dragon calmed down, but the elder dragon looked shocked. Theo then suggested that they settle the matter in the traditional Ragnar way, with a dual trial. The elder dragon became nervous and said it was nonsense. He claimed that the demon dragon had clearly attacked him, and that there was no need for a trial since the demon dragon was obviously guilty. Theo agreed that the elder dragon was right but said they shouldn't let the situation get worse. Then, respectfully addressing Lady Daffodil, he asked if she agreed. At that moment, the master of the Daffodil Palace appeared in the banquet hall, releasing a chilling aura that frightened the elder dragon. Lady Daffodil said it was her daughter's birthday celebration and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. She was introduced as the Ice Dragon, Lady Theo Ragnar Tun of the Daffodil Palace. The elder dragon addressed her as Lady Daffodil and asked if she could not see his injured arm, but she interrupted him, saying she didn't want to hear any more. She had no interest in petty quarrels and said that as Theo had suggested they should reach a quick conclusion. Speaking with anger, she added that it was the last courtesy her patience would allow. Whispers spread through the crowd about the dual trial. Some wondered if the counselors would have an unfair advantage, since even retired ones were above the level of a Dragon Gate swordsman. Others agreed and said only the demon dragon might have a chance. Hearing the whispers, the elder dragon felt confident that he had the upper hand. The dual trial rules were simple. 3 versus 3, best of 2 wins, with the final fight between the plaintiff and the defendant. The first 2 battles had to be fought by their chosen representatives. The elder dragon thought the demon dragon had only a one-armed weakling and that annoying man as allies. Feeling confident, he decided the match would never reach his turn. He would win in the first 2 rounds. He then accepted the challenge and declared that the purity of the sword would decide what was right and wrong. Thorkel thought Theo had surpassed his expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, the situation could have easily gone out of control. If Theo hadn't intervened, the elder dragon might have used it to destroy the demon dragon politically. In such a short time, Theo had found a way that satisfied everyone. Thorkel thought this would be interesting to watch. Outside the Daffodil Palace at the duel ground, the tribunal hall commander announced that under the tribunal's supervision, the duel trial would now begin. To ensure fairness, all use of magic was forbidden, and everything that happened in the duel would be protected under Ragnar's law. The commander then asked both sides to swear that there would be no revenge or grudges afterward. Both the demon dragon and the elder dragon took the oath. Then the commander called for the first duelist to step forward. Theo Ragnar stepped out from the demon dragon's side. One of the Lonka siblings wondered if Theo would be okay, and Remy agreed, saying that Theo's opponent didn't seem like an easy one. When asked if the elder dragon's duelist was really that strong, Remy explained that the elder dragon's aide, Gale Sword Beta, was an elite even among high-ranked swordsmen, though it was still better than having the counselors fight. The elder dragon told Beta not to hold back any deadly moves. Beta asked if that meant he should kill Theo Ragnar, since Theo was now an heir candidate. The elder dragon told him not to worry, as everything that happened in a duel trial was pardoned, but at the very least Beta should take one of Theo's arms. The demon dragon worried if Theo would be alright and felt guilty for dragging him into this because of his reckless actions. When he apologized, Theo assured him that he was fine and told him to trust him. He promised that through this duel he would resolve their long-standing feud. Then Theo took his fighting stance, ready to face Beta. Beta also prepared himself. When the tribunal hall commander blew the whistle, both of them rushed forward at incredible speed. Beta swung his sword fiercely, but Theo blocked it with ease. The clash of their blades echoed through the hall, forcing both of them a step back. Without losing focus, Beta narrowed his eyes and attacked again, his blade slicing through the air. The real duel began as steel met steel. Blow after blow, sparks flew from their swords while the crowd held its breath. Beta grew increasingly shocked. He had thought Theo would fall quickly, but Theo was keeping up with him. Even while exchanging rapid strikes, Beta couldn't believe what he was seeing. He realized that this was what it meant to be an heir candidate. Then, trying to gain an advantage, Beta kicked a small rock toward Theo's eyes, making Theo raise his hand to block it. Beta took advantage of the brief moment, smirked, and rushed in, convinced that Theo's lack of combat experience would betray him. He angled his blade toward Theo's neck and told himself that out of respect for Theo's status as an heir candidate, he would make the death painless. The blade shone as it came toward Theo's throat, but Theo simply tilted his body and dodged easily. His movements so smooth that Beta felt as if Theo had never taken him seriously. Beta stared in shock, wondering if Theo had shown him an opening on purpose, and while his thoughts raced, he barely noticed Theo preparing another strike. When Theo's blade arced down, Beta scrambled to raise his sword and block. The collision shoved him backward and his arm shook, and then he realized Theo had stopped his sword at the last moment. If Theo had not restrained himself, Beta would already be dead, and a chill ran down his spine as he asked himself why Theo had stopped. Before he could recover, a terrifying change began. A blood-red aura started to wrap around Theo, swirling like angry flames, and the half-sword in his hand began to whisper into his mind, its dark, insistent voice urging him to kill everyone who had mocked and humiliated him. Beta noticed Theo's odd behavior, his stance loosened and his defense opened, and for a moment Beta suspected another trick. Anger rose in him at what he saw as Theo's casual contempt, and he resolved not to be fooled again, charging forward determined to cut Theo's neck before anything else could happen. At the last moment Theo deflected the strike, then shouting in fury he spoke back to the half-sword, rejecting its commands and saying he did not need it, telling him to kill. His voice boomed through the hall and the blood-red aura crackled more fiercely as he tried to wrest control from the cursed blade. Before Beta could understand what had happened, Theo moved with terrifying precision. His blade cut through and severed Beta's arms and legs in a single devastating motion, and the strike sent a shockwave toward the audience. The ice dragon in the stands reacted instantly, using huge power to intercept the attack just before anyone could be hurt, then stood very still, staring at Theo with narrowed eyes and thinking that the boy was truly exceptional to have such raw power without using magic. Beta lay on the ground, limbs gone, writhing in pain, his confident eyes now only fear and despair. The Tribunal Hall commander was stunned into silence, but after several seconds cleared his throat and loudly announced that the winner of the first round was Theo Ragnar, which sent gasps through the crowd and whispers spreading like wildfire while Theo stood in the middle, his presence terrifying and his aura strong enough to silence even the bravest voices. As the half-sword's influence faded, Theo finally exhaled and wondered about the strange feeling he had just experienced. It felt different from the usual grudge whispers that haunted him. This time it had been as if someone or something guided him, and when he surrendered to that feeling he had unleashed power at a new level. So he let his lips curl into a faint smile and admitted to himself that trusting those grudge thoughts was dangerous, but if he could control them would make him far stronger. The commander cleared his throat again and said the second round would begin, calling both duelists forward. Theo raised his hand and firmly declared a consecutive match, and the commander announced that the defendant had declared a consecutive match and that the defendant's second-round duelist would again be Theo Ragnar. The elder dragon grit his teeth in fury, vowing to kill Theo for good, and at that moment a new figure entered the arena. The tribunal introduced him as Page Grayson, the Mystique Sword and former Dragon Gate swordsman, whose very presence made the air heavier. Page Grayson stepped forward with a massive sword on his shoulder and addressed Theo in a calm, intimidating voice, saying he looked forward to the fight. In the stands the Lanka siblings leaned forward in excitement. The brother admired how the Mystique Sword could wield such a huge blade without magic and spoke with sparkling eyes, while the sister smirked and teased Remington for looking so serious. Remy frowned and said he was worried, and when the sister asked what he was worried about and suggested Theo would not die, Remington said the worry came from the fact that while Theo might not win, he also might not die, and that was precisely what troubled him. He explained that unlike the first round where the council had only sent a high-ranked swordsman to protect their honor, this time a counselor himself had stepped into the arena. The duel was no longer just about pride, it was an attempt to kill Theo. The air grew tense. The Tribunal Hall commander was about to blow the whistle when Theo suddenly raised his hand and casually announced that he surrendered. His words shocked everyone. Page Grayson, known as the Mystic Sword, froze in disbelief, his jaw dropping. Theo smirked and mocked that it was obvious a mid-rank swordsman could never defeat a counselor, that even a child could tell the outcome without seeing the fight. Burning with anger and humiliation, Page Grayson withdrew from the field while the hall commander declared him the winner of the second round. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Everyone realized the Elder Council had been tricked. Theo's clever move had left them dishonored and exposed. The spectators whispered that Sir Theo was a brilliant strategist and that the council now had no honor left to lose. They wondered how the Elder Dragon could possibly win the third round, especially in his weakened state. The Elder Dragon began to panic inside. He cursed Theo, realizing he must have planned everything from the start. Fear slowly gripped his chest. From the stands, Evelyn noticed his shaken expression and smiled faintly. Having never seen him look so rattled, she turned to Theo and whispered an apology, saying it was all because of her. Theo firmly told her not to be sorry, saying comrades should help each other. The demon dragon beside them nodded in agreement and told her to watch carefully, saying he would crush the demon dragon in this fight. Evelyn smiled slightly, lost in memories. She remembered when the demon dragon had begged her to join the white-armored dragon cavalry, saying she was too talented to waste her life away. She also remembered his harsh words, that she could not simply retire just because she could no longer ride a dragon, that she had to take responsibility for the one she had recruited. Then she recalled Theo asking her if she had not promised to become his sword and his vow to settle both Rosalind's and the demon dragon's grudges. Her heart ached. Both Theo and the demon dragon cared deeply for her, yet she had been trapped in regret. She shook her head, determination filling her eyes. She resolved to end this cursed relationship once and for all. With resolve burning in her chest, she called out to the demon dragon, saying she had something to say. The hall commander's voice echoed through the chamber, announcing the start of the third round of the duel. Both duelists were summoned to step forward. The elder dragon strode onto the ground, fury in his steps. His thoughts burned with hatred. Because of Theo, his honor was ruined, and even if he died, he wanted to take one of Julius's arms with him. But before he could fully prepare, the commander made a shocking announcement. The court had accepted the defendant's request to change the third-round duelist. The elder dragon's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Evelyn step forward, her rapier gleaming. His face twisted with rage, and he let out a bitter laugh, calling the situation ridiculous and accusing her of reckless bravado, wondering if she intended to beg for mercy. Evelyn took her stance gracefully and said that if anyone should beg, it should be him. Then mockingly called him father. The hall erupted in shock. No one could believe what they had heard. The air grew heavy with disbelief as whispers spread. Could the elder dragon really be Evelyn's father? They looked nothing alike. Some in the audience dared to suggest she might be his illegitimate child. The murmurs filled the hall, creating unease and tension. The elder dragon was enraged beyond control. His cold eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched, and his body trembled. He shouted at Evelyn, calling her a wench and demanding to know what nonsense she was speaking. Evelyn, still wearing her mocking smile, tilted her head and said that if she had known he enjoyed being called father so much, she would have done so long ago. Her words cut deep. She then added that since he loved to talk about the past, perhaps she should share some stories of her own. The elder dragon's face darkened, but Evelyn continued. She spoke of the cruel memories she had buried for years, how he used to scream at her for calling him father and would beat her nearly to death when she was just a child. Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes stayed cold. She went on to reveal that he had even tried to have her killed after she joined the white-armored dragon cavalry, just to hide that she was his illegitimate daughter. The crowd gasped in shock. The elder dragon's rage boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead as he screamed for her to shut up. He shouted that there was nothing wrong with what he had done, saying that in the Ragnar clan only the strongest survived. But in his rage he didn't realize what he had just admitted in front of everyone. The crowd began whispering again, now certain of the truth. They muttered that she really was his illegitimate child and mocked the elder dragon for always boasting about pure bloodlines. The audience sneered, calling him a disgrace. Even the council members began to whisper among themselves in low, disappointed voices. They say that the elder dragon had always been too reckless and arrogant, and now he had caused a terrible mess. Some murmur that they had warned him many times that such a day would come. One member even quietly wonders why the elder dragon allowed his illegitimate daughter to live in the first place. Their hushed voices are full of judgment and disapproval. The demon dragon, who has been silently watching, finally speaks and tells Evelyn that she does not need to push herself any further. He says that if this is what she truly wants, he can step in to help her. But Theo, standing nearby, shakes his head slightly and tells the demon dragon not to worry too much. He softly says that they should just trust her and watch, because this is Evelyn's determination. His words linger in the air like a promise. Then, without another word, both Evelyn and the elder dragon charge forward. Their blades collide with a thunderous clash that echoes through the arena. Sparks fly as the fierce and violent duel between the estranged father and daughter begins. The atmosphere trembles with their killing intent. The demon dragon watches closely, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognizes Evelyn's sword technique. It comes from the secret manual of the god of Tempest. The council members notice it too and are shocked beyond belief. One whispers that it looks like the swordsmanship of the Wind Baron, while another gasps and wonders how Evelyn could have learned such a long-lost and legendary technique. As Evelyn's movements become more fluid and sharp, the crowd starts cheering in spite of themselves. Her sword cuts through the air like a storm, graceful yet deadly. The whispers grow more excited as they realize she is not only blocking the elder dragon's attacks, but actually pushing him back. The audience can hardly contain their amazement. Some wonder how she managed to master the Wind Baron's lost swordsmanship, while others say that a swordsman of her level, rivaling one of the 9 dragons, is unbelievable. Compared to her, the elder dragon's swordplay seems lacking and clumsy. Hearing the growing admiration from the crowd, Theo watches silently and thinks that it all makes sense. Since mana cannot be used in the duel trial, any advantage from magical power is meaningless here. He also reflects on the elder dragon, realizing that without the strength of his pure bloodline, the man's actual skill would never have been enough to make him one of the 9 dragons. The battle grows more intense. The elder dragon, breathing heavily, feels his pride being crushed. Enraged, he shouts at Evelyn, demanding how she dares to challenge him. He charges forward with renewed fury, swinging his blade violently and snarling that she should think carefully, asking if she really believes she can escape his grasp and threatening that she would only understand after he beat her until she begged for her life. His words are full of hatred and arrogance. Evelyn, however, remains calm and unshaken. Her eyes are fierce and steady. Gathering her strength, she blocks his attacks and replies coldly that she would like to see him try. The elder dragon's eyes widen when he realizes she is pushing him back. His attacks grow weaker, his balance falters. Evelyn's voice rings out clearly across the arena as she tells him that when she was a child he had been her whole world, and that was why she had feared him. But now, she says, she has many people she can trust and who trust her in return. So she is no longer the weak little girl she once was. Her words strike deep into the elder dragon's pride. Then, in one decisive moment, Evelyn breaks the stalemate. Her sword flashes like lightning, slicing through his defense, and she strikes him down with tremendous force. The elder dragon is thrown backward, blood spilling as one of his arms is cut off. The hall falls silent. Overwhelmed with emotion, Evelyn shouts in anguish that no one would ever cling to him. With that final cry, Evelyn Nerval defeats the elder dragon. The once proud warrior who stood among the 9 dragons now lies beaten, trembling and humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he tries to rise, his face twisted with rage and disbelief, shouting hoarsely that the duel is not over yet. But as he attempts to stand, his hand freezes solid. The ice dragon steps forward, her cold voice sharp as frost, telling him that if he truly is one of the 9 dragons, he should stop this disgraceful behavior and accept defeat. Her words pierce through his arrogance like a blade of ice. Then the tribunal hall commander raises his voice and firmly announces that the winner of the 3rd round of the duel trial is Evelyn Nerval. His words echo clearly through the arena. Evelyn Nerval not guilty. Cheers erupt from the audience. Evelyn lowers her blade, catching her breath, and walks toward the demon dragon and Theo with a bright, beautiful smile. She proudly says that she, Evelyn Nerval, is back on duty. The demon dragon nods gently and tells her she did a great job. Hearing that, Evelyn smiles warmly and says that it was all thanks to him, her voice soft but filled with gratitude. Several members of the Elder Dragon's faction rushed to the Elder Dragon's side. One of them knelt and said he would take care of the Elder Dragon's sword, adding that the Elder's injuries were serious and needed treatment first. But the Elder Dragon did not hear them. His mind was filled with anger and humiliation. He grabbed his sword again, his eyes burning with hatred, and declared that he would kill Evelyn no matter what. Without warning, he charged at her in blind rage. Before he could reach her, the demon dragon stepped in front of him and blocked his path with ease. His expression darkened as he asked in a low, threatening voice if the Elder Dragon wanted to lose his remaining arm too. The power in his tone made the Elder Dragon freeze in fear. Just then, a loud horn sounded outside, cutting through the tense silence. A soldier ran in and shouted that they were under attack. Though Ivan had launched an assault, he ordered everyone to return to their posts at once. The demon dragon let go of the Elder Dragon and turned to Theo and Evelyn, his face serious, telling them they were now under wartime conditions and must return to the white-armored dragon cavalry immediately. His commanding tone left no room for argument. Still consumed by madness, the Elder Dragon called them bastards and screamed that they could not stop because the duel was not over. His voice was hoarse and desperate as he kept shouting that the duel must continue. The Ice Dragon finally lost her patience. Seeing his disgraceful behavior, she raised her hand and countless ice swords appeared above him, their sharp edges shining coldly. She warned in a freezing tone that she would not say it again and told him not to disgrace the 9 dragons any further. The Elder Dragon, shaken, stared at her in disbelief and asked if she did not care that they had humiliated him and the council. But the Ice Dragon's expression stayed calm as she said she doubted anyone else felt differently. The Elder Dragon looked around and saw that the other council members were already leaving. One of them said bitterly that no matter how much their honor had fallen, they could not allow someone who swung his sword just because he could not accept a duel's result to represent the council. These words struck the Elder Dragon harder than any weapon ever could. His pride shattered, and it felt as if the sky itself had collapsed on him. The demon dragon watched quietly and thought that it was finally over. The disgrace of a greedy old man had reached its end. The scene then shifted to Ed Troyvan, who sat calmly while his commanders stood before him. They reported that they had successfully occupied the Central Highlands, and that Harmon Castle would soon fall. Ed Troyvan asked how the Ragnar forces were moving. A soldier replied that the clan head's personal cavalry and the 6 Sword Clan soldiers were expected to meet at the Central Highlands soon. Ed Troyvan laughed darkly and said the Ragnar fools were acting exactly as he expected. He added that it was time to show them this war was only part of a much larger plan. His eyes gleamed with ambition as he smirked and declared that while the Ragnar clan focused on the Highlands, they would seize another target, 6 noble houses within the Bacchus family's territory. In the Bacchus territory, the mood was heavy and bleak. Outside the castle walls, one soldier told another that ever since the new lord had arrived he had done nothing but lock himself inside and drink all day. The soldier sighed and wondered if the man even realized he was the head of the house. The other soldier shook his head and said that everyone who could leave had already done so. He added bitterly that there was no point in having a lord in a debt-ridden land. Even the knights and vassals who had served House Bacchus for generations had walked away. He gave a dry laugh and said sarcastically that the lord should at least be glad he could still afford to drink. The other soldier chuckled and agreed, then asked quietly if Ragnar had sent any reinforcements. Hearing this, the first soldier scoffed and mocked the idea of reinforcements, saying that those so-called helpers were nothing but freeloaders. At that moment, the Ragnar support squad appeared, led by Sybil Dre, with Eod Naren among its members. Another soldier complained that the squad claimed to handle night patrols but was always found passed out drunk near the walls. The soldiers muttered among themselves that Ragnar had probably sent these people just to push the Bacchus forces out of the picture entirely. After hearing all this, one of the soldiers laughed and said that it all made sense. Far away, deep in the forest outside Bacchus's castle, the soldier who had been secretly gathering information knelt before the Troyvan forces and reported everything he had learned. The Troyvan commander, a cold and calculating man, asked if the information about the Bacchus soldiers' morale was true. The spy confidently confirmed it, saying that morale in the territory was already at its lowest point. With a smirk, he said the operation was as good as complete. The Troyvan commander let out a cruel laugh after hearing the report. He raised his voice so all his soldiers could hear and told them that the enemy was already broken and they should finish quickly so they could return. The soldiers cheered, and soon the Troyvan army began marching toward Bacchus's castle under the darkening sky. On the castle walls, Sybil Dre, leader of the Ragnar support squad, sighed and stretched lazily, still drowsy from drinking earlier. The air was calm and the night was unnaturally quiet. Then a sudden gust of wind swept over the wall. Out of the shadows, a Troyvan soldier climbed silently up the stone wall, his dagger glinting in the moonlight. He saw Sybil sitting idly and smirked, thinking that the guard had passed out drunk on duty. He muttered that it worked perfectly for him and raised his dagger, whispering that Sybil could finish his drink in the afterlife. Just as he was about to stab Sybil in the chest, a scene shifted to a memory of a conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk watching Theo with sharp eyes. He asked if Theo wanted to invoke independent operation rights as a mid-tier swordsman, his tone strict and serious. Before Theo could respond, the demon dragon immediately refused, saying that during wartime combat operations took priority and there would be no special treatment. Theo remained calm and handed him a sealed envelope, explaining that it was related to the war and asking him to read it. When the demon dragon opened it and read the contents, his expression changed and his brows furrowed in disbelief. He asked if what was written was true, and Theo confirmed it. Theo explained that Troyvan's main invasion targets, Harmon Castle in the Central Plateau, were just distractions, while their real goals were the floating archipelago and Bacchus territory. The demon dragon paused to think and admitted that it made sense. Theo continued, saying that during the series' guild hostage incident, Black Skull's actions showed clear cooperation with Troyvan, and since Black Skull's predecessor was the Archipelago's Shipping Federation, which handled all Imperial funds, that explained Troyvan's vast war resources. The demon dragon agreed, saying that this clarified the source of Troyvan's war funds. Theo said that because the archipelago's location was strategically important, it would become a greater threat as the war went on, and that reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory should be their top priority. However, Troyvan had concentrated a large force at the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle, making it look like an all-out attack. Ragnar had responded by deploying troops, leaving no soldiers to spare. Theo admitted that they could not abandon such key locations, which was why he had requested independent command, to both reinforce Bacchus territory and investigate the archipelago suspected of funding Troyvan. He assured the demon dragon that he could handle everything himself. The demon dragon looked at him in surprise, and asked if Theo had predicted this outcome from the very beginning of his request. Theo smiled faintly but gave no reply. The demon dragon chuckled and finally agreed, granting him permission but warning him not to overextend himself. Theo nodded and said he would remember that. As Theo left, the demon dragon thought that the information Theo provided was of excellent quality, and since Theo had chosen to report directly to him instead of to the black dragon who specialized in intelligence, it meant Theo planned to act on it personally. The demon dragon quietly concluded that his permission was merely a formality, as Theo had already made his preparations. In the present, just as the Troyvan soldier was about to stab Sybil, the supposedly drunk leader suddenly moved. Sybil threw his bottle straight at the attacker's face, splashing liquid over his eyes. The soldier stumbled back and wiped his face, realizing in shock that it wasn't alcohol but orange juice. Sybil grinned and mockingly said he didn't usually drink alcohol. Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved with lightning speed and killed him instantly. Another support squad member rushed up and reported that they had already taken care of the infiltrating vanguard soldiers. Sybil nodded sharply and ordered them to light the beacon. His subordinates spoke with excitement and confidence, saying that their swords would cut through Troyvan's forces, something unimaginable during the blooming ceremony. Another soldier laughed and said they hadn't been idle either. As Sybil prepared to light the beacon, he teased them for never listening to their leader. To that moment, one Troyvan soldier who had been pretending to be dead suddenly lunged at Sybil with a dagger. The squad noticed too late and the blade was already swinging toward Sybil. But before it could strike, a flash of steel cut through the air and the Troyvan soldier's head fell to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. Navin Bacchus, the head of House Bacchus, lowered his sword slowly and told them to be careful. He added that if anyone got hurt, he wouldn't know how to face their lord. His tone was light but firm. Sybil, flustered by his presence, quickly bowed and promised to correct himself. Navin laughed warmly and waved his hand, saying he was just joking and that Sybil should make himself comfortable. As Sybil began to relax, Navin's expression suddenly grew serious. He said sharply that if Sybil wanted to be comfortable, there was something the Lord should handle, and asked if he was all right with that. Sybil stiffened and said he would light the beacon immediately. Navin laughed again, saying he was joking, but by then the beacon was already lit. One by one, all the beacons along the castle walls burst into flames, casting light across the dark night. Soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised and bows drawn, ready for the attack. Navin stepped up to the wall and looked down. His sharp gaze caught the Troyvan forces climbing the stone walls. He wondered quietly how their lord could have foreseen all this and how he could see through everything. Down below, the Troyvan forces froze when they saw the blazing beacons. Fear spread among them as they realized their ambush had failed and that they had walked into a trap. Sybil shouted in a commanding voice filled with fury that Troyvan's forces had attacked and ordered the soldiers to hold the castle and eliminate the raiders. His command echoed through the courtyard, and then the one-sided slaughter began. Castle soldiers rained arrows and spells down from the walls, cutting through the invading Troyvan troops mercilessly. Later, under a stormy sky, Theo finally arrived in the farthest territory. He gazed into the distance, seeing faint smoke rising from the battlefield, and murmured to himself, wondering if the fighting had already started. He realized he had arrived just in time. With determination in his eyes, he leapt onto his dragon's back and dove toward the castle. The wind roared around him, and he smiled faintly, thinking that after a long time he would finally see some familiar faces again. As the morning light shines outside the Bacchus castle, we see a gruesome scene. All the Troyvan forces are massacred, their bodies lying powdered across the ground, weapons fallen from their lifeless hands. The faint smell of blood mixes with the cool morning air, a silent reminder of the fierce battle that has just ended. Sybil screams, his voice echoing through the stone walls, saying that as Lord Theo commanded, the mission to defend the back territory has been completed. His tone carries a strange mix of pride and exhaustion. Theo, standing calmly amid the aftermath, casually tells Sybil that he doesn't have to shout like that. Theo approaches Sybil and tells him he has done well this time. Unable to contain his emotions, Sybil cries, his shoulders trembling slightly, thinking Theo acknowledged him for real this time. It was not just an order followed or a duty fulfilled, it was recognition from the man he respected most. Navin steps forward and tells Theo he didn't expect him to come here in person. Theo, with his usual composed tone, says he dropped by just in case, but seeing it for himself, it seems Navin didn't need his help after all. Navin smiles faintly and says it's all thanks to those lads. He gestures toward the group of men who stand proudly, their armor still dusted with battle dirt. He asks Theo where on earth he found people like them. Theo answers simply that they are the ones he trained with back when he was an apprentice inspector. They wanted to serve him, so they joined the Chemelia Palace Guard. Theo tells Navin that it looks like they have earned his approval. Navin nods slowly, admitting honestly that he didn't expect much at first. They were only intermediate inspectors with no remarkable experience after all. But after a few days of operating together, though their skills are still rough, Navin realized they are people he can trust. With a satisfying smile, Theo says, hearing that makes him proud. His eyes soften, and for a moment the tension of command fades into something warmer. Theo then says that in that case he has a request for Navin. Now that the vassals and knights have left, the position for the Bacchus family's Knight Order remains vacant. How about Navin train those friends of his to become the Bacchus Knight Order? Hearing the name Bacchus Knight Order, Navin pauses. He looks distant, almost nostalgic. It's been a long time since he has felt this kind of anticipation. The memories of his youth, the days of glory and discipline, briefly return to his mind. Seeing Navin's expression, Theo stays silent, understanding that some memories are better left unspoken. Saying he will count on Navin, Theo turns to leave. Seeing Theo leaving so early, Navin asks why. Theo simply replies that he has seen what he came to see. This was just a stop on the way. He has another purpose. Navin tilts his head and asks what the purpose is. With a scheming smile, Theo says it's an investigation of the floating archipelago. Navin gets flustered hearing Theo say that. Addressing him as my lord, Navin says one would think he'd be used to it by now, but Theo's boldness still catches him off guard. Navin asks Theo if that isn't the place where they are notoriously hostile to outsiders, where it's hard to even get in. With a small, knowing smile, Theo says he's got his ways. The scene shifts to the port city of Dion. The sound of seagulls echoes across the harbor mixed with the creaking of ships and the chatter of sailors. In a certain bar filled with smoke and noise, Theo enters quietly, blending in with the crowd. While entering, Theo accidentally bumps into someone. The big guy he bumps into glares down at him and calls him Shorty, asking if he can't open his damn eyes when he walks. Theo, mocking and calm, says it's his bad. He guesses he didn't see him down there. While holding a beer mug, Theo adds that he'll make the big guy lower himself to Theo's level. The big guy grits his teeth in anger, his hand tightening around his drink. The crowd senses the tension rising, and thus, slowly a bar fight begins. People start cheering them on, some banging their mugs on the tables. Others shout for more drinks, turning the brawl into entertainment. The barmaid runs around frantically, unable to keep up with all the orders. In a certain room inside the bar, far from the chaos, a voice speaks coldly. Starting from the 15th, the floating archipelago shall regularly offer gunpowder and steel to Troyvan as tribute. The cost shall count as the rental fee for the dragon's sword. After hearing the report, someone slams his fist on the desk in anger. We are introduced to the Spinola family's next head, Antonio Spinola. His face twists in rage. A request, my ass, he growls. That's a bloody threat. Antonia turns to the girl standing beside him and says, and what, a rental fee? The Troyvans steal it, then say they'll lend it back for money. What a load, of the girl replies softly. Still, they've got no choice, do they? Antonio clenches his jaw. Without the dragon sword, the floating archipelago will sink. He frowns deeply. Damn it, if we hadn't lost the dragon sword, we wouldn't be at Troyvan's mercy. His voice lowers, almost breaking. Is there truly no hope left for our archipelago? At that moment, Antonia hears fighting sounds coming from outside. He grits his teeth again, frustration rising. Kicking the door open, he shouts, bastards, my head's already about to explode, and now this. Why the hell are you kicking off again? Everyone in the bar freezes when they hear Antonio's voice. The room goes silent. He points around, furious. When did I say you couldn't drink? Just drink quietly, for God's sake. Theo, standing nearby, smiles faintly. So he finally decided to show himself. Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family. Theo enters the room with Antonio while two guards stand at attention outside the door. Antonio looks at him suspiciously and says, so what you're saying is you want to go to the floating archipelago and you want me to take you aboard my ship as a combatant? Theo nods. That's right, I heard sea monsters have been appearing more often on that route lately. And as for my skill, Theo smirked slightly. That little scene back there proved it well enough, didn't it? You're short on manpower anyway. It's a win-win, isn't it? Antonio scratches his chin thoughtfully and tells Theo, well, you're not wrong. We were looking for crew, but you're not getting on my ship. He narrows his eyes for a mercenary looking for work. Your gear's too clean, no signs of wear at all. That scuffle you caused just happened to be right where I was, and you just conveniently know I've got a ship bound for the archipelago. If you were me, would you let me aboard? After hearing Antonio, Theo chuckles lightly. I'd have been disappointed if you hadn't seen through it, he admits. Good, let's get straight into it then. Placing a badge on the desk, Theo says, the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago, the Black Skull's leader, Antonio Spinola. How about we make a deal? Hearing Theo's words, Antonio's eyes widen. He goes stiff, nervous, and shocked. How do you know that I'm the Black Skull? Theo smiles faintly. Come now, that's not the important part, is it? It's not about how I know, it's about what I know. For example, that dragon sword you're so desperate for. After Theo says those words, Antonio's eyes widen even more. In anger, he kicks his chair back and yells, "Bastard. So you're a dog of Troyvan after all." Theo remains calm. Calm down. The basis of any deal is composure, isn't it? Hearing the noise, one of the guards peeks in and asks, "Sir Antonio, is everything all right?" Antonio gestures for the guard to go back. He faces Theo again, even thinking calmly, "It's nonsense. If you're not with Troyvan, there's no reason you'd mention the dragon sword." Theo leans forward slightly. "What if I told you I have the dragon sword?" Antonio picks up his chair slowly, scoffing. "That's ridiculous. It's a fact that Troyvan stole it and now you're claiming you have it. Absurd." Theo tilts his head. "Why is that absurd? Like me, the Troyvans probably only said they had it too." Hearing that, Antonio freezes, his mind races. Come to think of it, the Troyvan have never shown the real thing. Could it be possible to think their judgment has grown so clouded, even with the archipelago's fate at stake? Theo says, "You've got nothing to lose, right? Why not just hear me out?" Antonio exhales slowly. "Fine, I'll hear you out," Theo begins, his tone calm but serious. The legend and mystery of the floating archipelago. It all begins with the tale of the hero Krimha. Antonio frowns slightly, flustered. "Looks like you already know the story." Theo nods. Krimha drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that once ravaged the ocean, sealing it beneath the waves. The hero of legend, Krimha, that fairy tale, Theo continues, is real. The floating archipelago is said to float above the sea thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not true. The dragon Krimha's sealed lies deep under the sea, and the immense mana it releases creates an updraft that holds the islands aloft. The dragon sword is the device that maintains that seal, a medium that keeps the mana flow stable. He pauses briefly before continuing. But ever since Troyvan stole it, the mana currents have grown unstable. If the dragon sword isn't returned soon, the archipelago will sink back into the sea. Antonio leans forward. "You're not joking. The lives of our people are at stake. If you truly have the dragon sword and you return it to us, we'll grant you anything you wish." Theo thinks quietly for a moment. Returning the dragon sword isn't a real solution. Troyvan could steal it again at any time. More than that, it would mean giving it up forever. Most importantly, it means he would have to abandon it. The very thing he's fought for. Antonio looks at him seriously. "Let's continue with the deal. Then what do you want? If it's money, we can pay any amount." Theo shakes his head. "I don't need money." His voice is calm but resolute. "I've already prepared for this, a way to keep the dragon sword and save the archipelago." With a faint scheming smile, Theo tells Antonio, "All you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago." Hearing that, Antonio grits his teeth in frustration, but deep down he knows he doesn't have much choice. The fate of his people might depend on trusting this man who seems to know too much and hides even more behind his calm smile. Heading toward the floating archipelago on Antonio's ship with the sea breeze on his face, he says, "Finally, I see it. The floating archipelago." Theo explains that the floating archipelago is a merchant federation with its own unique history and traditions, so much so that even the emperor recognized their autonomy. However, with the Great War as a turning point, it was occupied by Troyvan and reduced to a mere production base for their war supplies. Toward the end of the war, the entire archipelago sank and vanished from the map, he continues. "For the sake of both Ragnar and the floating archipelago, I must drive Troyvan out of the floating archipelago," Antonius says. "You're not just bluffing, are you? You're promised that saving this archipelago will stop it from sinking any further." The part about moving the entire archipelago. Theo smiles and replies, "Yeah, it's possible." Then he explains that the sea dragon at the bottom of the ocean here is the guardian of an ancient dragon's relic. The scene shifts to Theo asking his dragons, "What do you guys think of this sword?" The dragons reply, "Ho, it's a relic." Another says, "An ancient dragon's relic. When he touches the sword, it emits lightning toward his finger." Theo declares, "So it really is a relic. Then why is it so incompatible with the Ragnars?" The other dragon explains, "Well, I don't know the specifics, but it seems the guardian of the Dragon Slayer sword abandoned its duty and escaped the relic." Theo is surprised, and the dragon adds, "There's precedent for that. So we can overlook it for forgetting its duty." But Theo says, "It escaped from the relic, you say. Can you guys get out too if you pay the price?" The dragon answers, "Don't be ridiculous. Only because it was that guy could it escape and continue to live," Theo says, "so it's not something just anyone can do. Of course it's a being with enough power to keep this archipelago afloat just with the mana it radiates." Then he says, "Wait a second. If that's the case and I can subdue it, does that mean I can move the archipelago with my own power?" The dragon replies, "Theoretically yes, but you'll have to seal it again first. Think you can handle it?" Theo stares silently. Then another dragon adds, "It may have lost most of its power when it escaped the relic, but it's still one of the most powerful guardians." Another asked, "First of all, do you even have a way to get to the bottom of the ocean?" Theo replies, "Of course I have a plan for everything from how to get to the seafloor to how I'm going to seal it." The scene returns to the ship where Antonio says, "Does that colossal statue really hold the power to save our home, a power that even we who were born and raised in the floating archipelago don't know about?" Theo replies, "Even after I showed you the Dragon Slayer sword, you're still not convinced." Antonio answers, "It's not that I doubt you. I'm just worried. The fate of my home is at stake, so I hope you can understand." Theo says, "Yeah, whatever. Just get me there. I'll make sure to save it." A sub-quest screen appears for Theo. The Dragon Slayer's sword Bong wishes to return to its rightful place. Find its location, subdue the Guardian, and prove your worth as its master. They arrive on the island. It's already dark, and inside a workshop the mercenaries of Antonio and Theo are gathered. Antonio explains, "Our mission is simple. We are to guide this man to the Cream Hill statue. After that he will take care of the rest," he continues. "As you all know, the heads of the major families have all been bribed by Troyvan. Security around the statue is extremely tight. We'll use our usual infiltration route," everyone yells. "Understood." Antonio continues for the floating archipelago, then turns toward Theo and says, "Well then, I'm counting on you." Among the mercenaries, there's a suspicious young man. The soldiers are watching the Krimhis statue, and below them, through a small door, Theo emerges with Antonio's mercenaries. Through a secret passage, they reach the statue. One of the mercenaries says we're inside. The sound of the waterfall makes it hard for us to get caught, but please be careful. Theo summons the Dragon Slayer sword and says, "Thank you for your hard work. I can take it from here." One of the mercenaries watching it says the real Dragon Slayer sword. The mercenary behind him seems surprised to see it. As Theo observes, he thinks the reaction is definitely getting stronger the closer I get to the statue. Is it up there? Then immediately after, Theo jumps onto the head of the statue. The mercenary says, "Really? You had the Dragon Slayer sword all along?" and looks happy. He continues, "Finally, there's hope for the floating archipelago," but another mercenary cuts off his head. He says, "From now on I will retake the stolen Dragon Slayer sword." Bao Meng, the infiltrators, spring into action. Above the dragon's head there is also a statue of a man with a sword driven into the stone dragon's head. As Theo looks at the statue of the man, he thinks the reaction is strongest here. That's for sure. The problem is what to do next. Theo also tries to drive the sword in like the man in the statue and is repelled, injuring his hand. Then he says there's no reaction even when I try putting it in a similar spot. "Let me think," the system message definitely said. And in the meantime he drinks a potion. Immediately after, a mercenary attacks him, trying to catch him by surprise, but Theo dodges, leaving the attacker speechless. Then he kicks him in the stomach, making him bleed. The surprised mercenary thinks, "When did he get behind me?" Other mercenaries arrive and ask him how he is, and we discover his name is Gray. He replies, "I'm fine, but he's incredibly skilled. Don't engage him recklessly." Theo laughs and watches them. The guards around the dragon statue hear noises coming from above and say, "Did you just hear something? It sounded like something shattering." A soldier yells, "Look over there." The statue, the Krimhis statue. They are shocked to see the statue collapse. At the base of the giant colossus, Antonio grows impatient and wonders why it is taking so long. He thinks to himself, what the hell is Theo doing? His patience is wearing thin. Suddenly one of his soldiers rushes up to him with urgent news. "Sir, we have a problem. That gray guy and his brothers who came in with us suddenly attacked the guest." Antonio is shocked by the report and finds it hard to believe. "Troyvan wouldn't infiltrate this deep," he mutters, his voice filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Theo is still fighting the Troyvan men. No matter how hard he tries, he keeps getting pushed back. His frustration grows. Even when he manages to break through their formation, they do not chase him. At that moment, he understands what is happening. They are deliberately buying time. They have already taken control of the third harbor zone and are simply holding their position while waiting for reinforcements. Realizing their plan, Theo feels his anger flare. "Like hell, I'll let them get away with this," he mutters under his breath. With firm resolve, he charges forward and slams his weapon into the ground. The earth shakes violently, and to everyone's surprise, the ground collapses. Beneath it, the place where the Dragon Slayer sword was once hidden is revealed. Gray sees the lockbox appear and immediately grows nervous. "Stop him," he shouts sharply, fear clear in his voice. Theo approaches the lockbox, his heart pounding with excitement. As he looks at it, he remembers the system message that told him to return the sword to its original place. This must be it, he thinks. With renewed determination, he opens the lockbox and places the sword inside. For a brief moment, both Theo and Gray pause, sensing that something huge is about to happen. Then a deafening roar erupts as a powerful shockwave bursts out from the lockbox. The Troyvan men are thrown off their feet. The force is so strong that the giant colossus begins to crack and fall apart, massive pieces breaking off and crashing to the ground. The soldiers guarding the colossus panic as they witness the destruction. "What's happening?" they shout to one another in confusion. They can only watch in horror as the enormous structure collapses. In the chaos, Theo loses consciousness. When Theo wakes up, he finds himself in a strange and unfamiliar place. The surroundings are dark and ancient. He wonders, did I pass out? Am I still alive? As he looks around, he realizes that he is inside the relic dungeon, just as he expected. One of his relic guardians appears in a small form and speaks. "Ah, so this is its domain." Surprised by their appearance, Theo asks, "What's with these weird forms?" The guardian replies, "We manifested directly through your mana as a medium. Your mana is insufficient, so our appearance looks ridiculous, though still interesting." A relic guardian feeling longing and pity for a human. Theo is startled by the mention of a human and asks in disbelief, "By any chance are you talking about Creamholt?" One of his guardians, the Griffin, answers, "We don't know. We only read the lingering thoughts." Theo thinks for a moment and says, based on the context, it's probably him. Since there is no immediate need for help from his guardians, Theo decides to explore the area at his own pace. The scene shifts and he finds himself among massive towering trees. Suddenly a skeleton archer appears and points an arrow at him, releasing it at incredible speed. The arrow flies straight toward Theo, but he does not move in panic. At the last second he steps aside and calmly catches the arrow with his bare hand. As he looks at the skeleton archer, he mutters, "This place was supposed to be empty, so what is this?" In an instant many skeletons gather around him, surrounding him completely. They hiss, "Intruder, that gale belongs to Kriemhild. For Kriemhild, eliminate the intruder." The griffin, watching the scene, comments, "That's what they're saying. They're doing all this just to protect the ownership of someone called Kriemhild." Hearing this, Theo's irritation explodes. In anger, he throws the arrow at the griffin, who barely dodges it. The arrow strikes the skeleton that fired it and shatters its skull. "There are a lot of them," Theo says, "but they're nothing special. I just need to defeat them. Seems simple enough." One of his guardians quickly warns him, "It won't be that easy." Theo raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The guardian explains. "Those aren't ordinary skeletons. They are immortal soldiers, dragon knights." As the skeletons rush toward him, Theo prepares himself for battle. "This is definitely not going to be easy," he mutters. The fight between Theo and the dragon knights begins in full force. He cuts down skeleton after skeleton, but they keep regenerating. Watching from a distance, the griffin shouts, "You can't keep fighting like this forever." Grinding his teeth, Theo asks, "Do you have a better idea?" The griffin answers in an arrogant tone, "Fine, I'll give you one piece of advice, though it's wasted on you. That guy Kriemhild is human just like you, right? Tell him to hand over the ownership." Theo's face twists with anger. He thinks of Kriemhild as a legendary hero. If he's still alive, can anyone really call him human? The griffin, clearly annoyed, snaps back, "Arrogant little human, you're too stupid. My advice is wasted on you." Unable to control his rage anymore, Theo grabs the griffin. At that exact moment, a system notification appears. "This dungeon is Leviathan's final gift left for Kriemhild. Take ownership of the gift from Kriemhild." Theo is stunned by the message. His mind starts racing. Maybe that griffin bastard was actually right. While Theo is thinking about the message, the Dragon Knights use his moment of distraction to launch a coordinated attack, but Theo reacts instantly. He vanishes from their sight. Using the vines hanging between the trees, he moves quickly and smoothly, activating hatchling synchronization. As he moves, Theo scans the skeletons with his sharp eyes, searching for something or someone. After a short while, he notices something strange. One skeleton looks different from the rest. This is it, Theo thinks, his excitement rising. As the Dragon Knights rush toward him, the special skeleton suddenly turns its back and starts running away. So it's true, Theo thinks. He charges after the fleeing skeleton, quickly closing the distance. Seeing Theo approach, the skeleton shows clear fear. In a desperate moment, Theo releases the Thunder Dragon Rapid Fang technique. Bolts of lightning crash down, striking the skeleton and electrocuting it with overwhelming force. With one final attack, Theo delivers the killing blow, completely shattering the skeleton. A system message appears. Thunder Needle. Kriemhild's remains secured. Gather the remaining bones and confront Kriemhild. 1/256. Theo picks up the bone fragments and the system identifies them as Kriemhild's cervical vertebrae number 3. Just as expected, Theo thinks, feeling even more excited. This was the correct choice. Filled with determination, he decides to continue collecting the bones one by one. The scene shifts to a harbor in the floating archipelago. A masked man steps down from a ship. Another man walks up to him and asks why he arrived later than expected. Did something happen? The masked man replies, nothing special. As they continue walking, he adds, at least the rain will help. Their conversation suddenly stops when they notice a horrifying sight. All the ship's passengers are dead. Blood mixes with the rainwater and flows across the ground. The masked man stares at the scene, a terrifying light shining in his eyes. Foolish floating archipelago idiots, he mutters. The Dragon Slayer's sword came right to them, yet they let it slip away. Still, it doesn't matter who holds it. The floating archipelago is already in Troyvan's hands. With those words, number 9 is revealed. Noil, the 9th pillar of Troyvan. As heavy rain pours over the floating archipelago, the residents are left in shock by what they see. Dark clouds twist above like an enraged beast, and thunder roars through the sky, echoing off the cliffs. Rain pounds the rooftops and floods the pathways. People cling to each other, pointing with shaking hands as they witness something they never thought possible. The guardian colossus of the archipelago, a 100-year-old ancient protector that stood like a silent god carved from stone, is collapsing before their eyes. They cannot believe it. Mothers hold their children tightly. Elders gasp and whisper prayers while the young stare in shock as the ground trembles beneath them. Fear and disbelief mix together, and the heavy rain makes the destruction feel even more apocalyptic. The scene shifts once more back to the relic's trial. Deep inside the mystical chamber, Theo continues fighting the skeleton Dragon Knights. The air vibrates with power. Ancient bones rattle, and the clash of ghostly weapons echoes through the darkness. A system message appears before Theo in bright blue letters, telling him that he has recovered all of Kriemhild's remains. Theo freezes for a second, then bursts into joy. His face brightens, his eyes shine, and his heart fills with pride. Finally, he thinks. Almost immediately, another system message appears, asking if he wants to view Kriemhild's memories engraved within the remains. Theo doesn't hesitate for even a moment. Of course, he selects yes. There's no reason to refuse, he thinks, his curiosity growing. What was the legendary hero really like? What kind of person was she? The system glows softly, now playing Kriemhild's memories engraved in the remains. Inside Kriemhild's memories, everything feels warm and familiar. A gentle wind blows and the sunlight feels soft. A little girl runs toward someone with a basket in her hands, loudly calling the name Levi. Her footsteps echo as she reaches a seaside cave. Waves crash rhythmically outside and the salty air fills the space. Shouting that she has arrived, she rushes into the cave, her young eyes shining with excitement. Inside, a magnificent dragon slayer sword is embedded in stone, glowing faintly. She calls out Levi's name again and touches the sword with her finger, cheerfully telling the guardian to wake up. Slowly the sword begins to glow brighter, and then the relic's guardian appears, the mighty Leviathan. But the guardian is angry. His deep voice shakes the cave as he scolds her, calling her a young human. He demands to know how many times he must repeat that he is Leviathan, the guardian of the Primordial Dragon relic. She isn't even Ragnar, so how dare she call him by that nickname? His massive body towers over her, scales shimmering with ancient power, his eyes burning with irritation. Yet the little girl, holding up the bread basket with a warm smile, tells Leviathan that his full name is too hard to say. She says she will just call him Levi. Her innocence catches him off guard. Realizing it is pointless to argue with her, Levi calms down, sighs, and says she can call him whatever she wants. Talking to a foolish human like her will only make his mouth tired. When he sees the bread again, Levi frowns and asks why the innkeeper keeps giving her bread all the time. The little girl giggles and tells him that something really fun happened today. While chewing the bread, Levi frowns again and mutters that she is starting again. The little girl happily continues talking, rambling without stopping, sharing her daily stories, her small joys, and her little frustrations. Time passes like that. Days slowly turn into years. The little girl grows into a young woman, but she still comes to Levi with a basket of bread, still talking endlessly about her life. Levi complains as always, but he listens quietly every time. Years pass quickly. One moonlit night inside the same cave, Levi waits for her to arrive. Outside, the waves glow silver under the moon and the wind hums softly. Leviathan's huge body rests against the stone wall, acting as if he does not care, but in truth he is waiting. He is expecting her footsteps, her voice, and her bright presence. Suddenly he hears noises outside the cave, footsteps, rough and unfamiliar. He appears at once, acting arrogant as usual, saying that he told her again and again not to come, but she never listens. He asks what happened today, but then he notices drops of blood on the ground. His eyes widen. The girl, wounded and bleeding, runs toward Leviathan and begs for his help. She cries that strange men suddenly stormed into the town and started hurting people. Her voice trembles. Before she can finish, someone grabs her hair from behind. An imperial soldier pulls her back and calls her a foolish wench. He mocks her, saying the mighty emperor has shown kindness to these rural waters and she should be grateful. At the same time, he says he gets to have some fun. Leviathan's rage explodes like a volcano. In fury, Levi calls out for Kriemhild. His roar shakes the cave and his eyes burn like molten lava. As his anger overflows, the entire cave is destroyed. Rocks shatter. Waves rise violently and fire spreads across the floating islands. The imperial soldiers continue burning villages, killing, looting, and destroying everything in their way. Suddenly they hear a terrifying sound. Bones crack, stone breaks, and the wind screams. They turn around and freeze. In an instant the soldiers are cut down like tofu. Chaos spreads as Leviathan tears through them. Limbs fly, armor breaks, and blood stains the sand. One soldier tries to run but looks back and sees something impossible. Kriemhild is sitting on Leviathan's back holding the dragon-slaying sword. The soldier cannot believe it. A mere wench riding a monster, she must be controlling it, he thinks in panic. He shouts for his comrades to kill the woman first, but Leviathan shields her. He protects the natives, he slaughters every soldier. When the invaders are finally defeated and silence returns, Kriemhild bows deeply before Levi. She trembles as she apologizes, tears streaming down her face. She says he was meant to wait for the chosen one, but because of her he had to act. She shakes with guilt, gripping the sword tightly. Levi tells her not to cry so sadly. He asks if everything turned out fine in the end. Kriemhild tries to argue, but Levi surrounds her with a gentle bubble of magic and tells her she has nothing to be sorry for. The natives, seeing their savior, begin to cheer. They shout Kriemhild's name with joy. As Levi sets her down, the people recognize her. It really was her who brought the sea dragon. Their happiness spreads like wildfire, and their cheers echo into the sky. Levi then tells Kriemhild that she was right. He may have abandoned his duty, but somehow he feels at peace. This was his own choice, not the will of the ancient dragons. By doing this, he was able to protect her smile. When the news reaches the emperor, he is furious. His great imperial army was defeated by a barbarian girl who commands a sea dragon. This is unacceptable. He realizes he underestimated the remote region and orders his royal guards to reclaim the land at once. The royal guards arrive, cruel and ruthless. They take the natives hostage and surround Leviathan. The commander of the guards watches Leviathan with interest, amazed that the creature refuses to die. He mockingly asks Kriemhild that if she is truly Leviathan's master, she must know how to kill him. Levi tells Kriemhild that it is all right. He is a guardian and will not truly die. He will fall into a deep sleep. Using the magic left within the relic, when he awakens again, she will be able to seal him properly. But when the commander orders the natives to be executed, Levi realizes there is no hope left. He whispers to Kriemhild that they were not given much time together. Kriemhild breaks down. She cannot bring herself to do it. Levi forces her decision. She begs him not to make her seal him away. With a heavy heart, Levi tells her that perhaps their fate was decided the moment he broke the rules. She should not feel guilty for protecting her people. He will help her one last time. He smiles softly and says that he had fun. Those words shatter her completely. With sorrow and courage, Kriemhild seals Leviathan. The commander laughs loudly, but his laughter turns into terror as a massive tsunami rises. The wave crashes down, swallowing only the Imperial soldiers and sparing the natives entirely. With this final act, Leviathan keeps his last promise to Kriemhild. Theo watches the memories with shaking hands, his chest feels tight. He understands that Kriemhild was never the fairy tale hero people talked about. She was just an unlucky girl who wanted to be friends with a guardian. When the memories end, Kriemhild appears in front of him holding the Dragon Slayer sword. She tells Theo that he is the chosen one Levi had been waiting for. Her voice trembles as she says that because of her, Levi could not fulfill his duty, and that pain must have stayed with him for a long time. She offers the sword to Theo and asks him to make Levi happy. Theo gently takes the sword and says that he does not think he needs to do that. Kriemhild looks confused. In a warm and calm voice, Theo says that Levi already seemed happy enough to him. Kriemhild freezes for a moment, surprised, and then she understands. Tears of happiness fill her eyes. Back in the real world, the people of the floating archipelago arrive at the collapsed Colossus. Soldiers try to stop them, warning that the structure could collapse further. Then people notice someone standing in the ruins. Everyone gasps when they see Theo holding the Dragon Slayer sword, and soon they all begin to cheer. Kriemhild has appeared. Their hope is reborn. Deep underground in the floating archipelago's meeting hall, Noel, the ninth of the 9 noble servitors of Troyvan, finally arrives. The moment he steps inside, he sees that all the families have gathered in a hurry. The air feels heavy with fear and whispered tension. Dim lanterns hang on the stone walls, flickering as if reflecting the nervous breaths of the people inside. Even Noel, who is normally calm and cold, can see how restless and desperate their eyes are. One of the heads of the 3 maritime families steps forward. His voice shakes as he asks Noel why he is so calm. The man trembles and swallows his panic. Everyone in the hall can feel that their plan is already falling apart. He asks again, his words sharp but unsteady, "Wasn't the Dragon Slayer sword supposed to be in Troyvan?" Noel says nothing and simply nods, his face unreadable. The family head grows more frustrated and asks what the outsider was carrying then. His voice rises in agitation. Because of that outsider, the entire archipelago has rushed to the Colossus, chanting that he is the legendary hero Kriemhild. At this rate, all the power of the 3 maritime families will end up in his hands. This was not what they agreed on. As he speaks, the family head is clearly terrified. Sweat runs down his face and drips onto the stone floor. His breathing becomes heavier with every word. Noel finally speaks. He says that in exchange for the Dragon Slayer sword, Troyvan promised the maritime families that they could keep their status. His voice remains flat and controlled. Then his expression darkens, and in an angry tone he says that they caused chaos over something so trivial, and that it annoys him. Another member of the maritime families walks toward Noel aggressively. His footsteps echo loudly in the hall. He puts a hand on Noel's shoulder and demands to know what Noel means by calling it trivial, asking what he thinks of the 3 maritime families. Before he can finish speaking, Noel cuts him in half. The attack is instant and clean. The sound comes a moment later, a sickening wet noise as the man's body splits apart. The hall falls silent. Fear spreads through everyone as the 2 halves hit the cold stone floor. Noel calmly asks what they think now. He says that they are nothing but bugs he can crush whenever he wants. The family head gasps in horror. His legs weaken and he steps back without thinking. Shock, fear, and confusion twist across his face. He struggles to speak and finally asks what Noel is doing. Noel slowly turns to him, his cold stare sharper than a blade. He says they are traitors who sold out their own country for personal gain. They should simply follow Troyvan's orders, yet they complain about ruling the floating isles even as they sink. He adds that greed must have limits if they expect any tolerance. The family head swallows hard and asks if Noel is serious. Without the capital of the archipelago, he says, Troyvan will fall as well. In an instant, Noel grabs him by the collar and pulls him close. His eyes shine with icy threat. In a cold voice, he calls the man a fool and asks if he still does not understand. If he does not want to be slaughtered right there, he must stay quiet and do exactly as Noel says. The family head trembles violently. His voice vanishes, swallowed by fear. Sweat runs down his temples as Noel calls the 3 maritime families worthless trash. Noel tells them that if they want to live, they must bring him the Dragon Slayer sword. At that moment, one of Troyvan's soldiers kneels before Noel. His armor scrapes against the stone floor as he bows deeply. With respect, he asks for permission to ask one question. Noel gives a small nod. The soldier hesitates, then asks if Noel is really leaving the task of retrieving the sword to the 3 maritime families. Noel answers calmly, saying he understands the concern. He would rather retrieve it himself, but the situation does not allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Overlord Dragon, has appeared, and restraining it is their top priority right now. The scene shifts to the giant Colossus, now broken and ruined after the recent chaos. Huge pieces of stone are scattered everywhere, and clouds of dust slowly settle in the air. A large crowd has gathered around the massive statue, filled with awe and excitement. They shout Theo's name, calling him Kriemhild. Theo feels awkward and overwhelmed as he hears the loud cheers. He knew that Kriemhild was worshipped like a god, but he never imagined it would be this intense. Voices from all directions praise him, hail him, and reach out to him. Yet the Kriemhild he once knew was neither a god nor a hero. She was just a normal, kind girl. Even the Dragon Slayer sword was not a holy weapon. It was a relic of the Primordial Dragon that only a Ragnar could use. It was never meant to be a sacred sword for anyone else. From the crowd, someone calls out to Theo as Kriemhild and begs for help. The man cries that because of those cursed Troyvan scoundrels, the entire archipelago is about to sink. Many people have no way to escape. He pleads desperately, asking Theo to save the floating archipelago. Theo stops and looks at them carefully. Their desperation is clear. Their hopes cling to him tightly. Inside, a calculating smile forms on his lips as he thinks that it might be useful to play along for now. Their belief gives him leverage. It creates opportunity. Theo raises the Dragon Slayer sword high and declares that he will do whatever it takes to save the floating archipelago. The crowd erupts in even louder cheers, their voices crashing like thunder. Some call him Hero Kriemholt and say they have waited for him their entire lives. Then a woman steps forward. She is introduced as the High Priestess of the Kriemholt Temple. She moves gracefully, her robes flowing like water, and introduces herself as Marty. With a warm smile, she tells Theo that they will take care of him from now on. The scene shifts to inside the Kriemholt Temple. The interior feels sacred and ancient, with old inscriptions on the walls, faint blue lights, and an air filled with quiet respect. Marty walks ahead and guides Theo. She tells him that she always believed the prophecy of his arrival would one day come true. The priests have protected and maintained this temple for generations. Marty leads Theo deeper into the temple. When they reach a certain place, Theo's eyes widen in surprise. Before him is something unexpected. A necklace displayed like a holy treasure. Marty softly explains that this necklace was said to have been worn by the hero Kriemholt. A system panel appears, identifying it as Kriemholt's pearl-type magical enchanted accessory, a gate-link key. Marty continues, saying that this necklace is the only keepsake left of hero Kriemholt and also a key. It is a vital item needed to reach the sea dragon of the deep seas. Theo takes the necklace, feeling guilt twist inside his chest. He holds it carefully, guilt and pressure mixing in his heart. Marty asks if they should continue now that he has the key. Theo hesitates, the guilt weighing heavily on him. He says there is something he must tell her before they leave. Before he can speak, Marty calls him Lord Ragnar and tells him not to worry so much. Theo freezes in shock. His eyes widen as he asks how she knew. Marty calmly explains that the Dragon Slayer sword is a relic of the Primordial Dragon, so it makes sense that only a Ragnar could awaken it. Theo then asked why she called this Kriemhold's return. Marty explains that after protecting this place for so long she can sense it. She felt the sorrow of having no choice but to harm her friend and the pain Kriemholt endured while trying to protect the island. Marty tells Theo that Kriemholt acknowledged him, so it is only right that he receives proper respect. They arrive at their destination, a chamber with ancient stairs leading deep underground. Marty tells Theo that if he reaches the bottom and throws the necklace, a gate connected to the sea dragon will open. She hands him a ring and says it will allow him to breathe and move underwater as long as he wears it. She tells him she will pray for his success in saving the floating archipelago. Outside the Kriemholt Temple, people are praying and chanting to Kriemholt, filled with hope and fear. Suddenly, members of the three maritime families arrive and order everyone to stop. Confusion spreads through the crowd as the atmosphere changes. The three maritime families announce that their investigation is complete. They declare that the man known as Theo is a terrorist who falsely impersonated the hero Kriemholt. The people gasp in shock, their voices echoing through the temple courtyard. One of the family heads steps forward, Umberto Spinola of the Spinola family. With a stern expression, he announces that an operation is already underway to reclaim the Dragon Slayer sword, which Theo supposedly stole. He orders the citizens to disperse immediately. Soldiers from the three families scound the crowd and push them back. Privately, Umberto thinks that even if his reputation suffers, he has no choice. Without the Dragon Slayer sword, he will lose his life. It is either this or death. And when a man is facing death, reputation no longer matters. Even if he has to kill everyone here, he must recover the sword. Umberto declares that from this moment on, anyone who stands in their way will be eliminated. With that order, the soldiers charge forward. Inside the temple, Theo slowly descends the ancient stairs. The deeper he goes, the colder and darker the stone steps become. When he finally reaches the bottom, he finds himself in an underground water chamber. The water is dark, still, and eerily silent. Theo quietly wonders if this is the place. He takes out the necklace and drops it into the water. The water begins to swirl violently, twisting and folding in on itself, and a gateway opens, rippling like liquid glass. Without hesitation, Theo jumps in. Inside, he finds himself underwater in a strange world he has never seen before. He does not know where to go. Everything around him looks warped, endless, and unnaturally quiet. Then Theo feels that something is wrong. His instincts suddenly awaken. He looks around, trying to sense movement, but at first he sees nothing. Even so, he knows something is there. Theo's eyes widen when he realizes the truth. He is surrounded. Sea serpents, the guardians of the deep ocean, coil around him from every direction. Their eyes glow in the darkness, and their enormous bodies move smoothly through the water. Suddenly, one of the sea serpents charges straight at Theo with terrifying force, but instead of fear, something else rises inside him: excitement. A strange, wild excitement as the serpents close in from all sides. That feeling turns into a crushing sense of pressure beneath the blazing noon sun of the sanctuary, where even the air seems to shake with the metallic smell of coming violence. The spotless white marble tiles of the temple grounds, holy land that has remained peaceful for generations, are now defiled by the heavy iron boots of the Troyvan mercenary squad. They stand in a rigid, unbreakable formation. Their long, jagged shadows stretch across the plaza like prison bars, visually trapping the terrified civilians inside a cage of fear. A commander's voice, harsh and commanding, thunders across the courtyard, breaking the sacred silence. He coldly orders his men to secure the area, his voice echoing off the temple walls as he commands that not even a single rat be allowed to escape the purge. Panic spreads through the civilians like a disease. Their faces twist with confusion and raw fear as frantic whispers fill the air. They struggle to understand the betrayal, asking why the three maritime families, sworn protectors of the archipelago, would turn their weapons on their own people. Rumors spark and spread rapidly. Some speak in terror of a terrorist plot, clutching their chests and asking if the stories are true. Others, more bitter and skeptical, argue that the real reason for this madness is greed, the theft of the Dragon Slayer's sword. Suddenly, a figure of pure defiance steps forward through the chaos. The priestess moves ahead, her white ceremonial robes fluttering in the wind like a flag of peace. She has no intention of surrendering. She faces the wall of armored soldiers with burning anger in her eyes. She shouts at them, her voice shaking not with fear but with rage, demanding they stop immediately and accusing them of using brutal force on sacred ground. With fierce conviction, she challenges their false story. She demands to know on what basis they dare call Theo a terrorist. She declares with absolute certainty that he is the reincarnation of Kriemhild, swearing this truth on the sacred honor of the priests who have protected this temple for generations. She stands tall, a lone figure in white against a sea of dark armor, demanding answers before they threatened innocent lives. Her courage ignites the crowd. As the tension rises, people begin to understand the horrifying truth. Quiet murmurs turn into angry shouts as they realize the mercenaries did not simply arrive. They ambushed the three maritime families in a planned attack to steal the sword. The man in the crowd cries out in horror, his face pale as he understands that the invaders plan to capture Kriemhild and hand him over to the enemy, selling out their savior. This realization strikes a nerve with the mercenary leader, Sir Spinola, Antonio's father. He is an old man with a face carved by deep lines and cruelty. His wild white hair and mustache twitch with irritation, and a thick vein pulses in his temple as his remaining patience vanishes. His expression hardens into cold, merciless cruelty. Beside him, a female subordinate desperately calls out to him, addressing him as Sir Spinola. Her eyes are wide with fear as she warns him that they have gone too far and begs him to retreat. He ignores her completely. Having crossed the point of no return, his eyes become empty, stripped of all empathy. He issues his final, terrible order to the Troyven mercenaries. Take down anyone who stands in their way. The command unleashes chaos. White marble tiles are instantly stained red as the mercenaries draw their weapons. The air fills with the harsh sounds of clashing steel and the sickening thud of bodies hitting stone. Civilians scream in pain as they are cut down where they stand. The scene dissolves into a violent blur of movement and blood. Seeing everything spiral out of control, a high-ranking officer named Sir Roland grabs Spinola's arm in panic. He shouts at him to come to his senses, warning that such brutal slaughter will destroy his reputation forever and bring ruin to their house through uncontrollable backlash. But Spinola violently shakes him off, his face twisted with grim emptiness. He snarls back that Sir Roland is the one who needs to wake up. With chilling certainty, he declares that they have already betrayed the archipelago once, and there is no turning back. Their only path now is to serve Troyven like obedient dogs. He pushes the madness even further, screaming for his men to kill anyone who dares to stop them. The soldiers, pushing down their own sense of right and wrong under the weight of orders, shout that they will take responsibility as they rush forward with renewed force. Obsessed with reclaiming the Dragon Slayer's sword at any cost, the order unleashes complete destruction. White tiles are instantly stained red as the mercenaries draw their weapons. The air fills with the sharp clash of steel and the heavy sickening sound of bodies hitting stone. Civilians scream in pain as they are cut down where they stand. The scene collapses into chaos, a blur of frantic movement and spraying blood. At the back, a guard desperately begs Priestess Marie to run, pulling at her arm. Marie, however, stands still like a statue in the middle of the madness. Magic shields burst to life around her in glowing circles of light as she refuses to flee. Calm but unyielding, she says she is fine and must fight beside her people. Her loyal guards spread out in a fan shape around her, weapons raised, shouting orders to hold the line and protect the priestess with their lives. The battle reaches its peak when a brave defender charges forward, yelling for a direct assault, only to be crushed by the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Just as hope seems completely lost, a blur of motion rips through the battlefield and shatters the ground. Antonio Spinola, the sun, crashes into the fight like a falling meteor. The impact is enormous. Sparks explode in blinding flashes of orange and gold as Antonio's heavy weapon slams into his father's blade, the force cracking the stone beneath their feet. The elder Spinola looks up, eyes wide with real shock, stammering his son's name as he struggles to understand why Antonio is there. Antonio, sweat pouring down his face and teeth clenched as he locks weapons with his father, speaks with a voice filled with disappointment and hard resolve. Coldly, he says it has been a long time. The shock on the older Spinola's face quickly twists into a mocking sneer. He laughs at Antonio for returning now, after abandoning the heir position years ago, calling him a failure. He spits out the question, asking if Antonio came back just to make such a pathetic choice. Antonio's patience breaks. The veins in his neck stand out as he roars and shoves his father back, shouting and demanding to know what is pathetic about his decision. He asks if betraying their country and slaughtering innocent civilians is what his father calls strength. The father falls silent, mouth open, unable to argue against the truth. Antonio does not waste the moment. He turns and shouts an order to the Black Skull members, commanding them to restrain these cruel men and protect the innocent at all costs. Yet the story shows his inner struggle. On the outside, he stands like a strong leader, but inside his thoughts are frantic and afraid. He admits to himself that while he boosted morale, his squad is weaker in every way and cannot hold out long against veteran mercenaries. In his mind, he screams a desperate, silent plea. Hurry up, Theo. The scene cuts suddenly from the loud burning battlefield to the silent crushing depths of the ocean. The colors shift to deep indigo black and glowing blue. Theo drifts downward through the water, free-falling into a deep trench, his cape flowing slowly in the heavy pull of the deep sea. His eyes glow faintly as he looks around, expecting resistance. Instead, he feels uneasy when he sees hundreds of enormous sea serpents twisting in the darkness. Their red eyes shine like stars as they watch him in silence, a sleeping army waiting for an order. Theo immediately realizes the cause. The Leviathan's energy, pulsing from the sword on his back, is drawing them. A blue holographic system window appears in the water, confirming his thought. The sea serpents trust you. The sea serpent has recognized you as its master. The skill wyvern taming activates, linking his mind with the creatures. Bubbles of thought drift through the water, showing the swarm's simple shared emotions: curiosity, fear, and awe. Theo smiles as his confidence returns. He speaks into the water, his voice carried by magic, telling them he knows they were drawn to Leviathan's power and that they should not be afraid. He assures them that he shares that same energy and asks them to trust him. Swimming toward the largest serpent, he gives a command: "Take me to Leviathan." The creature obeys at once, and Theo grips its dorsal fin. The scene blurs with speed as the serpent rockets downward, tearing through the water and pulling him deeper into the abyss. They descend into crushing darkness where the water pressure is immense. Theo notices the mana around him twisting unnaturally, warping the currents into violent spirals. A turquoise notification appears, warning him that hatchling synchro has activated. Then the darkness opens, revealing the massive silhouette of Leviathan below. The creature is vast beyond belief, curled along the seabed like a fallen mountain range. Theo confirms the overwhelming magical power radiating from it, but his expression shifts from determination to deep worry. The mana feels thick, chaotic, and foul, nothing like the pure power he remembers from Kriemhild's memories. Spirits appear as small glowing figures near his shoulder, whispering in fear that the dragon is no longer the same and is extremely dangerous. When Theo asks if it is truly that bad, they scold him, saying that with his energy he should already feel the corruption. Theo focuses his eyes and the true horror finally reveals itself. A dark, jagged purple aura leaks from the dragon's scales, spreading through the water like oil. He recognizes it instantly. Demon Shadow Toxin. The final moment is a nightmare-like close-up as Leviathan opens its eyes, showing no intelligence at all, only madness. The dragon roars, its mouth opening like a vast abyss filled with sharp, jagged teeth, purple poison dripping from them. Theo feels his heart sink as he realizes the truth. The guardian deity is no longer a protector. It is now a wild, mindless monster, stripped of all reason, and he must face it in the crushing depths of the sea. On a lonely cliff in the endless drifting expanse of the floating archipelago, the wind howls through broken ruins. Inside a ruined hall, its cracked floor marked by ancient battles and forgotten history, Noil arrives. He is the 9th noble servitor of Troyvan. His footsteps echo loudly against the stone, heavy with the weight of a mission that must not fail. As he enters the shadows, he speaks to someone waiting in the darkness, his voice slicing through the silence. He says that their nations may be at war, with blood being spilled on distant battlefields, but there is something far more important that must be discussed right now. Something that rises above the chaos of the front lines. As the shadows pull back, the terrifying presence of the Overlord Dragon, Dante Roll, is revealed. He sits calmly, full of arrogance like a predator at rest. He wears a faint, unsettling smile that never reaches his cold eyes. Ignoring everything Noil just said about the war, the Overlord Dragon casually remarks that it has been a long time. The dismissal is obvious in his relaxed tone and careless behavior. Noil feels his anger rise as his patience finally breaks. He stares at the dragon in disbelief, wondering if he truly thinks this is the time for smiles and polite greetings. The sheer nerve of Dante Roll is infuriating. Noil presses on, his voice growing deeper and colder. Did the Overlord Dragon forget the terms of their deal? The memory of their pact hangs heavily in the air. It was precise, deliberate, and binding. The Overlord Dragon would take control of the north, ruling those lands while Troyvan fought Ragnar to a standstill. In return, Troyvan's takeover of the archipelago would remain secret, hidden from the eyes of the world. Rubbing his chin slowly and acting as if none of this matters, the Overlord Dragon says he does not remember breaking his promise. Tilting his head as if innocent, he asks what the problem is. Hearing this, Noil's anger explodes without restraint. The air around him vibrates violently, and the pressure becomes so intense that the ground beneath his feet shatters, cracks spreading like spiderwebs across the floor. He steps forward, his eyes burning with fury, and demands to know if the Overlord Dragon is truly going to pretend he knows nothing. A name hangs in the air like a curse: Theo Ragnar, that outsider. Noil hisses the name and asks if the Overlord Dragon is really claiming he did not know the 6th heir candidate was acting behind the scenes. It seems impossible that a being of such power could be unaware of this. Noil demands honesty. He demands the truth. Releasing a massive aura that shakes the hall itself and fills the space with a suffocating killing intent, Noil makes his threat clear. If the Overlord Dragon does not tell the truth, then their deal ends right here and now. The scene shifts suddenly from the high cliffs to the crushing depths below. We descend into the dark, pressurized waters where Theo is. Floating in the gloom and staring at Leviathan's condition, Theo feels a chill that has nothing to do with the cold sea. The great beast looks wrong, twisted, and corrupted. He wonders if it could be Demon Shadow Toxin. The dark corruption pulsing beneath the dragon's scales looks far too familiar. One of Theo's guardians speaks directly into his mind, agreeing with him. Leviathan has lost all reason because of the Demon Shadow Toxin. The conclusion is grim. Theo asks how this could happen. It makes no sense for a creature of such power to fall so easily. He asks the darkness if Troyvan is responsible. The Guardian answers immediately, yes. The confirmation weighs heavily on Theo. The Guardian explains the ancient law of this place. Once the Dragon Slayer's sword is drawn and the seal is lifted, Leviathan is meant to protect the archipelago. That is how it has always been. What confuses the Guardian most is how they managed to poison the Guardian Dragon at all. Such beings are not easily harmed by mortal methods. Troyvan must have used some strange and twisted technique unknown to them. No matter how it was done, the truth is clear. The demonic energy has completely taken over Leviathan's mind and the dragon is about to go berserk. The massive creature thrashes violently, pushing aside enormous volumes of water. Another Guardian urgently tells Theo that Leviathan has not noticed him yet, and that he should pull back and put some distance between them. Survival demands retreat. But before the Guardian can say anything more, Theo rushes forward. He ignores the warning, believing this is his chance. If Leviathan has not sensed him yet, he must act before the beast fully becomes aware of his presence. Theo's eyes blaze with fierce magical light as power surges within him. As the system panel flickers into view in front of him, showing the command hatchling synchro, he matches his movements with the flow of the currents and becomes one with the water. As he moves closer, Theo notices that the toxin is spreading from Leviathan's forehead. A dark patch there pulses like a second evil heart. Theo decides that his first goal is to destroy the source of the demon shadow toxin. He pushes himself forward. Just as Theo's sword is about to touch the source of the toxin, the water around the wound twists violently. It triggers some kind of trap. A powerful shockwave explodes outward and throws Theo backward, spinning him through the water. When he regains his balance, Theo realizes that some sort of defense was set up there. Troyvan had been very careful. Still, that pulsing corruption is clearly a vital point of Leviathan. Theo's frustration grows and he grits his teeth. At the same time, Leviathan completely loses his reason. The beast's eyes roll back, filled with madness, and it charges straight at Theo. The water seems to scream as its massive body rushes forward. One of Theo's Guardians speaks in his mind, telling him that he cannot run anymore. Leviathan is locked onto him. The Guardian tells him to attack the forehead again just like before. It is the only way. Theo tightens his grip on his weapon and prepares himself, but he wonders how he can even get close. Leviathan's huge size and wild movements turn it into a moving fortress of death. While Theo is deeply focused, calculating its movements, he suddenly notices a giant spear of energy forming inside Leviathan's mouth. The water around them begins to boil. Leviathan releases that massive energy toward Theo. A beam of pure destruction rips through the ocean. Pushing his body to its limits, Theo barely dodges the attack. The heat from the beam scorches the water around him. As Theo floats helplessly in the aftermath of the blast and Leviathan's next attack is about to hit him, he senses movement in the deep. The sea serpent that carried him to Leviathan is rushing to save him. It cuts through the currents like living lightning. The sea serpent intercepts the attack just in time and saves Theo. Theo grabs onto the serpent's scales. Moving underwater is usually difficult because of the resistance, but with the serpent's help everything changes. His speed returns. Theo communicates his plan to the sea serpent, telling it that he wants to go straight for the wound on Leviathan's head. As they rush forward, Theo feels the demonic energy growing stronger near the crystal on Leviathan's forehead. It gives off a sickening aura. Theo then launches himself off the serpent, shooting toward Leviathan like a torpedo. His mind becomes sharp and focused. He remembers a lesson he learned while fighting the griffin. The battlefield teaches cruel truths. An eye for an eye and a guardian for a guardian, renewed with power. He feels the weight of the battle and what is at stake. As Theo closes in on Leviathan, he activates all his abilities. The water around him trembles with energy. System panels appear one after another, scrolling rapidly before his eyes. Griffin Talon activated. Chance to subdue a powerful enemy increased. Fairy buff activated. Enhanced immunity protects the body from demonic energy. Worm Eater activated. Theo glows as the buffs stack together, boosting his strength and protecting him from the demonic influence. Theo unleashes the quintuple dragon's claw. 5 separate streams of energy slash through the water and strike Leviathan. The impact is devastating. The dark crystal embedded in Leviathan's forehead, the source of the demonic energy, cracks and shatters into nothing. As the crystal breaks, time seems to stop. For a brief moment, Theo sees the shadow of Creamhold overlapping Leviathan's form. The memory of the ancient hero flickers in the deep. Leviathan lets out a powerful roar, bubbles and shockwaves spreading as the demonic energy fades away. The madness drains from the beast. Slowly, Leviathan regains his senses. The chaotic red glow in his eyes fades, replaced by a calm, ancient intelligence. When the demonic haze clears, Leviathan looks at the figure floating in front of him. He sees Creamhold holding the dragon-slaying sword. The image feels completely real to him. Theo gently shakes his head and apologizes, saying that he is not her. He introduces himself. His name is Theo Ragnar and he is the chosen one. He explains that he has come to deliver Creamhold's final words. Theo then repeats exactly what Creamhold told him when she entrusted him with the Dragon Slayer's sword. Her message bridges the centuries between them. A quiet sadness flows through Leviathan's voice, vibrating through the water, as he realizes that Creamhold had always cared for him. She had never truly abandoned him. One of Theo's guardians breaks the moment, telling Leviathan that there is no time for emotional memories. The situation is urgent. He urges Leviathan to return to the relic and lend his strength to the chosen one as a guardian. Leviathan looks tired. He says that he waited a long time to fulfill his duty, but it is no longer possible. This shocks Theo. Leviathan explains the tragedy of his fate. He went against the will of the Primordial Dragon and chose to leave the relic. The moment he did, he stopped being a guardian and broke the sacred bond. On top of that, he had once been corrupted by demonic energy. Though Theo helped him find his reason again, the damage had already been done. Leviathan's end was inevitable. His life force was fading away. Before it vanished completely, Leviathan looked at the young warrior and spoke. He said that as the Ragnar, Theo would receive all the power Leviathan had left. Leviathan warned him that this power would bring unbearable pain. It was not a gift meant for the weak. He asked if Theo could truly handle it. With confidence shining in his eyes, Theo answered without hesitation that he could. Leviathan smiled, an ancient and massive expression, and said he liked Theo's confidence at least. However, he had one final condition. He asked Theo to promise that he would use this power to protect those whom Kriemhild had wanted to protect. Theo tightened his grip on the hilt of his weapon and swore on his sword. Hearing this, Leviathan thanked Theo from the bottom of his heart. He said that because of him he could finally return to his friend's side. After such a long wait, it was finally time. The transfer of power then began. Leviathan slowly drifted away, his physical body breaking apart and turning into countless particles of light. The sight was mesmerizing. As Theo watched, he thought about the deep bond between Leviathan and Kriemhild, a friendship that had lasted for countless years. The glowing light was beautiful, sorrowful, and overwhelming all at once. While Theo was lost in the scene, watching the dragon fade away, one of his guardians snapped him back to reality. The guardian warned him that the sea currents created by Leviathan were disappearing. The magical buoyancy that kept the archipelago afloat was gone. At this rate, the islands would sink. He urged Theo to hurry, saying there was no time left and that he had to absorb Leviathan's power immediately. As Theo began absorbing the power, ancient energy surged through his veins. He told Leviathan not to worry and made one last vow to the fading spirit. He promised to use this power to move the entire archipelago. Far above, on the surface of the sea, the archipelago began to shake violently. Leviathan's power was fading, waiting for its new master to fully claim it. But as Theo tried to absorb the power directly, the truth of his situation struck him like the weight of the ocean itself. With sudden, agonizing terror, he realized that his body could not endure such overwhelming power. It was not just heavy, it was corrosive, unstable, and far too vast for a human body. His flesh began to break apart. His skin cracked and glowed as if molten lava were flowing beneath it, burning him from the inside. The pain was absolute, drowning out all thought. In that blinding agony, Theo realized he had been arrogant. He had overestimated himself and underestimated the ancient beast. The warnings of the other guardians echoed in his mind like a dark prophecy. They had told him that Leviathan existed on an entirely different level, a being of calamity beyond comparison. But Theo, blinded by ambition and past victories, had not understood just how overwhelming this power would be. It felt less like absorbing mana and more like trying to drink a tsunami. As Leviathan's power went berserk, tearing through his meridians like a trapped wild beast, Theo thought that at this rate his body would fall apart. He would turn into ash and water, leaving nothing behind. At that desperate moment when darkness began creeping into his vision, Leviathan's voice echoed inside his mind. Deep, ancient, and powerful, it told him to use the dragon-slaying sword. Theo's instincts immediately agreed. Without hesitation, he placed the dragon-slaying sword between himself and the raging energy. He thrust the blade into the torrent of mana, using the legendary weapon as a conduit and a filter to tame the dragon's raw power. The chaos began to settle. The violent flood of energy turned into a controlled stream, its malice stripped away by the holy metal of the blade. Watching from the spiritual realm, one of Theo's guardians mocked him lightly, saying that he had finally used his brain for someone of his rank. The guardian explained that by letting the power pass through the dragon-slaying sword first, Theo had reduced the strain on his body. It was a gamble, but a calculated one. Theo agreed, his mental voice strained but filled with relief. He said that Leviathan had helped him even at the very end. The beast had not wanted its new host to die in such a pitiful way. When the absorption finally reached its peak, Theo propelled himself upward. He burst out of the sea, breaking through the surface with explosive force. Floating in the night sky above the calm ocean, the scene was almost unreal. The moon shone behind him, forming a silver halo around his figure. Plum blossom petals drifted through the air, forming from his aura as his martial arts and inner spirit merged with Leviathan's power. Feeling the cool night air against his newly restored skin, Theo smiled in satisfaction. Overwhelming mana flowed through him. It felt as if Leviathan itself were clenched in his grasp, fully tamed and bound to his will. All the pain, struggle, and brush with death had been worth it. Then one of his guardians spoke again, breaking his moment of triumph. The guardian reminded him that this was no time to relax. The task was not finished. If Theo wanted to move the archipelago and save everyone from the coming disaster, now was the only chance to use Leviathan's power at its full strength. The opportunity would not last long. Theo acknowledged this, his expression turning serious once more. Without delay, he began gathering the remaining traces of Leviathan's energy around the floating islands. He pulled the strands of mana together, weaving them into a vast invisible net that wrapped around the entire archipelago. One of the guardians asked if he had already chosen the destination. Theo looked toward the horizon, his eyes glowing faintly blue. He said there was a place so perfectly suited that no discussion was needed. His voice was filled with certainty. It was the bay in the northeastern region of Ragnar, the very place where the floating archipelago had once rested. That place was ideal. It was their home. Meanwhile, inside the temple, the fierce battle continued. Chaos filled the air as blades clashed, magic exploded, and screams echoed everywhere. In the middle of the fighting, the combatants noticed something terrifying. The massive wave outside was growing wild. The waters around the island churned violently, rising and falling in unnatural patterns. The citizens began to panic, wondering what was happening. Beneath their feet, the ground groaned and shifted ominously. They scream in fear, asking, "What is happening to Kriemhild? Is the protection failing?" Someone cries out with terror in their voice, "The island isn't going to sink, is it?" Soldiers and citizens alike stare in desperate shock as everything unfolds before them. The horizon seems to tilt and fear grips them as they believe the islands are about to sink into the deep ocean. Panic spreads and threatens to turn into a wild stampede. Then one citizen, more observant than the others, points with a trembling hand and tells everyone to look at the coastline. "Look, it's not sinking, it's moving. The floating archipelago itself is moving. The entire landmass is sliding across the surface of the sea, pushed by a godlike force, cutting through the waves and heading toward the northeast." The scene suddenly shifts to a lonely hall far from the battlefield, where the air is heavy with political tension. Troyvan's ninth noble servitor Noel stands there facing Ragnar's ninth dragon overlord, Dante Roll. The tension between them is thick and suffocating. As Noel looks outward and senses the distant change in mana and the movement of the islands, he wonders what in the world is happening. His thoughts race as he tries to calculate every possibility. He cannot believe that Theo Ragnar has absorbed the power of the dragon-slaying sword so quickly. It goes against all logic and completely breaks the timeline they had planned. With a grim smile that never reaches his cold eyes, the overlord dragon Dante speaks. "This does not seem to be the time for us to linger here." He casually adjusts his cuffs, as if he is talking about the weather instead of a major strategic failure. He says that he would like to offer his apology in this way, and asks, "Shall we end it at that?" Hearing this, Noel can no longer control his anger. The veins on his neck stand out as he snaps back. "Are you trying to brush this off? You think a simple apology is enough for this disaster?" Dante replies in a smooth, infuriatingly calm voice that even he failed to predict Theo Ragnar's actions. "The boy is an anomaly." Dante continues, saying that the plan is already close to its end, since that man seems to have uncovered the secret of the dragon-slaying sword. Is that not convenient? Turning his gaze to Noel, the overlord dragon orders him to kill Theo Ragnar and take the dragon-slaying sword. This shocks Noel deeply. He realizes that the overlord dragon plans to use his hands to remove a future political rival. It is a dirty move, using an outsider to solve an internal family problem. Noel asks suspiciously, "Are you really planning to wipe your nose without touching your own hands?" Dante smiles sharply and replies, "Instead of wasting time like this, isn't this the more profitable choice for you as well? You get the sword and I get my problem removed." Back at the temple, the vibration of the moving island hums through the stone floor. Antonio, battered and exhausted, feels both shocked and overjoyed at the same time. He feels the movement and sees the horizon changing. He understands that the archipelago is truly relocating. "That bastard," Antonio thinks, tears filling his eyes. "He really did it." Antonio then screams with all his strength, his voice breaking as he orders everyone to stop fighting. Stop this madness," he roars. The danger of the archipelago sinking is gone, and now everyone can be safe. While he speaks, lost in relief and hope, he fails to notice his surroundings. He does not see the shadow moving behind him. A sword swings down toward him, aiming for a fatal strike before he can react. At the final moment, a blur of motion blocks the attack. Theo arrives. With a sound like thunder, he shatters the enemy's sword, sending metal fragments flying through the air. Antonio is saved. Theo does not hesitate. In one swift and smooth motion, he cuts the enemy soldier in half. It is a clean, merciless strike that leaves no chance of survival. As the people see Theo standing there, overflowing with power, their voices rise together. The chant starts quietly and grows into a roar. Kriemhild has returned. Kriemhild has succeeded in sealing the sea dragon. They do not see Theo Ragnar. They see their legendary hero reborn. Antonio calls out to Theo and looks at him with deep gratitude. He asks, "The archipelago, it's safe now, isn't it?" Theo turns to him with calm, reassuring eyes and answers, "Yes, and it will never sink again." Antonio thanks him sincerely, holding his wound. He says it feels shameful to ask for more after everything Theo has done, but he has one last request. Theo gently stops him and tells him to rest without worry. Looking around at the aftermath, the fallen bodies, the blood and the exhaustion on the guards' faces, Theo says he understands what they all did to protect the floating archipelago and to protect him while he was deep below. Then Theo steps forward holding the dragon-slaying sword. The blade hums with a terrifying power as he declares, "From now on I will take care of this place." The enemy soldiers freeze in fear at the sight of Theo wielding the dragon-slaying sword. The pressure radiating from the weapon is so overwhelming that their knees begin to shake. The patriarch of the Spinola family, Antonio's father, watches his plans fall apart before his eyes. He screams at the soldiers in a hysterical voice, shouting at them for standing there and doing nothing. He yells that the dragon-slaying sword is walking toward them on its own legs, that it is right there in front of them. He orders the soldiers to stop hesitating and seize it at once. His greed completely blinds him to the danger. Driven by fear of their patriarch and tempted by the prize, all the soldiers begin to charge toward Theo. Steel flashes and loud shouts fill the air as they rush forward. Theo is ready to fight the entire archipelago if he has to, but suddenly the atmosphere changes. The air becomes heavy, oppressive, and hard to breathe. Noel arrives at the temple. He steps onto the battlefield and his presence alone makes blood run cold. In a terrifying voice with no trace of humanity, he says that in the short time he was gone they have turned the place into a complete mess. The overwhelming mana in the air puts Theo on edge instantly. The hair on his arm stands up. He can feel what is about to happen. A calamity is coming. Theo begins gathering Leviathan's power, drawing moisture from the air and the ground. At the same time he screams at the top of his lungs, telling everyone to lie fate down immediately. Noel casually swings his sword. The movement looks lazy and effortless. In a single wide arc he cuts down all the soldiers of the three maritime families. The attack shows no mercy. It slices through armor, flesh, and bone alike. Everyone in its path is cut down, including Antonio's father, the patriarch of the Spinola family. Thanks to Theo's quick thinking, he manages to block the strike with Leviathan's power. He summons a massive wall of raging water, a barrier of tightly compressed hydro energy to protect Antonio and the citizens behind him. When Noel swings his sword, it feels as if time itself stops. The world turns gray, all sound disappears. Then reality crashes back. Everything in the path of the blade is cut cleanly in two. The temple pillars, the statues, and the soldiers all slide apart. Leviathan's power is only just enough to block the strike for Theo and those directly behind him, but the force is still catastrophic. When it is over, the temple is drenched in blood. It looks like a slaughterhouse. Theo disperses the water wall, letting it fall and splash over the blood-soaked stones. Antonio stares in horror, unable to believe what he sees. The nobles and the guards are all dead. Bodies lie scattered everywhere, torn apart. In the middle of the fallen soldiers stands Noel. He looks bored, he looks disappointed. He curses the nobles, calling them worm-like pirate trash, and spits on the ground. He says they could not even get rid of a single brat, yet they managed to turn everything into a disaster. He blames the dead for their own incompetence. As Antonio looks over the carnage, his eyes stop on one horrifying sight. He sees half of his father's head lying on the ground, a greedy expression still frozen on his face. Antonio does not know what to feel or think. The shock is too much. His mind goes blank. Theo steps in, his voice sharp and commanding. He tells Antonio to pull himself together and not to look at it. He orders him to evacuate the citizens. The floating archipelago will need him. He is the leader now. Antonio finally comes back to himself. He forces his eyes away from his father's remains and steels his resolve, pushing his grief aside for later. He begins evacuating the citizens, guiding them away from the monster that is Noel. As Theo looks at Noel, a cold thought runs through his mind. Even from this distance, blocking that strike was the best he could do. His hands are still numb. With a chill down his spine, he wonders what Noel truly is, and whether he is even human. Bloodlust pours from Noel like a dark aura as he looks at Theo. He raises his sword and points the tip directly at the young dragon. He calls out Ragnar, mocking him, and says this is as far as his insolence goes. His eyes glow with predatory malice as he declares that he will tear him apart so completely that even his father will not recognize him. Noel stood in front of Theo with a presence so heavy it felt like the air itself was being crushed. The pressure was so strong that it seemed as if gravity had grown stronger in that one place. Theo thought to himself that someone this powerful could not have appeared out of nowhere. It made no sense. Legends did not simply appear without a past or any record. Fear tightened his jaw until his teeth ground together, the sound echoing in his head. Cold sweat ran down his face, burning his eyes and chilling his skin even in the heat of battle. His thoughts raced as he tried to understand the danger in front of him. He suspected there was a high chance that the man before him was one of Troyvan's noble servitors. The realization struck him hard. These were enhanced humans created to fight Ragnar's 9 dragons, living weapons, monsters wearing human bodies. They were unimaginably strong and cruel, designed only to kill. During the Great War, they had matched the power of the 9 dragons, destroying battlefields like natural disasters. To someone who had regressed and remembered a future that had not yet happened, Theo wondered if these beings had been created long before the Great War. Maybe the timeline had changed, or maybe his knowledge was incomplete. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Theo rushed forward to attack, hoping to act before fear froze him completely. The ground cracked under his boots as he leaped ahead. Before he could reach Noel jumped into the air with unnatural agility, ignoring gravity. He swung his sword with terrifying force, and the motion felt less like an attack and more like a disaster. The strike split the ground in a straight line, the earth tearing open with a thunderous sound as dust filled the air. Theo jumped to the side to avoid it, his heart pounding as he realized how fast Noel was. It was not just speed, but suddenness. Theo stepped back, his boots sliding on loose stones, and thought grimly that this was exactly what he had expected from a weapon meant to counter the 9 dragons. As Theo focused on Noel, filled with fear and calculation, Noel released his aura. It burst outward violently. The ground beneath him cracked, spreading fractures like spiderwebs as if the earth could not support his presence. Shockwaves shook Theo to his bones. The aura radiated absolute dominance. Theo quickly reconsidered his chances. He measured the gap in power and the many unknowns. If this man truly was a noble servitor, then victory was impossible. Logic told him he would lose. Before he could plan a retreat, Noel leapt at him again. The distance vanished in an instant. Theo barely managed to block the strike with his sword, acting on instinct rather than sight. The impact was devastating. He was thrown into the air, his body helpless against the force. Pain tore through him as the shock traveled up his arms and nearly broke his grip. His face hardened as reality set in. Without allowing him time to recover, Noel raised his sword high, the blade shining dangerously, and swung down with full power. He remarked that the dragon slaying power should have made it difficult for Theo to even hold his sword. The words hit Theo as hard as the attack itself, making him wonder how much this enemy truly knew. Theo raised his sword again in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but the blow sent him flying backward into the buildings behind him. He crashed through walls and windows like a stone skipping across water. Dust and rubble filled the area as structures collapsed around him in a loud storm of destruction. Noel landed lightly on the ground, his boots barely making a sound. Completely unlike the chaos he had caused, he calmly told Theo to give up and warned him that continuing would only bring more pain. His tone was steady and confident, as if stating a simple fact. Before the dust settled and while Theo was still hidden, 3 daggers flew out of the cloud toward Noel, aimed at vital spots. Noel easily knocked them aside with his hand and caught them in midair, showing reflexes far beyond human limits. He mocked the attack, saying it was a joke and making it clear he was not treating this seriously, then threw the daggers away. Before he could finish speaking, Theo appeared behind him. Using the distraction, Theo swung his sword with all his strength, pouring every bit of power he had into the strike. Noel turned to him with cold, unimpressed eyes and asked if he was not too old for such games. Hearing the fight described as a game filled Theo with anger and confusion, because this was a battle for survival. His sword struck with tremendous force, sending dust and debris into the air as the sound echoed through the ruins. When the dust cleared, the truth was revealed. Noel had blocked the attack with his sword without even moving his feet. In his mind, Noel realized that he now understood what Sir Ed had meant. The pieces finally fit together. After exchanging blows with Theo and witnessing his persistence and strange strength, Noel guessed that this was the person Ed had been referring to. Then a piece of his past surfaced and a flashback washed over Noel's mind. He found himself again in a dark room, standing straight. Sir Ed had been warning him about Theo Ragnar, the next Ragnar of the new generation. The name itself carried great importance. Ed told him to watch Theo carefully. It was not just advice but a direct order. He instructed Noel that if he ever had the chance to fight Theo, he must kill him. Ed's face had been cold and angry, showing that failure would not be tolerated. The memory faded. Back in the present, Noel swung his sword casually, and the force of the wind alone blew the dust away around him. The ground beneath his feet was shattered from Theo's earlier attack, clear proof that the boy held dangerous power. After witnessing Theo's strength, Noel decided that if Theo was allowed to live, he would become a major problem in the war. A risk they could not afford. That made Theo a threat that had to be removed. The decision was final. Noel's sword was now stained with Theo's blood. The red liquid ran along the blade and dripped onto the ground, showing how badly Theo was hurt. It was a deep wound. Theo was fleeing, stumbling as he tried to buy time. Every second counted. One of his guardians was speaking to him, asking what he planned to do, because they needed more time to reach him. They were either too far away or too slow. A system message appeared in Theo's vision, glowing faintly. It told him that the Fairy Bluff skill had failed because its cooldown was not over. The ability that could have saved him was useless. Theo told himself that he could not lose here. He refused to accept it, even as blood poured from his wounds, soaking his clothes and leaving a trail behind him. Another notification showed that the Dragon Slayer's sword would take more than 2 minutes to stabilize. 2 minutes. In a fight this fast, 2 minutes felt endless. Theo gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white, thinking that if he could borrow Leviathan's power just once more, he might escape. He needed a miracle. As he ran toward the port, the smell of salt water mixed with the sharp scent of blood. In a broken window, he saw Noel's reflection attacking from behind. The port, which had been calm moments ago, was destroyed in an instant. Warehouses collapsed and crates shattered. Theo jumped back and barely avoided the strike. Blood sprayed from his wounds, coloring the rubble red. Before he could even take a full breath, another attack came at him. He leaned backward and narrowly escaped again, while the buildings behind him were completely destroyed. The sword's energy cut through stone and steel with ease, slicing the structures cleanly in half. The upper parts slid down slowly before crashing to the ground with massive force. Noel continued the chase like a hunter playing with injured prey. Theo leapt through ruined buildings, climbing over broken bricks and twisted metal as he tried to escape. Before he could get away, Noel struck him from behind. The impact was brutal. Theo was slammed into the walls and thrown out of the building, his body smashing through one wall after another. One wall, then 2, then 3. Using all the strength he had left, Theo forced his broken body to move. He swung his sword with everything he had, releasing a bright wave of energy that destroyed everything in its path. It was a desperate, blinding burst of power. When the dust settled, Theo froze in shock. Noel was standing there without a single injury. His clothes were clean, without even a trace of dust. Noel lunged forward again, attacking without pause. Theo desperately searched for a way out, but no solution came to mind. The air was heavy with killing intent. Sparks flew as their swords collided, flashing like deadly fireworks. Theo was barely holding on. His arms shook and his stance weakened. Noel's attacks cut through everything around them, including lampposts, the ground, and scattered debris. With a powerful explosion, Theo was thrown into the sea. He slammed into the water, the impact knocking the air from his lungs, and then crashed into a nearby docked boat. The wood splintered on impact. Noel followed him into the air and hovered above him like an executioner waiting to strike. Noel swung his sword again, releasing countless invisible blades of air. They tore through the sea, stirring the water into chaos. Huge waves rose and crashed down, turning the harbor into a violent storm. When the water finally settled a little, Theo burst out of the sea and faced Noel again. He was drenched, shaking and breathing heavily, struggling to catch air. His chest rose and fell with every painful breath. Theo thought that he only needed a little more time for the Dragon Slayer's sword to stabilize. He checked the system again. The display showed that only 17 seconds remained. Just 17 seconds. Noel gathered energy into his sword, and the blade began to glow with a dark light. He said that the fight had become boring and that he would end it now. Theo realized this was extremely dangerous. This would be the final blow. He decided to try one last move, a reckless and desperate gamble. His eyes dropped to his sword. Making up his mind, he threw it into the air above Noel, casting away his only weapon. He asked if Noel wanted the sword, saying that if he did, he could take it. Noel paused in confusion and looked up at the spinning blade. That brief moment of hesitation was exactly what Theo needed. A massive sea serpent burst out of the water, drawn by the sword or perhaps by Theo's will, and caught the blade in its jaws. At that moment, Theo mocked Noel, saying that he could have taken the sword if he had just caught it. Theo smiled through blood-stained teeth. Noel's eyes widened in rage. His calm broke completely. He shouted angrily at Theo, calling him a foolish brat and cursing his tricks, realizing he had been deceived. Theo stood on the surface of the water, balancing as the waves shifted beneath his feet. Multiple sea serpents rose behind him from the deep like ancient guards awakening. Because it was a water-based attack, they gathered energy in their mouths, which glowed blue. Noel glared with fury, his pride hurt more than his body. The serpents fired straight at him, releasing a beam of compressed water that twisted the sea around it. Noel blocked the attack and sneered, thinking that a few cursed fish could never change his fate. He believed the enemy was foolish. With a casual swing of his sword, he scattered the attack, turning the water into harmless mist. He was then surprised to see Theo rushing toward him. Seeing that Noel was unharmed, Noel mocked him, saying that Theo had only been running until now, and had suddenly found the courage to attack. His anger reached its limit. In a cold voice he said he did not know what Theo was planning, but Theo should give everything he had because he would make sure the end was flashy. Noel began charging his power. The pressure became crushing, making the air thick and hard to breathe. Theo's eyes fixed on a notification as the timer stopped at 0. The Dragon Slayer's sword stabilized. An ancient, powerful voice echoed in his mind, thanking him and telling him to use the remaining power to protect himself. It felt like approval and authority being granted. Noel was shocked by the sudden change in Theo. The air around the boy shifted instantly. A notification appeared, stating that Theo had acquired the skill nibbling embedded in his sword. When Theo swung the blade, a water dragon formed from the ocean and mana. It roared with a sound that shook the sky. When their swords collided, the impossible happened. Noel's sword, which had endured everything until now, shattered into pieces. Steel fragments flew like confetti. Theo continued forward without losing momentum. A massive water dragon surged from his attack, huge, majestic, and terrifying, ready to destroy everything ahead. The sky above the floating islands turned into a battlefield, heavy with the smell of salt, ozone, and approaching death. The air itself seemed to scream as the echoes of Theo's strongest attack, nibbling, spread like fading thunder. At the center of that destruction, Noel remained or barely existed as a broken version of himself. He was completely ruined. His once fearsome form was reduced to torn flesh and fabric. His noble clothing hung in burned strips, fluttering uselessly in the violent wind. The mask that had hidden his identity for so long finally shattered, scattering like porcelain across the sky and leaving him exposed. Dark hot blood sprayed from countless wounds, forming a red mist as his broken body fell from the air toward the raging sea. As he dropped, the environment began to change. The massive whirlpool Theo had created slowly calmed, shrinking into heavy rhythmic waves. Theo landed on the dock, though his landing was heavy rather than elegant. His boot struck the wood with a loud thud that showed how exhausted he was. His body was covered in cuts and bruises that burned from the salt water. His chest rose and fell as he struggled to catch his breath and steady his heart. The silence afterward was short and misleading. Suddenly the water burst open. Noel's hand emerged, his fingers digging desperately into the edge of the dock. Driven by pure hatred, he slowly pulled himself up. He stood there dripping, a figure of blood and vengeance. He told Theo that it was a shame the attack had not been strong enough to kill him. He assumed that nibbling had been Theo's final move and the limit of his power. With a twisted smile that warped his ruined face, he said it had still not been enough to end his life. With the mask on, his face was fully visible, and it was horrifying. It was burned and misshapen, covered in melted scars and exposed nerves. Thick black stitches covered his body, showing the many surgeries he had endured to become a servitor, a process that had clearly erased his humanity and replaced it with something unnatural. Despite his exhaustion, Theo did not hesitate. He replied that he had expected the same result. He knew that a being with such artificial durability would not die from one strike. He added that he understood how dangerous his opponent was. As a noble servitor who rivaled the 9 dragons, Noel would not fall easily. His words were not respectful but cold and calculated. The water around the archipelago suddenly shook, sending vibrations through the floating island. It was a warning of another water-based attack, as Theo refused to lose his momentum. He raised the Dragon Slayer sword high, its blade catching the dim light as it pointed skyward. With absolute certainty, he declared that his power was enough to drag Noel to the ocean floor and bury him in the abyss, where his stitched body would never be found. As Theo struck his sword through the air, the ocean answered. A gigantic hand of water rose from the sea, detailed and terrifying, like the limb of a titan, ready to crush Noel and sink him into the depths. Seeing the scale of the coming disaster, Noel cursed the sea currents under Theo's control as they closed in on him, the endless wall of water blocking the horizon. Another violent vortex formed, shaking the entire archipelago so hard that its residents felt as if the world itself were tilting. Theo used all his strength, his muscles burning as he silently told Noel to disappear into the depths of the sea. Powerful currents caught Noel and dragged him away. His screams were lost in the thunder of the ocean, and he could do nothing against the ancient crushing force of the water. The currents twisted into a massive whirlpool, a spinning prison of pressure that pulled Noel down. In seconds the surface sealed over him. He vanished into the endless sea, a dark speck swallowed by blue water. Theo stood alone on the dock as silence settled over the place like a heavy blanket. He was worn out from his earlier wounds and from pushing his powers too far. His vision blurred and his legs felt unbearably heavy. With the danger gone, he finally allowed himself to rest. He collapsed to the ground, his knees striking the wood, gasping for air as if his lungs were on fire. In a tired, quiet voice, he said that he had kept his promise to Leviathan to protect the archipelago. He also murmured that if he had been asked to do even a little more, he would not have survived the day. The scene then shifted away from the ruined dock. Through the round lens of a telescope, a shoreline came into view, focused on the far line of the horizon. The entire floating island archipelago was moving toward land, a sight that seemed to break the laws of nature. Antonio Spinola stood at the edge, watching the navigation tools as he calculated the island's speed. It was his first time guiding a landmass this large, but he estimated it was moving at about 2 knots. After checking his charts and the strength of the waves, he judged that reaching the shore at that speed would cause no damage. It would be a gentle arrival, land meeting land once more. The people of the archipelago also looked ahead. They gathered along railings and cliffs, their faces showing both fear and hope. Antonio Spinola then turned to Theo, who had joined them after recovering a little, and said that when Theo had first claimed he could move the floating islands, he had not believed it was possible. He admitted that even now, after seeing it with his own eyes, it still felt unreal. The vast archipelago moved forward slowly and proudly, leaving a huge wake behind as it headed toward its new future. As the crowd murmured, a young girl stepped forward. Confused, she asked why they were going through all the trouble of moving the island at all. She wondered if it would not be easier to simply seal the sea dragon and stay where they were. Theo looked at her with the tired wisdom of someone who had seen too much bloodshed. He agreed that sealing the dragon was an option, but he explained that the same disaster could happen again. He said that keeping the archipelago floating at sea might bring peace for a short time, but it would not last. Greedy people like Troyvan would keep coming for the Dragon Slayer sword, drawn by its power again and again. As long as the islands floated alone in the open ocean, they would always be a target. By settling near land, the archipelago would no longer risk isolation or constant danger. Theo then stated firmly that the floating archipelago would settle in the shallow northeastern bay of Ragnar. There it would regain stability, secured to land that could protect it. When the people heard this, their faces lit up. The tired looks of the refugees faded as they began to imagine a peaceful and prosperous home, a place where their children would no longer wake to the sounds of war. Theo then suggested changing the island's name to mark the start of this new age. Antonio Spinola stepped forward next. He bowed his head deeply, his presence seeming smaller as he spoke with regret about the hostage incident involving the Merchant Guild and the Black Skull. Because of that event, the white-armored dragon cavalry had suffered heavy losses. He said the tragedy was caused by his father's ambition and cruelty. and he apologized sincerely for the lives lost, his voice shaking under the weight of guilt. He admitted that even though they had been threatened or forced by Troyvan, they could not claim to be completely innocent of the bloodshed. He told Theo that he was ready to take responsibility and accept whatever punishment was decided. Theo watched him quietly, then placed a steady hand on Antonio Spinola's shoulder. He said that Antonio did need to take responsibility, but not in the way he expected. Antonio grew tense, imagining the worst, yet he accepted it with a grim nod. He said he was prepared to do anything, even to give up his life, if that would settle the debt of honor. Theo stopped him before he could finish, a faint, knowing smile on his face. Speaking formally, he addressed Antonio Spinola as the leader of the Northern Maritime Alliance and told him to take on the empty role the world urgently needed. Antonio Spinola was stunned. He stood still, staring in disbelief, and asked what Theo meant. Theo then explained his plan clearly. He said that with the Ragnar Sara's merchant guild cleansed of corruption and its leaders removed, the North no longer had a major system for distributing goods. The economy was empty and broken, and the people were suffering. He believed that the floating archipelago's maritime alliance could fill this gap by using its special position and skills to rebuild the trade routes. Antonio Spinola looked down at the floor and wondered if he truly deserved such a role because of his family's past. Theo then turned to the crowd, the hundreds of people who had survived the siege, and asked whether Antonio was worthy of the title. The priestess, a woman held in great respect, was the first to raise her hand in support. She said that she admired the honesty Antonio had shown during the darkest moments of the battle. After she spoke, many others followed her lead. Before long, almost everyone raised their hands for Antonio. Some said he had saved their lives in the chaos, and others said they had seen him stand up for the citizens when no one else did. Theo then spoke calmly and said that if the Northern Maritime Alliance and its capital were invested first in Ragnar, he would take responsibility for the floating archipelago's freedom and security. He swore in the name of Ragnar that he would keep his word, forming a vow that tied the two powers together. Antonio Spinola also made a vow on behalf of the Maritime Alliance to work with the House of Ragnar. They shook hands to seal the promise as the sun began to break through the clouds. Soon after, the floating archipelago finally reached the shore with a soft, steady landing. Theo looked toward the new horizon and said that they had arrived at the floating archipelago's new home. The scene then shifted sharply to a stormy shore at midnight. Far from the celebration, wild waves crashed against sharp rocks under a crying sky. Suddenly, a pale, shaking hand rose from the water. Noel had reached the shore at last, his body dragged in by the tide. He struggled to breathe, coughing up the salt water that had nearly killed him. Barely able to stay upright on the wet sand, he cursed Theo in a broken, bitter voice and swore that he would tear him apart for this humiliation. But his face suddenly lost all color as a cold fear washed over him. He heard an ancient, icy voice asking whether he truly thought himself strong enough to challenge the 9 dragons. Noel looked up and saw a figure standing on a cliff above him. The figure looked down and called him a complete disappointment. As Noel squinted through the rain, he realized it was the Overlord Dragon, and panic took hold of him. Trembling, Noel tried to explain that he needed one more chance to succeed and begged for help just once more so he could restore his honor. The Overlord Dragon leaped down from the cliff and landed silently on the sand like a hunting beast. He called Noel a fool and said that since Noel clearly did not understand his purpose, he would explain it. With a merciless expression, the dragon said that he had wanted Noel to take the archipelago so he could claim it for himself. The truth struck Noel hard, and he clenched his teeth in anger. He asked if the dragon had planned from the beginning to steal it back from the Troyvan. The dragon agreed and said it sounded fitting to take back what had been stolen. He added that Noel could have also eliminated that irritating boy Theo if he had been capable, but he had misjudged Noel's usefulness. The dragon mocked Noel, saying he had never believed a worm like him could even deal with a single brat from Ragnar. At that point, Noel finally broke. His pride turned into reckless rage, and he shouted insults at the dragon, accusing him of becoming arrogant and saying he would no longer accept being looked down on. His hand began to throb as flesh and metal twisted together, slowly forming a massive blade of bone and steel. With a scream, Noel charged forward, declaring that the time of the 9 dragons was over, and that he would show the true power of the 9 noble servitors. Before he could finish his attack, the Overlord Dragon moved faster than the eye could follow. In one effortless motion, he shattered Noel's upper body. Blood and broken mechanical parts scattered across the stormy beach. Standing among the remains, the dragon remarked that such arrogance before him was unacceptable. He looked down at what was left and commented that fools from the east always tried to talk their way through battles. He wondered aloud if the old 9 dragons had grown weak to allow such trash to challenge them, and mocked Noel for thinking he could fight with such little power. Leaving the lifeless body behind, the dragon turned toward the sea. He reflected that although Noel had been weak, his failed rebellion might still work on the old man or on that cursed lizard. With a deadly smile that promised fire and blood to come, he quietly spoke the name Theo Ragnar. Looking toward the distant land of Ragnar, he said he should find out what that boy was truly capable of. The horizon was no longer a sign of hope. It was a broken line of despair. Across the wide battlefield, the air smelled of iron and rot. Blood covered the ground, broken swords lay everywhere. Once proud war banners were crushed into the mud. The fighting was over for many. The Troyvan soldiers had captured the Ragnar soldiers. The survivors, if they could be called that, were badly hurt. Deep cuts and heavy blows marked their bodies. Ropes bit into their bruised skin as they were forced to kneel in long rows across the red-soaked earth. Ed Troyvan, commander of the Troyvan forces, stood before his army. He radiated terrifying power. His shining armor caught the fading light, making him look like a war god in a slaughterhouse. One wounded Ragnar soldier still had the strength to resist. He spat on the ground and cursed Ed, calling him a fool. Through pain, he shouted that winning small battles meant nothing, and that Ed would never defeat the Ragnars. He spoke of their legacy as it could never fall. He didn't finish. Ed moved faster than anyone expected. In one smooth motion, he cut the man's throat. The soldier collapsed, choking on blood. Ed looked down and said he was tired of hearing that speech. Cold irritation crossed his face as he remarked that every Ragnar said the same thing before dying, empty pride that never stopped his blade. Then a messenger rushed in, sliding through the bloody grass and dropping to one knee. Breathless, he reported that the floating archipelago operation had failed. Silence followed. Ed asked about Noel, the noble servitor sent on the mission. The messenger shook his head and said all contact had been lost. One of the 9 servitors, Ain, stepped forward from the command tent. With open contempt, he said it seemed that the useless defector had failed. He added that the floating archipelago was their main supply hub. Losing it wasn't just embarrassing, it could change the whole war. Confident in himself, Ain asked for permission to fix it, already reaching for his weapon. Ed turned away, his cloak flowing like a burial shroud, and said they were abandoning it. He explained calmly that they had already taken the archipelago's capital and resources earlier, which mattered most. Losing the location was unfortunate, but priorities came first. Behind him, Troyvan soldiers continued killing the remaining Ragnar prisoners. Blades rose and fell in a steady rhythm. Blood kept soaking into the ground. Ed ordered Ain to gather their forces at the center. He said this battlefield was only a distraction, a massive bloody show to keep their enemies busy. Then Ed's expression changed. His noble mask vanished, replaced by something cold and ancient. He told Ain they had only one true goal and must never forget it. Everything, the wars, the deaths, the sacrifices, was for one purpose: the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor. The scene shifted back to the floating archipelago. It was a bright, beautiful day. Warm sunlight filled the sky and the deep blue ocean sparkled below. Inside the administrative offices, the mood was tense. Antonio was buried in paperwork, struggling to keep a floating nation running. He muttered to himself about using merchant guild routes to stabilize trade, but there was a problem. No word from the Southern Guild. Ink stained his fingers. He admitted his head was spinning from the workload and uncertainty. Theo entered quietly and noticed Antonio's stress. Looking over the messy maps and ledgers, he asked if Ragnar's supply lines were causing trouble. Antonio agreed. Leaning back, he sighed and said sea trade would be easier without storms, tides, and pirates. Then his worry deepened. He told Theo he was afraid of him and of the House of Ragnar. He said he was grateful that Theo had freed them from Troyvan's control, but nothing in the world was truly free. Everything had a price. With a single decision, Theo could place the archipelago back under someone's rule, just his instead of Ed's. Avoiding Theo's eyes, Antonio admitted he sometimes wondered if they were safer when they lived alone at sea, far from powerful lords. Theo didn't take offense. He smiled slightly and said he understood. A leader should always fear being taken over. In their world, paranoia kept you alive. But Theo said he saw it differently. He explained that the archipelago was weakest when it stayed isolated. With no enemies, people grew soft. They forgot how to fight. That peaceful weakness was why they couldn't resist the recent Troyvan attack. Theo reached into his pouch and tossed something onto Antonio's desk. It slid across the surface, a heavy, cold object. He said a nation couldn't rely on goodwill alone. Even if it was risky, a country had to be strong enough to defend itself. The object was an ancient medallion carved from a skull. Theo told Antonio it was good that he worried like this. It meant he was thinking like a real ruler. Then he asked if Antonio had heard of Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. Antonio said yes. They were legendary warriors who rode wyverns straight into storms. Theo smiled again, eyes bright with a new idea. He said the archipelago had creatures like wyverns too, only theirs lived hidden beneath the waves. Antonio's face went pale. He asked if Theo meant the sea serpents and told him not to get started on them. He called them sea thugs, wild creatures that swarm without warning and destroy everything. Whenever they appeared near the docks, it became an emergency that forced every able-bodied person to fight them off. As if their name had summoned them, chaos erupted. Screams drifted in through the window. The sea serpents had reached the docks. Civilians fled in panic, and the island's fighters rushed to prepare for a battle they were not ready to win. Antonio stood, his hand on his sword, ready to protect his people. Theo blocked him and calmly told him not to worry, saying he had called the serpents himself. They rushed onto the deck. A massive sea serpent rose from the water, its scaled head towering above them. Antonio was stunned and horrified. He demanded to know why Theo had brought such disaster. Theo did not answer. He walked up to the serpent, ignored its low growl, and placed his hand on its cold head. He told Antonio he would teach them to tame the serpents, just as the Ragnar family had tamed wyverns for the white-armored dragon cavalry. Across the archipelago, the docks were filled with terror. Many serpents coiled around the piers, freezing people in fear. Amid the chaos, Theo joked about creating their own dragon riders. Antonio gave a tense smile and said fighting while riding such monsters sounded impossible. Something from fairy tales, not real war. Theo replied that fairy tales suited a place this magical and reminded him that the legend Kriemhild had once ridden a sea serpent. He proposed naming the new force the Kriemhild Knight Order. A smaller serpent approached Antonio and leaned toward him. After hesitating, Antonio touched its scales. Theo grinned and said the serpent liked him. The moment ended when a girl hurried up and told Theo a guest was waiting, someone he could not ignore. Soon after, Theo was in a rundown warehouse at the edge of the industrial district. The girl questioned him sharply, asking how he had moved the island, tamed the serpents, and defeated Noel in only days. Theo simply said things had turned out that way. She replied that only those with a null snow rank in black snow knew how the world truly moved and that the danger was top secret. When Theo asked what she meant, she explained that Black Snow had long investigated the floating archipelago. It was suspected to be Troyvan's main supply hub and secret source of funding for their war. Theo was shocked. Everything finally made sense. Troyvan wanted the archipelago not just for land or a sword, but for survival. He realized Black Snow must know that losing it would cripple Troyvan's war. Then a cold thought struck him. Why had they done nothing to help during the siege? The warehouse doors creaked open. The overlord dragon Dante Roll entered. He studied Theo and asked if he was Theo Ragnar. Mocking him, he said the 9 dragon lords would not stop talking about the boy's potential. He claimed to have high expectations, then sneered that Theo looked like a useless pawn. He smiled without warmth and said it was nice to meet him. Theo froze, wondering why Dante Roll was here. He started to bow, but Dante waved him off and told him to relax, though his presence made that impossible. Dante then apologized to the girl for being late. She snapped back, demanding to know why he had let the archipelago fall so far and why he had not reported Troyvan's occupation to Black Snow. Theo was stunned again. The secrecy made sense now, but her next words were worse. She said Dante Roll had put everyone, including her, in danger by doing nothing. Dante smiled arrogantly and offered a careless apology. Then he released his aura. The crushing pressure shocked them both. His killing intent felt physical, forcing their bodies to the brink of collapse as the warehouse itself seemed to recoil. Windows burst open and shattered under the force. Theo struggled to stay standing. He had known Dante was strong, but this power was beyond imagination, like facing a hurricane. In that moment, Theo understood the truth. He finally saw why Ragnar had failed to stop Troyvan from taking the archipelago. Dante Roll had not been a bystander. He had stopped Ragnar himself. He was the shadow that had allowed the archipelago to nearly fall into Troyvan's hands. The air in the room did not just grow heavy, it turned into an invisible weight that felt strong enough to crush their bones. Theo's legs tightened and his knees almost gave out. The sheer force of the overload dragon pushed him toward the floor. Beside him, the girl from the Black Snow gasped, her chest struggling to rise, as if she were drowning in molten metal. Theo forced himself to stay upright, and a cold truth struck him. In his past life he had seen Ragnar fail to stop the colonization of the floating archipelago. Now, staring at Dante Roll's overwhelming power, everything made sense. It had not been poor planning or too few soldiers. It had been this impossible, monstrous strength. The tension became unbearable. Even breathing felt hard, as killing intent poured from Dante Roll so thick it felt real, like a cloak of ice and iron. Then the pressure vanished. Dante Roll broke into a wide, unsettling grin. The cruelty in his eyes faded, replaced by sudden cheer. He laughed, deep and rumbling. I was only joking. He waved his hand as if nearly crushing everyone meant nothing. He leaned back, completely relaxed. There was no secret plot behind the delay. He said he had simply missed the right moment to report things to the Black Snow. He rubbed his chin, thinking lightly. He had been watching Troyvan, studying their moves with slow, dragon-like patience. Everyone at the top knew the 9 dragons did not bother with small matters. A dark shine returned to his eyes as he explained his plan. He would let Troyvan's colonization grow and succeed. He would wait until it was ripe. Then he would swoop in and take everything at once. Without warning, Dante Roll slapped Theo hard on the back in a show of friendship. The blow knocked the air from Theo's lungs, making him stumble forward, choking. "You showed up and fixed everything, didn't you?" Theo steadied himself, his heart pounding. He looked at Dante Roll with narrow eyes. The man played the cheerful warrior, but Theo felt deep anger boiling under the surface. Dante Roll, the overload dragon, was feared even among the 9 dragons. His hunger for power never ended. He had joined Ragnar not out of loyalty but to test himself against them and grow stronger. Theo remembered rumors from his past life about Dante's vast wealth. Money taken from the floating archipelago. He fought with shadows and gold as much as with strength. Playing along was the only way to survive. Theo bowed his head and spoke calmly, hiding behind practiced humility. "I deeply apologize. I acted against your will and I am truly sorry." Dante Roll laughed loudly, but there was no warmth in it. "I never told you my will, boy. How could you know? Don't worry about it." His eyes sharpened as he spoke Theo's full title. "The 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar. You're impressive in person. No wonder you earned that position." He held out his hand. It looked friendly, but it felt like a binding deal. "It's better if we get along, wouldn't you agree?" Theo felt uneasy. A man like Dante Roll never had just one motive. Everything was layered with traps. Still, he had no choice. He shook Dante's hand, keeping his grip steady. "You flatter me, my lord. You're too humble," Dante Roll replied with a wider smile. "I wish my people could learn from you." Their forced peace was broken when the girl from the black snow stepped forward. She moved stiffly, gripping a scroll as if it were keeping her alive. "Sorry to interrupt, but new orders have arrived." She opened the scroll and read clearly. "With the archipelago mission complete and deployment no longer required, all forces are to report to the central front line immediately." Theo raised his eyebrows in surprise. The war was speeding up. Dante Roll simply nodded, turning serious. "Yeah, I need to go protect my base." He started walking, then threw a strange comment over his shoulder. "We need to settle something first." Theo frowned. "I don't understand." Dante Roll stopped without turning around. The room seemed to grow colder. "They ordered an interrogation about my scouting mission." When he turned back, his eyes burned with focused rage. "Is this from the Black Dragon? Does this come from Robert Ragnar?" The girl lowered her head at once, shaking under his stare. "Yes," she whispered. Dante Roll's face twisted with fury. His aura surged, making the shadows shrink away as he walked past her. "Tell that black rat that if he wants to question me, he can come do it himself." He left one final message behind. The scene moved from the tense meeting room to the deafening central plateau. Among the sharp peaks of the Blade Mountain range, the war was no longer fought with words, but with blood and steel. The battle had reached its peak. Wyverns darkened the sky, screaming as they dove at the soldiers below. Cannons thundered from the ground, shaking the earth as they tried to knock the flying beasts from the air. The Troyvan army was weakening. Without supplies from the floating archipelago, they were running out of time. Discipline had collapsed into desperation. They charged the Ragnar troops not to win, but just to stay alive a little longer. Theo Ragnar led the attack. His white wyvern slammed onto the ground, claws tearing into the dirt. Theo jumped off before it fully landed. In a blur he rushed the nearest enemy. His blade flashed once, clean and silver, and a Troyvan soldier fell headless. Behind him it was pure slaughter. The enemy dropped like crops before harvest, then the strange fear that had been crushing Troyvan morale suddenly vanished. Freed from it, the white armored dragon cavalry surged forward like a broken dam. Watching from the side, the black iron cavalry waited in perfect formation. Their commander Thorkel grinned as he watched the wyverns fight in the sky. "Those flying units look pretty cool, don't they?" his vice commander snapped back. "Sir, that's disrespectful," Thorkel laughed. "I'm joking, relax." He pulled on his heavy helmet, his voice muffled behind the visor. "Our men know we're better than those flying sparrows. Break them." With a roar from hundreds of throats, the black iron cavalry charged. They smashed into the Troyvan rear like a wave of dark metal. Horses and armor crushed bodies, bone turned to dust. By nightfall, screams were replaced by crackling campfires. The Ragnar soldiers rested at last, worn out from the day's killing. Inside a large command tent, roasted meat filled the air, mixed with loud cheers. Thorkel clapped a huge hand on Theo's shoulder. "Great work today, boy. You were a demon out there." Theo shook his head. "It wasn't just me, it was the whole white armored dragon cavalry." "Humble as always," Thorkel said with real respect. As he left, he paused. "Next time, skip the commander title. Call me Big Brother. We'll drink until we drop." Theo, Goldenhair, and Aaron bowed as Thorkel disappeared into the night. The moment he was gone, Goldenhair wrapped an arm around Theo's neck. "Wow, acting friendly with the commander. Look at you, Theo. You made it into the inner circle." "We're not that close," Theo muttered, trying to escape. Goldenhair leaned in eagerly. "Come on, what really happened on the archipelago? The rumors are wild." Aaron stepped behind Goldenhair and smacked the back of his head. "That's enough," Goldenhair yelped. Aaron ignored him and turned to Theo. "He just came off the battlefield. Stop bothering him. We haven't seen him in ages," Goldenhair complained. Theo stepped between them. "It's fine. Aaron, how's the overall situation? I joined the front too suddenly." Aaron walked to the map on the table. "Overall, we're doing well, actually very well." But her finger traced the enemy border. "Troyvan isn't moving much, even though we're right at their doorstep. It feels like they're waiting for something." Theo studied the map. Most officers believed Troyvan was setting a trap on the plateau, but Theo knew better. From his past life he remembered the truth. Troyvan's real target wasn't the plateau. It was the White Tower ruins where the ancient dragon relic slept. Far from the camp in the darkness, another sound filled the night. The wet rhythm of murder. Two figures in pure white robes moved through wounded Troyvan soldiers like ghosts. Screams drifted into the air. They were Ragnar heir candidates 3 and 4. Theo Ragnar and Gisher Ragnar. Theo wiped blood from his cheek and grinned wildly. "Where are the 9 servants? Killing these weaklings is getting boring." Gisher replied calmly while pulling his weapon free from a corpse. "Don't pretend you love this." Theo laughed. "Yeah, I really do." A new figure stepped from the shadows. Dante Roll looked over the bodies with cold eyes. He spoke to Gisher first. "Still sharp-tongued, I see." Then to Theo sternly, "And you, how many times have I told you to think before swinging your sword? That reckless rush of yours will get you killed." Theo lifted his veil. "It's been a while, master. I heard about the archipelago. Sounds like someone else took credit for your work." Dante shrugged. "That's just the price of entertainment, but listen carefully. This isn't the time to be arrogant. Someone from below is rising fast." Theo smiled. "From below? Thorkel, I can handle him." Gisher felt the change in Dante's presence. "No," he said quietly. "He means number 6, Theo." Theo sneered. "The new heir, master. That brat could never surpass us." Dante stepped closer, his face hard. "And what if he can? What if that brat is the chosen one?" Silence fell. Theo and Gisher froze. That title carried death with it. Dante's voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "Be ready. When the chance comes, crush Theo completely. Leave nothing behind." The scene shifts back to several hours before Theo reached the battlefield. The air smelled of pine and wet earth as his carriage moved through forests and mountains toward the front lines. Inside, Theo studied a map, his brow tight with focus as his finger followed the winding terrain. Over the creaking of the wooden frame, he quietly asked the guarding spirit if the White Tower was also a relic of the Primordial Dragon. The guarding spirit, a glowing being of soft light floating nearby, answered yes. Its voice sounded like dry leaves brushing together, old and calm. Theo fell silent. He remembered that even in his past life, this was the first region Troyvan had taken. The memory felt cold in his chest. He could almost smell the smoke from the burned lands. The image of the White Tower flashed in his mind, a towering pale structure that seemed to pierce the sky. The Guardian watched him, its bright eyes reflecting candlelight. It explained that all Guardians could faintly sense each other across the continent. Then it pointed to a spot on the map and said the White Tower's Guardian had received the largest share of the Primordial Dragon's power. Theo stared in shock. His heart raced. He asked if that was really true, his voice shaking. If so, everything he knew about the relics was wrong. The second Guardian spirit drifted closer. It confirmed the first and said not all relics were equal. The ancient power had never been shared evenly. Each relic had its own role. Some carried far greater strength and responsibility, acting as pillars of the world. The White Tower's Guardian was one of those. The second spirit leaned over the map, chilling the air around it, and added that such a powerful relic was now inside Troyvan territory. Theo agreed, his face dark. The danger was massive. Letting the enemy control that power would be disastrous. The first Guardian turned back to him and asked if he remembered Leviathan. The name sent a chill through the carriage. The spirit reminded Theo that Troyvan knew how to poison Guardians and extract the Primordial Dragon's power, turning protectors into weapons. Leaning close, the Guardian told Theo he had to reach the White Tower's Guardian before Trivan did. Theo was already thinking the same. His mission felt heavier than ever. This was no longer just a war of armies, it was a war of ancient souls. The scene returns to the present, inside the demon dragon's tent on the central plateau. The air smelled of sweat, iron, and fading magic. Ragnar had won a great victory at Blade Mountain, but the mood was still tense. Theo arrived after the battle, his boots dusty, his body tired but upright. He asked permission to enter Troyvan territory and reach the White Tower. Every delay helped the enemy. The demon dragon commander loomed over the war table and asked why Theo needed to go to Rocky Mountain. His voice deep and rough. Theo replied that Troyvan's forces were strangely gathered there. He pointed to the reports and said they must have moved for a reason. The commander dismissed it and accused Theo of wanting to leave the front lines on his own mission. His eyes burned with anger. He said Theo was getting arrogant with his Ragnar heir candidate title and asked if he really thought he could come and go freely. Theo felt despair rise. If he failed here, the White Tower would fall and the war might already be lost. He pleaded, promising to work twice as hard when he returned. The commander stared at him in silence for a long moment. Then he suddenly smiled and said he was joking. He told Theo he trusted his judgment and could go. He added that the white-armored dragon cavalry would be fine without him. Relief washed over Theo, and he smiled in thanks. The demon dragon grinned and warned him not to come back empty-handed. If he did, his rations would be cut. It was said lightly, but the meaning was clear. Theo smiled confidently and promised not to fail. He bowed, already thinking about the dangerous road ahead. Deep in the mountains where jagged peaks cut the sky and wind screamed through narrow passes stood the White Tower, Up close it was even more overwhelming, a pillar of ivory beneath dark swirling clouds. Troyvan camps surrounded it, their fires scattered across the slopes like cruel stars. Theo approached on his wyvern, flying low through the cold night. From above he saw countless soldiers guarding the tower. If he went any closer he would be spotted. The wyvern landed nearby, its claws tapping softly on frozen stone. Theo slipped down quietly. He admired how the creature could change its color, blending into the night, one moment pale as moonlight, the next dark as shadow. He stroked its cold scales, thinking this must come from its spirit dragon and viper blood. The wyvern nudged his hand, its golden eyes bright. Theo thanked Umbra for making the journey so easy. Without it, the trip would have taken weeks. Then he told Umbra to return to base. From here on he had to go alone. They parted in silent understanding. The wyvern vanished into the mist. Alone among the peaks, Theo used his foot technique, becoming a blur as he rushed toward the White Tower. He moved like a hunter, barely touching the ground. He hid behind a huge rock, keeping his breathing steady, carefully watching every move of the enemy. Security around the White Tower was heavy. Armored soldiers walked the walls, and mages stood ready with glowing staffs. Suddenly, one soldier near a rock sensed something. He tilted his head, listening over the wind. His partner asked what was wrong, sounding bored after hours of guard duty. The first soldier said he felt something behind the rock and stepped forward, gripping his sword. The metal blade slid free, loud in the quiet night. He searched the shadows but found nothing. The rock was empty, just cold granite. His nerves eased. He apologized, saying it was probably his imagination, and gave a short, nervous laugh. Then he turned around and nearly froze. Theo had already snapped his partner's neck. The body lay on the ground, dead without a sound. Before the soldier could react, Theo rushed him. The gap closed in an instant. The soldier opened his mouth to warn the others, but no sound came out. Theo struck with deadly accuracy. He caught the falling body so it wouldn't hit the stones, leaving no noise behind. Near the White Tower altar was a pool of dark, thick blood, reflecting torchlight on the walls. In the center sat a cocoon wrapped in huge red veins. The veins pulsed like a giant heart trapped inside silk. The young master of Troyvan stood before it, his face lit by the red glow, staring at it with obsession. Footsteps echoed behind him. A man entered, calling the scene amusing in a smooth, mocking voice. He was the master of the Holy Demon Church, famous for cruelty. With his hands tucked in his sleeves, he studied the cocoon calmly. He said he never expected Troyvan to oppose Ragnar so deeply that they would even join the Holy Demon Church to revive the fallen Dragon Emperor. Their alliance was born of desperation and dark ambition. The light shifted, revealing what was inside the cocoon, a human-shaped figure wrapped in thick veins like a spider web. The veins anchored it to the blood pool and pumped dark energy into its core. Angry, the young master warned the priest to watch his words, gripping his sword. He said the being in the cocoon was Ragnar's true master. Though a false ruler sat on the throne now, soon the real one would return. He believed completely that the current leadership was a lie. Only those who served the true master were real Ragnar. This was a declaration of civil war. The priest said he understood, bowing slightly with a sneer. He added that the resurrection ritual was almost ready. Runes on the floor began to hum. He explained that reviving such a being required rare materials, Ragnar's body and the power of the Primordial Dragon. It demanded massive sacrifice and ancient force. The young master stepped into the edge of the blood pool. He said Ragnar's body could be obtained anytime, speaking coldly. That meant the key was conquering the White Tower. He turned to a kneeling subordinate and asked about their progress. The subordinate trembled and said the tower's power was strong and resisted their demon venom. The tower seemed alive, burning away corruption with holy light. Even the high priests were using forbidden magic, but they still couldn't break through in time. The young master released his aura. Crushing dark pressure filled the room, forcing the subordinate into the ground and cracking stone beneath him. He said the primordial dragon's power was essential, and failure was not acceptable. He ordered the man to make it work, no matter the cost. The subordinate choked, eyes bulging, veins swelling. He begged forgiveness and promised to find a way, even if it meant sacrificing everything. The pressure vanished. The subordinate lifted his head, gasping, blood running from his nose. Then another subordinate rushed in, pale and shaking. He dropped to his knees and reported an emergency. There was an intruder at the White Tower. Guards had found a soldier with his neck twisted, killed silently. The camp was now searching the area. High above on a cliff overlooking the valley, someone watched it all. Theo Ragnar sat on a rock with his legs dangling, calmly observing the chaos. He saw Theo kill only when needed and blend in with the enemy, just like Black Shadow. He said he once worked for Black Snow and found Theo more interesting than expected. Curious, he decided to test how far Theo could go. Behind him, Gisher Ragnar told him to stop daydreaming and follow Theo. She warned him not to get caught again like he had with Thorkel. Theo licked his lips and smiled darkly, his eyes shining with predatory interest. An intruder had appeared. Hearing this, the young master of Troyvan became instantly angry, like a spark hitting dry powder. His face tightened with rage. He couldn't understand how this was possible. This place was meant to be a ghost, hidden under lies and blood. Only a few people knew about the White Tower. It was guarded in secret, with troops disguised to avoid notice. They had moved like shadows, yet someone had found them. Then a name crossed his mind. Theo Ragnar. The thought burned like ash. His anger flared. Was Theo Ragnar destined to trouble him forever? But he soon calmed. The fire in his eyes turned cold and sharp. The subordinate, sensing a pause, lifted his head and suggested increasing security and strengthening the investigation. He believed more guards and walls would solve everything. The young master told him not to bother. He didn't want more walls, he wanted a trap. A cruel smile slowly formed on his lips as he ordered a change of plans. Stepping down from the altar with quiet confidence, he told the subordinate to leave only a few troops in the White Tower and pull back the rest. The subordinate stared in shock. It sounded like suicide, an open invitation for the intruder. He warned that they could lose the power of the ancient dragon. But the young master reached the bottom of the steps and said softly that this was the key. He added that the intruder was likely Theo Ragnar. He swore Theo would take the White Tower. His eyes shone with dark excitement. In his mind, it was only a matter of time. Theo would gain the dragon's power, and then he would return. The young master raised his hand. From the shadows, 3 of the 9 top servitors appeared and knelt in perfect unison. He turned to them and said that if taking the White Tower directly was impossible, they would simply take the power from whoever claimed it. Let the enemy do the hard work, then kill him. He called their names: Ain, Sway, Dry. They rose together, radiating deadly force, their faces empty of emotion. He ordered them to kill Theo the moment it was confirmed that he had obtained the ancient dragon's power. There would be no failure. The servitors bowed and promised to obey. Outside, among sharp rocks and cold stone, Troyvan troops searched desperately for the intruder. The camp buzzed with chaos. Lanterns swung as soldiers rushed through brush and gravel. Some shouted that they had to find him at all costs. Others wondered where he had gone. A few stared toward the White Tower. The commander split the group, some to circle the tower, the rest to search south with him. Torches lit the mountainside as they hunted for a ghost, but Theo was already among them. Disguised in their uniform, he stood calmly in their ranks, watching the confusion. When the soldiers moved south, he slipped away toward the White Tower, silent and unseen. He almost laughed at how easily they were fooled. There were no passwords, no extra guards. Security was weaker than before. It felt like the fortress had fallen asleep. The White Tower stood alone among rocks and mountains. Troyvan campfires dotted the dark like fallen stars. With the soldiers gone, Theo moved closer, step by step. The silence felt heavy like bait. As he approached, a glowing message appeared in his vision, announcing that he had discovered the ancient dragon relic, the White Tower. Theo stopped before it. Even if this was a trap, he didn't care. He had come too far. He placed his hand on the cold stone. At once an opening formed. The wall didn't crack or crumble, it simply vanished. Bright white light poured out, shaping itself into an entrance. Inside was nothing but blinding radiance, hiding whatever waited within. Theo walked inside, his shape swallowed by the light. He knew he had to get the ancient dragon before the Troyvan bastards did. Nothing had changed from his past life, and he knew the price of coming second. As soon as he entered the tower, the air outside shifted. 2 figures appeared from the darkness as if waiting for the door to open. Theo Ragnar and Gisher Ragnar stood before the tower. Theo looked up at the white spire. The fading light reflected in his eyes. He said his teacher had mentioned the relic, but he never imagined it would be hidden in such a barren place. It felt wrong for something so legendary. Gisher asked if that was why he had infiltrated Troyvan. She watched him closely, arms crossed. Theo laughed sharply and said that was what it meant to be a selector. He claimed he was clearly qualified. To him, danger only proved destiny. Gisher said it couldn't be helped, her voice flat. Theo said he had proof and pulled out Theo's military uniform. The one Theo had abandoned to blend in. It had been left too openly, like a clear trail from a man in a hurry. He asked if Theo was trying to lure them instead. Was Theo the bait, or were they? Gisher said it didn't matter. Only the result did. Whatever Theo planned, they just needed a reason to act. She told Theo to go back. She was tired of the idle talk. Before returning, they needed to prepare, move the pieces, and set the board for the endgame. Theo refused. He said he would wait for Theo to come out of the relic. He wanted to be the first thing Theo saw. Gisher frowned in irritation at his stubbornness. Theo smiled cruelly and said that when Theo died by his hand, he wondered what expression he should wear. The thought filled him with twisted joy. Inside the White Tower, everything was different. The space was vast and silent. The air felt ancient, untouched by time. Theo moved carefully through the hall, his senses sharp. Every shadow could hide a guardian, every silence a trap. He held the Dragon Slayer sword, its weight giving him some comfort. He believed the tower's artifact spirit held the greatest share of the Primordial Dragon's power. He imagined a massive, terrifying beast of fire and scales. Then he heard light footsteps ahead. He took a fighting stance, ready to strike. Instead, a small and adorable creature appeared. It looked like a tiny reptile, more like a toy than a guardian. It walked toward him, blinking large, intelligent eyes, and called him the Selector. Its voice was high and cheerful. It began to cry, saying some people had recently tried to sneak in using spirit poison. It complained angrily and demanded justice. It had been lonely and annoyed for a long time. Theo was stunned. This was nothing like the battle he expected. He wondered if this tiny creature could really hold such power. As he tried to understand, the spirit kept talking nonstop, mixing greetings with complaints. Theo turned and asked his other artifact spirits if this was truly the most powerful one. It looked far too fragile. The other spirits trembled in fear and tried to pull away. They warned him not to judge by appearances. One mocked Theo, saying he also looked like a pretty boy who bragged about being special. They knew a truth Theo had not yet seen. Theo looked back at the tower spirit, realizing there had to be a reason the others were terrified. The small dinosaur-like spirit wagged its tail happily, unaware of the fear around it. Then it paused and said it had forgotten to introduce itself. It stopped wagging and spoke seriously. Its name was Keratosuchus. The name felt heavy and ancient. The creature floated into the air and said it was the most loyal subordinate of the Primordial Dragon, and the one who inherited the greatest power. It was the guardian of the gate that connected different worlds. It told Theo to call it Kerato like an old friend. Theo asked what the Pantheon was. Kerato said it was where the gods lived, speaking as if it were nearby. He explained that the dragon's relics were fragments of its power and that the Primordial Dragon once maintained the order of reality. He said the one who inherited that role was the dragon's most loyal retainer, the one who preserved its full power. That was Keratosuchus, the living will of a dead god. Theo thought about the mention of gods and asked if they truly existed. He needed to know. Kerato stared at him, then corrected him sharply, insisting on his full name. Theo struggled to pronounce it. Immediately after, Kerato smiled brightly and asked if Theo had called him. The serious mood vanished. Theo sighed, rubbing his temples. He was facing immense power with the mind of a child. Exhausted, he asked again about the gods. Keratosuchus said yes, they existed and were still active. He asked if Theo had ever noticed messages only he could see. The blue screens. Theo's eyes widened. The system, the notifications, the text windows were not random magic. Keratosuchus said they were messages sent by a god. A direct link from the Pantheon. Memories flooded Theo's mind, his past life, his struggles, and the unseen forces watching him. Everything finally made sense. A vast design revealed through the words of a small spirit in a white tower. In the central highlands of Ragnar, a harsh land of sharp peaks and cold winds, a huge tent had been raised. Guards stood at every entrance. At the center, the white dragon faced a large, detailed map spread across a heavy wooden table. He said they all knew why they had gathered at this front line. The other 7 remaining dragons sat around him, their powerful bodies casting long shadows on the tent walls. They were the strongest of the Ragnar family, yet their faces were grim. The white dragon traced a line on the map and said that with Troyvan's 9 servitors now active, the war would last much longer. The mention of these monstrous creations of the traitorous sky dragon caused uneasy murmurs. The stalemate would not last forever, so the 9 dragons would now join the war directly. This decision would shake the world. With a stern face, the white dragon said this briefing was vital to the war and that questions could wait. He wanted order and a clear plan. Before he could continue, one of his equals interrupted him. The overload dragon, Dante Roll, casually raised his hand. He looked relaxed and bored, not like someone facing the end of the world. He said war was not the only important matter. Several dragons stiffened at his words, but Dante did not care. He snapped his fingers and summoned his disciple Gisher Ragnar. The tent flap opened and Gisher walked in quietly. Though she felt the gaze of the world's most powerful beings, she stayed calm. She bowed and apologized for interrupting, saying the matter was urgent. She then presented a worn, stained uniform and asked them to look closely. The dragons examined it carefully. Gisher said she had witnessed Theo Ragnar's betrayal and that this uniform was the proof. It was Theo's Ragnar uniform, left behind during his infiltration of the White Tower. The elder dragon leapt to his feet, his chair scraping loudly. He pointed at the cloth and shouted that abandoning a Ragnar uniform during wartime was clear proof of treason. He demanded to know what more evidence they needed. The room fell silent. Each dragon considered the meaning of an heir's betrayal during the war with the Sky Dragons. One demon dragon, who had earlier allowed Theo to leave the camp, looked troubled. He wondered what Theo had truly been doing. Was it really treason, or was there something deeper hidden within the White Tower? Inside the White Tower, a place of ancient stone and humming magic, Theo reacted to shocking news about the gods. His heart raced as he asked the artifact spirit Kerato if the strange window only he could see was truly a message from a god. Kerato confirmed it was a divine message but said he could not see its details. This only deepened the mystery. Theo asked if other chosen ones could see it too, hoping he was not alone. Kerato said no. Theo was the only one. The weight of that answer stunned him. Theo asked why it had chosen him. Corrado smiled in a way that felt dangerous and spoke words Theo could not understand. Suddenly, searing pain struck Theo's head, nearly knocking him unconscious. Corrado said the message seemed to be filtered. When the pain faded, Theo asked what that meant and how much Corrado knew. The spirit smiled grimly and said he had been waiting for Theo to ask that. Without warning, a massive stone door appeared in front of Theo, as if it had always been there. It was covered in carvings of ancient wars and stars that seemed to move. Corrado sat on the door and asked if Theo wanted answers. Feeling the weight of his family and the coming war, Theo nodded. Corrado smiled again and said he was granting Theo the trial of the Pantheon. The name alone terrified Theo. Before he could ask more, a clear message appeared in his vision, stating that Karatosuchus was offering him the trial. Corrado said the trial would force Theo to explore his own soul and relive his past lives. It was not just a test of strength. He warned Theo not to underestimate his subconscious mind. If Theo failed or became lost inside it, he would be trapped forever, his body left empty in the White Tower while his soul wandered his own mind endlessly. But success would allow him to face the truth and possibly meet the gods themselves. Theo was stunned. Corrado then revealed that the tower had 12 tiers and asked if he wished to begin. The tower was a deadly challenge, and this was only the start. Another notification appeared, asking if he wanted to accept the Pantheon Trail. Theo stared at it for a moment. He thought about the war in the Highlands, the treason charges, and the Ragnar blood in his veins. He pressed yes and slowly walked toward the stone door. He pushed it open, feeling the cold, rough surface against his palms, wondering if the truth waited on the other side. Questions filled his mind. Would the Great War happen again in this timeline? Why had he been chosen? Was history doomed to repeat itself? Corrado sat on the door, smiling. Theo pushed with all his strength. The hinges groaned like a dying giant, and the door slowly opened. A blinding light poured out, swallowing the shadows of the tower. Squinting, Theo stepped through. The change was instant. The tower's smell vanished, replaced by a strange void that felt both empty and full. He stood in an arena floating in nothingness. There was no ground beneath it, only a swirling purple and black nebula stretching forever. On the far side stood another door. The notification chimed again, saying the first part of the trial was about to begin. Theo felt the hair on his neck rise. He looked around, sword low but ready. Then the air shifted. The door behind him vanished. He was trapped. Another message appeared. To enter the subconscious realm, he had to suppress his subconscious and open the gate. It made no sense. He had to defeat himself to find himself. Black liquid began to seep from the edge of the arena. It flowed like thick oil, bubbling and hissing as it touched the floor. More followed, slowly shaping itself into a human form. At first it was only a shadow. Theo watched, holding his breath. Was this the subconscious system? It didn't seem that dangerous. Corrado had made it sound worse. It was just a shadow, he told himself, nothing more than mana and darkness. Then it attacked. It moved faster than anything he had ever seen Gisher or the other heirs do. Theo dodged on instinct, but the strike grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The pain was sharp and real. He took his stance at once, then he froze. The black liquid settled, details forming, colors filling in. A perfect copy of Theo stood before him. Every detail matched, from his posture to the scuff on his boots. The system identified it as the gatekeeper of the subconscious door. They faced each other in silence, broken only by Theo's heartbeat. So he really had to fight himself. He searched for an advantage. Fighting a known enemy should be easier. He knew his own habits and weaknesses, or so he thought. The clone stepped forward, releasing a heavy, deadly aura. It wasn't the presence of a trainee. It was thick and suffocating, reeking of death. Theo realized this wasn't just him. This was him without mercy or doubt. The gatekeeper raised a hand, the air rippled. Dozens of short daggers formed out of thin air, their tips glowing with cruel light. Then they launched. The blades didn't simply fly, they hunted. Theo lifted his sword and charged. He shouted in defiance as he deflected the daggers. Clang, clang, clang. Steel rang through the void as he knocked them away, but each impact sent powerful shocks up his arms, numbing his fingers. He was pushed back to the edge of the arena. One more step and he would fall into the abyss. He glanced over his shoulder at the swirling darkness and felt a cold spike of fear. Another wave of daggers rushed toward him, even fiercer than before. Theo rushed forward again. He couldn't keep defending or he would be forced off the edge. His face grew serious. He poured all his mana and training into one strike. A blinding light exploded from his blade, sending ripples across the arena. The energy was so intense it looked like a sun had formed beneath his feet. The ground split in straight lines, stone shattering and flying into the void. Theo breathed in relief. No one could survive that, not even a dragon. He stood still, chest heaving, watching the dust clear. The shadow was still there. The clone hadn't moved. Theo gasped for air, his muscles burning. The gatekeeper had blocked the attack with a whip made of black liquid, crackling with dark energy. It had erased Theo's strike like it was nothing more than a candle flame. Cold sweat ran down Theo's face. He stared at his duplicate, who watched him with his own eyes. Theo smirked and said he must have grown stronger after all. It was a bitter joke to hide the truth. He was fighting a better version of himself. The gatekeeper's golden eyes glowed. It wasn't studying Theo's body, it was watching his soul, waiting for his resolve to crack. The black whip lay coiled on the ground like a living snake ready to strike again.
The clone turned, preparing to launch the next attack. It swung its arm and readied a downward sword strike. The weapon in its hand is dragging along a dazzling stream of blue light. The air was torn apart along the blade's path as it unleashed what it called Dragon's 5 claws. Dragon Flash. The enormous wave of sword energy slammed into the ground, violently shaking the surrounding space. Theo looked ahead and saw the path torn apart by the lingering shock wave. Smoke still rising and the trace of the attack stretching onward, but the target had vanished. Startled, he exclaimed that it had disappeared. Suddenly, a figure dropped from above into a vortex of pressure. Theo snapped his head back and stiffened in immediate alert, shouting in surprise that it was coming from above. The clone flipped in midair, its blade flashing as it struck down with overwhelming force, again, executing Dragon's 5 claws. A burst of blue energy exploded in the sky as it unleashed a rampage strike. The surging blue power clashed violently, and the ground exploded in blinding light. Theo charged through the smoke, lowering his body while locking his gaze onto his opponent. The two closed in, their swords colliding repeatedly, sparks scattering at an extremely close distance. Their exchange of blows continued in the blink of an eye, their figures intertwining, each strike carrying devastating weight. The ground cracked into a spiderweb pattern as both were forced downward into the epicenter of the shock. Their blades clashed again, sparks and flashes bursting during the tense close-quarters combat. Pressing in on his opponent, Theo observed every minute movement with icy precision. He reflected that they had said this was a fight against himself. Yet from the sword paths to even the smallest habits, the resemblance was terrifyingly identical. The clone twisted its body to defend at the last possible moment, its movements and breathing nearly perfectly synchronized with his own. Theo observed that it dodged most attacks effortlessly and even nullified major techniques with the same technique. He retreated into the rubble, breathing heavily but keeping his eyes locked onto his opponent. He thought that, unlike himself, that figure did not appear to tire, and he wondered how he was supposed to deal with something like that. Theo suddenly froze, his eyes flashing as though he had realized something. Just then, a pillar of energy exploded before him, light tearing through the night while he was still deep in thought. He reasoned that if the clone truly was the same as him, then there had to be a pattern. Amid splashing debris and colliding pressure, he smiled resolutely and declared that it was not even giving him time to think. He affirmed that if it really were himself, then that was exactly how he would behave. A blinding explosion swallowed the battlefield, earth and light merging in a thunderous roar. As the smoke gradually cleared, the ground lay shattered, and the marks of battle remained deeply carved into the ruins. A sword suddenly shot straight down from above, lightning crackling around its tip. The clone looked up, its eyes widening in alarm as it saw the blade descending toward it. It twisted and slashed, knocking the sword away. At that very moment, Theo took advantage of the distraction and ambushed from behind, affirming that he had predicted that if it were truly himself, it would panic. As the two figures clashed amid blazing light, Theo reflected that if he were not as arrogant as that version of himself, he would rarely throw away his sword since losing one's weapon was reckless. Therefore, he reasoned that he would never expect such a move to be used as a moonlight sword tactic. The clone was struck and sent flying, its body twisting in midair. Theo's blade pierced through the clone as he concluded that, as expected, there was always something to learn from anyone. Theo stood upright in the middle of the battlefield, his body covered in wounds, yet wearing a confident smile, and remarked that it had been a good match with his past self. The system displayed a notification stating that he had won the battle against his ego and had passed the trial of the first floor. Theo then landed on the cracked ground as debris and dust fell around him. While the battle came to an end, the system displayed another message asking whether he would enter the trial of the Pantheon's final floor. Theo smiled through his injuries with unwavering eyes and told himself that since he had started, he obviously had to see it through to the end. Wolfgang burst into laughter in the grand hall, his voice filled with excitement at the news he had just heard, and exclaimed that a Ragnar soldier throwing away his uniform in the middle of wartime could not possibly have clearer evidence of treason. The full view of the council chamber appeared, and the others stirred in agitation at the shocking information. Julius turned and asked with a serious expression whether it was true that Theo Ragnar had deserted and gone to Troyven, then called out Anshio Ragnar's name. Gizhar stepped forward to confirm, her eyes calm yet resolute, and stated that it was true and that she had witnessed it herself, adding that she had seen Theo Ragnar walk into enemy territory of his own will. She continued presenting her case before the generals, saying that she believed the uniform that had just been presented was sufficient proof. OSA frowned, clearly unwilling to accept the conclusion, and argued that there was no way Theo would do something like that. The two powerful figures sat side by side in the tense atmosphere as OSA asked Julius whether Theo had said anything to him. Julius responded mockingly that it seemed the sword dragon had not heard about it. He glanced toward OSA with a meaningful look and thought that it seemed Theo trusted him more. A fleeting smile crossed Julius's face, tinged with slight surprise, as he thought that he had not expected Theo to stir things up to such an extent. Julius then spoke sternly, issuing a warning that when Theo returned, he had better come back with his hands full and that if he returned empty-handed, he would receive nothing. Theo smiled confidently with cold, sharp eyes and stated that he would not disappoint him. Theo then secretly transmitted his voice to Julius and said that before that there was something he needed to tell him in advance. Julius was surprised and thought that it was a voice transmission. The scene shifted to a camp in a wasteland with firelight flickering in the night as Theo's voice sounded through the transmission, stating that currently ranked 3rd and 4th among the successors were Theo Ragnar and Theo Ragnar. A distant view of the camp revealed that it was surrounded by darkness and suspicious silence. Two figures wearing white cloaks stood on higher ground, observing the entire area below as Theo explained that those two were tailing him. Julius's face turned cold as he thought with hostility about those twin bastards. Theo spoke in a low, sharper tone, confirming that they had been sticking to him ever since he had returned from the archipelago, and that their aim was probably to make him fall from power. Theo stared straight ahead with calculating eyes and explained that he planned to use that against them. Julius paused in surprise at Theo's intention as Theo further explained that he would create an opening in the twins through this operation and instructed Julius to do exactly what they wanted him to do. Julius smiled meaningfully while OSA, beside him, appeared confused. Julius commented that he did not think there was much need to worry about Theo, referring to him as that ill-mannered punk, and inwardly thought that it looked like Theo was confident he could shake up the whole board. He then rose energetically and declared that he, the demon dragon, agreed with Theo Ragnar's opinion. Gizhar slowly bowed and cautiously stated that it was truly reassuring to have the demon dragon support her view. Julius issued an urgent command, stating that they must form a pursuit squad and chase him at once. Meanwhile, Robert stood at a distance, silently observing the situation. He calmly analyzed that Theo's departure had already been confirmed, but there was no way the demon dragon had not already known, concluding that it was highly likely this was Theo's operation. Robert's gaze darkened as he decided that he would go along with the demon dragon and observe how things would unfold. He then announced his decision, stating that Black Snow had also confirmed Theo's departure. The meeting chamber came into view as everyone quickly reached a consensus, concluding that with solid reasoning and physical evidence, they would accept it and that Black Snow would quickly form a pursuit squad. Two pairs of eyes met in silence as the situation had already spiraled beyond control. Theo smiled confidently while murderous intent radiated around him and thought that things had become quite complicated, but that he had orchestrated it, concluding that there was probably no need to worry too much. The system then displayed a message announcing that he was entering the Trial of the Pantheon's 2nd floor. Theo widened his eyes in shock as he sensed the change around him and exclaimed in astonishment at what he was seeing. The scene before him transformed into a burning, ruined palace, and Theo thought in shock that it was the Rose Palace raid from his past life. The system displayed another message revealing the contents of the 2nd floor trial and then stated that it was on the path leading into the unconscious. Theo frowned, his gaze turning cold as he looked forward when a voice suddenly echoed, expressing surprise at being there. Amid the ruins, Rondon appeared wearing a cloak, speaking with contempt as he mockingly addressed Theo as Ragnar's foolish idiot. The system issued a warning stating that Theo's trauma was blocking the way while Rondon's face displayed a malicious grin. Another figure also looked toward Theo with determined eyes. The system displayed another instruction telling him to overcome the trauma that had tormented him. Theo's face was illuminated by the flames as the corner of his mouth curled upward with interest. He chuckled softly and remarked that this trial was somewhat unusual before throwing his head back in manic laughter and provocatively stating that he thought they had set the question wrong. Theo stood opposite two familiar figures amid the sea of flames, his gaze cold and mocking as he sarcastically remarked that it was a joke and that he remembered them as his trauma from the past. One of the two cloaked figures tightened his grip on his weapon and, with a contemptuous and warning glare, asked whether Theo had lost his mind because he was about to die, calling him Ragnar's imbecile. In response, Theo instantly lunged forward and slashed without hesitation, expressing his thanks as he struck. The violent strike sent his opponent flying through the air in shock. As the enemy reeled in pain, covered in blood and ash, Theo covered his face with his hand and revealed a twisted smile of pleasure, his eyes glowing red as he admitted that he had truly wanted to kill him while he wore that exact expression. A cold notification then announced that he had triumphed in the second tier's fight with his trauma and was proceeding to the next tier. The battle scene blurred as though it were being observed through the eye of a colossal being. Meanwhile, Kerato stood in a magnificent hall, his eyes gleaming with interest as he remarked that it was highly intriguing and that Theo might actually reach the Pantheon. Folding his arms and looking upward, Kerato teasingly and expectantly asked whether someone must be looking forward to it. A burst of white light erupted, resembling the descent of a supreme entity as the title of the god of causality echoed throughout space. System panels then appeared in succession, declaring the next trials. The trial of the third tier required victory over the persona. The trial of the fourth tier required victory over the shadow self. And the trial of the fifth tier required victory over the collective unconscious. A monstrous body was violently thrown to the ground amid a raging storm of energy, followed by another notification announcing that the trial of the 10th tier required victory over the ID. Standing above and looking down at the system panel, Theo calmly declared that he was already past the 10th tier. From afar, he continued advancing across the devastated battlefield, coldly yet confidently, stating that it was taking less time each time, and that it somehow felt easier after the first tier. As he placed his hand on a stone door, he growled suspiciously, telling Kerato not to say that it would end like that. A blue interface then appeared, informing him that he was entering the 11th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Kerato bared his teeth in a grin and reassured him in a tone mixed with threat and encouragement, saying there was no need to worry because the real challenge was about to begin. The system then explained that the space was the cave of origin, which imitated the process of the birth of life, instructing him to ascend against the flow through the cave. A long stone tunnel stretched ahead with water flowing backward toward a distant light. Standing within the current, Theo observed his surroundings and wondered internally whether he simply needed to follow the passage, noting that the atmosphere felt different from the previous tiers. A fissure opened ahead, splitting the water, and Theo walked upstream as water splashed around his feet. The system interfaces appeared densely, stating that to reach the source, he had to return to the void before birth, and that as he retraced his birth, the senses he gained at birth would vanish one by one. Frowning at the notification panel, Theo muttered in confusion, questioning what it meant. The system then announced that he was losing his sense of smell and could no longer perceive the sense of the world. Reflexively touching his nose, Theo tried to reason through it, repeating that he could no longer perceive the scent of the world while wondering what that implied. As he prepared to step forward, he suddenly widened his eyes upon realizing something. He froze in the cave, momentarily panicked as he realized a familiar sensation had vanished, internally recognizing that the fishy smell of the cave water from moments before had disappeared. The space then sank into absolute silence with droplets of water falling without sound. As the system displayed that he was losing his sense of hearing and could no longer perceive the sounds of the world, the system continued by stating that he was losing his sense of touch and could no longer perceive the feel of the world. Sweat slid down his tense face as he realized he had lost almost everything, thinking in alarm that 4 of his 5 senses were gone and fearing what would come next. The world before him then shattered into darkness as his vision was completely stripped away, with the system announcing that he was losing his sense of sight and could no longer perceive the appearance of the world. The system further declared that with all 5 senses blocked, mana usage was restricted. Floating in the endless void, Theo was shaken internally by the desperate situation as he admitted that he had not expected even his mana to be cut off and that there was no way he could make it through the cave like that. Clenching his fist in the darkness, he refused to collapse and resolved that overcoming this must be the trial of the 11th tier. Old memories resurfaced, blending steel and blood into a familiar moment. And he recalled that it was not the first time such a situation had happened, remembering when his father's heart sword had injured him in the same way. Struggling to maintain consciousness in the void, Theo comforted himself with memories of overcoming past trials and speculated that he might overcome this in the same way. As his body drifted deeper into the darkness, familiar names burst from him as a survival instinct as he called out to Griffin, Fairy Dragon, Desert Worm, and Lesser Drake. However, he sank further into the void. His body glowed faintly while receiving no response. His face tightened as his consciousness began fracturing with the loss of his senses, and he realized in fear that his consciousness was scattering frighteningly fast. Placing his hand over his chest where a faint red light flickered, His eyes grew resolute as he concluded that the guardians would not answer him either, and that the only way was to find the answer within himself, resolving to proceed on that path. Elsewhere within the cave, the spirit beasts silently observed Theo. Griffin anxiously called out, asking what was wrong with the Chosen One. Fairy Dragon responded by asking how he could trip over his own feet and urged him to get up. Kerato glanced toward the center of the cave and immediately dismissed the idea of interfering, stating that there was no point in calling him. Kerato stood upright with an unusually serious gaze as if concluding, stating that Theo's senses and mana were blocked and that his voice would not reach him, no matter how loud it was. As Theo lay face down on the cold stone, his body nearly motionless, Kerato explained that all living beings use their senses to perceive space and time. But ironically, only when all senses were gone did one thing become clear, which was the primordial fear of being abandoned by the world one belonged to. Inside the primordial cave, as Theo's body remained still and the cold emptiness engulfed the surroundings, Kerato continued by saying that for humans in the Cave of Origin, the self and the world were the same. And at that rate, Theo's self would scatter apart, leaving him in a state no different from death. Standing before the dark cave entrance, Kerato glanced back inside as if mocking his own choice, and remarked that he had thought the Chosen One would be different, but guessed that disappointment grew greater when expectations were too high. Suddenly, a twisted smile appeared within the surging crimson light as a voice muttered to kill. While Theo's body convulsed violently, blood and pressure erupted around him as he declared that he would kill all of them. Theo then sprang to his feet amidst the raging red energy. Griffin panicked and questioned what had suddenly gotten into him, while the fairy dragon exclaimed that he was suffering from madness. The fairy dragon then calmed itself and observed, realizing that it was the remaining ego of the mad dragon emperor inside Theo that had always clawed toward Berserk. And with the Chosen One gone and no longer controlling it, the outcome had become inevitable. At that moment, Kerato seemed to discover something and stared toward a distant light source in astonishment, wondering if Theo was using madness to gather his scattered consciousness. Theo floated within the shattered space as his body reformed in crimson radiance with the name Theo Ragnar engraved like a declaration of identity. The entity before Theo proposed a deal in a confident tone, saying it would accept his terms and grant him the power to overcome the situation. As the space cracked violently, the persuasion turned into a coercive command, ordering him to steal, violate, and destroy everything for it, and finally demanded that he offer the world up to it. Theo suddenly reached out and grabbed the offered hand with a decisive motion, as though cutting off the binding, firmly refusing, and stating that he wanted to cancel their deal. The entity immediately protested angrily, claiming that it was nonsense because it had already given him its power. Theo responded with a cold smile and unwavering eyes, asserting control and demanding that the entity go through with their deal immediately. The entity within the red crystal trembled and exclaimed in shock upon realizing that all the power it had given Theo had been returned. Theo calmly confirmed with confidence that he had already given it all back, every last bit. The entity shouted furiously that Theo had tricked it while Theo stood calmly amid the shattered light and explained that it should be considered a kindness to its grandson. The red entity chuckled and mocked Theo's defiance, stating that it would remember him. The system then illuminated around Theo and notified him that his self-awareness was expanding, all senses had been restored, and he could use mana again. As Theo walked through the red energy stream, the system displayed another notification that he had overcome the 11th tier trial. Theo lifted his head and inhaled deeply, reflecting that he was unsure whether inventing the Mad Dragon Emperor had been a good idea, but he supposed it was acceptable since everything had worked out fine. Suddenly, a voice called out to the Chosen One, interrupting Theo's thoughts. Startled, Theo turned back in confusion as he saw everyone gathered unexpectedly. When he collapsed to the ground, he anxiously demanded to know why they were all acting that way. The four creatures surrounded him as the desert worm reassured him that it had been worried. While the lesser drake joyfully said it was glad he was fine, Griffin glanced at him with a warning and said that if Theo was going to behave like an idiot, he should hand over his body. And the fairy dragon added that he should stop making them worry. Theo stood frozen, his eyes wavering before the unexpected warmth, unable to utter a word. Turning toward the end of the cave, where a white light opened into an escape path, he held his breath slightly. Supporting himself against the ground, Theo struggled to lift his body after the harsh ordeal. As he sat leaning against the rock wall while the creatures gathered around him and the path ahead fully opened, he let out a relieved sigh and remarked that it was finally the end. A notification echoed as the scenery distorted, and Theo raised his head cautiously as the system announced that he was entering the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Theo's bare feet touched an unfamiliar floor, causing him to pause at the surprisingly vivid sensation. Standing inside a closed room, he scanned the strangely familiar space and hesitantly wondered if it was a bedroom. As Theo looked into the mirror before him, an indescribable feeling rose within him, and he pondered that although it was clearly his first time there, the place still felt familiar. Reaching out to touch the mirror surface, his fingertips trembled slightly as if brushing against an old memory. He raised his eyes to his reflection and cautiously questioned who it was, asking why it kept appearing before him, adding that he had first experienced that strange dream earlier, and now this. Theo's face twisted in dizziness as his breathing became rapid while his consciousness was violently pulled away. Finally, the system delivered its cold verdict that he had cleared the 12th tier trial and conquered the Primordial Dragon's relic, White Tower. The system announced that, as a conquest reward for the Primordial Dragon relic, White Tower, the Thunder Gate had been strengthened. Against the silent star-filled sky, an indistinct voice remarked that he had finally reached that place. Amid the sea of stars, Lodbrok floated with her black skirt swirling in pale golden light, and she smiled softly as she addressed him as her companion. Theo froze and exclaimed in shock, asking if it was Lodbrok. Gripping the hilt of his sword and fixing her with a sharp gaze, he demanded to know how she had gotten there, reminding her that the last time she had said she could not leave her nest. Tilting her head with a meaningful curve to her lips, Lodbrok explained slowly that strictly speaking, it was not truly her who was there, but merely her thought form. She lightly touched her chest and, with shimmering eyes, continued that as his Thunder Gate had been strengthened, she had become able to walk outside, even if only as a thought form. The system then notified him that the strengthening of the Thunder Gate had enhanced his connection with the Guardian Dragon. It further added that he could now hear the Guardian Dragon's counsel regardless of time or place. As the two of them walked along luminous steps suspended in endless space, Lodbrok stated that if his Thunder Gate had strengthened, it meant his rank had risen greatly, and even so, she had never expected him to reach the Pantheon. Glancing back at him with a calculating look, she admitted quietly that he must have worked very hard all this time. With a faint smile as the wind stirred his coat, Theo calmly replied that it had been nothing and that he had only done what a companion should. Standing beside a stone wall with a half-teasing smile, Lodbrok mocked him lightly, remarking that he spoke such flattering words without changing his expression, and that his boldness had not changed. Pressing her hand against the cold surface, she felt a strange vibration. In the swirling depths of space, Lodbrok suddenly halted and murmured thoughtfully about the Pantheon, adding that surely Seeger had also. Abruptly, her eyes widened, and her expression changed as space cracked open. Streams of black energy burst forth along with countless blue eyes opening amid piercing shrieks. A distorted voice echoed everywhere, and Lodbrok screamed at her companion not to leave her side, no matter what happened. Theo's face turned pale with alarm as he wondered what that presence was. Staring at the violently trembling gigantic pupils, he gasped and questioned whether it was the nameless monarch. Chaotic cries overlapped within the sea of blue eyes, protesting that it was not fair, vowing to smash everything, begging for the pain to stop, and demanding to be left alone. Standing motionless beneath the countless grotesque gazes, his pupils reflecting the enormous eyes, Theo denied in a low voice that, although it was still dangerous, it was definitely different. Lodbrok stepped forward to shield him, erecting a glowing hexagonal barrier. From behind her, Theo urgently asked what those things were. In a stern tone, Lodbrok warned that they were beings called Outer Gods. Gritting her teeth as sweat ran down her temple and the hexagonal barrier cracked behind her. She insisted that explanations would come later and that, for now, they had to leave that place first. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared behind Lodbrok, prompting her to turn in surprise. A pillar of light exploded amid the sea of blue eyes, tearing space apart with a deafening roar. At the end of the radiant stairway, a golden gate emerged in midair. Lodbrok stood stunned, her pupils shrinking. From beyond the gate, a low voice greeted her, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She stiffened and spun around, her violet hair swaying as a man stepped out of the light, cloaked in white fur and standing firm like a statue. In shock, she called out his name, Seeger. Seeing this, Theo wondered if that meant the man was Seeger, and therefore the founder of Ragnar. Yet, even within the brilliance, distorted whispers continued to echo that it hurt, and that it had said it hurt. A violent attack descended from the grotesque mass of flesh, twisting space around the gate as it raged that it would kill him, and that it was him again. Theo thought in horror that even after taking such a blow, it was still attacking. Amid the chaos, the name Seeger rang out once more. Seeger raised one hand, blue light wrapping around his arm like a pure blade, and blocked the assault that was tearing space apart. A gigantic eye trembled violently, its pupil contracting as the light passed over it. Within the torn universe, a scream echoed as the enormous mass of flesh was split in two, revealing a star-filled void behind it, where the golden gate still hovered. Lowering his hand, Seeger said calmly that Theo had finally made it that far. Standing before the intricately carved gate with countless blue gazes lurking in the darkness behind him, he observed that Theo looked as though he had many questions and told him to ask, adding that if it was something he could answer, he would. Theo lifted his head, his chest still marked by wounds, his red eyes fixed on the man before him, and asked about the man he had seen in the final trial, saying that he had seen him in dreams before and wanting to know whether Seeger knew anything about him. Seeger fell silent for a moment before replying that Theo Ragnar had regressed. Theo's pupils contracted when he heard Seeger continue by asking whether he also thought that he had regressed. Theo stepped forward, clenched his fist, and shouted in panic, stammering as he demanded to know what he meant by that. Amid the chaotic light and the twisting eyes behind them, Seeger gently closed his eyes and slowly explained that this was all he could tell him for now. However, he gathered energy into his hand before his chest. Instantly, numerous great golden swords condensed in the air, their tips pointing downward like a falling meteor shower. They plunged, their light piercing through layers of writhing flesh and pinning the screaming blue eyes in place while distorted shrieks echoed across the cosmos. Tilting his head slightly, his voice still calm within the chaos, Seeger told Theo that he must still have many questions, but he could not give him all those answers now, adding that one day when he stepped there again, he would learn them. Lodbrok ground her teeth and rushed forward a step, shouting at Seeger and demanding to know where he was going, accusing him of leaving her without a single word again. Suddenly, the space behind Seeger split apart, and a gigantic pale hand carrying an irrationally cold aura reached down. Lord Brooke froze. Seeing this, she panicked inwardly, realizing that it was the god of causality. Seeger turned his back as radiant golden patterns blossomed behind him like a divine seal, and he left behind a final apology to Lodbrok, saying that he was sorry and that this was not yet a place she could come. The gate gradually closed, and the blue eyes behind it hissed in fury as Seeger was dragged back into the distorted void. When the door slammed shut, Lodbrok stood alone in the silent expanse, starlight wind blowing through her purple hair, and she screamed his name, her voice breaking apart in the emptiness. A deep blue eye opened within the universe, its pupils spiraling as though devouring the galaxy, and a glowing notification appeared, stating that the god of causality had noticed him. Theo flinched, his red eyes shrinking. The massive gate before him closed completely, and the stairway of light faded. System notifications rang out one after another, congratulating him on completing Scenario Quest number 7. Theo looked around, still breathing heavily, and asked Lodbrok what all of this was. Turning her back to the now closed gate, she explained that those monsters, like the nameless monarch, were beings from outside this world. She continued by telling him that they were also what he would face in the future. The scene shifted to a small image of Earth in space, surrounded by distorted entities and countless blue eyes, and it was explained that they were beings to whom this world's rules did not apply, and who constantly sought to destroy it. Theo clenched his hand over his aching heart as Lodbrok approached him, her gaze softening. She gently told him to go and become stronger, then smiled faintly and added that he must do so to protect the world he loved. New notifications appeared. Blue light flickered among the stars, announcing that additional rewards were granted for witnessing the Pantheon. Theo's pupils suddenly shimmered with an unusual blue hue as the system continued, informing him that as a reward, he could now freely wield Nirvana, that he had obtained ownership of the Primordial Dragon relic, the White Tower, and that dragonization had been activated. The colossal gate towered before Theo. Its dark patterns resembled the veins of an ancient living being, and a blue notification appeared in midair, wishing him a wonderful journey ahead. Another message followed, addressing him as the one blessed by causality. The scene shifted once more to a vast circular hall with a soaring ceiling and white pillars stretching upward to the roof, gentle light shining down at the center. A familiar voice welcomed him back, addressing him as the chosen one. Kerato floated in the air with sparkling eyes as he remarked that it seemed Theo was pleased with his new abilities. Theo frowned slightly and asked what he meant. He then raised his hand to his chest and realized that his skin was no longer the same as before. Glossy black armor fragments like dragon scales covered his shoulders and arms, and his fingernails had lengthened into sharp metallic claws gleaming with a cold sheen. Theo stared intently at his hand, which had transformed with black scales, and muttered that then it meant so. He expressed astonishment at the change in his appearance under the influence of the new skill, wondering if he had changed like that because of dragonization. At that moment, Kerato hovered beside him and excitedly explained that it was indeed so, adding that thanks to all the Primordial Dragon relics he had steadily collected, his dragon blood talent had suddenly powered up. Theo clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him, and confidently stated that his stamina and physical strength had definitely increased after transforming, adding that it felt as if he had been reborn. Closing his eyes to sense the flow of energy within his body, he further observed that his magical power had increased as well and that controlling mana had become as natural as breathing. To verify his control, he gently adjusted his dragonized state and affirmed that he could adjust it freely, too. After grasping the extent of his physical power, he decided to test the next skill, saying that the next thing to check was Nirvana, which he had obtained along with it. As soon as he activated it, a system notification appeared before his eyes asking whether he would like to use Nirvana. Theo did not hesitate and declared that he was using Nirvana, upon which the mental domain expanded. Within the expanded state of consciousness, Theo observed all things from above and marveled that the expansion of the mental domain was something else entirely, remarking that it felt as though the entire area was sitting in the palm of his hand. Nevertheless, he remained calm and reminded himself that he would need more practice to use it properly, though he should at least think about how to utilize it. In a stream of recollection, Theo was stunned as he witnessed the radiance of his forefather and exclaimed in amazement that the legend that the founder Seeger had reached the realm of the gods and ascended had always been well known, but he had never thought it was actually true. Standing within the sacred space, Seeger calmly told him that he must still have many questions, but he could not give him all those answers now, and that one day, when he stepped there again, he would learn them. Theo pondered the trials ahead to uncover the truth, wondering whether solving those mysteries ultimately meant that he himself had to ascend as a god of the pantheon. He ran a hand through his hair in confusion at the tangled connections and questioned why the god of causality had been there with his ancestors. Returning to the present, Theo reasoned about the nature of this world and concluded that Ragnar was not merely the ruler of the north, but something like a great force protecting the world. Kerato circled him and nodded in confirmation, saying that he had noticed and that fighting to protect the world was Ragnar's duty, describing it as a noble sacrifice. Theo narrowed his eyes in suspicion, trying to connect the fragments of information, and wondered whether the reason a chosen one was born in Ragnar was to ascend and fight the outer gods alongside the god of causality. He then turned his gaze toward Kerato to question further about what he had seen, asking whether the world where that mysterious man existed was also related, clarifying that he meant the trial of the 12th layer. Kerato closed his eyes and replied vaguely that it had certainly been a strange sight, but he was not sure, though he did know that the world was connected to Theo's trial. Theo gave a faint, meaningful smile, as if he had found a direction, and remarked that it made sense. He then awkwardly noted to himself that even the Guardian did not know anything about it. Recalling the moment when he had stared pensively at his own reflection in the water, he wondered what on earth that place had been. Kerato released a dark blue spiritual aura and declared firmly that he had given Theo everything he could for now, that it was time for him to leave, as he needed to clock out as well. However, he then lowered his voice to warn that there was an uninvited guest outside the tower. Theo's eyes widened in surprise, but he curled his lips in a knowing smile and admitted that, as expected, they had followed him. Cracking his knuckles, he calmly suggested that since it was rude to keep guests waiting, they should go greet them. Stepping out from the ancient tower into the snow-covered night, Theo, his body covered in scars and a black sword in hand, came into the sight of the stranger. Ancio, who had long been waiting, mocked that he had finally crawled his way out. Theo remained silent and observed his opponent. The man smiled wickedly and questioned whether it made sense for the elder brother to wait for the younger, suggesting that it should be the other way around, and asking if he did not think so, addressing him as Theo. Gripping a massive weapon, Ancio growled as he called his younger brother. Faced with such arrogance, Theo calmly lowered his head and apologized, saying that he had spoken out of turn without thinking and offering his apologies to Gizhar, whom he addressed as Big Brother. The man looked briefly surprised yet pleased and remarked that Theo knew him, adding that not many people were still alive who could recognize his face. Theo's gaze dimmed as he reflected that, of course, he knew him. Once in his previous life, he had seen him at a friendly sparring match between top successors. Recalling the past, Theo remembered someone stepping forward with a mocking voice, saying that the opponent was not even worth being faced. Another person beside him had nodded in agreement, saying that it was exactly so. The figure standing above the arena had swept a sharp gaze across the battleground, clenched his fist, and declared that even among successors, there were bound to be ranks. Looking down at his fallen opponent with cold eyes, The same person had continued that he had held high hopes for a newly risen top successor after so long, but that the opponent was not even worth drawing a sword for. Theo remembered that Axion from his previous life, Ancio, had stood beneath a darkened sky with 2 swords at his waist, and in a deep and contemptuous tone, had called the situation a disappointment. He had also recalled the younger Axion, the one who had subdued him barehanded. Returning to the present, Theo stepped into the center of the arena with resolute eyes and said that, of course, as fellow successors, he should know him. More importantly, he added that he would like to thank him first. Ancio paused in surprise and questioned what he meant. Holding his weapon with a stunned expression, he listened as Theo stated that Ancio had come all that way to save him had he not. Standing opposite him, Ancio's gaze turned manic as he burst into laughter that echoed throughout the arena. With an overbearing presence in a disdainful tone, he commented that this successor brat certainly talked cutely. Muttering mockingly, he said that it was unlike that bastard local. Then he cut himself off and declared that he had come to kill Theo. Theo's eyes flashed when Ancio vanished in an instant and reappeared behind him. Unshaken, Theo replied in a low and challenging voice that he knew Ancio had come to kill him and suggested that they drop the pointless act. Staring at Theo, Ancio showed a hint of panic when Theo asked whether the traces he had left behind had helped him track him. Theo lifted his head toward the White Tower and calmly speculated that if he had to guess, Troivan's forces would arrive there soon to capture him for conquering the White Tower. Thinking of familiar figures, Theo added that if that happened, he would not be able to escape alone. So, he had made use of his twin elder siblings. As his white cloak shone brightly in the air, he explained casually that since Ancio had been tailing him, he had figured Ancio would bring a pursuit force if he left his uniform behind. Recalling the time he had been with Gizhar, Ancio laughed mockingly and said that it had been left far too obviously, asking whether Theo had been trying to bait them instead. He laughed loudly and declared that he had been right, calling Theo a foolish idiot. As Theo blocked Ancio's strike, he admitted in a guarded tone that he had not expected Ancio to come alone first. The clash erupted instantly, and Ancio swung his weapon without hesitation, sending Theo flying back. Yet, Theo swiftly regained his footing and maintained his defensive stance. Looking at his opponent with disdain, he muttered that he had figured as much. Ancio charged forward again at terrifying speed and challenged him by asking what it would matter even if he had. Theo was momentarily taken aback by the pressure. With a twisted, murderous smile, Ancio threatened that once Theo's head rolled off, it would all be over. Theo firmly responded that he had never expected a reason to work on Ancio anyway. He reflected that if anything, someone like Thorkel was the odd one. As successors of Ragnar, where the strong were revered, each of them held firm to their own belief. Roaring with determination, Theo declared that the same applied to him as well. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Ancio, shocking them both. They collided, unleashing tremendous shock waves that shook the very space around them. The ground shattered, debris flew everywhere, and thick dust obscured all sight. A catastrophic explosion swept across the battlefield, causing even Ancio to shout in alarm, demanding to know what the hell that was all of a sudden. Amid the dense smoke, strangers exuding overwhelming malice gradually revealed themselves. A woman's mocking voice remarked that it was such a shame, as she could have caught 2 at once. Theo cautiously stepped back and observed that it seemed bigger players had appeared than he had expected. A figure wearing an iron mask with glowing red eyes stepped forward and confirmed whether he was Theo Ragnar, adding that he was quite sharp. Looking at the devastated surroundings, she taunted that he had even noticed they had deliberately pulled their forces back, though she admitted it hurt her pride a little. As 2 more figures emerged behind her, she continued that he had believed he could face Troivan's 9 dukes with just the 2 of them. The woman was revealed to be Dre, the 3rd pillar of Troivan, and she disdainfully stated that he had thought so with only the 2 of them. Beside her stood a giant clad in full armor, Zvi, the 2nd Duke of Troivan. Dry appeared arrogantly in her black outfit and sharp gloves and smugly remarked that they were pretty lucky since 2 successors had walked right to them on their own. Standing under the suffocating pressure, Theo was drenched in sweat, but forced himself to stay calm as he analyzed that they were 2 of the 9 dukes created to oppose the 9 dragons. Dre continued mockingly, saying that the 2 of them would make fine sacrifices and that he would be pleased, wouldn't he? Hearing that, Theo muttered in confusion, questioning what she meant by sacrifices. Zvi stood behind like an immovable mountain and warned her in a low voice that he had told her to watch her tongue. Dre showed no fear and, challenging, asked what his problem was, adding that they were going to kill them anyway, weren't they? As their quarrel continued, Dre glanced at the giant and sarcastically added that if it had bothered him that much, he should have finished him with that last strike. Zwei growled that she always knew how to get on his nerve. A deadly silence followed as Zwei hoisted his massive weapon onto his shoulder, clearly preparing for a true massacre. From behind Dre, the two sides stood facing each other on the desolate land. Noticing the rift between his opponents, Theo calculated inwardly that just from the pressure of their mana, it was already this intense, and that, fortunately, they did not seem very cooperative with each other. He thought that if he made good use of this opening, he might stand a chance. Seizing that very moment, Dre suddenly shot forward like a black lightning bolt and cried out that then she would make her move. With terrifying speed, she launched a venomous opening attack and excitedly declared that it was first come, first served. Blood splattered as Theo failed to completely evade, and he exclaimed in shock that she was so fast. He then grimly realized that there had been over 30 slashes in that brief instant, and that the final strike aimed at his neck had been even stronger. Dre licked the blood from her claws and, laughing, praised him mockingly, saying that he was not bad, and that although she had been planning to take his head off, she then recalled that he was the one who had beaten Noel, who had been sent to the archipelago. Hearing the familiar name, Theo froze and asked whether she meant the one he had met in the floating archipelago. Dre scoffed and questioned why their lord would send such a failure, adding that if it had been her, she would have handled it cleanly. Theo fell silent in thought, reflecting that he had been a failure, yet he had been the first opponent in a while who had made him feel a wall before him. Dre stepped closer with a twisted expression and teased that even his flustered face was cute, telling him not to worry since he was handsome after all. Suddenly releasing a surge of killing intent, she leapt into the air and promised that she would at least leave his head intact. Bracing himself, Theo focused intensely and warned himself that she was coming. Sparks burst brightly as Theo's sword clashed violently with Dre's razor-sharp claws. At that moment, Anshio did not remain idle. He split into multiple after-images and unleashed the Een-killing sword, following it with the flying Een-cleaving strike, launching simultaneous finishing blows from all directions. Clicking his tongue in irritation upon sensing interference, Anshio and Theo stood motionless below amid the ruined battlefield. Dre suddenly descended from the sky like a black phantom and mockingly remarked that that was unexpected, adding that she had thought he was dying to kill her darling. She landed heavily while the man stood blocking the rock ledge with eyes blazing with killing intent, and questioned whether the two were closer than he had thought. Anshio glared down menacingly and impatiently warned her to shut up and not to eye someone else's prey before he killed her first. In the vast space, Dre laughed provocatively and said that would not be so bad, but love triangles were not really her thing, as she would rather be alone with her darling. She abruptly lunged at Anshio from above and coldly asked whether he minded stepping aside. Anshio's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, revealing his ferocity while the battle spiraled out of control. A tremendous collision followed, carving a deep crater into the ground as smoke and debris scattered from the overwhelming force. Zwei stood amid the Gen Han scene, grinding his armored teeth while Dry landed lightly behind him. Furious at having her prey snatched away, she slashed her sharp claws toward the one who had interfered, none other than Zwei. Maintaining a calm yet murderous expression, she coldly called him a brainless brute and reminded him that she had been attacking first, asking whether she should kill him first instead. Zwei gritted his teeth and challenged her back, reminding her that she had said it was first come, first served, and warning that if she did not want to die, she should step aside as she had earlier. Dre's expression hardened as she cursed under her breath, calling him a bastard. Watching the enemies turn on each other, Theo coldly remarked that infighting in that situation made them unpredictable, then cast a doubtful glance at his teammates behind him and admitted that he doubted they were much different. Anshio tilted his head, revealing a crazed and bloodthirsty expression before beginning the massacre. As a surge of dark power erupted, he unleashed his devastating technique. Een-killing sword, Black Thousand Daggers. Charging straight ahead through the rain of blades, he declared that he would take the big one. Dre covered her mouth with feigned delicacy and mockingly observed that he looked truly angry, then coldly told her ally that he was now dead to him, while Zwei below could only sigh in resignation. Anshio descended like an arrow from above, slashing through space toward his opponent. At the same time, Dre leapt into the air with a delighted laugh, looked down at Theo in triumph, and teasingly asked if it was just the two of them again, leaving him momentarily speechless. Drawing close with dangerously gleaming eyes, she flirtatiously suggested that they continue what they had been doing, calling him darling. Theo began analyzing her abilities, noting that she was quite confident in her speed. As he braced himself against her direct downward thrust, which shattered the surrounding ground, He struggled to evade and admitted to himself that she was certainly more troublesome than a brute force fighter. Observing the sharp claw marks aimed at him, he judged that high speed was tricky to deal with. He further assessed that she was even faster than Nabon and precise enough to target only vital points, but then considered another perspective. Deliberately exposing an opening at his neck, he calculated that if he left a vital point unguarded, her body would react first. Dre immediately took the bait, pouring killing intent into her blazing eyes, only to recoil in shock as Theo gambled on her reflexes and unleashed a powerful technique, Dragon Claw. Dre was horrified to realize that lightning attributes surrounded the sword aura, as pitch-black bolts struck the ground and triggered a massive explosion in a move called Dark Thunder. Theo's wide-area attack completely suppressed her within a storm of sword strike. Paralyzed by the current, she trembled and realized in alarm that the sword aura had carried lightning attributes, which was why dodging had not worked. Gritting her teeth in astonishment, she found herself buried among the massive rocks destroyed by Theo's power. Surveying the devastated terrain, she mockingly remarked that he had even destroyed the landscape to restrict her swift legs, calling it a desperate move, but admitting it was not bad. Smiling behind her mask, she added that it was unfortunate. She then shot across the battlefield at tremendous speed, ravaging the air as her claws shredded everything in their path. Brilliant red streaks collided violently, creating successive explosions, and she confidently asserted that it would not be enough to stop her. The earth trembled as smoke and crimson light billowed from the bases of the Rocky Mountains. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure wearing a beaked mask diligently took notes in a book. Ian murmured that, although still incomplete, Theo had reached about 30% of the Black Dragon's level. Pausing his pen, his red eyes revealed surprise as he commented that not only had Theo blocked Dre's strike, but he had countered it, which he found interesting. Realizing something unusual, he exclaimed in astonishment before his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he remarked that the show should be quite entertaining. Amid drifting white smoke, Dre glanced over the battlefield and taunted that even when she openly left an opening, he did not take it, suggesting that he was wary of stepping into the smoke. Flipping arrogantly in midair, she impatiently questioned how long he intended to hide like that, adding that what she hated most was a man who made a woman wait. Suddenly, an enormous surge of energy in the shape of a blazing blue dragon's head lunged at her, catching her off guard and hurling her high into the air under the overwhelming pressure of the roaring dragon's spirit. Staring down at the manifested entity in shock, she muttered that the form was the one their lord had mentioned. Theo then appeared clad in majestic dragon armor, wearing a proud smile as he mockingly remarked that it was a shame since he had thought she would not be able to dodge in midair. Regaining her composure, Dre's eyes turned sharp and intrigued as she observed that he had become quite wild. Amid the desolate mountains, a series of violent explosions tore through the ground as rocks and dust were hurled everywhere while two terrifying forces clashed. Dre tilted her head while observing Theo and curiously remarked that the Ragnars were called the Descendants of Dragons, wondering aloud whether they also dabbled in shady experiments. As she dashed forward through blazing red slashes, Dre teasingly told Theo that he looked much better than before and that he was far more her type now. Theo shot forward like lightning and coldly replied that he was glad she liked it, adding that things were about to become even more fun. Theo's speed erupted as he launched straight into the sky and unleashed a gigantic bolt of lightning that crashed down onto the battlefield. Pursuing his target at terrifying speed, he filled the air with crisscrossing lightning strikes that blasted Dre away. Theo smiled with intense excitement as his power surged. While far away, Dre was startled by the sudden overwhelming force. Standing atop a rocky outcrop, Ian observed the battle and exclaimed that it was impressive. Watching Theo in his dragon form, he realized that it was dragonization, noting that earlier, Theo could barely react to Dre's speed, but was now clearly overpowering her. The eyes behind Ian's mask reflected the battle as he seriously concluded that with dragonization, Theo was stronger than the 9 servitors as they currently were. He quietly added that it was very dangerous, yet also incredibly beautiful. Dre suddenly appeared above Theo and swung her weapon down from the sky, the blade tearing through the air toward him. Feeling the opponent's power clearly through her weapon, she admitted to herself with irritation that he was definitely dangerous and that she could not take things lightly anymore. As the 3 metal claws on her weapon flared with blazing red energy, she resolved that she needed to end him in a single strike. While he could not move, a massive pillar of red energy slammed straight into the ground, triggering a violent explosion that blasted rocks and snow across the battlefield. From the rocky ledge, Ian stood with his arms folded while calmly observing and muttering that Theo Ragnar had surpassed expectations, adding that he wanted to see what Zvi would do next. Amid the chaotic battlefield, Many surrounding warriors witnessed the fierce clash as attacks collided violently. Ian continued watching and commented that Theo clearly had not received the heir candidate title for nothing, noting that he was competitively skilled as well. Anshio suddenly leapt into the air, gripping his weapon tightly as he prepared to strike at Zwei, a battle-hungry grin visible on his face. Zwei roared amid the tremors of the battlefield as overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The eyes behind Ian's mask flashed as he coldly concluded that Anshio had picked the wrong opponent. Behind his armor, Zwei's eyes glinted with killing intent as he locked onto his target. Anshio suddenly rushed forward at extreme speed, but Zwei instantly teleported behind him. Startled, Anshio exclaimed in disbelief that there was no way, wondering if Zwei had just dodged. Turning back to counterattack, he still could not believe his eyes and questioned how his attack could have been evaded despite that huge body. Continuous impacts erupted across the ground, blasting rocks and dust throughout the battlefield. Standing far away, Ian calmly flipped through the notebook in his hand while evaluating the situation, remarking that although Anshio was an heir candidate, he wondered if that was truly all he had. He then reasoned that Anshio had been created to fight the demon dragon, but was currently only at around 20% power, concluding that it could not be helped. Closing the notebook, Ian revealed a strangely excited expression and said that he was delighted to discover so many ways they could improve things. Meanwhile, Anshio was blasted away and landed atop a high rocky ledge. Gritting his teeth, he assessed the situation and cursed, admitting that this was far beyond what he had imagined. As Zwei stood amid the smoke-filled battlefield, Anshio spoke in a low voice about Travan's strongest force, the 9 servitors, saying that he had heard they were counterfeits created to fight the 9 dragons. Tightening his grip on his weapon, his eyes turned cold as he reacted to those evaluations, asking bitterly whether that meant he was not even good enough to be considered a counterfeit. Spinning the scythe in his hand, the blade whistled through the air as he prepared to attack. Lowering his stance, his gaze became fierce as he forced himself forward, swearing that if his power was not enough, then so be it. Laughing madly as his strength surged, Anshio shouted that he would have to use every card he had. He then shot upward into the sky as enormous black sword trails spiraled across the heavens. Unleashing his ultimate technique, he declared, "Shadow Sword Slay, Ink Orchid," sending countless shadow blades crashing down towards Zwei and triggering a barrage of violent explosions across the battlefield. Amid the storm of attacks, Zwei remained standing firmly within the smoke and dust, gripping his weapon tightly while a savage smile appeared beneath his armor. Tilting his head in contempt, he mockingly remarked that it was pathetic and asked whether that was all his opponent had. Anshio immediately reacted. As countless shadow chains erupted throughout the space, he shouted that there was no way and declared that the real attack was only starting now. The chains tightened around the battlefield, binding Zwei from every direction as Anshio controlled them to lock onto their target. The dark chains interwove across the sky like a gigantic net surrounding Zwei as Anshio unleashed his technique, announcing it as Shadow Sword Slay, Cosmic Web. Even while restrained within the web of black chains, Zwei still bared his fangs ferociously behind his helmet, his crimson eyes blazing with hostility. He laughed in disdain at the trap tightening around him and ridiculed his opponent, saying it was ridiculous and asking whether Anshio truly thought such a tiny toy web could stop him. In the distance, Anshio licked the blood from his face and smiled with calculation, explaining that he knew it could not stop Zwei, but that Zwei was not his actual target. Startled, Zwei exclaimed in confusion, asking what he meant. Immediately afterward, the ground trembled violently as enormous boulders were dragged upward by the chains. Realizing that he had been used as bait, Zwei roared in anger and lunged forward amid the chaos, beginning to curse Anshio's petty tricks. At that moment, the massive stones and the pressure from above crashed down onto the battlefield, creating a terrifying explosion that shattered the ground. Within the swirling dust, Theo appeared in a semi-draconic form, silently observing the battlefield with a calm expression. Standing opposite Dry amid the ruins, while electricity still coursed across her body, Theo coldly declared that he would let her live for now, explaining that he had promised to return with full hands. Although her body was wrapped in electric chains, Dre gazed at Theo with fascination and teasingly admitted that he was both strong and sweet, playfully wondering whether she should fall for him. Theo glanced toward the distant battlefield and coldly wondered whether Gizhar was still not finished. Suddenly, an armored arm thrust upward from the rubble, revealing that Zwei had not been defeated. Rising from the broken stones, his enormous figure stood firmly in the middle of the battlefield. From above, Anshio suddenly descended like lightning, aiming directly at the standing Zwei. Zwei tilted his head and observed him with a cold gaze behind his helmet as a savage smile slowly formed. Ancio unleashed a relentless barrage of fierce slashes, sword trails tearing through the air as he pressured Zwei. However, the strike still failed to injure him due to the protection of his armor. Grinding his teeth, Ancio assessed the situation and muttered that he needed an attack capable of breaking that armor. Leaping high into the air, Ancio then came crashing down with a devastating strike aimed directly at Zwei. A violent explosion erupted across the battlefield and clouds of dust surged everywhere. Amid the shockwave, Theo stood firm with his sword in hand and calmly stated that he had come to help. Ancio bent forward slightly and looked toward him with irritation, gruffly replying by calling him a cocky rascal and asking whether he had requested any help. Inwardly, however, he evaluated Theo, realizing that the dragonization meant he truly was the chosen one after all, and cursed under his breath. Ancio then challenged him openly, saying that Theo would be next after Zwei was finished. Theo responded with eager eyes that he would look forward to it. Standing side by side on the battlefield covered in snow and shattered stone, Theo looked toward their enemies and suggested that they should deal with those traitors first. Ancio immediately showed annoyance and curtly replied that Theo should not order him around. Turning his back as he began to walk away, Ancio spoke in a cold voice that sounded like a warning, stating that Theo's complacency would get him killed and emphasizing that Zwei was on a completely different level from the opponent Theo had faced before. The final scene captured Ancio's tense gaze, the savage grin of Zwei behind his helmet at the center, and Theo's cold stare below as all three prepared themselves for the next battle. Thorkel led the cavalry through the darkness and moved toward the battlefield. He solemnly announced that, according to Ragnar's military law, he had come to arrest Theo Ragnar on suspicion of treason. He admitted that he personally did not believe Theo had betrayed Ragnar, but he emphasized that the clan's laws represented their father's will, and Theo's current actions were going against both the clan and their father. He firmly warned that if Theo refused to surrender peacefully, immediate execution would be allowed under Ragnar's martial law, and he stated that he would never allow such a thing to happen. Raising his voice, he ordered the black-armed iron cavalry to follow him, and a thunderous response spread across the battlefield. The soldiers began whispering among themselves, asking whether Theo had really committed treason. They could not believe that someone they had sworn loyalty to could be suspected so easily. They asked their platoon leader to tell them the truth. Evelyn shook her head and apologized, saying that she also did not know the details. Julius then told everyone to move if they were prepared. Evelyn hesitated and called out to him, saying that the situation made no sense and insisting that he also knew it, while asking why he had remained silent. Julius looked directly at her and explained that the white-armored dragon cavalry had never involved themselves in such matters and that all they needed to do was trust their comrade. Beneath the bright full moon, Julius moved forward first and stated that things were the same as always. Evelyn agreed and said that the commander was right and that she trusted young Master Theo. She ordered everyone to follow the commander, and the warriors answered together with their agreement. Elsewhere, under the moonlight, Dante silently watched the scene, attracting the attention of his subordinate. She asked him what was wrong, and he frowned, saying that he disliked the situation. He analyzed that the man who had broken the elder dragon's arm to protect his subordinate was now being accused of treason and pursued over something as insignificant as a uniform, which he considered completely absurd. The female subordinate concluded that there must be something deeper happening, and Dante agreed that some kind of plot was taking place. Becoming angry, he decided to personally intervene and stepped forward with determination. In another place, beneath falling snow, Theo held his sword tightly and decisively ordered that the traitors should be eliminated first. Behind him, Ancio stuck his weapon into the ground and expressed his displeasure, telling Theo not to order him around. He glared at the distant enemy and warned that Theo's carelessness would get him killed because the opponent was on a completely different level. When Theo calmly told him to simply follow the plan, Ancio interrupted him and shouted that he had already told him not to give orders. Theo became silent in surprise, and Ancio coldly threatened that Theo would be next after the enemy was defeated and told him to wait quietly. Theo smirked to himself, thinking that the heir candidates truly were different and that he had worried for nothing. He then agreed to remain quiet. Ancio began gathering power as dark energy surrounded his body. He rushed forward and launched a swift attack using a technique called Shadow Sword Slay. He followed it with another move, releasing countless black daggers that rained down upon the enemy, a technique known as Thousand Ink Daggers. Zwei answered with a thunderous strike from his massive weapon, but Ancio barely avoided the attack with incredible agility. The battle became more intense as the two exchanged rapid blows. Standing firmly on the cracked ground, Zwei watched Ancio retreat while his eyes glowed. He declared that it was now his turn and jumped into the air to prepare a powerful downward strike. Struggling against Zway's overwhelming strength, Anshio complained internally that it was unfair for such a huge opponent to be so fast. He realized that directly facing those attacks was too dangerous and that simple deflection would not be enough to win. Remaining focused, he decided to wait for an opportunity. He told himself that his chance would eventually appear and that he would continue deflecting attacks until Zwei lost his balance, at which point he would counterattack. As the fierce battle continued, Zwei unleashed another devastating attack that created a powerful shockwave. He coldly stated that Anshio could no longer rely on his cheap trick. From behind, Anshio mocked him and told him not to become arrogant simply because he had broken a weapon. Nearby, Theo thought that the battle would last longer than expected and that he should at least question the servitor he had captured. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts and expressed fascination at seeing the battle up close. Ein appeared in the distance and analyzed that the thruma flowing through the daggers continuously restrained the target and that the daggers resonated with one another to increase the binding force. He described the method as ingenious. Shocked, Theo wondered when Ein had arrived and concluded that he must be one of the 9 servitors. Although something felt strange, Ein's eyes shone with determination as he greeted Theo and called him by name. Theo suddenly realized that the real danger was not Ein's strength but the extremely ominous and alien nature of his mana. Ein then stated that dragonization was truly remarkable and that even 30% of the Black Dragon had been unable to defeat Theo. Startled, Theo demanded to know what he meant by 30% of the Black Dragon. Ein calmly replied that he meant exactly what he had said and began explaining the modified humans he was creating. Emerging from the darkness with his cold eyes hidden behind a beaked mask, Ein spoke in a low voice and explained that the 9 noble servitors existed to oppose Ragnar's 9 dragons. He clarified that he was speaking about the experiment's completion level. Standing in the snowy field with power radiating from his body, Theo listened as Ein evaluated Dre, the 3rd experimental subject, and stated that she possessed 30% of the Black Dragon's power. He added that Theo had already surpassed that level because he had won the battle. Looking at Theo with contempt through his lenses, Ein mocked the fact that 30% was insufficient and questioned whether Theo truly intended to fight Ragnar with such power. Raising a test tube filled with red liquid, Ein's eyes gleamed with calculation as he silently prepared for his next action. In the next explosive moment, chains shot forward and tightly wrapped around Dre's body, causing her to react violently in shock. Restrained on the cracked ground and covered in blood, Dre desperately begged Ein to stop, pleading that she would continue fighting if he released her. As her body roared violently and her energy surged outward, devouring the surroundings, she bared her teeth while blood poured from her mouth and cried out in pain, asking why this was happening. A crimson explosion tore through the ground as energy shot into the sky, leaving Theo watching from a distance in shock. Realizing something, Theo tensely analyzed that the explosion might have been caused by mana wall reflux, or perhaps Ein had created such a technique by refining the original flow of the excess blood surge technique. Sweating heavily and grinding his teeth, Theo realized from Ein's words that the sample had contained exactly 40% of the Black Dragon's power. Standing in the darkness with his red eyes shining behind his mask, Ein calmly revealed that he had already recreated the original power of the 9 dragons, although creating a body strong enough to handle that power was still difficult. Spreading his arms with overwhelming confidence, he suggested that Theo should join forces with him. He claimed that with Theo's body and his own abilities, which he believed had surpassed those of the Ragnar clan head, becoming Kyle Ragnar would no longer remain an impossible dream. Behind him, a massive pillar of energy exploded into the sky, causing the entire space to tremble, yet Ein remained completely still as if everything was under his control. Nearby, Zway's muscular body lay motionless among the ruins, his mouth hanging open as he remained unconscious, while death seemed to cover the entire area. Charging through the shattered battlefield, Anshio swung his sword confidently and mocked that the servitors were not very impressive after all. Standing among the corpses while red energy swirled around him, Ein calmly admitted that after witnessing this scene, he could not say that Anshio was wrong. Raising his hand slightly as though he controlled everything around him, Ein coldly announced that the experiment had now ended. As red energy spread across the battlefield, Theo and Anshio stood at the front prepared for battle while Ein ordered Zwei to rise and finish everything. In a violent frenzy, Zway's face twisted as red energy exploded around his body. Seeing this, the injured and exhausted Anio widened his eyes in shock and stared in disbelief at what had returned to life. Moments later, Zwei descended from above like a monster, wrapped in red energy and moving toward Ancio at terrifying speed. The attack struck Ancio, causing him to cough up blood as his body bent from pain. He was then pierced through and left hanging in the air while the red energy continued to surge around him. Turning his attention to his opponent, Ein addressed Theo Ragnar directly and explained that although his mission had been to kill him and retrieve the Primordial Dragon's power, he would be satisfied for now and retreat. Standing in a pool of blood, Theo lowered his head, but despite his exhaustion his eyes remained sharp. He refused to accept the result, thinking that although Gizhar had been tired, he had been defeated far too easily. Suddenly, a figure crossed the sky at incredible speed, making the atmosphere tense. Ein coldly commented that uninvited guests were approaching and then returned to discussing his earlier proposal in a meaningful tone. At that moment, Thorkel descended like a raging storm while riding a ferocious beast. His overwhelming presence crushed everything in his path. The impact of his arrival created a devastating shockwave that shattered the ground and spread pressure throughout the entire area. As snow began to fall, Ein's form gradually disappeared, yet his calm attitude still carried a dangerous feeling as he expressed hope that Theo would carefully consider his proposal. Furious, Theo shouted for him to wait and demanded that Gizhar be returned. After silence settled over the ruined battlefield, Theo stood alone among the wreckage and quietly admitted that he had lost them. When Thorkel arrived on horseback, Theo rushed toward him and urgently reported that he had arrived just in time and that they immediately needed a pursuit squad. However, Thorkel angrily interrupted him and called him by name. Standing upright while a red aura surrounded him, Thorkel declared that Theo Ragnar was under arrest for treason. Hearing those words, Theo was left in complete disbelief. On the desolate frozen wasteland, two opposing groups stood facing one another while the tension in the air seemed ready to explode at any moment. From above, Selper descended onto the battlefield while riding a dragon, making the already heavy atmosphere even more intense. Sitting on top of his mount, Selper froze for a moment after recognizing the newly arrived person and softly addressed Commander Julius. Among the snow-covered ground filled with corpses and weapons, Theo stood bare-chested while facing the opposing side as Selper asked whether everything would be all right. In the distance, two figures stood quietly in the falling snow. Gizhar turned her head slightly and wondered why she could not see Gizhar anywhere, questioning whether something had happened. Dante looked back impatiently and demanded to know from Ancio what had taken place. Gizhar lowered her hood and explained that the 9 servitors appeared to have interfered and that everything had gone wrong. Looking toward the place where Dre had fallen earlier, she worried that they probably would not have killed Gizhar, but in the worst situation something terrible might have happened to him. Hearing this, Dante smirked without showing any concern. Instead, he appeared pleased by the news. Sensing that something was unusual about his reaction, Gizhar glanced toward him. Dante's face became covered in a crazed red glow as he sneered that the situation was even better than expected and that he would use this chance to crush that arrogant brat. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly changed when Thorkel appeared, releasing overwhelming pressure within a crimson aura while coldly declaring that Theo was under arrest for treason. Theo froze in shock. Standing in the snowy wasteland, Dante laughed with contempt and stated that an arrest was unnecessary during wartime because they should simply execute Theo immediately. He added that Gizhar and Ancio had witnessed Theo's treason. Facing Theo directly, Dante demanded that he give an explanation if he had one. Theo firmly answered that he could explain everything, but insisted that another matter was far more important at that moment. Dante slightly raised his hand and questioned what could possibly be more important in such a situation before suddenly releasing killing intent and roaring as he demanded to know what could outweigh the seriousness of Theo's treason. Theo stood frozen with fear. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly blocked Dante's attack and stopped it just in time. Julius rushed forward and stood in front of Theo, creating a protective barrier amid the chaos. With a determined expression, Julius criticized Dante for twisting uncertain circumstances in order to accuse Theo. He pointed out that they even possessed the corpse of a noble servitor whom Theo had killed as evidence. As a body lay collapsed on the cold stone ground with dark red blood spreading across the battlefield, Dante arrogantly questioned whether such evidence was truly enough. Julius tightened his grip on Dante's arm and warned him not to act unreasonably. Surrounded by overlapping waves of red and blue killing intent, Julius further warned that if Dante continued to distort the truth, he would end up just like the Elder Dragon. Standing firmly within the crimson aura, Dante sneered that he did not consider himself the unreasonable one and invited Julius to test his strength if he believed he could defeat him. Before the conflict could turn violent, Theo stepped between them and shouted for both of them to stop immediately, insisting that they did not have time for such arguments. His face filled with urgency. He cried out that 2 of Troivan's noble servitors had injured Gizhar Hyungnim and taken him away, and that they needed to chase them at once. Hearing this, Gizhar became momentarily stunned and questioned whether that matter was not far more urgent. She reasoned that since Theo had killed a noble servitor, his actions should not be considered treason. From the soldiers standing behind them, many others also voiced their agreement, arguing that removing a uniform and calling it treason was ridiculous and was simply being used as an excuse. Under the snowy night sky, Theo spread his arms and firmly declared that he would answer the charges in court. He emphasized that a candidate to inherit the clan had been kidnapped and that rescuing Gizhar had to come before everything else. Evelyn quietly examined the situation and said that Theo was right. She explained that the charges of treason were only part of a political scheme and added that the Overlord Dragon would probably care more about his disciple than politics. As whispers spread through the crowd, Dante turned away without saying anything. Evelyn continued to believe that even someone like him would surely want to save Gizhar first. Having no answer to their reasoning, Dante suddenly exploded with anger and declared that everything being said was complete nonsense. Gizhar slightly tilted her head and silently watched as public opinion within the crowd slowly began to change. Theo gritted his teeth because Dante's extreme reaction felt very unusual to him. Dante stepped closer to Theo with a fierce expression and remarked that Theo certainly knew how to talk. Red killing intent rose between them as Dante coldly ordered Theo to stop speaking nonsense and prove his innocence. He warned that if Theo failed to do so, he would be executed immediately. Theo remained silent for a moment as if gathering his determination for what he planned to do next. Dante narrowed his eyes and harshly asked why Theo was staying silent, wondering if he had already accepted death. Theo replied coldly that Dante could think whatever he wanted. Suddenly, a violent burst of blue light exploded across the battlefield, shocking everyone. Surrounded by the burning blue aura, Theo firmly stated that saving a warrior of Ragnar was far more important to him than proving his innocence. Standing beside the cold and shining energy, Thorkel looked forward without any hesitation. The people behind them froze because of Theo's overwhelming presence as he pointed out that they were wasting precious time fighting each other. Looking toward Gizhar within the mixture of red and blue light, Theo warned that the time to rescue Gizhar Hyungnim was quickly running out. Within the cold aura, he lowered his voice and asked whether Dante truly intended to protect the Ragnar clan. He further questioned whether Dante wanted the throne so badly that he was willing to abandon his own disciple. Dante's face twisted with anger as he cursed Theo and called him a brat. Theo remained suspended in the glowing blue sky while Dante stood below him, trembling with rage. Julius narrowed his eyes because the power Theo displayed felt strangely familiar. As he realized something, a huge wave of blue energy spread across the battlefield, tearing through the snow and drawing everyone's attention toward Theo. The elder dragon stood frozen and stammered in shock. Deep within the snowstorm, a gigantic claw suddenly struck the frozen ground. Julius smiled with both shock and excitement and quietly remarked that Theo had truly not been bluffing about returning with a surprise. Evelyn cried out in disbelief as enormous dragon wings slowly spread, instantly changing the atmosphere of the battlefield. Sitting on her horse, Ian widened her eyes in complete astonishment and could barely speak. Above the swirling snow, the head of a gigantic dragon descended from the sky. Hulkus clenched his fists and trembled with excitement as he recognized the sign. He shouted that it was the descendant of the legendary dragon who was destined to lead Ragnar. Wolfgang's eyes widened in disbelief as he frantically insisted that such a thing was impossible. He questioned how a half-breed could accomplish such a feat as guardian beasts moved within the white currents. He expressed shock over how Theo could command such creatures. The enormous beasts that floated within the purple-red light mockingly stated that Theo had tried to use them. They admitted that his creation of the isolation zone together with Nirvana was impressive, although incomplete. From above, the giant Umbra looked down at Theo and reminded him that his current power only allowed him to create their illusions. Standing within the crimson glow, Dante smiled dangerously as he realized Theo's limitations. Umbra coldly added that without their true bodies, they could not harm Dante. Wearing dragon-like armor, Theo quietly admitted to himself that he had never intended to fight the Overlord Dragon directly. He only needed to silence Dante and win the support of the people. As the guardian beasts filled the sky like a grand display of power, Theo realized that nothing could help him achieve that goal better than this. The warriors riding their mounts looked around in shock, and one of them declared that Theo was the true descendant of the legendary dragon who could summon guardians and who was destined to lead Ragnar. Many people raised their arms and shouted that Theo was the true heir of the dragon and that he would never betray Ragnar. They added that they should have understood this earlier when he chose to save Gizhar first. Still wearing his dragon armor, Theo smiled slightly as he realized that the situation was moving in his favor. As the soldiers continued praising him for placing Ragnar above everything else, Theo thought to himself that the tide had turned and that convincing them to rescue Gizhar would not be difficult. Meanwhile, Dante clenched his fists, his face twisted with fury, and dismissed everything as nonsense. Suddenly, a burst of white power exploded across the battlefield, sweeping everything aside instantly. Red and white whirlwinds tore through the icy ground and left destruction behind them. Theo became silent for a moment because he sensed something strange. The warriors behind him stared ahead in shock, and one of them cried out in horror, asking how Dante could attack the guardians. Dante turned around as his killing intent surged. He mockingly called Theo a fool and ridiculed the idea that a few lizard illusions could erase charges of treason. His expression became even more twisted as he roared that they were all the same kind of vermin. He contemptuously shouted that everyone had been fooled like children by stupid illusions simply because they believed in legends. Almost losing control, Dante continued to rage, mocking the idea of a dragon's heir who could command guardians and demanding to know how anyone could still believe such nonsense. However, his expression briefly froze as he realized that he might have gone too far. The battlefield became silent beneath the falling gray snow as both sides were stunned by his outburst. Thorkel quietly looked ahead while Wolfgang touched his chin and frowned in shock, wondering how Dante could call the guardians mere lizards. Julius stepped forward through the cold wind and fixed his eyes on Dante. He gravely declared that Dante had crossed the line as the Overlord Dragon. Theo smiled slightly as he realized that Dante had trapped himself and silently thanked him. Dante widened his eyes when he finally understood that he had helped Theo completely reverse the situation. Theo then coldly concluded that Dante had made everything much easier for him. For a brief moment, both sides remained silent on the snow-covered battlefield. Theo stared at Dante with cold eyes and silently concluded that Dante had dug his own grave and had revealed himself to be a tyrant dragon. The warriors behind them stood frozen in the howling wind as Theo reasoned that rejecting the dragon legends of Ragnar might truly reflect Dante's real thoughts. Dante gritted his teeth with a conflicted expression and thought that the people of Ragnar and their legends meant nothing to him. However, he also realized that retreating now would only make the situation worse. Julius, with his blazing red eyes, remained silent as he carefully observed every change, while Wolfgang, whose face had become as hard as stone, also watched quietly as the entire situation moved in a completely different direction. Theo made a firm decision in his heart that he would push himself even harder. Standing opposite Theo in the gray snow, Dante coldly accepted the challenge and said that they should test it, adding that if the legend was truly so great, it should not be defeated by an attack like that. A crimson killing intent burst out around him as he charged forward like a madman, roaring fiercely. Theo hesitated for a brief moment because of Dante's overwhelming speed as a massive red force swept across the battlefield like a tear splitting the sky, leaving everyone frozen in shock. The warriors behind them raised their heads at the same time, their expressions changing drastically as they felt the terrifying pressure and wondered what kind of energy it was. A violent explosion of power followed, causing Theo to stand stunned at the horrifying sight. As both sides directed their killing intent toward one another, Kyle harshly rebuked them, reminding them that they had been told to cut down the enemy, yet they were aiming their weapons at each other instead. At that moment, a gigantic sword crashed down onto the battlefield like a divine marker, forcing everyone to stop. From the sword, a red light spread like a sea of flames, covering the land and surrounding everything with overwhelming pressure. A figure appeared within the crimson sky. Kyle looked at the scene and, in shock, questioned how matters had turned into such a battlefield. Within the blood-red haze and lingering crimson smoke, all the warriors immediately bowed and greeted the patriarch. Dante bent down under the crushing atmosphere while Julius quickly admitted that they had no excuse. Dante then attempted to explain that it was not an internal conflict and claimed that they had only been trying to eliminate a traitor. Theo stood still as snow swirled around him and every eye turned toward him. Dante immediately placed the blame on Theo, accusing him of wearing the enemy's clothing, damaging Ragnar's honor, and requesting that he be executed immediately. Kyle stood like a giant mountain amid the crimson pressure. He slightly curled his lips and mockingly remarked that a dog was barking without knowing its place. His red eyes flashed with absolute authority as he asked how such a creature dared to decide whom to bite in front of its master. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Dante was forced onto his knees. He gritted his teeth and struggled to resist but could not withstand the invisible weight crushing him. Kyle remained still within the dark red atmosphere, his gaze cold as he ordered someone to explain the disturbance. Thorkel stepped forward in the heavy silence and formally introduced himself as Theo Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. He requested forgiveness for his boldness and reported that the fourth successor, Theo Ragnar, had been kidnapped during the battle against Troyven. He urgently suggested that instead of arguing over unimportant matters, they should receive permission to form a pursuit team immediately. Theo, in his half-human and half-dragon form, smiled faintly while thinking of his brother, whereas Dante angrily thought that Thorkel was still allowing emotions to influence him. Kyle stood silently between them before coldly addressing the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Theo and Thorkel both stiffened under his pressure as Kyle reminded them that the defeated died, which was the law of the strong. Thorkel suddenly lifted his head and shouted in defiance that before being a loser, Gizhar was his brother. He demanded to know how Kyle could speak of family after abandoning his own brother. His face trembled with anger and resentment. However, Kyle remained unmoved and coldly stated that Thorkel was mistaken. Standing like a huge shadow against the red and black background, Kyle declared that a family was not a place for playing house. Thorkel's pupils shrank violently, and he was too shocked to answer. Theo, however, did not retreat and urgently insisted that they still had to save Gizhar, not because he was family. His face fell into a cold blue shadow as he emphasized that if they failed to save Gizhar now, they would lose not only one successor but also the honor and fear connected to the name Ragnar. The warriors behind them listened carefully as Theo firmly continued that those who had touched a Ragnar warrior without permission should be punished. Gizhar sat curled beneath her cloak, her eyes trembling slightly as she heard Theo declare that the enemy should suffer fear worse than death. The Ragnar warriors within the ranks fell silent and exchanged glances while Theo continued in a voice that sounded like a final judgment, stating that such punishment was necessary so the enemy would never dare repeat their actions. Kyle stood motionless within the crimson light as Theo's final words echoed before everyone, declaring that the enemy would never dare challenge Ragnar again. Dante exploded with anger and shouted that such reasoning was nothing more than sophistry and that the real issue was the accusation of treason. With a single cold command, Kyle instantly crushed the rising tension and ordered silence, causing Dante to choke in pain. As Kyle slowly grasped the hilt of his sword amid the red-violet light, he quietly repeated the words concerning Ragnar's honor. Standing beneath the dark red sky while Theo knelt stiffly before him, Kyle cast a shadow over Theo's face with the blade. Theo tightly closed his eyes as he heard what seemed to be a heavy judgment. However, Kyle coldly corrected him, saying that Theo had spoken as if he himself were the patriarch. Suddenly, Kyle sheathed his sword once more and calmly remarked amid the falling snow that it had been an interesting answer. Theo slightly raised his head, his eyes shaking briefly because of the unexpected response. From the battlefield, Kyle immediately gave a firm order that all personnel present were to be organized into a rescue unit and that Gizhar Ragnar had to be recovered immediately. Everyone answered together that they understood, and the formation began to move, showing that the entire situation had changed. Kyle softly called Theo's name in the cold snow, and Theo lowered his head slightly as though he had already expected what would come next. Turning his back to the battlefield, Kyle slowly informed him that there was something he needed to discuss with his father. Theo's expression stiffened, and cold sweat ran down his cheek because he had not expected to hear those words at that moment. In the distance, Thorkel sat silently atop his horse within the hazy snowfall, his stillness making the atmosphere even heavier. Under the night sky, someone hesitantly addressed him as captain, yet he remained silent. The scene suddenly shifted to another place where burning stone pillars and crimson veins twisted around a grotesque sphere. Against the red and black background, Ein lay collapsed and seriously wounded, struggling as he apologized in despair to the young lord. Inside the dark red magic circle, and beneath the flickering torches, a man grabbed Ein by the collar and coldly questioned him about the failed mission, asking whether he had not been instructed to bring both the relic and Theo for the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor. Above them, Zwei knelt on the cold ground and begged for forgiveness while the man angrily shouted that he had lost both objectives and still shamelessly returned alive. In panic, Zwei lowered his head and apologized, explaining that Ragnar's main force had stormed in because of his failure, leaving him with no other choice. Meanwhile, beneath his red glowing beaked mask, Ein thought to himself that someone as important as Theo could not yet be killed. Trembling, Ein apologized once more but claimed that he had brought a substitute instead. Nearby, Ancio lay on the ground covered in blood, and his injured body clearly showed that he had been dragged back as a sacrificial replacement. The man's eyes flashed as he froze after hearing the word substitute. Filled with anger, he threw something aside and shouted that the resurrection ritual was impossible without a primordial dragon relic, and that Ragnar's body alone was useless. Under the cold night sky and thick mist, an old mage wearing a tall pointed hat stood beside him and calmly said that although the situation was unfortunate, they could simply use another relic. The man immediately asked if he meant the dragon reviving sword. Under the pale moonlight, a massive sword resting inside a stone coffin became visible. The old mage explained that the dragon reviving sword was one of the highest grade weapon relics and was essential for the Mad Dragon Emperor to face Kyle, so it could not normally be used as a sacrifice for the resurrection ritual. The man turned toward the mage in disbelief, but the mage coldly replied that he should have brought the proper relic if that was the case. The man stood there in shock and confusion. At that moment, another figure rushed toward them in panic and informed the young lord that Ragnar's main army was attacking. Both the man and the mage froze at the sudden report. White war horses raced through the snowy night while the messenger frantically explained that the enemy was quickly breaking through the front lines and claimed that they were searching for a successor. The man looked back into the darkness where the remains of his forces were fleeing in fear. He could not understand why Ragnar would advance the front lines simply to recover a prisoner. He thought that Kyle was the kind of person who valued survival of the fittest above such concerns, and he wondered what the real reason behind the attack was. Meanwhile, Ancio lay on the cold stone ground as blood spread beneath him. He struggled to lift his head and bitterly muttered toward the old dragon slayer, asking if he even knew who he was to act so boldly. His face was covered with blood and tears as he choked with resentment and despair, cursing while saying that he had trusted his master. The man gritted his teeth while looking down at him. Enduring the pain, Ancio continued to believe that if his master arrived, these enemies would be nothing. He then wondered whether this man was truly the intended successor. The old mage stroked his beard beneath his tall hat and stared into the distance with cold calculation. He remarked that it was only a matter of time before the place was discovered. Looking down from the cliff, the grotesque blood-red sphere continued to pulse among the spikes and ruins. The mage analyzed that even the holy demon cult's barrier had its limit. He added that if they abandoned the place, it would take a very long time to prepare the ritual again. Raising his face toward the night sky, he concluded that the Mad Dragon Emperor could not be revived without the North. The man replied irritably that he already knew that and told him to remain quiet. Standing within the red glow, cold sweat ran down his cheek as he realized that they were already at the edge of the North. If they retreated, they would not know when they could return, meaning they could no longer delay the resurrection. After a long period of silence, he seemed to reach a final decision. Amid the blood-stained snowfield, he coldly ordered Ein to bring Gizhar and follow him, declaring that they would use him together with the dragon-reviving sword as sacrifices. Ein bowed and accepted the order. Lying on the ground, Ancio suddenly widened his eyes in horror and shouted in panic, asking what was meant by sacrifice. The old mage smiled coldly while the man urged everyone to hurry, saying that they would finish the ritual before Ragnar arrived. The mage praised the decision and called it excellent. Dark red flesh-like tendrils and layers of ice surrounding the altar began to tremble beneath the night sky. Ancio was trapped inside the grotesque mass, his body covered in blood as he shook violently from unbearable pain. The entire magic formation looked like a living creature, with crimson veins extending from the fleshy sphere and tightly binding him. With eyes filled with fanatical madness, a voice proclaimed that on that day the Mad Dragon Emperor would be resurrected using Ragnar's blood and relics. The crimson altar twisted within the mist and torchlight as the declaration echoed. Behind the tower beneath the night sky, a blazing red rift tore through space, while white cracks spread around it like shattered glass. Inside that broken space, Kyle stood at the front while Theo stood behind him. Theo quietly realized what he was seeing and trailed off in shock. Kyle, with his back turned, explained in a low voice that it was a fault line in space and time and that it was a suitable place to speak privately. Theo was astonished and wondered what a space-time fault line actually was. At that moment, Lodbrok appeared behind Theo inside the chaotic void and calmly explained that it was literally a gap between time and space, although she added that the entire situation was absurd. As she observed the scene, she admitted that Kyle had not only split space-time but had even created a separate space inside that gap. She questioned whether such a thing could still be called swordsmanship and added that although she had always known he was strong, He no longer seemed human, no matter how she looked at him. Theo silently concluded that Kyle had clearly gone beyond human limit. Kyle suddenly turned around and coldly asked whether they had finished talking. Both Theo and Lodbrok immediately became silent. Kyle then declared in a heavy voice that he had brought them there to speak privately with his son, and that it was not a place for relics from the old era. Looking directly at Lodbrok, he activated a technique and summoned the Guardian Dragon. Immediately, the system announced that the Thunder Gate was being forcibly closed and that communication with Lodbrok had been temporarily cut off. Elsewhere, inside a radiant golden palace, Lodbrok was struck by electricity and clutched her head in pain as the connection was suddenly severed. Pressing her forehead, she muttered with tired frustration that even the Thunder Gate was being interfered with and called Kyle a monster. Meanwhile, Theo covered half of his face and wondered whether his father had blocked the Thunder Gate and how far ahead he was able to see. Kyle's lips moved slightly before he asked in a low and heavy voice whether Theo had ever resented him. Theo's red eyes widened as he froze after hearing such a question from Kyle. Kyle continued in a somber tone, reminding him that he had left Theo and his mother behind together with countless siblings and families. He heavily admitted that, under the name of survival of the fittest, he had allowed them to kill their own blood. Theo stood motionless within the shattered void. His face became stiff as those words touched the deepest wound in his heart, and he fell into silence. After a long pause, Kyle admitted with a faint smile that he liked Theo's honesty because he had not denied it even while confused. With a casual wave of his hand, blue-white light cut across space as Kyle repeated that the head of Ragnar must never look back at anything except the absolute strength that supports the world. Theo remained frozen in shock as fragments of memories began to appear. Countless corpses and blood-soaked battlefields from the past surfaced before him. Kyle explained that one had to sacrifice the small for the greater whole. He stated that he had protected the world through that belief because Ragnar carried the responsibility to do so. More memories appeared, revealing mountains of bodies and a lone figure standing above blood and fire. Kyle continued by saying that people claimed he had only killed regressors, which he described as both true and false. He explained that he had simply removed the rats that disturbed the family and threatened the world, and that most of those regressors had merely been those rats. A vivid red memory appeared before Theo. In it, Kyle roared with anger as he confessed that he had killed his own father, the insane Mad Dragon Emperor, and had removed the regressors who were corrupting the family. He insisted that he had done all of it to protect that place, even if his hands had to be stained with blood. A golden light bloomed behind him as he explained that after protecting the world in that way, he had become far too powerful. Theo realized with shock that such power must have come from the Pantheon. A brilliant golden aura, like a sacred rainbow, surrounded Kyle while chains of light descended from above as if they were the will of the gods. Holding one of the shining chains, Kyle calmly and tiredly admitted that the moment he used power beyond the limits of humans, a great calling from another world had begun pulling him away. It was a summons to leave that world and enter a greater battlefield in a higher dimension. Lowering his head, Kyle confessed that he could not abandon the family like that, so he had sealed his own power. He explained that the more strength he revealed, the tighter the chains of fate would pull him away. Because of that, fear had become necessary so that the family would not collapse even if he was no longer the one holding the sword. He further admitted that he had become a monster himself in order to protect that place. Half of his face was covered in shadow as he declared that this was the burden of the patriarch and asked Theo if he could escape such a burden. Theo hesitated because he could not answer immediately. Standing far away inside the dark void while Kyle appeared like a giant shadow ahead of him, Theo honestly admitted that he did not know. He said that he was not even sure whether the path he had chosen was the correct one. As the system activated Nirvana and briefly expanded his mental world, Theo reflected that the paths his father had abandoned, the family, the calling, and even the entire world, still remained before him. Surrounded by a cold blue light, Theo slowly changed and finally reached an important decision. He found himself standing beneath a bright blue sky above an endless sea. Spreading his arms wide, he firmly declared that he would carry everything himself. Kyle's eyes widened in surprise when Theo boldly announced that he would become a patriarch who surpassed him. Kyle threw back his head and laughed loudly beneath the blue sky. He mocked Theo by saying that claiming he would bear everything without even knowing the answer was extremely arrogant, even if he was his own son. However, Kyle placed a hand on Theo's shoulder and his eyes softened slightly. He remarked that Theo's answer had always remained the same. Because of that, he decided that he would not leave yet and would ask the calling to wait a little longer. Kyle's face appeared in close-up. Although he still looked stern, He was no longer as cold as before. He slowly stated that Theo must prove whether his answer was merely a bluff or genuine sincerity, and whether he could truly endure the weight of such a destiny. He added that he would personally watch him and judge it with his own eyes. Theo then appeared in close-up with bright blue eyes and a faint smile. For the first time, he looked completely determined while standing before Kyle. Beneath the vast sky, the two faced each other as Kyle firmly instructed Theo to prove that he was worthy of becoming the master of Ragnar. The scene suddenly changed to a cavalry unit riding quickly across a snowy field. Thorkel loudly asked how far those bastards had managed to run. As he rode beside Ian, Ian frowned and remarked that they had already traveled much farther than the map had indicated. He added that they should have already reached Troya's main base by then. Hearing this, Thorkel became suspicious. He thought that they had traveled an extremely long distance, yet there was no sign of Troyvin or anyone else. Suddenly, Thorkel pulled his horse to a stop as if he had realized something terrible. He prayed that it was not what he was thinking and immediately ordered everyone to stop. In a close-up, the black-haired captain rushed forward with a tense expression while Ian called out to him in panic. Thorkel gritted his teeth with regret, wondering why he had not realized the truth sooner. The group eventually stopped before enormous snow-covered cliffs, all of them frozen in place. Thorkel swung his weapon toward the strange black vortices hanging against the cliff wall. Red energy surrounded his spear as he struck the distorted space. He realized that it had been an illusion barrier created by the holy demon cult. The red and black barrier shattered beneath the tip of his spear. I cried out in shock after realizing that it was a barrier. She quickly turned toward Thorkel with a pale face and anxiously asked what that thing was. Thorkel cursed angrily and blamed Troyvin and his followers. The hidden scene before them was finally revealed. It resembled a crimson hell, with blood covering the ground and grotesque masses of flesh growing everywhere. Horrified, Thorkel wondered what kind of terrible acts had been committed there. The scene then shifted beneath a blood-red night sky. A hooded figure quietly reported that the body had been identified as Lord Gizhar Ragnar. Gizhar cried out in shock and desperately denied that it could be true. She insisted that there was no way Anshio could be dead. While the ritual remained unfinished, she rushed forward and tried to force her way inside. The others panicked and attempted to stop her, telling her to wait because the examination had not been completed. Gizhar immediately drew her sword and threatened to kill everyone if they did not move aside. One of the hooded figures turned toward Robert, who remained silent while watching everything. Gizhar collapsed beside the body. Her hands trembled as she touched the horrible red flesh that was consuming Anshio. Bowing her head over the body, she repeatedly called out his name through her tears. Thorkel quietly judged that the body's warmth indicated that he had not died very long ago. He sadly remarked that he could have saved him if he had arrived a little earlier. Julius comforted him by saying that as the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, he had done everything he could and should not blame himself too much. Julius then looked toward the destroyed ritual site. His expression became cold as he connected all the clues. He concluded that the area clearly showed traces of the holy demon cult's resurrection ritual, along with the corpse of his successor and the remaining energy of a relic. In a close-up, Julius's eyes narrowed with caution as he prayed that his suspicions were wrong. From a distance, Gizhar bent over in grief while Dante stood silently before the blood-soaked battlefield. The entire scene was filled with helplessness and despair. Gizhar turned toward Dante with regret and said that things might have been different if they had left earlier to rescue Gizhar. Dante interrupted her in a low voice and told her to remain silent because he needed time to think. Tears filled Gishar's face as she lowered her head and remained silent, unable to endure the terrible sight before her. Dante stood above the battlefield, silently looking over the endless sea of blood and snow. In a close-up, his face appeared in the darkness as he remained completely still. Then the corner of his mouth slowly rose, and an eerie laugh escaped him as a twisted response to the tragedy. Raising his head while snow fell around him, he sneered and remarked that Troyvin and those sons of bad humans had done something very interesting. Kyle stood at the front while Theo approached from behind. Both of them were drawn toward the increasingly corrupted crimson atmosphere surrounding the ritual altar. In a close-up, Theo's eyes widened as he sensed the familiar energy. Beneath the blood-red sky, Kyle remained calm and criticized the dead man, saying that even in death he continued to cause trouble. He wondered whether having his head cut off by his own child had not been enough. Theo stood frozen in shock, believing that such a thing could not be possible. Blue-purple magic exploded around him while the ground trembled beneath his feet as though it were responding to something that had awakened. Theo appeared with blazing red eyes as Kyle sternly asked whether he remembered what had just been said. Theo immediately answered that he did. Half of Kyle's face appeared within blue flames as he slowly warned that trials often arrived much sooner than expected. Finally, in a chilling image where Kyle and Dante overlapped, both men declared at the same time that the Mad Dragon Emperor had returned to life. Ed Troyven stood amid a sea of blazing red energy, his body arched upward as if absorbing a sinister power. And it was said that Troyven had started the war in order to resurrect Ragnar's former clan head, the Mad Dragon Emperor. A massive pillar of energy erupted, his silhouette looming like an embodiment of ancient might. Though Ragnar had not confirmed it directly, it was inferred that the traces left on the blood-soaked altar after the ritual revealed its success. As battles erupted across the land, it was stated that Ragnar had moved to end the war before Troyven could draw upon the Emperor's power, launching an all-out offensive as the continent's strongest force. A blood-stained flag lay upon the battlefield, symbolizing heavy losses. Yet, Ragnar's army raised their banner of victory and pushed the enemy to the brink, with Troyven losing most of his territory and becoming cornered. In a tense military camp under a cold rain, frustration broke out as someone slammed a hand on the table and cursed that even after a whole month, the Mad Dragon Emperor had yet to appear. During a secret meeting, Julius warned his brother that something felt off, reasoning that the enemy should have already used the Emperor to win the war. Yet, he was nowhere to be seen. Rising abruptly, Julius insisted that the enemy was practically giving up their land and concluded that there had to be another scheme. Dante, however, dismissed the concern with a confident and disdainful attitude, questioning why the 9 dragons were so worried. Standing in the center of the room, his scarred body exposed, he mockingly argued that even if the old man returned to life, he would be powerless. He then drove his blade into the ground and coldly asserted that whether the Emperor returned or not was irrelevant, as what truly mattered was that they were slaughtering their enemies. He urged the others to focus on the results, claiming that results were all that mattered. Neil, sitting silently with a cold gaze, criticized Dante's thinking as narrow-minded. When Dante reacted in confusion, she calmly explained that the Mad Dragon Emperor specialized in madness-driven mind control, warning that if he truly acted, they could collapse from within. She further revealed rumors suggesting that one of the 9 dragons had once looked down on Ragnar's origins, and that the Emperor might have already dealt with one of them. Dante scoffed at the warning, sarcastically asking whether she meant during Theo's pursuit, and mocked her for speaking nonsense, telling her instead to worry about weaklings like her daughter. At that moment, a hand slammed onto the table, and a commanding voice demanded silence. Robert stepped forward, his expression stern yet composed, and stated that the Overlord Dragon was not wrong, concluding that Ragnar was ultimately winning the war. Gesturing toward the battlefield map, he asserted that once they captured the enemy capital, it would be over for Troyven. With a confident smirk, Dante concluded that there was only one answer and eagerly declared that they should take the enemy capital. As preparations for the final campaign unfolded under the setting sun, Selper and Aaron stood on the battlefield, still catching their breath after combat. Selper calmly informed her that they would take the enemy capital in 3 days and that the war with Troyven would finally come to an end. Aaron agreed with a sigh, acknowledging the situation. Noticing the low morale, Selper tried to lift everyone's spirits, questioning why they seemed so down and encouraging them to finish the war quickly and return home. He jokingly added that Aaron should wear that strange dress again at the victory ceremony. Aaron, slightly tense, replied that the dress had been made by her mother. Realizing his mistake, Selper laughed awkwardly and corrected himself by saying that it had been beautiful, which prompted Aaron to tease him for contradicting himself and accuse him of lying. Watching the group laugh together, Theo observed how the atmosphere had lightened. After days of tension, however, as he stood silently behind them, he reflected that while it was good they were winning, the war seemed to be ending too easily. Walking through the camp, he analyzed the situation, recalling that in his past life, the war had broken out 5 years later, and he wondered whether it was because the enemy had not yet built up enough strength. He quickly dismissed that thought and questioned why Troyven would resurrect the Mad Dragon Emperor if that were the case. Realizing the implications, Theo concluded that he had changed the future too much. Looking up at the crimson sky, he reasoned that when things went too smoothly, unexpected variables were bound to appear, and he admitted that he must have overlooked something. He ultimately decided that he would have to go to her after all. At that moment, Thorkel approached and asked why Theo seemed lost in thought. Recognizing him, Theo greeted him as Brother Thorkel and then voiced his suspicion, asking whether something felt off and questioning how Troyven could be retreating so quickly. Thorkel responded in a low, sharp tone, teasingly asking whether Theo was worrying about the enemy and implying that he might be a traitor. Startled, Theo reacted nervously, but Thorkel soon laughed it off, ruffling his hair and reassuring him that he was only joking, adding that he knew Theo better than anyone and telling him not to worry. Feeling moved, Theo expressed his gratitude for everything Thorkel had done for him before. Thorkel slightly turned his face away and, lowering his voice, told Theo not to mention it and not to worry about the war. With a cold glint in his red eyes, he remarked that Brother Gizhar might have tragically fallen to the enemy, but that was not enough to bring down Ragnar. Amid the bustling camp as soldiers prepared for the final battle under the sunset, he firmly emphasized that as long as they maintained unity, there would be no divisions. He then half closed his eyes, his tension easing, and admitted that Theo was right, adding that there was no way Ragnar would fall. Falling silent, he seemed to ponder something deeper. Theo gently clenched his hand and with a serious gaze said that he wanted to ask one thing. Turning back to face him, Thorkel calmly but sharply questioned what kind of Ragnar Theo envisioned, further pressing him on whether his effort to save Brother Gizhar had truly been for the clan's honor or not. Under the crimson sky, Theo expressed honestly that he did not want tyranny in Ragnar. Recalling a warm memory of people standing together without hierarchy, he admitted that his thoughts might sound naive, but what he wished to share with everyone was not an order built on fear, but trust. Trust that would allow them to bare their backs to one another. A faint smile formed on Thorkel's lips, as if he had received the answer he expected, and he acknowledged that it was a good answer. Turning away, he left Theo behind in the evening light and calmly ordered that they would march in 3 days, telling him to rest well. Theo responded seriously that he understood. Watching Thorkel walk ahead, Theo thought to himself that Thorkel Ragnar was much like someone from his past life. Noting that they were looking in a similar direction, he reflected that although they would have to compete for the position of clan head, Thorkel would become the most reliable ally once everything was over. A voice suddenly called out to him, pulling him from his thoughts as Hulkus approached with a broad smile and suggested having a duel now that they finally had a break after a month. Theo quickly apologized and declined, saying they should duel next time because he needed to go somewhere immediately. Surprised, Hulkus called after him, asking where he was going despite their rare chance to rest. Mounted on a massive war beast, Theo looked straight ahead and declared that he was going to check the future. Elsewhere, Thorkel smiled faintly, intrigued, and repeated Theo's words about trusting each other enough to bare their backs, remarking that Theo was a bold rascal and the kind of brother he would not want to fight in a good way. His gaze then shifted as if noticing something unusual. He spotted an old man struggling in the icy river and questioned the sight. As the current surged violently and the man lost his balance, Thorkel reached out and caught his arm just before he was swept away. Standing firm in the rushing water, he warned the old man that the current was too strong and advised him to head for the bridge even if it took a few more days. The old man, recognizing him, stammered in gratitude but explained that he needed to cross quickly. Thorkel asked if it was urgent and the trembling man revealed that his sick grandchild was waiting for him. Hearing this, Thorkel fell silent, his gaze softening. He then turned his back slightly and told the man to climb on. The old man hesitated in shock, but Thorkel carried him and rushed across the river with overwhelming speed. Overwhelmed with emotion, the old man later recounted that Thorkel had looked at him with a bright smile, adding with laughter that he would have had no regrets even if he had died then. Thorkel warmly replied that it was good to see he was close with his family. The old man tilted his head and gently mused about what family truly meant, suggesting that perhaps it was simply sharing warmth like that. He then asked whether Theo had such a family as well. At that moment, Kyle appeared from the shadows with an oppressive presence and coldly stated that the man was wrong, asserting that the clan was no place to play at family. Lowering his gaze, Thorkel responded coldly that he did not know about such a thing as family. The old man observed him and seemed to sense the loneliness within him. Pointing toward a distant spot across the river, he sincerely invited Thorkel to dinner at his home, asking for a chance to repay his kindness. Thorkel lightly laughed and declined, telling him not to worry about it. However, as the old man placed a hand on Thor's back, he remarked that it was sturdy and warm, yet questioned why it felt as though only a cold wind could be heard from it. The atmosphere darkened, and his voice became distorted and chilling as he wondered how someone so kind could endure such a lonely, cold place. He added that while some might look down on it as mere play, what truly made people human was a warm heart. Narrowing his eyes with a twisted smile, he then ominously said that it was time. Still carrying the old man while walking through the river, Thorkel remained unaware that beneath them a massive shadow was rising, turning the waters red as the figure whispered for him to come along. The snow-covered pine forest lay under a heavy blanket of white as a cold wind howled through the towering trees, creating a gloomy and silent atmosphere. The frozen land stretched endlessly while a dragon soared across the gray sky, indicating that this was the northern region of the Ragnar Demon Sea border forest. A massive castle emerged behind the curtain of snow, hidden deep within the forest, which was known as the Spectral Castle, a place concealed behind a barrier. It was said that the castle glowed faintly in the night and could only be seen at midnight when the barrier weakened. As the dragon flew beneath a sky filled with stars above the grand castle, it was revealed to be the hidden base of Hilda, the clan head from 2 generations ago. Theo, sitting on horseback, smiled with satisfaction under the falling snow, thinking that they had arrived just in time. At his command, Umber shot up from the snowy pine forest and headed toward the distant black castle as Theo urged it to move forward. Standing on the snowy ground and gazing at the towering structure behind him, Theo remarked with admiration that for a place called the Spectral Castle, it looked quite well maintained. As he walked slowly across the cracked, snow-covered ground, he wondered what kind of future was waiting for him and admitted that he was looking forward to it. Recalling the past, Theo remembered Hilda's sharp features and mysterious smile during the nomination ceremony and concluded that she had shown goodwill and curiosity toward him, believing that she would not threaten his life, though he added that even if she did, he had his own ways of escaping. His red eyes stared firmly through the closing door as he reaffirmed his confidence. The heavy iron doors slammed shut, revealing the dark and mysterious corridors inside the castle. Theo walked steadily across the checkered floor, his cloak fluttering slightly as his solitary footsteps echoed through the grand hall. His reflection appeared in the golden-framed mirrors as he passed by, lost in silent memories. Suddenly, he stopped, his red eyes widening in shock as he noticed a small figure ahead, murmuring in disbelief that it was a girl. A strange light opened into the image of a snow-covered village within the corridor. Sweating, Theo questioned in astonishment what exactly he was seeing. Surrounded by purple magic, he realized he was standing between reality and illusion, and he speculated that it was illusion magic. Observing the young Hilda from behind, he concluded that whatever the reason, she must be the one showing him these visions. He then watched scenes of her past, her training, her brutal battles, and the countless soldiers she slaughtered. Even knowing it was an illusion, Theo admitted that her fighting spirit alone was enough to make his body react. As he observed more closely, he stated that although he had only had a vague feeling before, there was no doubt now that the woman was Hilda Ragnar, the clan head from 2 generations ago. Realizing the truth, Theo questioned whether the illusion he was witnessing represented Hilda's entire life. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace where countless soldiers stood in formation. Hilda sat powerfully on her throne, gripping her staff, her sharp gaze filled with calculation. Moments later, the grand hall turned into a scene of devastation with bodies scattered everywhere. Hilda ultimately collapsed, pierced by swords dying amid the ruins. Watching from a distance, Theo reflected silently and finally understood why Hilda had said what she did. In his thoughts, he questioned whether she was a regressor and remarked that although he did not know what kind of life she had lived before, her acting was flawless. He added that there was no need for her to hide it since he too was a regressor, though he noted bitterly that the cycles permitted to him had already ended. As more scenes unfolded, Theo concluded that what he had just witnessed was the life of Hilda, the regressor. He contemplated that when a regressor died, they returned to a specific point in time and wondered whether she had repeated this process over and over again. Another horrifying memory appeared, showing a ruined city with severed heads displayed on stakes. Hilda was seen calmly drinking wine on her throne until she suddenly realized something was wrong. Her glass fell and shattered as an assassin appeared behind her and stabbed her through the back. In pain, she questioned why her beloved had done such a thing, coughing as she spoke. Trainer, holding the sword, apologized sorrowfully and admitted that too many people had died because of her. He tearfully confessed that she had shed so much blood that he could no longer bear to look her in the eyes, and he told her to go first, promising that he would follow her soon. Left alone in her final moments, Hilda reflected regretfully that she should have been more considerate of him and resolved that next time she would ensure he would not have to look into her eyes. However, her expression twisted into madness as she declared that she would achieve that by crushing him under utter fear from the very beginning. Witnessing all of this, Theo's face distorted with anger and horror as the fragments of Hilda's memories shattered around him. Standing before an empty frame in a cold, dark hall, he realized bitterly that even after regressing countless times, Hilda's life had always ended in betrayal and ruin. Confused and shaken, he questioned why this kept happening and wondered what had driven her into madness. As he considered the endless cycles, Theo feared that repeated regression might cause one to lose their mind, and he trailed off, realizing that if he continued down the same path, he might end up just like them. At that moment, a surge of purple energy surrounded the frame, and a mysterious voice greeted him, saying that it had been a long time. Startled, Theo remained cautious as the voice continued, claiming that it had worked hard to prepare that greeting illusion. The grand hall appeared once more, vast and silent, with towering stone pillars. Hilda sat arrogantly on her throne in a black dress, smirking as she asked him whether he had enjoyed it. Theo, looking exhausted with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, bowed his head modestly and respectfully greeted Madame Hilda, while inwardly noting that Hilda had been the clan head 2 generations ago. As memories of Hilda's past authority on the throne surfaced, Theo recalled that they had spoken during the nomination ceremony and concluded that she was a regressor like him, meaning he could not afford to let his guard down. Hilda leaned in as if to whisper, smiling with hidden meaning as she reassured him that they had even shared their secrets, and that he should relax. With a sharp snap of her black-gloved fingers, a piercing sound echoed through the space, and the grand palace appeared, illuminated by a mysterious purple trail stretching from the throne to Theo. From afar, Ascendant Dragon remarked that he knew it was quite late. Theo looked upward with a probing and anxious gaze, sweat continuing to run down his tense face. In the grand hall, at a long table lit by flickering candles, Hilda calmly suggested that they should talk over a light meal. Ascendant Dragon extended his large arm and politely asked Theo to follow him, to which Theo awkwardly and passively agreed. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking as he witnessed something beyond imagination. Staring at Ascendant Dragon's imposing figure, he exclaimed in disbelief that it was the Ascendant Dragon. Ascendant Dragon greeted him meaningfully, saying that it had been a while, addressing him as Theo Ragnar. Theo's red eyes darkened with contemplation as he murmured that the rumors had been true. Realizing the situation, he was astonished and thought that Hilda was truly using the Zenith Dragon as a servant. Seated at the lavish dining table, Theo remained silent, clearly uncomfortable amid the tense atmosphere. Noticing his unease, Hilda asked whether he was worried the food would not taste good and reassured him not to worry, adding that it was good enough for her to keep Ascendant Dragon by her side through all these cycles. Ascendant Dragon, standing behind, politely cleared his throat in reminder. As Hilda sipped her red wine, Theo stated that as expected, a person could regress multiple times, to which Hilda confirmed that it was true, but added that this would be her last time. Theo, deep in thought yet composed, chose to remain silent. Observing him closely, Hilda remarked provocatively that his reaction showed he had already suspected it, but the fact that he still voiced it meant he was curious about how many cycles he had left. In the dim candlelight, she continued explaining that she herself did not know how to determine it, only that after repeating cycles, one would develop a vague feeling, sometimes sensing that many cycles remained and other times that very few were left. After hearing this, Theo calmly responded that he understood. While observing the system windows floating before him, he analyzed internally that she relied on intuition, whereas he, despite also being a regressor, had access to the blue window that provided specific details. As the golden clock reflected the luxurious dining room, Hilda asked if he had any other questions. Theo immediately brought up a crucial matter regarding his father, and Hilda coldly permitted him to continue. As Hilda cut into her steak with her gloved hands, Theo honestly shared that recently his father had seemed like an ascendant to him. At once, Hilda's demeanor shifted as a crimson killing intent flared around her. Shocked, she demanded whether he knew about Ascension and questioned if he had seen the Pantheon. Theo was stunned by the overwhelming pressure radiating from her, breaking into cold sweat from fear, while the dining hall became engulfed in violent purple and red energy. Hilda snarled disdainfully, questioning someone like him. Ascendant Dragon, unable to endure the pressure, covered his face and quickly intervened, urging Hilda to calm down and explaining that Theo was merely ignorant of the weight carried by the Pantheon. As the space glowed with a mystical pink-purple light, Hilda's tense expression softened slightly. Ascendant Dragon calmly poured wine, while she admitted that he was right and that she had reacted too sensitively. Lifting her glass, Hilda then asked meaningfully whether Theo's father resembled the ascendants of the Pantheon. Theo firmly confirmed that he did. Hilda, elegant and composed, explained that he was correct, revealing that Kyle was resisting the Pantheon summons using his power and remaining in this world. Theo was visibly shaken and alarmed, realizing that this meant his father would ascend soon. Hilda coldly clarified that it would not happen immediately, but if he interfered in the world one more time, he would have no choice but to comply with their summons. She added that this was why, whether his children killed one another or his subordinates rebelled, he had been forced to sit back like a fool and simply watch. Hearing this, Ascendant Dragon grew concerned and cautiously warned Madame Hilda that such a statement might have been dangerous to make. Hilda calmly issued a sarcastic challenge, remarking with a scoff that if he wanted to come at her, he was welcome to do so and that he could kill her and then ascend to the pantheon. Theo, his gaze sharp and eyes narrowing, coldly concluded that it was just as he had thought. Recalling the image of Kyle in the past with his eyes shut in resignation, Theo reflected that Kyle had thought he could not pick up his sword even amidst that chaos, and he continued his reasoning by concluding that Kyle was not interfering in order to avoid ascending. Standing still amid memories of a ruined battlefield engulfed in flames, Theo pondered and remarked that it made sense why Kyle had secluded himself before the Great War in his previous life, since those people would have done even crazier things if his father had ascended, and that doubt and certainty were two entirely different matters. With killing intent burning in his red eyes, Theos silently declared that he was not there just for that. Hilda, her black-gloved hand resting on her utensils, coldly stated that she thought she had tasted the appetizer enough. As she elegantly sat in the banquet hall and raised a glass of red wine, Theo suggested that they should now move on. And smiling across the luxurious dining table, he proposed that they proceed to the main dish. Maintaining her composure, Hilda questioned whether even if he was a novice, he was still a regressor. As the golden food cover suddenly dissolved into black energy, Theo, surrounded by fragments of that energy, internally confirmed that this was part of the limited intelligence the black snow had managed to gather on Hilda. He recalled that Hilda's scroll had been like a revelation bestowed upon those who offered her loyalty or benefits, containing information that foretold the future, almost like a prophecy. In a past memory, a younger Hilda had casually admitted that there was no need to hide it, and that she too was a regressor. Theo reflected that at the time he had his doubts, but after her admission, he now knew for a fact that it was true. He further realized that her scroll was a collection of information gathered over countless regressions. And with his plan now ruined due to the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor, he firmly concluded that he needed that scroll more than anything. Hilda evaluated the worth of her knowledge, stating that it was filled with information about the future that she had gained by burning through her lives, things not even the Black Dragon of Black Snow could imagine, and that the scrolls before him were only a fraction of it. Smiling sharply behind her wine glass, she added that those were merely the intelligence concerning the Magic Empress, Cassandra. Theo's gaze turned cold and calculating as he realized that she knew what he was after. He then cautiously remarked that he doubted she would hand it over for free. Hilda, pleased, replied that she was glad a fellow regressor understood so easily, and said she would keep it short. With an arrogant air, she extended her armored hand and commanded that he become her disciple and give her all the information from his regression cycles, adding that in return she would make him the clan head. Theo, placing a hand over his chest while maintaining a firm gaze, politely but decisively refused. Hilda narrowed her sharp red eyes and questioned whether he could not trust her. Theo closed his eyes and after a long moment of contemplation stated that it was not a matter of distrust and that he was certain she would honor her promise, but he firmly maintained that he simply did not want to be part of her political struggle. Rising abruptly in her black armor, Hilda murmured in confusion about this political fight. Theo, recalling the past, slowly explained that it had been decades since he stepped down as clan head and came there, and that it was entirely possible for her to interfere in Kyle's affairs by backing a new clan head. As sweat rolled down his face, Theo anxiously analyzed that she had likely shown him her past lives to build rapport as a fellow regressor, but that it had backfired in his case. Shuddering, he concluded that her obsession with power resembled the madness of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Hilda tightened her grip on her glass before draining it completely, the dark red liquid spilling like a waterfall, and she questioned herself, wondering if she had stayed there too long, and only now realized she had started off on the wrong foot, affirming that Ragnar was a land of the strong. As a thick tar-like darkness engulfed the banquet hall, Theo stood in shock. From within the ominous void, Hilda's voice echoed as she said she would ask him one more time, and seated regally upon her throne. She coldly declared that if he wished to live, he must become her disciple and tell her everything he knew. Surrounded in a black swamp where countless manifestations of Hilda closed in, Theo was stunned. Bound by black hands, he gritted his teeth and reassured himself that he had expected this, though he admitted he had not anticipated that she would form an isolation zone so quickly. Watching from afar, Hilda confidently asserted that she had always obtained everything she wanted, even if she had to crush it to pieces. And with a sinister smile, she asked whether he truly thought he would be an exception. A gigantic sphere of energy filled with eerie purple light hovered at the far end of the long dining table while Hilda, standing in the distance, asked Descendant Dragon how long it had been. Ascendant Dragon took out an exquisite pocket watch to check the time before calmly informing her that it had been exactly 1 minute. Resting her chin on one hand with a smug and arrogant smile, Hilda leisurely remarked that about an hour had likely passed in there already, and that she bet Theo had learned his place by now. Suddenly, cracks began spreading across the energy sphere as brilliant light burst through it. Hilda and Ascendant Dragon were both left speechless in shock. A violent explosion swept away everything nearby with dazzling blue and white flashes. Within the mystical space, the system notification announced that Nirvana and Dragonization had been activated and that mental strength and perseverance had risen sharply. Meanwhile, Theo, now in an enhanced state with white hair, stood surrounded by shadowy entities. A close look at his cold and murderous eyes revealed the disgust in his growl as he cursed the creatures as creepy leeches. Theo swung his sword, producing devastating slashes that tore through space itself and annihilated the enemies around him. The shadow entities shattered apart, their bodies crumbling and falling into the pitch-black water below. Theo stood proudly amidst the ruined battlefield upon the dark water, a radiant golden light shining behind him. Wearing heavy black armor and displaying a self-satisfied smile, Theo finally declared that he had succeeded. At that moment, a glowing purple spatial crack appeared above the giant ancient tree in the devastated landscape, prompting someone to exclaim that there was a rift. The spatial crack continued to fracture and spread, releasing blinding light as Theo thought to himself that creating a rift was the best he could do, and that before it closed, he needed to act quickly. Theo dropped to one knee while the surrounding shadow entities stretched out their hands toward him. His eyes glowed crimson as he smiled excitedly, declaring that he was counting on Umbra. Theo reached one arm toward the shining rift while countless shadowy hands clung to him. A close-up of one finger releasing mysterious black smoke symbolized the awakening power of darkness. Umbra surged upward from below toward the center of the light as Theo called out its name. Umbra shot forward at incredible speed, carving violent black trails across the white void. Light and darkness collided fiercely, creating a tremendous explosion that shook the entire dimension. Umbra's face appeared in close view, displaying overwhelming power through its glowing eyes and hardened scales. Brilliant purple light erupted from the center as space itself seemed ready to shatter apart. A streak of black energy suddenly burst forth, tearing through the mystical purple mist. Umbra dashed across the vast hall at blinding speed, leaving behind a long white trail on the floor. It twisted and melted along the ground like some monstrous liquid. Resting one arm against her chair with commanding authority, Hilda slightly curled her lips before asking Ascendant Dragon whether he had seen it too. Ascendant Dragon calmly confirmed that it had indeed been the evil shadow dragon she had mentioned earlier. Continuing to observe the phenomenon, Hilda remarked that Theo was raising a rather interesting creature. Ascendant Dragon then asked whether he should pursue it, but Hilda turned away and stopped him, stating that there was no need because there was nothing unusual about a beast abandoning its master in order to survive. Hilda then drove her sword into the ground, causing the earth beneath her feet to crack violently before thoughtfully admitting that she had not expected that child to create a rift within her isolation zone. Looking toward the fading black sphere, she compared Theo's feat to Robert's, noting that even Robert had taken over 3 minutes to escape the place during his first attempt, and concluding that Theo truly must have witnessed the Pantheon after all. A calculating smile appeared on Hilda's face as she evaluated Theo's progress. She remarked that if he had already reached this level in only 1 hour, then she ought to bully him a little more. Standing behind her, Ascendant Dragon smugly agreed that it sounded like a good idea. However, concern was clearly visible in Ascendant Dragon's eyes as he quietly sighed to himself. He thought bitterly that Hilda's bad habit was surfacing once again and lamented that she already knew Theo Ragnar had reached his limit. Ascendant Dragon sorrowfully observed the dark energy sphere and reflected that even as an heir candidate, Theo was still merely a young swordsman. Gazing toward Hilda's sharp silhouette, Ascendant Dragon mentally calculated the passage of time and power. He reflected that this cycle alone spanned 150 years, and that if all the regression cycles were counted, there was no possibility that Theo could match his lord, who had lived for centuries. Closing his eyes in helpless resignation, Ascendant Dragon admitted to himself that watching a brilliant young prospect wither away never became any easier. Hilda suddenly called out to Ascendant Dragon with overwhelming authority. Ascendant Dragon immediately bowed his head in absolute obedience, declaring that he was listening and that her humble servant awaited her command. Irritated that her meal had been interrupted, Hilda clicked her tongue and stated that she would have to finish eating later. She then sternly ordered him not to interfere because many guests would be arriving tonight, and she intended to greet them personally. Ascendant Dragon remained silent, glancing toward Hilda's departing figure with a thoughtful expression before bowing deeply within the vast hall and acknowledging her command. Without warning, a massive explosion erupted violently, sending powerful shock waves across the entire space. Hilda clenched her teeth under the crushing pressure before suddenly crying out Robert's name in shock. Robert emerged arrogantly from the smoke and dust, mocking Hilda by remarking that it had been quite a while since they had last met, former clan head. Stretching out his hand toward the dark sphere, Robert observed that she had used it once again. A burst of brilliant purple energy instantly shattered the sphere into fragments. Standing firmly amidst the wreckage, Robert looked toward Hilda and firmly declared that her games had gone far enough. Nearby, mysterious black liquid bubbled and splashed across the floor beside a trembling hand. Theo collapsed onto the ground, his body covered in wounds as he gasped that he truly thought he was going to die. Despite his exhaustion, Theo still praised Umbra for its efforts before sincerely thanking it for saving him. Theo quietly reflected that he had known the Black Dragon had been following him ever since he met his father and that it would have been stranger if he had failed to notice. He recalled that the dragon had been dropping obvious hints the entire time. Through Theo's thoughts appeared the image of Thorkel clad in heavy armor. Theo concluded that his father had probably assigned Thorkel to watch over him since he had been suspected of betrayal after all. Amidst the drifting dust and smoke, Robert stood protectively in front while Theo watched from behind. Theo realized that Robert's actions had seemed more like protection than surveillance. Feeling grateful for the rescue, Theo admitted that he had never expected the Black Dragon to come personally. Robert looked upward with a sharp gaze and accused the others of feigning ignorance before coldly asking whether he also had to open the door for them. Theo calmly replied that it was fine and that although he appreciated the help, he at least had to escape on his own. Suddenly, Hilda swung her blade, unleashing a blazing stream of green energy that split through space itself. A violent explosion erupted, producing a blinding white flash while bricks and rubble scattered everywhere. Hilda stared toward the surging energy and angrily complained that a grandmother could not even have a meal with her great-grandson without interruption. With a meaningful smile and piercing eyes, she then asked whether her grandson had come to join them. Robert maintained a calm expression and bluntly declined, saying, "No thanks," and questioning what kind of meal required someone to be locked up for an hour. Carefully observing the situation, Robert instructed Theo to run when he gave the signal, and Theo quickly confirmed that he understood. Kneeling on the ground in an exhausted state, Theo desperately asked Umbra to do one more thing. Umbra's sharp eyes revealed confusion. At that moment, the ground shook violently under an invisible pressure as massive cracks spread across the earth. A gigantic green energy descended from the sky, prompting Robert to immediately give the signal and shout for Theo to run. Theo seized the opportunity and dashed forward through the ruins and blinding light with all his strength. Amid the thick smoke and chaos, Theo and Robert fought fiercely while making their escape. Hilda, filled with fury, swung her sword to block Robert's attack before roaring in anger and demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing. As their blades collided and sparks scattered, Robert coldly told the former clan head to stop this. He carefully defended himself behind his sword while his sharp eyes revealed calculated intent. Grinding her teeth in rage while being suppressed by the sharp blade, Hilda glared fiercely with crimson pupils filled with killing intent. Robert inwardly thought that even though she could no longer regress, she still could not abandon her greed. He further reflected that to regressors like her, the world was merely a toy to seize, even if it meant tearing it apart. Far in the distance, Theo continued rushing forward with all his might through flashes of energy. Spotting a window ahead, he leapt into the air and shattered the chains and debris surrounding him. Theo then fell freely from above into the majestic snowy mountains below. Left speechless by the breathtaking sight before him, Umbra dived straight down from the peak of the magnificent palace while Theo shouted Umbra's name from afar. Theo mounted the gigantic Umbra, riding proudly as they tore through space itself. Umbra soared across the sky, creating spirals of white snow above the vast forest. Behind them, the great hall's window shattered completely, leaving only a ruined opening overlooking the cold night sky where Theo had vanished. Robert watched cautiously from a distance while Hilda ground her teeth in fury. Exhausted, Hilda stated that she needed to rest and told Ascendant Dragon that she would leave the rest to him. Ascendant Dragon respectfully bowed and acknowledged the order. Robert then questioned why no one was going after Theo. Hilda shrugged disdainfully and replied that Theo had jumped out the window and that she would rather die than go through that herself. Slowly walking toward the stone platform, Hilda quietly sheathed her sword with her black armored hands. Suddenly, she burst into mad laughter as she realized the bitter truth, calling Theo a brazen brat. Staring at the empty box in utter disbelief, Hilda wondered when exactly he had stolen it. Against the backdrop of winter covering the eastern slums of the Ada Empire with snow-covered rooftops, a small wooden house stood alone in the freezing night while a faint yellow light shone through its tiny window. Cassandra Eda tearfully called out to her mother in the darkness, asking whether she was asleep. Her mother softly replied that she was there and asked whether her daughter had another frightening dream. Cassandra sniffled and admitted that the dream had been truly terrifying. Sitting beside a flower vase on the wooden table, she confessed that the nightmare had felt unbearably real. Her mother gently comforted her on the old bed, assuring her that everything was all right because she was right there with her. Still trembling with fear, Cassandra continued by explaining that the bad people in the dream had killed her mother. Deeply pained, her mother asked whether those people had harmed Cassandra as well. After remaining silent for a moment, Cassandra quietly answered that they had only tied her up tightly. Her mother embraced her warmly and sorrowfully remarked that she understood. Holding Cassandra close, she reassured her that dreams could not kill her. She then gently stroked her daughter's head and advised her not to let the dream trouble her too much, adding that even if such a thing ever happened, it would never be Cassandra's fault. While flower petals drifted softly onto the wooden table, the mother tenderly asked whose side she had always been on. Cassandra timidly replied that she had always been on her daughter's side. Smiling warmly, the mother praised her for remembering correctly and suggested that it was still too early to wake up, asking whether her little princess wanted to sleep a bit longer. Cassandra obediently agreed. Outside the house, a mysterious stranger silently drew a cold blade while staring toward Cassandra sitting on the bed. The snow-covered slums remained engulfed in silence beneath the dark winter sky. Walking across the snow with his muscular bare chest exposed to the cold, Theo maintained an air of mystery. As heavy snow continued to fall, he stared thoughtfully at the scroll in his hand, noting that he had arrived at the eastern slums of Priamus. He reflected that the Empire's true future heir, the magic empress known as Cassandra Eda, was supposedly there. In his mind appeared the image of an older Cassandra wearing majestic armor and a fur cloak while smiling brilliantly beneath a clear blue sky. Passing by a torn imperial flag, Theo quietly remarked on the empire itself. He reflected on how the Ada Empire had once been the greatest nation on the continent and the homeland of Ragnar. Beneath the magnificent chandeliers of the imperial palace, he contemplated the royal bloodline and explained to himself that the Ed royal family had managed to unify the continent because of a special hereditary ability known as future foresight. However, as generations passed, fewer descendants inherited that power, and the Empire's excessive dependence on it caused the royal family to become disastrously incompetent. Staring at the document that contained a drawing of a blonde girl, Theo questioned how Cassandra could possibly be the Empire's only remaining wielder of foresight while still struggling to survive in the slums. Standing beneath the snowy night sky, he tightly clenched the scroll and resolved that if he could find and protect her, she would become an invaluable ally for the future. When he spotted the isolated wooden house in the snowy slums, he cautiously wondered whether that was the correct place. After storing the scroll away into a hazy space, he reasoned that Cassandra had not even known her own identity before the royal family discovered her, which explained why she was still living there. With his sharp red eyes narrowing suspiciously, Theo questioned whether Cassandra's foresight ability had simply been weak during childhood or whether something else was happening entirely. Suddenly, his eyes flared with killing intent as an unexpected disturbance unfolded before him. A cold blade pierced through cloth wrappings while brilliant blue sparks crackled in the darkness. Standing motionless in the snow before the wooden house, Theo sensed the atmosphere of death surrounding the area and realized that he could smell blood. The half-open wooden door revealed a long beam of light stretching into the dusty darkness inside the house. Theo cautiously stepped indoors and silently concluded that there was no ambush waiting for him. Even so, he remained suspicious and wondered who could have done such a thing, since no one at that point in time should have known Cassandra's identity. From beneath the staircase, he suddenly heard mocking laughter echoing from upstairs as unseen men shouted wildly about losing to a ridiculous card and mocked someone for recklessly going Allen with a single 5. One of them proudly declared himself a risk-taker amid the chaos. Theo coldly determined that the voices were coming from upstairs. Maintaining complete silence, he observed the scene ahead with razor-sharp focus. Looking through a crack in the door, he saw a group of men dressed in black, casually gambling despite the corpses scattered around the room, while October sat silently in the distance. Cassandra's mother lay collapsed in a pool of blood, and the young Cassandra herself was tightly bound in chains near the staircase above. Narrowing his eyes with murderous intent, Theo questioned whether the imperial royal family had sent those men. However, as he gripped the hilt of his sword, he immediately rejected the idea, reasoning that they had no motive and that the timing made no sense. Watching October sitting thoughtfully in the darkness, Theo resolved that he would force them to talk. In the next instant, he appeared behind them in a burst of crackling electricity and unleashed countless blades of energy. Horrified by the sudden intruder, October reacted in shock before abruptly leaping to his feet and shouting to ask who it was. He immediately ordered all of his subordinates to prepare for combat. A violent burst of light suddenly erupted in the middle of the room, catching October completely off guard as he was horrified by the overwhelming power. After being struck painfully, October coughed up blood and choked out a cry of agony, saying, "Kaok!" His entire body was pinned against the wall by blades of electricity, and while trembling, he muttered in confusion, wondering what on earth was happening. Staring fiercely at the enemy hidden in the darkness, October demanded to know who he was and how he dared to attack them, asking whether Theo even knew who they were. Theo then revealed himself with murderous intent blazing in his glowing eyes amid the lightning, coldly replying that the timing was perfect because he also wanted to know who they were. October froze in shock upon recognizing him and stammered fearfully that Theo Ragnar was supposed to be at the front lines, questioning why he was there instead. Tilting his head while observing October with sharp eyes, Theo remarked that October seemed to know about him and the war. At the mention of a familiar name, October reacted with visible disbelief and exclaimed that it was Troy Vaughn again. Laughing mockingly, he admitted that Theo was a damn smartass and said that although he did not know how Theo had discovered the place, the situation was even better this way. October proudly declared that he was October, the 8th noble servitor of Troyvan. From afar, October charged toward Theo with the intent to kill him, growling that he would take Theo's head with him. At that moment, a sharp energy arrow tore through space at incredible speed and struck October unexpectedly. Crying out in pain and shock, October could only scream in surprise. Theo stared at him with eyes burning with killing intent and coldly insulted him, asking how vermin, like him, dared to challenge him. Blood splattered across the ground as October collapsed among the surrounding lightning, screaming in agony. Despite his severe injuries, however, October still wore a twisted grin and admitted that Theo was indeed not an easy opponent, just as they had said. Hearing those words, Theo was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Act roared madly as he launched another attack, declaring that he would use his own life to end Theo there and that they should both fall into hell together. Grinding his teeth in fury over the failed operation, October cursed that working with the Blue Mountain Corps had ruined everything, but reasoned that if he fought Theo to the death there, the Blue Mountain Corps would at least be able to recover Cassandra. Seeing straight through his intentions, Theo mocked him by saying that the Trovan faction always relied on the same plan whenever things went wrong. October was left stunned in disbelief. He then unleashed a devastating punch meant to drive Theo back. But Theo swiftly avoided the blow and concentrated all his power into a decisive strike. Ruthlessly finishing off his enemy, Theo coldly told October to fall into hell alone. Theo landed on the wooden floor after crashing through the wall of the house with terrifying force. Without looking back, he silently walked away while an explosion erupted behind him, his overwhelming presence dominating the scene. Nearby, Cassandra's mother lay motionless on the floor with exhaustion and pain evident on her face. Quietly observing the surroundings, Theo reflected that even the scroll had contained no information about Troyvan attacking Cassandra. He then contemplated the coming upheavals, realizing that the revival of the Mad Dragon Emperor was changing everything. Looking at the corpse covered with a white cloth on the floor, Theo bitterly blamed himself, thinking that her death was his responsibility as well, and lamenting that if he had arrived only a little earlier, things might have been different. Sitting anxiously on the bed, Cassandra repeatedly asked whether her mother was all right and begged Theo to say something, desperately asking what had happened to her mother. Looking deeply into the girl's lifeless eyes, Theo suddenly realized that she could not see. Innocently, Cassandra confirmed once more that her mother was okay, wasn't she? Looking down at his own hands, Theo bitterly reflected on the irony of a blind person being able to see the future. He wondered whether he should tell her the truth that her mother was dead. Inside the shabby wooden room, Theo hesitated before trying to speak to Cassandra about her mother, but the girl suddenly interrupted him as though she had already known the truth, quietly stating that her mother was dead after all. Theo's eyes shook violently at the girl's terrifying calmness. Lowering her head and clutching tightly onto her clothes, Cassandra suppressed her grief and explained that she was all right because she had already seen this in her dream, and things from her dreams always came true. However, while gazing toward the distant flames burning amid the snowy night, she admitted that something felt strange this time. In her dream, the bad people had taken her away, but instead, Theo had come to save her. Raising her shimmering blue eyes filled with hope toward Theo, Cassandra softly pleaded with him, asking whether he could change the future. Theo widened his eyes in shock at the unexpected request. At that moment, a mission notification window appeared before him, announcing, Scenario Quest Number 5, Find the future princess of the Empire and protect her. The opening scene was filled with sorrow, centered around a simple grave beside a glass vase holding vivid red flowers against the endless white snow. Theo shirtless led Cassandra forward beneath the falling snow. Standing before the grave, Cassandra lowered her head in grief and choked back sobs as she asked Oppa if he could really change the future. Tears streamed down her face as she painfully wondered why he could not have come a little earlier. Theo's dirt-stained face reflected sadness and helpless regret as he apologized, saying that he had not known they would act so quickly. Suddenly, Cassandra lost all strength. Her hand slipped from Theo's grasp before she collapsed onto the ground. Startled, Theo rushed forward and caught her burning body in his arms, shocked by her feverish condition. Amid the thick snowfall, he frantically shook her unconscious form and demanded to know what was wrong, desperately calling for Cassandra to wake up. Sweat covered his worried face as he carried her and helplessly questioned what had happened to her so suddenly, insisting that he could not see any visible wounds. Beside him, Fairy Dragon anxiously observed that she had lost a great deal of strength. After examining the unconscious Cassandra Edda in Theo's arms, Fairy Dragon concluded that she had likely fainted from mental shock. Hovering in the air, Fairy Dragon urged Theo to do something quickly, reminding him that all young beings were vulnerable to danger. Hearing this, Theo stiffened in alarm. Beneath the endless white snow, he urgently ordered Umbra to hurry because Cassandra appeared to be seriously ill. The group immediately departed, leaving behind the grave adorned with red flowers in the glass vase. While flying on Umbra's back and holding Cassandra tightly, Theo fell into deep thought. He reflected that he had originally intended to return immediately, but then firmly reassured himself that it could not be helped because that place was the nearest Ragnar base from their current location. Looking down at the snow-covered valley below, Theo confidently convinced himself that they would surely understand once he explained the situation. Elsewhere, beneath a majestic snowy mountain, lay a valley overflowing with purple tulips, the sanctuary directly protected by Ragnar Tulip Garden. Cassandra Edda lay unconscious on a bed with a cold towel resting on her forehead and blankets carefully wrapped around her. Yodi Leopard gently checked her condition while silently watching over the unconscious girl with concern. Outside on the balcony, Theo stood with folded arms and let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, the wooden door opened, interrupting his thoughts. Theo immediately turned toward the sound and hurried forward to ask if Cassandra was all right. As Yodi Leopard stepped out through the doorway, she calmly reassured him that there was nothing to worry about, explaining that Cassandra had simply fallen asleep after taking fever medicine. Moments later, Yodi Leopard irritably rested one foot on a wooden crate while reluctantly admitting that she had questions as well. Hoisting a telescope onto her shoulder, she loudly demanded to know who the girl was that Theo was making such a fuss over. Theo lowered his head apologetically, yet firmly refused to explain, saying that although he appreciated the help, he could not reveal the truth. Hearing this, Yodi Leopard closed her eyes and sighed in exasperation, remarking that all heir candidates always wanted things their own way. Peering through the telescope, Yodi Leopard cautiously asked if the Troivan clan was after the girl. Theo confirmed in a low voice that they were, though not in large numbers. Still observing through the telescope, Yodi Leopard anxiously questioned whether they would come from Priamos, and Theo calmly predicted that they probably would if they chose to follow them. Irritated by this answer, Yodi Leopard scolded Theo for leading Troivan to such a place. In the distance, a soldier waved 2 red flags as a warning signal. Watching the scene, Yodi Leopard sarcastically assumed that a great heir candidate would not care what kind of place this was. From behind her, Theo calmly replied that he knew exactly what place it was. Startled, Yodi Leopard loosened her grip on the telescope and turned around in disbelief, asking what he meant. As vast lavender fields stretched beneath the snowy mountains, Theo proudly explained that although the place was known publicly as nothing more than a decorative garden, it was actually a sacred resting place for the Ragnar clan's revered figures. Yodi Leopard's expression briefly darkened with suspicion and contemplation. Standing at the doorway of the wooden cabin, Yodi Leopard angrily questioned whether Theo expected praise simply for knowing that fact. She argued that bringing Troivan there despite understanding its importance only made matters worse. Lowering her eyes self-consciously, she bitterly admitted that perhaps she did not even have the right to complain. Exhausted, she dropped herself into a chair on the porch before telling Theo not to worry about the child. Theo responded in confusion, asking if she truly meant that. Removing her hat, Yodi Leper confirmed that she had received a report proving he was telling the truth. Inside the room, Cassandra Etta slept peacefully beneath warm blankets, curled up quietly. Watching her, Yodi Leper remarked that the Troivan clan was clearly not chasing an ordinary child. Moved with gratitude, Theo thanked the cooperative head sincerely. He then awkwardly apologized once again. Yodi Leper removed her straw hat and looked back at him curiously as Theo respectfully bowed amid the drifting flower petals. He admitted that although everything had been chaotic, he still wished to sincerely apologize for suddenly intruding upon Ragnar's sacred resting place. Yodi Leper closed her eyes shyly while adjusting her straw hat before lightly praising Theo, saying that a courteous heir candidate was something new and that at least he possessed basic manners unlike the other one. Suspicious, Theo immediately asked whether someone else had been there. Looking toward the snow-covered wooden cabin amidst the lilac fields, Yodi Leper complained tiredly that another heir candidate had arrived earlier under the excuse of carrying out a mission and had simply settled there, becoming a constant headache. Curious, Theo wondered aloud who could possibly do such a thing when she was the cooperative head of the sanctuary garden. Yodi Leper slightly asked who he thought it might be before casually revealing that it was another heir candidate just like him. Theo's expression immediately changed in shock as he repeated in disbelief that it was another heir candidate and began asking whether it could possibly be. At that exact moment, a sharp streak of white light tore through the sky and descended directly onto the wooden rooftop while flower petals continued drifting through the air. Ragnar suddenly landed atop the cabin while gripping her weapon tightly. Standing proudly on the roof, she looked down at Theo and greeted her little brother. Resting her massive scythe across her shoulder, Ragnar smiled with excitement as she remarked that he looked like a worthy fighter in person. Looking upward with sharp guarded eyes, Theo silently observed the newly arrived figure with extreme caution. Yodi Leper gently rose to her feet and admitted that she was too frightened to continue now that the woman had arrived. Theo watched Yodi Leper's retreating figure as she slowly walked away while assuring him that she would look after the child and that the family matters between the two of them should be settled personally. Theo then turned around, his crimson eyes filled with icy provocation as he remarked that he was sure the other party had heard everything already. Ragnar responded with a crazed and excited grin, laughing as she praised his confidence and declared that he surely knew how the Ragnars greeted one another. The ground suddenly shattered and split apart violently under the eruption of terrifying pressure. Ragnar descended from above with a blazing strike infused with deadly poison, launching the devastating attack directly at her opponent. A horrifying explosion erupted, flames and smoke surging wildly and shaking the surrounding space itself. Amid the thick smoke, Ragnar smiled arrogantly with clear satisfaction while Theo calmly suggested that they should continue somewhere else. Theo swiftly raised his sword defensively and sternly warned that innocent bystanders would get hurt otherwise. Theo's sharp sword continuously clashed against Ragnar's weapon with tremendous force, driving her backward. Realizing the issue, Ragnar reacted in surprise and admitted that he was right, explaining that she had become too excited to fight. A mysterious and exhilarated smile spread across her face before she suddenly swung her weapon violently, releasing a powerful slash that tore through the air itself. Ragnar then dove downward and created a fierce whirlwind while loudly provoking Theo by shouting that they should begin where he had once fallen. Theo struggled to withstand the incoming sword strike and inwardly assessed that the second heir candidate, the Black Reaper Ray, was even more reckless than the rumors claimed. At that moment, a system panel unexpectedly appeared before Theo, leaving him astonished. Ragnar stood powerfully with her weapon in hand as the system displayed the notification that the Primordial Dragon's relic, Grim Reaper, had been discovered. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the vast military encampment within the snowy mountain range known as the occupied territory at Ragnar's front line, the Frisia Great Snowfield. A sudden collision occurred between two men inside the camp. The larger man turned his back while warning the other to watch where he was going. The second man immediately grew irritated and angrily questioned whether the other had no eyes. One man revealed glowing blood-red eyes filled with killing intent and coldly threatened the other to repeat those words. However, the opponent showed no fear at all and mockingly sneered that perhaps both the man's eyes and ears no longer worked. The setting then moved to another snow-covered encampment beneath a gloomy winter sky. A man poked his head out from a tent and curiously wondered what the commotion was about. Selper enthusiastically invited his companion with an excited grin, claiming that someone was probably fighting and that watching others fight was the most entertaining thing possible before urging Aaron to follow him. Standing behind him, Aaron sighed helplessly and asked when Selper was ever going to mature. When they arrived at the scene, Selper froze in shock at the chaotic sight before him and wondered what exactly was happening. Across the snowy courtyard, soldiers from both sides were violently clawing, stabbing, and slashing at one another in a bloody melee. Selper hurried forward to stop them, grabbing one soldier tightly while shouting for everyone to regain their senses and asking whether they truly intended to kill their own allies. The restrained soldier furiously defended himself by insisting that the other side was being unreasonable. Suddenly, a gigantic blaze erupted alongside a deafening explosion that terrified everyone present. From within the fiery battlefield, Ian roared furiously, demanding to know what in the world everyone was doing. The suffocating tension intensified as Ian continued shouting that they were in the middle of a war. Walking majestically through the flames, she angrily declared that they already lacked enough swords to point at the enemy. Yet these fools dared to injure their own comrades, and she challenged anyone with strength left to step forward and face her personally. Under the overwhelming pressure, Selper broke into a nervous sweat while Aaron stood frozen behind him. Selper anxiously muttered the title of the Black Iron Vice Commander, Fire Goblin Ian So Sorry. Trying to remain calm, Selper expressed hope that things would settle down now, while Aaron silently stood there with a tense and worried expression. A close-up revealed sweat dripping down Aaron's face as fear overwhelmed her amidst the crushing atmosphere. However, her eyes suddenly widened in fury behind her round glasses, and a mysterious crimson glow ignited within her pupils. Wearing white gloves, Aaron decisively drew a sharp sword from its sheath. Yet another hand abruptly reached out and firmly grabbed the blade to stop her reckless action. Selpert forced an awkward smile in an attempt to calm the situation and hurriedly asked what she was doing, insisting that it was not a serious matter and urging her to calm down. Nevertheless, Aaron remained completely silent, her glowing red eyes still filled with severity. The scene shifted once more to a snowy encampment where a blue dragon emblazoned banner stood beside a blazing campfire while two warriors guarded the area in the distance. Inside one of the tents, Wolfgang stared down at a tactical map and angrily clicked his tongue, complaining that everyone had succumbed to this level of madness and questioning how they could even fight properly anymore. He solemnly observed the fiery battlefield and analyzed that they could not allow the Mad Dragon Emperor's madness to spread any further, explaining that it was flowing out from Troyvin's main stronghold and proposing that they withdraw their frontline forces. Dante immediately hardened his expression and angrily questioned whether he was giving up on the war despite the army marching in only 2 days, insisting that they now had the perfect chance to destroy Troyvin once and for all. Robert clasped his hands together as his glowing red eyes appeared beneath the cloth covering half his face. And he coldly reorganized the strategy by declaring that only elites capable of enduring the madness would remain while high-ranking swordsmen and everyone below them would retreat so the entire operation could be reassessed. Neil turned away thoughtfully and voiced his deep concerns, warning that even the elite forces would not survive for long and reminding everyone that even the Wind Baron had once succumbed to madness. Julius's tense expression then appeared in close-up as he bitterly admitted that he had never expected such a disaster to happen. Far away, the magnificent castle of Troyvin was shown being tightly wrapped and consumed by crimson streams of dark energy within an atmosphere of pure death. Across the snowy plains, hundreds of military tents stood closely gathered together while Julius silently held on to hope, believing that by the time Theo returned, the tide of the war would have completely changed. Ragnar became excited when Theo suggested that they go somewhere else. Theo tried to stop her, explaining that she would hurt innocent bystanders. As Theo and Ragnar fought fiercely across the devastated land, Ragnar admitted in surprise that Theo was right and remarked that she had simply become too excited about fighting. She then revealed a sinister smile and unleashed a powerful attack that scattered flower petals in every direction. Theo was stunned by the sudden strike, while Ragnar firmly challenged him by declaring that they should begin where he had fallen. Theo struggled to withstand Ragnar's relentless assault amid the chaotic battlefield. As he assessed her strength, he concluded that she was as fast as Gizhar and possessed even greater destructive power. He also realized that her previous attack had not been executed at full strength. Ragnar, thrilled by the battle, remarked that Theo had a fierce look in his eyes. As the two clashed head-on, their weapons collided and sent brilliant sparks flying. Ragnar challenged him further, saying that she wanted to see whether his skills were as fierce as his gaze. Their blades carved dazzling trails through the air. Ragnar gleefully commented that the rumors were not complete lies. She then ordered him to watch what came next. Massive whirlwinds of blazing energy began to twist and expand around them. Ragnar confidently asked how he would handle that before shouting that she was making her move. She unleashed a barrage of spinning fire sickles that rushed toward Theo. Theo decisively swung his sword and deflected the fiery attacks to protect himself. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock as he realized something. Observing the sickles circling around him, he noted that the ones he had deflected were now revolving around his position. Standing firmly with her sickle in hand, Ragnar threatened that it was too late for him to notice. She then launched another technique, creating a violent torrent of flames aimed directly at him. Theo gathered his strength while carefully observing the situation in search of a countermeasure. A colossal firestorm swept across the battlefield, its blazing vortex spinning without end. The collision of opposing energies produced an explosion of blinding light. Witnessing the spectacle, Ragnar exclaimed in excitement. Theo responded by unleashing a powerful attack infused with blue light energy. Ragnar smiled and admitted to herself that it was impressive. She rushed forward with her sickle, but Theo managed to block the strike with his sword. He immediately launched a counterattack and boldly declared that it was now his turn. Preparing for another assault, Ragnar swung her sickle and enthusiastically urged him to come at her. A violent explosion erupted where they collided, leaving behind a massive crater and scattering debris everywhere. Even after the impact, Ragnar maintained her fighting stance within the thick cloud of dust and smoke. At that moment, members of the Reaper squad rushed in to assist her and confronted Theo directly. One squad member glared at Theo and demanded to know how he dared threaten Miss Ray. Another proudly declared that the Reaper squad would make him pay. Concentrating intensely, he warned Theo that they would pursue vengeance for his vile actions no matter what. Before he could continue, Ragnar suddenly struck him on the head with her weapon, causing him to freeze in surprise. Irritated, she demanded to know how many times she had to tell them to stay out of it. She complained that she had only just begun warming up and questioned why they were all becoming so worked up. Meanwhile, from a nearby corner, Theo thought to himself that he had not expected that reaction. Ragnar then apologized to Theo, explaining that the fight had finally become enjoyable before her subordinates interrupted and ruined the mood. She told him that she would apologize on their behalf and added that, as he could see, they tended to be rather extreme. Theo reassured her that it was all right and joked that if their greeting had continued any longer, he would have passed out. Amused, Ragnar commented that Theo knew how to joke. She added that hearing that made her feel much better. She then remarked that the battle had been fun and suggested that they share a drink sometime. Theo accepted the invitation, saying that he would love that. Privately, however, he evaluated her strength and concluded that she was on a completely different level in terms of power, speed, and technique. He believed that if the encounter had been a genuine battle, he would have needed to use dragonization. As he continued observing, Theo wondered how another heir candidate could be even stronger than Ray. He questioned what had given Axion the confidence to bluff so boldly. Ragnar then turned to her subordinates and announced that they had heard the conversation and now had a chance to make up for their mistake. She ordered them to prepare a feast. The subordinates immediately responded in unison that they understood. Reflecting on the situation, Theo thought that he appreciated how honest and easygoing Ragnar was compared to others. However, after looking thoughtfully at her sickle, he concluded that this only placed him in an even more difficult position. Judging from its aura, he believed it to be a relic of the Primordial Dragon. Scratching his head while watching the group ahead, Theo reflected that taking the relic from her would have been much easier if she had been openly hostile. Unsure of how to proceed, he wondered what he was supposed to do now. Cassandra Edda was curled up asleep on the bed beneath the gentle sunlight. She suddenly woke up and stirred slightly. Seeing that the girl had sat up, Yodi Leper kindly asked whether she was feeling a bit better now. Cassandra tiredly replied that she was. Yodi Leper pushed the food cart closer and reminded her that she had been sick and therefore must be hungry. She told the girl to eat up so that she could get better soon. Cassandra Ada looked up at the lavish meal laid out before her with surprise in her eyes. Breathing in the enticing aroma coming from the dishes, she exclaimed that it smelled delicious. She reached out intending to grab some food from a plate with her hand. Yodi Leper quickly stopped her and scolded her, asking where her manners were and why she was using her hand. As she carefully prepared the meal for Cassandra, Yodi Leper explained that the food was hot. She added that she could not be bothered to explain further and instructed the girl to simply eat what she had cut up for her. Yodi Leper then sternly ordered Cassandra to open her mouth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Cassandra obediently opened her mouth. While feeding her, Yodi Leper told her that once she had finished eating, they would get her changed. She instructed the girl to take off her clothes so that she could patch them up. Yodi Leper then wondered whether those precious clothes had been made for her by her mother. The question left Cassandra Edda momentarily speechless. A trace of uncertainty crossed her face. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly expressed her gratitude and thanked Yodi Leper. In response, Yodi Leper teasingly called her a crybaby. Suddenly remembering something, Yodi Leper remarked that she had almost forgotten the drink. She reminded Cassandra not to eat with her hands and told her that she would be right back, instructing the girl to wait. After Yodi Leper left, Cassandra sat alone, silently staring at the meal before her. She thoughtfully concluded that something was wrong, explaining to herself that she had not been able to see the future in her dreams for quite some time. Growing increasingly worried, she realized that things kept unfolding differently from the future she had seen in her dreams. She admitted that she had never experienced anything like that before. Curling herself up beneath the blanket, Cassandra reflected that in the past she had only ever had sad dreams. She then sat up on the bed and looked around the bright room and the fully prepared meal on the table. Thinking to herself, she noted that things were now much better. At that moment, a pair of black high boots belonging to a woman approached the wooden bed frame. Cassandra Edda looked up in surprise and excitedly cried out that the woman had returned. However, the black boots continued advancing decisively across the wooden floor, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Cassandra Edda froze in shock, cold sweat forming on her body as the unexpected stranger appeared. Warily observing the mysterious woman, she cautiously asked who she was and addressed her as an auntie. Standing tall in a tight black outfit with a sword in hand, Sex sharply corrected her. She remarked with irritation that the child was extremely rude and stated that she should be calling her sister rather than auntie. A sudden sharp pain struck Cassandra's face, leaving her stunned. Sex had delivered a lightning-fast blow that left the girl dazed. She coldly ordered Cassandra to call her sister the next time. Cassandra collapsed motionless on the wooden floor, her golden hair spread out and covering her face. Looking down, Sex appeared surprised by the appearance of something below. She grabbed Cassandra by the collar and lifted her off the ground while a dark blue-black magic circle began opening before them. As a horrifying shadowy entity emerged from the magic circle, Sex smugly declared that it had been far too easy. The scene depicted a lone wooden house standing amid snow-covered mountains with snowflakes drifting gently through the silent air. As the dust gradually cleared, torn walls and shattered sections of the roof were revealed. Fresh drops of blood fell onto the wooden floor, gathering into a small pool. Sex endured her injuries with visible strain, gritting her teeth as she cursed that it was, damn it. When the bizarre shadow-covered Umbra appeared before her, she was horrified and wondered what kind of monster it was. Staring fixedly at Umbra, she questioned where such a monster had suddenly come from. As she examined the devastated surroundings, she analyzed the situation inwardly, thinking that everything was a mess, that it was causing far too much commotion, and that she had never heard that the girl was protected by something like that. Her gaze turned thoughtful as she considered her next move. Clenching her hand tightly, Sex resolved that she could not delay any longer. She concluded that the monster seemed determined to protect the child and declared that she would kill the monster, seize the child, and leave immediately. Umbra, cloaked in darkness, continued shielding Cassandra Edda within its embrace. A terrifying slash swept across the area, shaking the ground and sending a distant house flying apart from the resulting shockwave. Sex stood ready for battle, her cold eyes locked onto Umbra. She disdainfully remarked that it had looked impressive but was not actually that strong. Umbra appeared startled by the attack. Suddenly, Sex struggled to defend herself when her weapon was shattered into pieces. At that moment, Theo launched himself powerfully through the air and struck down toward his opponent. Sex reacted in shock, exclaiming that he was Theo Ragnar, and adding that she had heard a great deal about him. Theo and Sex collided violently, sword energy and immense power erupting throughout the battlefield. Overwhelmed by the crushing force, Sex screamed in agony as she was defeated. Meanwhile, a stream of black energy enveloped Cassandra, forming a protective barrier around her inside the wooden house. Theo gently patted Umbra and thanked it for protecting Cassandra. The creature responded in return. Moments later, Theo's eyes widened in surprise. Observing the situation, he worriedly speculated that Sex had not used the reverse blood surge technique after all. Soon afterward, a crimson pillar of smoke rose in the distance, causing him to exclaim in surprise that it was a smoke signal. Facing Theo while holding an object in her mouth, Sex mocked his reaction. She asked why he seemed so shocked and questioned whether he had expected her to commit suicide with the reverse blood surge technique. She added that even if she intended to kill herself, she despised a pathetic death like that. Theo raised an arm to shield himself as a stream of black liquid shot toward him. Far away, someone observed the mountains and flower fields through a telescope and remarked with excitement that a red smoke signal had appeared. A close-up of the observer's eye behind the specialized telescope followed. He urgently informed his master that Sex had been caught. After quietly assessing the situation, the observer commented that Sex had been an experiment specialized in stealth. He admitted that he had not expected such an outcome and concluded that even stealth at the level of null snow had not been sufficient. He then stated that the information would serve as valuable data for future reference. Surveying the surroundings, Ein announced that his experiment was over. He then ordered his followers to begin their real work. Looking toward the distant battlefield where Troiven's cavalry stood in disciplined formation, Ein declared that the honor of Troiven's elite cavalry was at stake. Elsewhere, a massive explosion erupted across a desolate landscape and dust clouds engulfed one side of the wooden house. Seeing the smoke rising into the sky, Ragnar was startled and wondered whether Theo had triggered the smoke signal. She questioned what exactly was happening. Rez immediately ordered the Reaper squad to scout the area, warning that enemies might be nearby. However, a mysterious soldier interrupted and stated that such measures were unnecessary, addressing her as Miss Ray. Confused, Ray demanded to know what he meant. Looking ahead with suspicion, she suddenly realized what she was seeing. A vast field of purple flowers stretched beneath the blue sky while the atmosphere trembled under the presence of an approaching force. A cavalry unit charged across the field, and upon seeing them, Ray recognized them in horror as Troiven's elite cavalry, the Azure Squad. Carrying Cassandra Etta in his arms, Theo arrived beside Ray and questioned whether they had truly reserved a military force of that scale during a war. He remarked that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Relieved to see him, Ray commented that Theo was safe after all. Still carrying Cassandra, Theo explained that he was accustomed to fighting those troops, but he could not understand how such a massive army had appeared there. Ray agreed, saying that she had been wondering the same thing. She speculated that the Tulip Garden Guards should have been on duty and questioned whether they had been attacked before they could report anything. Theo remained silent for a moment before grimly stating that the situation was strange and that this was not even the strangest part. His thoughts turned to Cassandra Etta's future self, seated upon a throne with a calculating gaze. He reasoned that Cassandra's ability to see the future was undoubtedly tempting. However, he pointed out that Troiven already possessed the Mad Dragon Emperor, a regressor, and therefore should have sufficient knowledge of the future even without Cassandra. Watching the cavalry advance across the battlefield, Theo continued reasoning that if Troiven had deployed so many troops merely to capture her, then they clearly saw extraordinary value in her. Staring into the distance, he demanded to know what Troiven was truly plotting. A guard then rushed forward and warned that the cavalry would soon break through their position. Addressing Miss Ray, he urgently requested orders. Ray decisively responded that there was no need to avoid a battle that was coming directly to them and declared that they would defeat every one of their enemies. Holding Cassandra more protectively, Theo interrupted and warned that the battle itself was not what mattered most at the moment. He emphasized that their enemies were specifically after the child. Cassandra Etta embraced Theo as he worriedly remarked that they might be fine if they fought back, but she would not be, adding that in the worst-case scenario, their enemies would take her away. Ragnar sharply questioned what Theo meant, asking why they would target her, who she was, and whether she was some hidden child of the Emperor. Theo fell silent and pondered the matter without answering. Seeing his reaction, Ragnar was left stunned before skeptically asking if it was really true. Realizing the danger, Ragnar ordered his companions to spread out and hide. The others immediately responded that they understood. Ragnar then let out a frustrated sigh and muttered that the situation was not looking good. Suddenly, someone's hand tightly gripped the door in a weary manner. Watching from inside the house, Yodi Leper cursed the intruders under her breath. She then opened the door and stepped outside. Theo called out to her, asking whether she was the head of the garden coop. Instead of answering, Yodi Leper anxiously demanded to know who on earth he had brought with him. Panic was evident on her face as she urgently told them not to stand there and ordered them to get inside immediately. Soon afterward, the silent wooden house, blanketed in snow, revealed its devastated condition. The room remained cold and still as snowflakes drifted through the winter air. The blanket covering the old bed had been torn apart, bearing witness to the brutality of past battles. Then, beneath the bed, a hidden door leading to a secret underground passage was revealed. Mysterious footsteps slowly descended the stone stairs. Upon entering the unfamiliar underground chamber, Theo suspiciously asked whether this place was what he thought it was. Yodi Leper warned him to show respect, explaining that Ragnar's revered ancestors were resting there in peace. Carrying Cassandra in his arms, Theo apologized, saying that he had not expected things to become this bad. Yodi Leper coldly dismissed his apology, stating that she had already known such a situation could happen when she decided to take them in. She told him that none of that mattered now and instructed him to focus on protecting the child. As the group advanced through the gloomy corridors of the ancient underground passage, Yodi Leper carefully explained that Troyven did not know about the location. She added that even if they discovered it, the place had been designed like a maze to prevent grave robbers from navigating it, making it impossible for them to track the group. The party continued deeper into the underground complex. Yodi Leper declared that they would head to the tomb of 299, explaining that it lay in the deepest part of the catacombs and would be the safest place available. Ragnar was astonished and asked whether the tomb of 299 was actually located there. Hearing the name, Theo quietly reflected on the legendary 299 Suicide Squad. Historical memories seemed to replay in his mind, recalling how countless monsters had once stormed the northern frontier and invaded the continent. At that time, 299 of Ragnar's elite soldiers had stood against the monstrous tide and stopped it. Their sacrifice had become a legendary story known throughout Ragnar. Eventually, Theo's group arrived at the final resting place of those heroes. Gazing upon the magnificent scene, Theo concluded to himself that this was indeed their burial ground. At the center of the illuminated mausoleum, Yodi Leper confirmed that they had arrived and explained that the site was the burial ground of Ragnar's great 299 heroes. From above, the group could be seen standing within the vast interior of the tomb. Looking around the area, Theo reassured himself that the place would definitely be safe. He then glanced at Yodi Leper, who stood facing the perilous entrance, and reflected that the path had been so complicated that they could never have reached the location without the caretaker's guidance. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared, announcing that an anomaly had been detected and that the skill Hatchling Synchro had been forcefully activated. Theo's expression immediately filled with shock and confusion as he inwardly wondered how Hatchling Synchro could have been activated by force. Meanwhile, a mysterious stranger observed the situation from somewhere unseen. With interest evident in his eyes, he remarked that the man seemed capable of seeing them. At the same time, strange green lights began appearing throughout the area. Theo cautiously looked upward, and immediately afterward, a mysterious voice stated that it believed he could see. Theo remarked in astonishment that he had not known the garden's basement contained a place like that, adding that the cooperative head must have taken very good care of it. Yodi Leper, looking exhausted and bearing wounds on her face, replied matter-of-factly that of course she had, adding quietly that there was a reason for it after all. Ragnar, confused, said that he had not heard what she had said because she had spoken too softly and asked her to repeat herself. When she saw Ragnar approaching, Yodi Leper hurriedly brushed the matter aside, saying that she had merely been talking to herself and telling him to forget about it. Turning around and walking up the stairs, Yodi Leper said that she would go check the entrance and would call them when it was safe. She instructed them to rest there and warned them not to wander off and get lost. Ragnar respectfully complied, saying that he would do as she said. Meanwhile, Theo was carrying Cassandra in his arms, his face filled with concern and sweat pouring down his body. Ragnar repeated Yodi Leper's instructions, reminding Theo that the cooperative head had said she would call them when it was safe and that they were supposed to rest there. Theo gently acknowledged the reminder, saying that he understood. At that moment, Theo's eyes shone with power and intense concentration. Spirits gathered around him and Cassandra, whispering among themselves that they had suspected it might be the case, but his mind gate was already open despite his young age. They wondered whether he could really see them, while others pointed out that he was responding to them, so he obviously could. They excitedly remarked that it had been a very long time since they had spoken with a living person. Theo sighed in exasperation and commented that they were all extremely talkative. Suddenly, one of the spirits approached Theo and apologized, explaining that it had been far too long since they had met a living person capable of communicating with them. The spirit added that everyone was simply excited and asked for his understanding. A mysterious spirit clad in a hooded robe, Doma Ragnar, then appeared and greeted Theo, saying that it was nice to meet him, young Ragnar. Doma Ragnar then asked what had brought him there. Theo explained that enemies had suddenly ambushed the garden and that they were waiting there because the cooperative head had instructed them to do so. Upon hearing about the conflict, Doma Ragnar asked whether another war was taking place. He remarked that it sounded very much like the Ragnar family. With an earnest expression, Theo said that he should have asked sooner, but still wished to request permission. He respectfully asked the revered elders whether he and his companions might stay at their resting place for a short while. Doma Ragnar appeared surprised by the request and commented that Theo was remarkably polite, which was not very Ragnar-like. He said that they were glad to have him there, adding that they had been bored anyway, and inviting him to make himself comfortable. Fixing Theo with his glowing, powerful eyes, Doma Ragnar then said that instead he would like Theo to take a look at something. Caught off guard, Theo asked whether Doma Ragnar meant him. Doma Ragnar explained that it might take some time and asked whether Theo could spare a while. He added that Theo would want to hear what he had to say as well. A burst of magic erupted, engulfing Theo and Doma Ragnar in a brilliant light. The flower garden within the resting place became shrouded in dazzling magical energy. Moments later, Theo stood frozen in shock, his face filled with astonishment at what he had witnessed. Standing motionless beside a coffin, Doma Ragnar watched silently as Theo looked around and observed thoughtfully that there was a coffin there as well. Doma Ragnar turned toward him and reminded him that when he had first entered, Ode had referred to them as the 299 heroes. Theo confirmed that she had and asked whether there was a problem with that. Doma Ragnar smiled meaningfully and revealed that there was actually one more hero. He explained that the missing individual had been the lord of their suicide squad and the number one hero. Suddenly, Theo clutched his head in agony as suppressed memories struck him. Unable to withstand the shock, Theo collapsed to the floor in exhaustion while Doma Ragnar calmly observed him from nearby and remarked that the reaction was exactly as he had expected. Staring at the coffin in disbelief, Theo wondered what that phenomenon had been. Doma Ragnar confirmed that it was proof that the outer gods had devoured their lord and erased every record of his existence from the world. Thinking of the terrifying entities, Theo recalled seeing them at the Pantheon and expressed his amazement. Still unable to comprehend it, Theo asked how it was possible that they could neither hear nor even speak their lord's name. Doma Ragnar calmly admitted that he did not know the exact details, but suggested that if the being in question was the nameless sovereign, such a thing should indeed be possible. As the overwhelming presence of the outer gods manifested itself, Doma Ragnar continued his explanation. He stated that their lord had ventured too close to that being and too deeply into its domain, causing even his name to be devoured. He concluded that this outcome was only natural since all records connected to their lord had been erased from the world. Theo observed the spirits standing within the vast hall while Doma Ragnar explained that, aside from themselves who had been freed from the world through death and the kin of their lord who were bound to him by blood, no one else remained. Standing opposite the spirits and feeling the pressure they exuded, Theo stated that they must have remained in the land of the living in order to honor their lord who had been erased. Doma Ragnar replied wearily that it was something like that. With a thoughtful expression, Doma Ragnar warned that if they disappeared as well, no one would remember their lord. Extending his hand invitingly, Doma Ragnar asked whether Theo would remember their lord. Startled, Theo asked how he could possibly do that. Doma Ragnar explained that there was no special method and that Theo already knew the way well. He instructed Theo to learn their lord's swordsmanship and become his official heir. Theo looked visibly astonished and questioned him, saying that he had thought all records of their lord had been erased. Doma Ragnar persistently persuaded him, explaining that although the records were gone, they still retained faint fragments within their memories and would teach them to him. Theo admitted that such a task would practically amount to restoring the sword manual in real time and apologized, saying that he simply did not have the time to restore a sword manual. One of the spirits dropped to his knees and pleaded with Theo, acknowledging that he was asking too much but begging him to help. The spirit explained that they did not know how much longer they could remain there and that, if they disappeared, everything would truly be over. The other spirits joined in encouraging Theo and pleading for his assistance. Theo stood speechless before their desperate appeals. As the spirits crowded around him, they continued trying to persuade him, explaining that they would never encounter another person whose mind gate was open enough to communicate with the spirits of the dead. They begged him once more, promising that after everything was done, they would quietly depart for the afterlife. Some urged him to think of it as a favor to his ancestor, while others jokingly threatened to curse him if he refused, claiming they would become ghosts and haunt him. Another spirit pointed out that they were already ghosts. Hearing that, Theo muttered that it actually sounded rather frightening. Looking at the ruined house left in the aftermath of the battle, Theo reflected that the situation was clearly urgent. However, until Ode confirmed that it was safe above, there was nothing he could do except wait. Watching him, Doma Ragnar warned that if Theo still refused, there would be nothing they could do about it. Then, Doma Ragnar suddenly shouted that they would tie Theo's soul there with the curse of 299, and before he could finish, Theo interrupted by saying that he agreed but added that he could not spare much time since they might have to leave at any moment. Doma Ragnar hurriedly thanked him and promised that although their lord had never personally taught them, they would teach Theo every principle they had learned while observing him. Doma Ragnar further assured him that he could trust them and that they would once again witness their lord's all-shattering 10,000 shattering sword. Skeptical, Theo asked whether the name 10,000 shattering sword was not a little too grandiose. With great pride, Doma Ragnar explained that the sword had even struck the outer gods, so the name was entirely appropriate. Seeking confirmation, Theo asked whether the 10,000 shattering sword could truly harm the outer gods. Doma Ragnar nodded and affirmed that it could. He explained that the sword style had been created for precisely that purpose and that because of this, it could not cut ordinary things. He then emphasized worriedly that the greater concern was whether Theo would be able to learn it at all. Theo pondered the idea of a sword style that could not cut normal objects. At that moment, memories of the evil entity he had encountered in the past suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Theo froze in place and silently wondered whether it could be that very thing. Meanwhile, Ragnar sat absent-mindedly beside the sleeping Cassandra, staring at the girl with dreamy, distracted eyes. Several hours earlier, Theo had been carrying Cassandra in his arms when he asked Ragnar to look after her for a little while. Caught off guard, Ragnar stammered in surprise. Theo immediately reassured her that it would only be for a short time. Ragnar anxiously confessed that she had never taken care of a child before and inwardly cursed Theo. Later, while Theo practiced his training exercises, he completely ignored Ray's complaint. Ray grumbled that he had claimed it would only be for a little while, only to begin training without even asking her opinion. Holding her head in frustration, Ray lamented that her own body was itching to move as well, yet she could not simply leave the girl there. As several subordinates watched Ray guarding Cassandra, she asked how one was even supposed to look after a child. One subordinate remarked that if any of them had ever been properly looked after, they might know the answer. Another subordinate brought up the subject by asking how things had been for Ray when she was young, considering that she was a direct heir. Ray coldly replied that the Ragnar family followed the law of the jungle and asked whether they truly thought an heir candidate would be pampered. The subordinate immediately lowered his head and quietly apologized. Sometime later, Ray was startled when Cassandra suddenly sat upright. Sitting beside the now awake girl, Ray announced that she had woken up. Laughing loudly, Ray patted Cassandra on the shoulder and enthusiastically asked whether she was feeling any better. A close look at Cassandra's face revealed her bright eyes and the glowing symbols surrounding her as she softly uttered Ragnar's name. Ray's expression immediately changed and she appeared alarmed when the girl remarked that Ray had actually been quite friendly around that time. Instantly, Ragnar tightened her grip on her side with both hands, preparing to attack. Pressing the sharp blade against Cassandra's neck, Ray demanded to know who she really was. Outside, the massive Troivan castle stood imposingly amid a land blanketed in white snow, its walls shrouded in a mysterious crimson hue. Troivan looked down from above and announced that the Mad Dragon Emperor's madness was forcing the enemy forces to retreat. Troivan remarked that it was only to be expected of the Mad Dragon Emperor before correcting himself by saying that it was actually their master's power. With a dignified expression, he declared that their master had been able to force the mighty Ragnar army to withdraw without lifting a single finger. Filled with admiration, he exclaimed that their master was truly a sovereign capable of swallowing the entire continent. His gaze then shifted to the Mad Dragon Emperor. Clenching his fist, Troivan roared that Kyle was nothing like their master, condemning him as a coward who only lurked in the shadows. Wearing a sinister smile, he then asked Troivan whether the child had been secured. Troivan confirmed that they had secured the child, although a minor complication had occurred during the transport. Troivan immediately questioned whether Theo Ragnar had interfered again. Troivan replied that they had immediately dispatched Ion together with the Azure Squad and assured him that this time they would certainly kill Theo Ragnar and seize both the relic and the child. However, Troivan stopped him, saying that the situation actually worked in their favor. He ordered Troivan to capture both Theo Ragnar and the child alive, instead explaining that this was what their master desired. He reaffirmed that everything would proceed according to their master's will. Elsewhere, Theo demonstrated astonishing swordsmanship, moving at incredible speed while producing countless razor-sharp afterimages. The surrounding spirits watched in amazement, commenting that his talent was almost unbelievable and admitting that their hearts had not raced like that in a long time. Nevertheless, some of them sighed regretfully, saying that it was a shame and wondering whether the others felt the same. Doma Ragnar observed that it seemed Theo had finally awakened an eye for the sword, although he also admitted that there was something regrettable about it. Remaining calm, Theo respectfully asked them to explain what they found regrettable, promising that he would correct it. Immediately, the spirits surrounded him and began giving advice all at once. One suggested that Theo should have angled his feet slightly farther outward during his first movement. Another insisted that his movements should be more concise. Others eagerly explained techniques they had comprehended while standing on the verge of death and enthusiastically described how they would handle the situation instead. Completely overwhelmed, Theo asked them to slow down and speak one at a time. The spirits immediately began arguing among themselves, with some rejecting the advice about foot placement while others stubbornly insisted they were correct. Theo realized that every one of them had been a master swordsman during life and still carried immense pride. He understood that although they sincerely wished to teach him, each of them was subtly trying to incorporate their own personal swordsmanship into the lessons. Seeing the chaos, Doma Ragnar ordered everyone to stop. Once silence fell, he acknowledged that they all wished to pass on their techniques because Theo's talent was extraordinary, but reminded them that they were not gathered there to teach the swordsmanship each of them had personally developed. He sternly warned them never to forget that the only thing they were meant to pass down was the king's sword. The spirits immediately apologized, admitting that they had become carried away because Theo's talent was simply too remarkable. Even so, Doma Ragnar jokingly suggested that if they happened to have spare time, Theo could also learn his 10,000 shattering sword. Another spirit immediately criticized him for shamelessly revealing his true intentions. Laughing the matter off, Doma Ragnar returned to the main subject and declared that when speaking of the king's sword, there was only one true style, the one-sword style. Theo was surprised by the unfamiliar name. He wondered how such a thing could exist, reasoning that a sword style should naturally be the culmination of numerous individual techniques. Unable to understand, he questioned how a complete style could possibly consist of only a single sword technique. Doma Ragnar answered without hesitation that such a feat was possible only because it was the king's sword. Summoning a brilliantly radiant sword, he explained that the king's sword's 10,000 shattering sword possessed the power to cleave the entire world with a single strike. Unlike the techniques he had demonstrated earlier, this sword required absolute concentration on one decisive blow. He instructed Theo to raise his sword higher and focus entirely on the path the blade traced as it moved forward. As Theo carefully absorbed every lesson, Doma Ragnar explained that one spirit represented a single point. When that point was focused completely, it became the sword held within one's hand, a line. When countless lines converged into a single place, they formed a plane. At that stage, the swordsman was to draw upon that plane itself. He concluded by explaining that this was the essence of the king's 10,000 shattering sword. In order to paint a picture with a single sword, one had to compress 10,000 swords into a single strike. Although mastering such a technique would never be easy, anyone who succeeded would gain the ability to cut absolutely everything while leaving untouched anything they wished to spare. Theo tightened his grip around the sword's hilt as powerful energy surged around him. Countless memories flooded his mind. He silently realized that the principle was astonishingly similar to his father's one sword, Commander Julius's swordsmanship, Lady Palm Blossom's techniques, and the profound truths hidden within every sword technique he had ever learned. Although each technique originated from a completely different source, they all resembled streams that inevitably flowed toward the same ocean. He understood that every sword technique ultimately converged upon a single point. With unwavering determination, Theo swung his sword. A brilliant blade of light tore through space in a perfectly vertical line, destroying everything within its path while leaving everything beyond it untouched. Deep within himself, Theo realized that the destination had always been the same. The spirits stared in stunned disbelief. They exclaimed that Theo had produced a single cascading strike without causing any unnecessary destruction outside its path. They marveled that he had already found the proper direction after receiving only a few words of guidance, calling his talent truly terrifying. Sweat streamed down Theo's face as he maintained absolute concentration. Appearing beside him, Doma Ragnar praised him, saying that it was remarkable for Theo to have reached such a level of enlightenment in so little time. He then asked Theo how it felt, remarking that on the surface, Theo appeared to have come extremely close to mastering the king's sword. Theo confidently replied that he had indeed come to understand the nature of the king's sword and the profound meaning it embodied. Hearing this, the spirits excitedly believed that he had finally achieved it. However, Theo admitted that he still could not fully manifest what he had comprehended. He explained that although Doma Ragnar's teachings had undoubtedly helped him, the memories they possessed were simply too ancient and fragmented, leaving him able to grasp only that much. The spirits replied in disappointment that they understood, and that was how it was. Doma Ragnar silently assessed that it definitely looked like the king's sword, but that it lacked power, concluding that Theo merely needed further enlightenment. Looking at Theo's puzzled expression, Doma Ragnar thought that there was no need to rush because with Theo's level of talent, it would not be long before he found the right path. He then remarked that he was still glad, explaining that thanks to Theo, he had been able to witness the king's sword once again, even if only for a brief moment. Doma Ragnar sincerely expressed his gratitude for Theo's effort. Theo awkwardly responded that everyone was suddenly acting as though he had accomplished something extraordinary, even though he did not believe he had done anything that great. At that moment, one of Reese Ragnar's subordinates suddenly appeared behind Theo and urgently called out to young Master Theo. Turning around, Theo asked what had happened. The subordinate gravely warned that the child Theo had entrusted to them was in trouble, explaining that something was wrong with Cassandra. A heavy footstep struck the stone floor, sending tremors through the area. Theo appeared behind the newcomer and loudly called for Chief Reese. He demanded to know the meaning of what was happening. Reese Ragnar shot back that he should be the one asking the questions, demanding to know who the brat before them really was. Reese further exclaimed in astonishment that this was definitely not the child he had known. Theo silently wondered what on earth could have happened in such a short amount of time. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke the silence, leaving both Theo and Reese Ragnar visibly shocked. Cassandra calmly stated that she had been waiting for Theo Ragnar because she had a message she absolutely had to deliver to him. She added that it was something she needed to tell him in confidence, and politely asked whether they could move somewhere more private. Theo stood frozen, wearing a thoughtful yet tense expression. A short while later, they arrived at a peaceful waterfall where gentle streams flowed past clusters of purple flowers, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Standing beside the waterfall, Theo remarked that they should be able to speak privately there because the sound of the falling water would prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. Doma Ragnar commented with slight dissatisfaction that although he himself had been the one to reveal that location, it still felt somewhat wrong to see Theo using it in that manner. Theo coolly replied that it was the only suitable place in the cemetery for discussing private matters, leaving him with little choice. Cassandra smiled gently and apologized, explaining that she had been the one who requested a private place and asking the elder to forgive her. Doma Ragnar looked surprised and asked whether she could actually see him. Watching both of their reactions, Theo silently concluded that this was definitely not the Cassandra he knew. Cassandra confidently revealed that she possessed a small talent for magic. Doma Ragnar nodded approvingly and remarked that although she was still very young, the earlier one began learning, the better. He enthusiastically started to offer to become her teacher before suddenly trailing off, distracted by how adorable she looked. Theo, standing nearby, deliberately cleared his throat. Embarrassed, Doma Ragnar hastily claimed that he had only been joking. Theo then apologized before politely asking Doma Ragnar to give them some time alone. Doma Ragnar agreed and left. Once they were alone, Theo seriously asked who she truly was. Cassandra smiled mysteriously and answered that she was both Cassandra and not Cassandra, adding that she believed Theo already knew her true identity. Theo was stunned as realization dawned on him, wondering whether she could possibly be the Magic Empress. Bathed in brilliant magical light, he finally addressed her with reverence as the Magic Empress. Cassandra confirmed that he was correct. Resting his hand against his chin, Theo admitted that he had never imagined the Magic Empress would turn out to be a regressor. Blushing awkwardly, Cassandra apologized and clarified that she had not regressed. She carefully explained that through magic she had borrowed the body of Cassandra from a different timeline in order to come to the timeline where Theo existed so that she could speak with him. Theo questioned what she meant by a different timeline. Noticing his confusion, Cassandra asked whether the concept was difficult for him to understand. She simplified her explanation by saying that the Cassandra of the future was currently using the body of the Cassandra from the past to converse with the present-day Theo. Theo stared at her in disbelief and asked whether she had truly connected the future to the past, adding that the imperial family's inherited ability, future sight, was supposedly only capable of seeing the future. Cassandra acknowledged that this was indeed how the ability was commonly understood before asking why, if that were true, the future version of herself was able to hold a conversation with the Theo of the past. She explained that the answer was actually very simple. Theo immediately corrected his own understanding, concluding that the ability was not truly the power to see the future, but rather the power to observe the past. Cassandra nodded and confirmed that he was correct. She further clarified that, to be precise, the ability allowed its user to observe the past of a timeline that had never happened. Theo repeated the phrase in confusion, questioning what she meant by a timeline that had never happened. Cassandra challenged him by asking whether he truly believed that the present moment had occurred only once. She revealed that it had not, explaining that the time of their world repeated itself endlessly. As the surrounding space cracked apart in an eerie spectacle, Cassandra warned that every cycle always ended the same way, with the destruction of the world. Amid fragments of the universe swirling around a mysterious hourglass, she concluded that after the world's destruction, everything would begin once more. Within the endless void where the great hourglass continued to turn while shadowy, thorn-covered entities and countless glowing blue eyes filled the darkness, Cassandra declared with unwavering conviction that both the world's destruction and its new beginning existed solely for the sake of the nameless monarch.